Good morning. Good morning. You're right, Alison.
I just thought I'd give it a dramatic look for a Monday morning.
Thank you for joining us this morning. This is a Haley and Alison show here till 8 a.m. Alison, what time is it in Calgary, Alberta?
It is 4:01 a.m., everyone.
4:01, hence Alison's tired, delirious face. Welcome to the show. Hi, Doug. Hi, Kelsey. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. And JD has just joined the stream as well.
Good morning,
We appreciate you joining us in the early hours of Monday morning. We're going to have a good fun show today. We always have a good fun show, but today we're going to set you off on the right foot to having a fun time. If you'd like to get involved, please do so, because I can't stress this enough. It's 4 o'clock where Alison is. I've had little sleep. If you don't talk to us, the show, quite literally, is just two tired boomers talking to each other for 2 hours.
Two tired women talking for 2 hours.
So get involved, say hello this Monday morning.
We're not boomers. Wait, hang on. We're not boomers. What are we?
You're a boomer. I'm a millennium. I think.
Is that what's going on? Good morning,
Barry's
Barry.
With us.
Barry's
Morning,
just joined
Barry. Good morning. Hey, listen, before we crack on with what's happening in today's show, I just want to let you all know that I ran a 5K yesterday for the first time in a professional race.
Let the smugness begin.
Won't say what number I placed out of 192, but
doesn't matter. It's not about where you place, it's that you did it. You did it.
I did do it. And what was really funny is they have people to cheer you on, like volunteers, don't they, around the course, like keep going with tambourines and stuff. And every time I passed one, I'd go, I'm a winning. And like loads of them found it funny, but some genuinely thought it was being serious. And they're like, no.
Like, you are not.
My head off. You are definitely not winning. So there you go. What did you do? You've been gigging this weekend.
I have.
I went for your new album.
Yes, my new album. I was in Edmonton, Alberta. It was very exciting. There's a big hockey game, which is the big sport here. And the Edmonton Oilers won. They're in I'm talking hockey. I never thought I'd do this in my life. Anyway, it was exciting. I was in the city. They won. People were very excited.
The Edmonton Oilers. I mean, that's like, you get the Bengal Tigers and the Buffaloes, but the Oilers.
Because we're an oil and gas province, right? So it's the Edmonton Oilers, the
the
Calgary
same
Flames.
Punch, does it?
I know.
Flames,
I know.
yes.
The Flames.
Powerful. Oil.
Edmonton Oilers. Edmontonians. Yeah, they did. They were very pleased. Everyone was very excited. And then that night, my sister and I, the big news, won $200 at a slot machine.
Actually, best stop that. We don't condone gambling on this show. Please do it responsibly.
I never gamble, though, because I never... Right? Kim's like, let's do it. I was like, I just lose. It's just losing 20. Anyway, we put it in. We accidentally hit a big spin. And then we were like, ooh. And then we went to a little spin. And then it was like, beep, 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 beep. I was like, hey. And then it's a fun feeling. I can get why people get into it because it just kept going. And I was like, how much did we win? How much have we won? We won $200.
And did you put it back in? That's what.
No, we immediately cashed out. We were like, cash out, because we are cheap and we couldn't believe we won that much. We were like, that's $100 each. Let's go. Do you know how much food we could buy? Because my sister is very much like me, and we thought we'll just go for a nice meal the next day.
And then you'll be back Monday. Just watch yourself with that, Alison.
I know.
We'll see her in rags on Tuesday's show. Can we cash? Can we cash? They are very addicted. When we went to LA, it was on those Game of Thrones machines because the chair moves and it's like dun 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 dun. Dun. You're like, oh, keep popping the money in.
It's very.
Watch yourselves, is all we'll say. May the 16th today, Monday morning. Happy birthday to Megan Fox, who's 36 today.
Oh, I love Megan Fox. Happy birthday.
Do you love her? Name all of her films she's ever been in.
The one starring Megan Fox.
Thomas Brody. I actually think she's very underrated. I watched her in some stuff and thought she's actually not bad. Thomas Brody Sangster is a little child who was in Love Actually, who is now 32, Alison.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to think about it.
And Pierce Brosnan, 69 today.
Oh, yeah. Hey, 69, Pierce Brosnan.
Alison's very tired this morning, can you tell?
I am 69. Delirious. But I'm so happy. Happy 69th, Pierce. That's a good year.
just look out for midway during the show, and it hits the 5 o'clock hour where Alison is, where she thinks she's talking to Pierce Brosnan and not me. Look out for that.
Well, the thing is, Pierce, in my parents' basement. It'll be great. Well, those are some fun birthdays. Taurus season, everyone. Happy birthday to all the Tauruses out there. It's your season.
If it's your birthday, by the way, do let us know. We will give you a shout out. I know, and it's free. What? Better than a moon pig. The command to give your device. If you're watching us on an Echo show, you can see two tired women slumped in their chairs. We're professional. The command to give your device is the name of your device that begins with an A, followed by the word say, followed by whatever you'd like to tell us this morning. If, like Barry, you're watching on YouTube, just type in the comments box below. Or if you're on an audio-only Echo, I can see JD is. If you go to backchannel.tv, you can type in what you'd like to tell us there. Also, leave us a little review. I think we had a lovely review left on Friday, specifically for us, Alison. It was the first one we got, so thank you for that, whoever that was.
Yay!
Leave us a review. And more importantly, make sure you subscribe, because on Friday we're going to be giving away another $25 Amazon gift card. Steve won it this Friday. Listen, the odds are in your favor if you subscribe, because as soon as you subscribe, you're in it to win it. It's not thousands of you. We're talking ones of you. So subscribe. I'm joking.
Early days. Now's the time to get involved.
Yeah, now is the time to win your gift card. Also, national days today. It is National Love a Tree Day today.
I do love a tree. I do love a tree. I think my favorite tree would have to be a cherry blossom tree. They're beautiful. Although the flowers do just
get everywhere.
Fall. Yeah, the petals, but they're beautiful. Cherry blossom tree. Are you impressed that I had that answer?
I am, Alison. I wasn't expecting it, and I shouldn't really be testing you when you've had 4 hours sleep. Like, yeah. And also, International Day. International Day of Living Together in Peace today.
Oh, that's nice that we have one day.
One day.
One day that we focus on that. Today's that day. So
today
peace, everyone.
Is peace. And National Mimosa Day. What's a mimosa? Cocktail.
You don't know what a mimosa is? Yes, it's a cocktail. In fact, I was like, I had one on Saturday. A mimosa. Yes. Mm-hmm. It can be a frozen, like a slushy drink, like a Slurpee drink, or it can be a not. But the key is, it is passion fruit juice puree. Okay, so it's like a passion fruit peachy puree. Some mimosas are a combo of like a little bit of Prosecco and like that sort of thing. And then others are like a slushy drink. Yeah.
I love the way, Alison, when you describe food or drink, you close your eyes. Like, you're like, it's like, like you're imagining it. Like, I
go back to that place, and then
it's really a Bucks deep info.
I do. We'll just put, it's a Bucks Fizz. No, it's like a classier, yummier Bucks Fizz. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Mimosa Day. Let us know what you think mimosa is on the show this morning. Also, here we go. Let's hit you with these. On this very day. So on, I can't remember what day we're on today. What date is it? What year is it? Who's the queen? What
this
day
is a big one. 19...
Oh my days.
Yeah. May 16th, 1986. Now, I saw some stuff about this on the TV the other day. The action blockbuster Top Gun was released in American theaters, and it made Tom Cruise an international star. This movie was, I mean, it broke a lot of records. It was a game changer.
Before Cocktail, then? Before he'd done Cocktail?
Yeah, Top Gun was his, and there was Val Kilmer, when Val Kilmer was in his peak hotness. And not that he's not as he's a lovely, attractive old man, but like, you know, he was like, and then there was also Meg Ryan. We always forget that Meg Ryan was in it. What's the name of the gentleman who played his best friend?
He's in Grease too, isn't he?
Yes, he is in Grease too. That Haley and I know that is the
reference. Go watch the Haley and Alison show for all your current references there.
Boomers. And he was in that movie with that woman.
Was she in It's a Wonderful Life?
And they think they fell in love, and then...
But there you go. Top Gun was released this day, 1986.
Maverick. His best friend's name was Maverick. Yes.
I've still never seen it. I know lots of scenes from it, because they're always, the volleyball scene is always recreated a lot in music videos, but I've never seen it.
The volleyball scene is, when you watch it, you're like, this is ridiculous. It's a Magic Mike scene, basically, is what it is. Like, if you were to just put it to like some erotic music, it would be, you know, it's a steamy scene. It's a steamy scene. Good morning.
For the 80s. Good morning. And on this very day in the year 1966, the Beach Boys released their masterwork, Pet Sounds. Now, where were you in 1966, Alison? You were a young 48?
Yeah, I was a young, maybe 49. I was a young
Yeah.
49 at that time. Yeah, I'll never forget it.
Where were you?
I was on a beach, and
Yeah.
we listened to the pet sounds, and we were very impressed. And she'll have fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes the T-bird away. That was
Don't
one
you
of the
worry.
songs on
That's
it. Yeah.
yep. Don't worry. There will be no more
Oh,
singing during the rest
sorry,
of the show.
everyone. Yeah.
I know.
Beach Boys I grew up with. The only Christmas album we had in our house growing up in our A-track player. I don't even know if you remember an A-track player,
No.
Haley.
What is an
Yeah.
8-track player?
It's like a big cassette wheel. This would be like archaic. So it's like a
Let's
big
produce Will.
cassette.
Let's bring
And
on
you
the boy to explain.
Yeah, have you ever heard of an 8-track player?
I know. I've
Yeah.
seen. I've heard tales of such things.
Tales.
I've
Yeah.
seen. I think I've seen an image before from when they were used in like radio broadcasting.
Yes,
I've got an
back in the
image
day.
here, which
8-track.
I can show you.
Oh, yeah.
This is
Big, and
from
you shove them in.
retrovintagemachines.com is where this image is from.
There it
Oh,
is. Yeah, that's an
wow.
8-track player. Yes. Yeah.
Look at the
So it
size
looks
of
like a
those
big
tapes.
cassette. Yeah, and you throw it in. And so the red one there, so for those of you who can't see it, it just looks like a big cassette. But eventually when little cassettes came out, they had an adapter that would be that size, and you'd put your little cassette in the big box, and then you'd shove it into the 8-track player so you could play your cassette. And
I remember
ours,
my
Go ahead.
friend's first car. It didn't have a CD player or let alone an auxiliary port for your phone. It had a VHS thing, but you could buy something that you put in the tape deck, and then
Yeah.
there's a cable that came out of it that you could plug into your phone.
Oh, I remember those. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Back in the day.
Anyway,
See, we
Retro.
joke about Alison being old, but I didn't expect that. And also,
8-track.
Alison, when before the 8-track, didn't you used to have a pterodactyl that used to put his beak down on the records? And
On the
would
record
play them?
player, yeah. I'm
Like
not
the Flintstones.
I want you to see the main stereo unit my parents have upstairs. It is still an 8-track and original record player.
I was
Keep
gonna
my dad
say,
listening
oh,
directly.
I bet you've got one of those in your basement, but no, you're still using
No,
it.
it's upstairs. It's in the
Oh,
main
yeah, it's
area,
in
guys.
use.
It's in the
It's in
main
use.
area.
New tech.
My dad has to tape a penny to the top of the record, the head, because sometimes it skips. That's where we're at, everyone. Yeah.
Welcome to what we did in the past show this morning. Morning, Steve.
Good morning. Smash that like button if you're enjoying. Yeah.
Thanks, Will. And on this very day, one more for you. In the year 1929. How old were you then, Alison, in the year 1929?
Oh, a young, 32. I'll go down because I wasn't.
The first Academy Awards were presented. Janet Gaynor and Emil Jannings won Best Actress and Actor. So there you go. Loads happened on this very day in different years.
That's a busy day. I hope today isn't as busy. I hope today is a relaxed one for everyone. That's a lot that happened on those days. Top Gun.
Thanks for joining us. We are here. It's at 8 a.m. Coming up after ourselves, the wonderful Liv Harrison. We'll be chatting to her towards the end of the show, find out what's coming up and where in the world Liv is. We're going to be, Jam and Rennie are going to be here 10 till 12, 12 till 2, Anthony Davis, 2 till 4, Hal Rudnick, and 4 till 6, Mario Smith. So 12 hours worth of content on Backchannel, the only place to listen, watch, and interact with your hosts via your device. Get involved. Steve's joined us for the winner of Friday's giveaway.
Yay! We see you claimed your prize. We're glad that worked out. So pleased, Steve. So pleased.
There you go. We're going to be giving away another prize on Friday. So do make sure you subscribe for that.
Yay.
But Alison, shall I tell you what's coming up actually in the next hour and 45 minutes of the show?
Let me know what I'm going to be trying to pay attention to for the next hour and 45 minutes while I'm tired.
Good morning. Coming up in the show, Alison will struggle to focus on the screen. We're going to be answering your problems in our Agony Auntie section. We're going to be doing the one-star film review, as also you're going to watch Alison very badly dance. We're going to be doing the news stories. We're going to be playing a game of Who and I. And as always, we end the show on True or False. That's all coming up right here. Stick around.
You have reached the Haley and Allison show with producer Will.
Yes, that is all coming up. Thank you for joining us. Good morning to JD, who has said good morning. Great job, Haley, on the race. And good morning, Will.
Oh,
I presume that.
JD.
Yeah, thanks, JD. Yes, I'm feeling very proud of myself, JD. I mean, let's not talk about how long it took me to do it, but the main thing is I finished.
That's irrelevant. You did it. Congratulations.
Do you know
I'm very
what,
proud
though?
of
I
you.
should show you some of the pictures. Hang on, let me see if I can get it. If you can just... So do
Is
you know,
this
like,
of you?
yeah,
I
do you
want
know
to
they
see your
send you...
face.
They send you pictures. Oh, it's not that bad. This was took towards the beginning of the race.
Oh, that's
Um,
polite of them that they did it that way.
Look at
Oh,
that. I look like a Wallace
Haley.
and Gromit character.
And you're
Horrendous.
like,
I just look like I'm doing
you
jazz
would have been
hands.
hot. You had full length leggings on.
Yeah, it was a very busy
Poor
day.
thing.
There you go.
would have
Thanks,
been-
JD. Get involved.
Yeah.
Talk to us like JD's done, because Alison's very tired this morning. She's had about 6 hours sleep. If that.
No, I haven't even had 6. I went to bed at 11, 12, 1, 2. I've had 3.5 hours sleep at this point, everyone.
Morning. But now it is time for our agony auntie section. So
this will be fun.
Yeah, it's the agony auntie section. It's the part of the show where me and Alison are your young, glamorous, young, very, very young, don't even question how old we are,
So
glamorous
young.
agony aunties, and we are going to attempt to solve your problems. I say attempt because here's the disclaimer: we are not trained therapists. Okay, you might be surprised to hear that. Two women who struggle to dress themselves in the morning are not trained therapists. No, we're not. But what we are is we're not. We're 2 ears each.
But like to hear.
Right?
We like to hear. We want to hear
your problems and talk about them. If you want an opinion of a stand-up comedian, then go ahead, send us your problems, but just be aware that you are going to get the opinion of a stand-up comedian as well.
Stand-up comedians.
If you still want to send us your problem, and people still do, then go ahead, send them through. If you are watching on an Echo show, all you need to do, name your device followed by the word say, followed by your problem. Or if you are listening on an audio-only Echo, go to backchannel.tv. You can type your problem in there. Or if you've got a longer problem, you can email us. I don't know why you would, but you can. hello@backchannel.tv. Just make sure you pop Haley and Alison in the subject box. Before we crack on with the problems, Sheila's here.
Good morning, Sheila.
She's a subscriber. Morning, Sheila.
Sheila, you're getting here earlier and earlier every day. We're so grateful to have you with us. Yeah.
Don't worry that if you can't make it one day, but we're really grateful you're here, Sheila.
Doug's like, it takes the pressure off of me. Thanks, Sheila. Thanks for showing up.
Earlier, everyone else joined in. Doug's like, I can have a lie-in now.
Oh, thank goodness.
I'm not saying we're needy, Sheila, but we're like, where are they? Where are they? Let's crack on with your problems this morning. Oh, my series going off. Megan from Texas has been in touch. Morning, Megan. And Megan said, don't go in with the nickname straight away, Alison.
Sorry, Megan, I apologize. Megan from Texas.
H-bomb. Megan from Texas says, I've got a career that I've been at a long time and I'm good at it and it pays really well, but I hate it so much. I've just become stuck as I've worked up the ladder. What I really want to do is open a deli or a restaurant. Got some good ideas. I think that would make it a success. How do I tell the people in my life that this is the decision I want to make, even when they try and talk me out of it?
Well, Megan, I would say, obviously, you've done a lot of thinking in regards to this. Have you done a little bit of research? Do you have like a game plan? What I would do is before you start sharing these decisions with people, get a little background information, because what people are going to do is they're going to come at you and go like, really, have you thought about it? Because it's going to, and you could be like, yes, in fact, I know that statistically in the last delis have done. That way, when people try to discourage you, you're like, nope, I've got the info to come back at you with. Here is my game plan. So I would say before you start, like, don't be looking to tell people for their opinion. And if they start sharing their opinion because they care, and we're not judging them for that, but just be ready to have your, you're like, I'm fully aware. Thank you so much for your concern. But we got one life to live. You got one crack at it. And if you don't do all the things you want to do, you will regret it. So you know what, Megan, I'm proud of you. You've got a good job. I'm sure you've saved up some money. But again, I mean, a lot of people have dreams or ambitions or things they want to do, but they feel too settled in their job. They're happy. They make a good amount of money. But if you hate the job that you are doing day to day, everyone, that is your life. Your life is essentially your job, because that's where we spend the most time, So Megan, I think I'm very proud of you. Congratulations. Just be ready. Just be ready for people with their loving comments. And remember, anything that they do say, it is coming out of a place of love, even though it doesn't feel like it. Yeah.
also, Megan, like Alison said, I mean, we've been in that position, because I don't know if you've ever tried telling your family you're going to become a stand-up comedian after earning a stable wage.
I'm going to quit teaching. I'm going to give up my full-time job with a pension, and I'm going to tell jokes.
Yeah.
They
So
love
we've
it. They're
had
so
it, Megan.
excited.
But if you don't try, you never know, and you don't want to be on your deathbed regretting things that you haven't
No.
done. So I would go for it. Like Alison said, maybe get the plan, say this is what the stats are, and just do it. It's your dream. And if it doesn't work out, the worst that comes to it, you go back because you're good at your career. I'm sure there's a place for you to go back and carry on if you wanted to as a backup.
And maybe that next place that you go to, maybe you'll love being in that environment. So all I'm saying is good for you for wanting to take a change. There's no failure in trying something different. There's always a way out. There's always a different outcome. So yeah, just be proud of yourself and be ready. Be ready with your defensive, with your not defensive, with your what's the word I'm looking for? With your information that you will you will come in. Thank you. Rebuttal is exactly the word I was looking for. I need him in my life constantly, is what I need. Is Will to just jump in and be like, here's the word.
Thanks, Alison, and good luck with that, Megan. We're sure all the best. Let us know when you've opened your deli. We'll give it a shout out on Backchannel. JD has said, how do you subscribe to the show when you're on your phone? Producer Will, do you have any ideas? Shouldn't there be a link on backchannel.tv?
These are all excellent questions. I don't have the answer. Oh, you can just say to your device.
But
JD, if you're listening on an audio-only device, just say the name of your device. Subscribe. Maybe.
Should that work? Also, I think there should be.
I don't think
there's a link. Sorry, we're working this out as you asked, JD. It's good. This is networking. But we will look into that for you, JD, and we'll hopefully come back.
But try what Will said. Sheila says, good morning, beautifuls. Good morning. She also said, good morning. We all need a Will in our lives. Yes, we do, Sheila. I agree. Yeah.
Where there's a Will, there's a man researching what we've asked him, Sheila.
Look up 8-track players. Yeah, look up 8-track players. How
do we do this, Will? Apologies, JD, we can't answer that straight away, but hopefully we will get on the case for that and get that sorted for you, so you can get involved. And also, JD, if we don't get it sorted by Friday, we will find a way to get it sorted so you can be involved in the prize giveaway, which we'll be doing again this Friday. Gotta be in it to win it. We're talking your problems currently, and Ben from Georgia has been in touch. And Ben says, how do you get out of a conversation with someone who won't stop talking? It's a family member who I'm more than happy to talk to, but once you pick up the phone, it could be hours before you get off again.
I got a couple of these. Yeah.
And
I love them, and I love catching up with them, but I literally go into the phone conversation knowing that it's just like a chance for me to listen. I always think of it as story time for an adult. I just go, you just get ready to have a nice little listen, Allison. And I just go into their world. But to end the conversation, look, Ben, I'd like to say that there is a reasonable or good way to do this, but if they are one of these people that don't give you literally sometimes have to just jump in and go, really sorry, I have to go now.
I mean, that's very unsubtle, Alison.
Look, there's a couple of people in my lives that there's no break. There's no break, right? So you can pull the old, oh my God, look at the time. I'm so sorry. I have to run now. I'll get a hold of you. I can't believe all that. Recap a little bit of what they said, but just be firm and loving. Otherwise, you're not getting out. You're not getting out.
I've got a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting another call come through. I'll ring you back. 1 second. Don't ring them back. Send them a text later on. Say, really sorry, got stuck on the phone for hours.
Yes, Haley. Very good. Very good. Bit more classy than I gotta go now.
Yeah, I gotta go now.
I'll do it.
Alison will do it, and she has done
or before you get on the phone with these people, you preemptively be like, oh, it's so great to talk to you. I gotta about 4:30 I have to. You set when the call's gonna end from the beginning. Yeah.
Barry's just put, Hayley genuinely did this to me on Saturday. Now, I was
Yeah.
speaking to my friend Barry at the weekend on the phone, but I
Ooh.
did genuinely there have to
Do you
make
mean your
another
former
call.
friend Barry? Do you mean your ex-friend Barry?
No, I did genuinely. I can show you me call logs, Barry. In fact, I'll screenshot me call logs. Can't believe I'm
She
getting
is
picked up.
busted, Barry.
I will send you my screen logs anyway. Good morning. I've got a friend, not Barry, who when I see them ring, I have to go. Oh, I'll ring them back once I've got a cup of tea and some snacks ready because I know I'm in.
Yeah, I've got a couple friends like that too, where I'm like, no, I can't answer right now. Like, if
All
you
right,
were
I'll-
quicker, if they had 5, if I knew it was going to be 5 to 10, but I know once that phone goes up, it's like hour at least. It's tricky. I love them though. I
Oh,
love all my
Producer
friends.
Wills gives some advice. Put your phone on airplane mode and it'll say call failed rather than call ended. I didn't know this.
So if you're on the phone, so if you just hang up, it'll say call ended, and they'll know that you hung up. But if you put it on airplane mode, it'll say call failed, and they'll be like, "I'm so sorry, I don't know what happened."
No, you could be halfway through a conversation, just go airplane mode.
Just go airplane mode. There must be something wrong with my phone. It's the networks. The
Oh
4Gs
my God, Barry,
must have run out.
get ready to all of a sudden have.
Sorry, the connection in my area has been so bad recently. I don't know what's happening.
Will, that is so
so
sneaky.
good.
It's a page out of Allison's book.
This is I'm good with a little sneak. This is what happens when you have a young tech savvy person. We learn all the ways to making our lives better one day,
welcome.
one little lie at a
I'm
time.
sneaky. I've got out plenty of phone calls that way. Oh, what, you're trying to break up with me over the phone? I don't think so. Call failed.
Airplane mode.
Oh,
Still in
Barry
love.
said, I can't wait for loads of failed calls. Honestly,
Get
mate,
ready,
I will
Barry.
screenshot you my log.
You're gonna be like, there's something wrong with my phone. The reception's so bad. Haley, you need a new phone every time I talk to you.
One time I had to ring someone else. You know what I mean? But there we go. Thanks for your problems this morning. Well, do one more. Andrew from Maine said, how do I know if someone is flirting with me?
Oh, okay. I feel like, okay. I think when I was younger, I used to not think that was happening. If you are like, are they flirting with me? I bet you they are flirting with you. That's just, I mean, I think so. I think if you're like, I'm pretty sure they're flirting. But
well,
does it
can I just say
matter? Are
then-
you going to act differently?
Can I just
Right.
point out though, I was talking to a friend of mine and they thought someone was flirting with them just because they gave them loads of eye contact. But this person they were talking to is very intense and does eye contact with everyone all the time like that when they're talking to you. So I'm like, they're not flirting, they're just very, very intense. So sometimes the standard things that people say, like, oh, eye contact, playing with their hair, it depends on the individual, doesn't it? Because some people are just generally like that all the time.
Pay attention to the way they behave with others and see if the if the way they're talking to you is different than the way they might be speaking to others. How about that?
Yeah.
Comparison. Yeah. I think again though, it comes down to is it relevant if they are flirting with you, or do you want them to be flirting with you? That's the real key. If you want to begin a flirtatious relationship with somebody, then yeah. But I think that see how they are treating everyone else, speaking to everyone else. Are they doing something a little bit different with you? If you're like, let's say it's a work crush, right? Are they always coming to you? Do they seem to always find their way to you? Are you like, someone that they're always wanting to spend their time with? I mean, maybe that, Do you feel like you're in an episode of The Office? If you do, odds are you like.
How do you flirt, Alison? How do you flirt?
Oh God, it's been so long. I don't know. I think just intense.
Talk about Calgary, Alberta.
Intense talk about Calgary. So no, like, what do you think? She really likes it. How do I flirt? Look, I give them a lot of direct attention, and I will get involved with their lives, and then also like let them talk about. Also, I will touch them.
You'll get involved in their lives if you're flirting.
No,
That's a
like
bit
if
much.
I know. If they're talking, I will give them all of my attention. Like sometimes.
Hey, what's your name? What's your mum doing right now? Can I come round?
Touch.
This is why
Alison
Alison's
just
glad
started
she's in a
poking
long-term
me.
relationship. She's really intense, really getting involved in my life, and I've only just met her.
Kept talking about Calgary and poking me. Oh my God, she loves you.
She loves you. I'm just glad Alison's in a relationship. Producer Will, can we ask? Producer Will's a sort of semi-single man.
Yeah.
What's your pickup line?
How do you tell when? Yeah.
I'm like you, Alison. I'm a very tactile person.
Yeah.
I'm always putting my hand on your shoulders or whatever. How do you know if somebody's flirting with you? I mean, the bar is on the floor. Let's be honest. Are they like interested in you? Do they ask
For
you lots
you,
of
Will,
questions?
you're like, do they look at me? Then they're.
Do they give me like a gram of attention? That's all it takes.
Do they know my name?
Do they know my name? Do they call me by the correct name? Hey, Alison, are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see.
Hey, that's good, Will. I've never heard that one. Thank you.
Look, Alison's genuinely like,
Will.
Mr. Darcy.
let us know the worst chat-up lines you've ever heard, or the best ones, actually. Get involved. The command to give your device, make sure they're suitable for breakfast radio if you are. The command to give your device is the name of your device, followed by the word say, or go to backchannel.tv. Hello to Donna and Anonymous who've just joined the feed. That was our Agony Auntie section. But now, Alison, should we play a game?
Let's play a game. Can I tell you real quick, though, the worst pickup line I've ever had?
Go on.
Quote unquote from a guy in a bar. Yeah, you are hotter than your sister. Okay, yeah. I didn't ask. He just was having this conversation with him. I was sitting there with my sister. He's like, you two, I know. You two sisters? I was like, yeah, we're sisters. He's like, yeah, you're hotter than your sister. I was like, that's not okay.
I mean, I would have loved that, to be honest with you. I would have been lording that over my sister for years. Do you? Have you got it on a t-shirt?
She didn't hear it. I was like, I'm not going to get into this.
No.
Like, some guy wearing sweatpants. Yeah, you are hotter than your sister. Well, thank you, sir.
Sweatpants and a tie. That's an unusual
Wearing a Who Farted t-shirt. Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm glad that I am your type. Mr. Darcy.
But no, let's play a game. Let's break this up.
Let's play 1-star movie review. 1-star movie review.
Yes. It is time for the part of the show that Alison dreads, but I can't wait for.
Barry, take it easy on me. All right, let's do this.
This is a 1-star film review. If you haven't seen /watched, let's listen to us before. I can speak. I promise you it is Monday. What's going to happen is our lovely Alison is going to read out 4 reviews that 4 genuine people have left online for a movie. The thing these reviews all have in common, they've all left the same movie a 1-star review. They've hated it. They've gone online to IMDb and spilled their venom out onto the pages by giving this film a 1-star review. Couldn't just tell the partner like most people do that they didn't like it. No, they wrote this down. They want it in print. They hated it that much. Now, it doesn't mean just because it's got a 1-star review, it's a bad film. I can tell you this got 8.1 on IMDb, which is very, very high for an IMDb film. So it means the majority of people do like this. But these 4 people, no. Yeah, 1-star review. All we want from you, guess the name of the film. That's it. 4 reviews, 4 chances for you to guess. Guess as many times as you want. Doesn't matter if you get it wrong. Doesn't matter if you get it right, to be honest with you, because it's just a game to wake you up this Monday morning. It's fun. Join in. You know the ways. If you don't, name your device that begins with an A. We can't say a name. Alison does sometimes, and it starts talking.
I have done it. I'm sorry.
Followed by the word say, followed by your guess. Or if you're listening on an audio-only echo like Anonymous and Donna, if you go to backchannel.tv, you can get involved with the guesses there. Completely free to take part. Just a fun game to wake you up this Monday morning. Now, here is the element that Alison is dreading. Alison is a trained drama teacher, and we thought, you know what? Her mum and dad are upset that she's no longer teaching. Let's utilise those skills she acquired, and let's get her to act out these reviews. How? In whatever way you suggest, within reason. Yeah. So, for example, in the past, Barry suggested that Alison read it out like she's on a pommel horse, and she did that. Doug has suggested that she read it out. This is one of my all-time favourites. Like your hair was trapped in her extractor van while you were reading the review. Just seen the first suggestion. Get your suggestions in. We've had one. Not sure we can get away with doing that at this hour in the morning. What do you think?
I mean, I can try.
Okay.
A talking cat. Let's do it. Yeah.
So the first suggestion that has come through is from Barry on YouTube. It suggested that Alison read the first review out. Oh, and Sheila's give one. We'll do that one next, Sheila.
Yeah.
The first review is going to read out like a cat using a litter tray. Sheila, you'll like this one. You've got cats. Alison's going to read this out like a cat using a litter tray. We'll do your suggestion next, Sheila, which I also love. Don't be distracted by Alison's performance as a cat. All we want from you is the name of the movie these people have left a 1-star review for. Alison, you ready?
As ready as I'm gonna be. I'm a cat. I think I'll just wander on over to my kitty litter. Da, da, da. Well, let me just get in the box. Oh. Yeah, my owner was watching a movie the other day. Not a big fan of it. Why does he apply for the job at the hospital? Did he get tired of being a pilot? Just move some more stones around before I find the right spot. He gets the job at the hospital. Okay, that's simultaneously interesting and funny, but then what happens? Does he quit or is he fired? How did he perform as an attorney? When and how did he buy a house in Atlanta? Who are all these people at his house? What was the deal with the model? Oh, here's the spot. That's not bad. Like, I tried.
That was good. I really enjoyed the sound effects on that. If you've just joined us and wondering what is happening, that was a fully grown human woman acting out a cat using a litter box.
Yeah,
This
thinking
is
about a movie.
Backchannel,
their
the only
owners-
place to listen, watch, and make your host act out ridiculous things. But what's the name of the movie? So he was tired of being a pilot. How did he perform as an attorney? How did he buy a house in Atlanta? What's the name of the movie? Get your guesses in. If you're listening on an audio-only echo, hello to the Gold Armadillo and Mason, who've just recently joined us. And you want to make a guess, go to backchannel.tv. Get your guesses in there. Or if you are watching us, name your device, followed by the word say, followed by your suggestion or guess. Now, next review, by the way, if you've just joined us, we're playing the 1-star movie review. Alison June Smith is acting out reviews that people have left online for a movie. They've all left this movie a 1-star. What's the name of the film? Now, people are sending in their suggestions how they'd like Alison to act these reviews out. Sheila, brilliant Sheila, I'm loving this, has suggested that you read this review like you're in the middle of an earthquake.
That's fun.
Okay.
That's fun.
Okay. 3 more reviews. What's the name of the movie? Make as many guesses as you want. Also, get your suggestions in for how you'd like Alison to read out the next 2 reviews. Earthquake. Let's go.
Earthquake. Ooh, looks like a storm's a coming. Ooh, real windy. It looks like a bad storm coming. Huh. Maybe I'll just tuck away and watch a movie. Hopefully better than the one I saw yesterday. In this movie, the actor playing the FBI agent who tracks the lead around the country and in Europe asks the lead at the very end how he passed the bar exam to be an attorney in Louisiana. Oh, come on. Oh, goodness. Things are really happening. I think the ground's moving a little bit. We never get a believable answer. After 2 hours and 22 minutes, we don't know how a teenager could work as a doctor in a hospital. Oh my gosh, I think I'm in the middle of an earthquake. And in a supervisory capacity over the other doctors, no less. Or become a prosecutor in Louisiana. Oh my gosh, it's an earthquake.
Thanks, Alison. Hello to Emma, who's just joined us. This
morning,
is the
Emma.
1-star movie review game. What is the name of the movie? Have you figured it out yet? I'm not going to repeat them because there's some big clues in that one, such as the FBI. But get your guesses in now. The command to give your device, if you're watching us, is the name of your device, followed by the word say, followed by your guess. Or if you're listening on an audio-only echo, you go to backchannel.tv. Sheila has made a first guess. Sheila says is Catch Me If You Can. Well, Sheila, we will let you know shortly. We've got 2 more reviews left to read. But get Sheila's guess, Catch Me If You Can. Do you agree with her? Do you think it's a different film? Get your guesses in. Doesn't matter if you get it right, because there is no prize. What you do with our eternal love and affection until we hand over to Liv Harrison. But there we go. So 2 more reviews. How would you like Alison to read the next review? Let us know. The more energetic you make it, the funnier it is for me. But just bear in mind, it is what time there, Alison?
4:40 a.m.
Alison's back home in Calgary, Alberta, where it's 4:48 a.m. Bear in mind, her elderly parents are upstairs in their bed, asleep, listening to her act out these suggestions. Such as a cat in a litter box. Here we go.
You really get excited sometimes during those morning shows, don't you? You get excited. Well, I was on a roller coaster the other day, and
here we go. Barry has suggested. Can you read the next review, Alison? Sorry. I feel for Alison. I really do. Should make this fairer by us both acting out the reviews, but do you know what?
We used to do that, and then that
used to do that. Barry suggested, can you read this next review out like someone on the world's bounciest trampoline?
Barry.
The world's bounciest trampoline. Like
I'm
Sheila,
so glad you started watching the show, Barry. I'm so glad you joined us.
If, like Sheila, you want to make a guess what the film is, do so. Make as many guesses as you want. Sheila has guessed Catch Me If You Can. If you agree with her or if you think it's a different film, let us know. You know the ways. Name your device, followed by the word say, or go to backchannel.tv. Alison is now going to act out the third review. Don't worry, it's a short one, Alison. Like she's on the world's bounciest trampoline. This is a job, Alison.
Oh, my new trampoline. Ooh, I love my new trampoline. I heard a lot about this film. I saw it today, and I thought it was brilliant, a brilliant script, and how the big-name director and star actors ruined a beautiful script. This film was about a brilliant character and his father, which should just have been played in a unique way. Woo, and really given some volume, not just played. The FBI agent looked like a stupid who could not capture a victim who was right in front of him like 4 times. Woo, woo.
Thanks, Alison. Morning, Stacey. Stacey's just joined us, probably
Hi,
wondering what's
Stacey.
happening, Stacey.
Yeah.
We're playing the one-star movie review, Stacey. You've seen this before.
I
Alison's
was
reading out
just on
4
a
reviews.
trampoline.
She was just on a trampoline.
My knee is hurting now, and it maybe wasn't the bounciest. It wasn't the bounciest, but I only have so much upper thigh strength first thing in the morning. So,
What's the name of the movie? Sheila has guessed Catch Me If You Can. Do you agree with her? Do you disagree? Or do you have a suggestion for how you'd like Alison to read the final review before we reveal the answer as to what the film is?
I wish
That
I had
people
one
have
of
left
those yoga
one-star
balls.
reviews for.
If I had one of those
Oh,
yoga
yeah.
balls that I was sitting on, then I really could have created the illusion a bit more clear. But when you're relying on your own thigh strength, it's not
At
happening.
4 o'clock in the morning, it's not a good by the way, if you are watching on an Echo show, I'm not sure if this is a bonus having one during this segment or it's not. If you're listening on an audio only Echo, wondering why she's out of breath so profusely, she is
my legs
properly
really hurt.
giving it her all this morning.
Haley
One
ran
more
5
review.
miles. I pretended to jump on a trampoline for less than 30 seconds, and I'm knackered. I'm so tired.
One more review. How would you like
Okay.
Alison to read out this final review? Let's give us something nice, something easy. Get your suggestions in. If you're on YouTube, like Barry, just type in the box below. If you're watching us on an Echo show, name your device, followed by the word say, followed by your suggestion, or go to backchannel.tv and get your suggestions in there. One more review left to read. I can tell you this film got 8.1 on IMDb.
Very high on IMDb. Yeah, very high.
And it was released in 2002 when Alison was a young 84.
84.
So
Good year.
one more. No more suggestions? Stacey said, hello, Alison Wallison.
Hey. I think that's Will and Haley and Allison all in.
Thanks, Stacey. Morning. Hope
Good
you're well,
morning,
Stacey. Thanks
Stacey.
for joining us. Stacey also is a subscriber to the show. That's Stacey.
I wonder if she went Allison Wallison because you always get Haley Whaley. I wonder if
I do
that's
get
what she's
Haley
doing.
Whaley a lot from
Hey,
Brooke, don't I?
Stacey, if that's what you were trying to do, thank you for giving my own little nickname. Thanks, Stacey.
Also, Stacey, as you're a subscriber, Friday we're giving away a prize in the second hour of the show, $25
Oh, yeah.
Amazon gift card. You got to be a subscriber to be in it to win it. So if you would like to subscribe, name your what am I even doing?
Device.
Name your
fine.
device. No, you should be able to. If you're watching us on an Echo show, click on the screen. Stacey's already done it, as has Steve and Sheila. Or if you are listening on an audio-only Echo, if you go to backchannel.tv, there should be a box there. Or like producer Will says, if you just say to your device, if you're on an audio-only Echo, name your device, subscribe to Backchannel. It should do it for you there. Let us know if you do have any problems, though, because we need to iron these out before Friday. Right, one more review. Producer Will's made a suggestion. He's give you a nice, easy one.
Oh, I like
Can
this.
you read this like the local news anchor who's nervous because it's their first day on the job?
Yes, I can.
There we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BCTV, Backchannel TV. I am your live on the scene reporter, Allison June Smith. Delighted to be with you today on my first day of work. I'm going to talk about a movie that I saw the other day. It was a very good movie. Actually, it wasn't. I didn't really care for it too much. Why is it that this actor always gets these roles that cast him as a suave, debonair ladies' man from books such as The Beach and now this movie? Huh? I actually read this book 15 years ago as a fifth grader, as a fifth grade autobiography project. Why do I remember? What do I remember even? Is that the character stressed that he was able to accomplish his feats because he looked 10 years older than he actually was. Huh. Yet you have the reverse with this actor. Can anyone tell me why? Back to you, Haley.
Thanks, Alison. What is the name of the movie? Final chance to get your guesses in. Sheila's guess, catch me if you can. And I can tell you, Sheila, you're absolutely correct.
Yay! Sheila.
First winner of the show. Well done, Sheila. You got that. I think you got that after the first review, didn't you? So well done.
Did,
Absolutely
Sheila.
fantastic, Sheila. Our first winner of the morning. Well done, Sheila. Yes, Catch Me If You Can, released 2002, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, Tom Hanks, and Christopher Walken. That's me,
Quite
Christopher
the
Walken impression.
lineup. That's quite a casting of white men.
That was the one-star movie review game. But now, let's do the news stories. If you would like to get involved with the show this morning, do so. Stacey said she's hurt her side on Friday. Well, I hope you're feeling better, Stacey. Hope get some rest. Have a little lie down, Stacey.
Yes, Stacey, and don't be afraid to take a little bit of if you have some sort of painkiller that can assist. I mean, if you can't, don't. But if you can, don't be shy. Take a little. As my mom would say, take a Tylenol 3. We all need a bit of codeine in her world. Yeah.
Hello to Anonymous who's just joined this stream as well. This is the news stories. Listen, there's a lot of miserable things happening in the world right now, so we decided to focus on some of the things that are a little bit different. I say miserable. So me and Will always likes to do stuff about proposals because me and Alison have been with our partners quite some time. We've never had one. Anyway, it's fine.
We're not upset. We moved on. It's
we don't
irrelevant.
even want to get married. We don't even care.
But it would be nice
keep mentioning it. But it would be nice. A man has popped the question after his engagement ring survived a car fire. Now, Myers Hart is a young man in Tennessee, and he was on his way with his high school sweetheart, Brooklyn Stevens. They were driving a rental car. Oh, this makes it even worse. On Monday afternoon, when they heard a loud pop, their friend was in the car with them. He pulled over to the side of the road to inspect the vehicle when he realised the car was on fire. The coolant reservoir blew up and it shot the hood. Spewed fluid everywhere, went up in flames. Now, what Brooklyn didn't realise is there was a wedding ring in the car. He was going to propose at another point. His best friend was in the car, and they knew about this ring, and they're like, oh no, the ring's on fire, the car's on fire, what are we going to do? They all got out of the car, fine. They were waiting for the fire brigade to turn up. The fire brigade turned up. He went on a little word and said, oh, there was an engagement ring in the car. Do you know if it's still okay? And amazingly, the box was sort of melted onto the side of the car. But when they opened it up, the engagement ring, absolutely fine, perfect condition. So he decided to propose there and then on the side of the road as the car is in flames. I bet the ring was really hot when she put it on. There you go. There's a box.
Look at that.
The charred box. If
That looks like a Tiffany box. That looks like a Tiffany box. If ever I was to see a Tiffany box.
Yeah, I love his girlfriend's reaction. He got down on one. So the car's on fire. There's firemen there. And he goes, he gets down on one knee and she's like, here? Right now? Like the car is on fire? Are you serious? I mean, yes, of course, but the car? So she did say yes, they are proposed. I mean, it is an engagement story, isn't it? Quite
That
an engagement
is.
story to tell.
I mean, that's quite a moment. You'll never forget that engagement when people are going to be like, how did he propose? Well, the car blew up. And then I think that's fun.
I had to
Well
put a
done.
melted ring onto my finger, but there you go. Congratulations to you both. I hope nothing happens at the wedding. Good morning. Hello to the childlike chipmunk who's joined us on the name generator, Sarah and Snazzy Mule. Hello. Good morning. Hope you're all well this morning. We're talking the news stories, and this one has really boiled my blood.
Oh,
Balenciaga. I think they're taking the mick. So Balenciaga, fashion designer, releasing these jumpers with Balenciaga on for like hundreds of pounds. They're now releasing a limited edition set of shoes for a whopping $2,700. They look like the trainers Kevin Bacon wore in the film Footloose. Hi, Sarah. Is it Sarah, by the way? Morning. Or Sarah, I apologise if I'm getting it wrong.
Good morning.
Welcome. Yes, Balenciaga. Will, can we get a picture of these shoes up? These are what they're selling, Alison.
Ridiculous. Yeah, I'm looking at that.
It looks like you've just dug them out of the trash can. $2,700 they are going for. Now, a lot of people are saying, surely they're just trolling people at this point. People aren't going to actually buy these. I mean, I've got pairs of trainers that look like them, but with maybe I should scroll Balenciaga on the bottom of them.
Exactly. Isn't Balenciaga, don't they also like... Weren't they doing, didn't they do a bag based on like a little bag? And
they did a coat that looked like a bin man's coat or a trash man's coat.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're selling these things and people are buying them. This is just ridiculous. But there you go. I mean, I don't know if it's just people with money who are like, they're just going to, let's just see what they'll buy.
I literally think it is. I think fashion, that's what fashion is though. Sometimes I'm like, it's just designers going, what will they wear?
What will they buy?
Yeah. What will they buy?
Because on the catwalk sometimes they're like a giant light bulb head, and you're like, "What? That's fashion. Is that fashion? No, it's
that
fashion.
Looks like a costume I wore in grade 2 for a Halloween party, like that. No, but now that's fashion. All right." Sarah says you're hilarious. Haley is quite humorous, Sarah. Thank you for saying that.
Don't know who she's talking about, but thank you, Sarah.
Doesn't matter. I'm giving that one to you, Haley. You earned that. You and your Balenciaga shoe talk.
Balenciaga. Oh my days. By the way, if you let us know what your favourite shoes are in the opening credits of Footloose, we'll probably be friends for life.
That's my Footloose. Sorry, everyone.
Good morning. We're talking the news stories, and Alison will be singing our opening credits to films. If you want them, let us know. Here's a news story for you. Yep. They've told people to stop naming species after celebrities in case they get cancelled. So this is because last month they named a millipede after Taylor Swift.
Right.
Producer Will, do you mind just jumping on for a second? I've got to go in there. There's a millipede at the door.
Okay. See you later.
I remember this story. There was a...
Remember the story about there's a millipede named after Taylor Swift?
Yeah, because there was a science student and he discovered a millipede and was a big Swiftie fan, so named the millipede after Taylor Swift.
Yeah, he was like, oh, Taylor Swift really helped me get through my millipede research, so I'll name it after, which is gross. And now somebody else was like, oh, we shouldn't name new species after celebrities in case they get cancelled. There's other reasons why we shouldn't name species after celebrities.
Yeah,
because
they have enough. They get enough credited as it is. Let's just give the millipede their own identity.
Yeah, Millipedius Maximus,
Concoolorus, whatever. Yeah,
I mean, I guess it's as good as reasons as any not to name stuff after people, but especially like poor Taylor Swift, a millipede's not that exciting, is it?
No, it's kind of gross.
I would want like something bigger and not as many legs. That's what I want named after me.
Like a bird? I'd be great if they named a bird after
Yeah.
me.
Do you think we've discovered all the birds?
Oh, that's a good question. I bet you there's got to be new breeds of birds. Like, do birds ever crossbreed?
Like, you know how you get, like, dogs do?
Yeah.
Do
I wonder,
birds do that?
but do dogs do that because we got them to do it? Or anyway, big talks, everyone. We're getting deep. But anyway, I bet you there are some species of birds we haven't found yet. I bet you. I
And-
know for sure there's fish. I bet you for sure there's fish we haven't found yet.
Ocean. Did you know we know more about, like, the surface of the moon than we know about the bottom of the ocean?
Yes, I do know that fact. The ocean is a mysterious world to us, and it keeps rising. So there's more of that mysterious world.
And honestly, I'd rather go to the surface of the moon than I would to the bottom of the ocean. There is some freaky stuff down there.
It's terrifying. Yeah,
we've
it's
also been
that is
Finding
interesting.
Nemo.
We're spending all this money to go to a new planet when we haven't fully figured out
We've not
our
even done
own
with
yet.
our own yet. We don't even know everything that's on our own planet yet.
Let's get off of this one.
Where are you going? Are you going to the moon or are you going to the bottom of the ocean?
Good question. You know,
Let me know which you'd rather go to. Would you rather go to the
Moon?
surface?
Or bottom. I think I'd like to go to the bottom of the ocean.
Hello,
I
Stacey.
want to know about here. Yeah. Yeah, Stacey, you're always saying hi to Will. You're so respectful.
No, the anglerfish. You know the anglerfish, the one with the lamp on its head and the big teeth?
Yes.
Terrifying. Did you know that
Yeah.
they're all women?
Are they all women?
Those big anglerfish with the
Yeah.
and the big teeth, they're all the women.
Ah.
Which I
Wow.
don't think is making the point that I wanted to make.
No.
But
They're big, ugly, big teeth.
they're the women are the big scary ones with big teeth. All right, I just said it. I'm just putting it out there.
That's coming from a gay man. I take
Yeah.
that in stride, honey.
I mean, what I should say is that the men are just like the little things that attach onto their sides, and they bond there for life.
Is that what they do?
Yeah, for some reason I know a lot about anglerfish mating. This
You
is
really
why I
do.
don't host the show. Haley is not going to be happy with me.
So they just attach and just bond for life. Yeah, I got that vibe. I know that feeling.
We've all had those kinds of boyfriends.
I've got one attached to me.
He's nice
I
and
love
and
him.
you're not big and
He's
scary.
sucked right on there, and I'm like, yeah, you can come along for the ride, buddy. That's how I feel. Yeah.
I like that. Oh, hi.
Are we still talking anglerfish?
Mm-hmm.
I was about to move on.
Okay, you go. You move on.
Okay, bye. Okay,
She wants
so
to eat more. Yeah.
in the same vein as the awful Balenciagas,
Yes.
they cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
A single potato chip, one potato chip. How much would you pay for one potato chip?
I mean,
So it's sour cream and onion, if that helps, and it's a
is
Pringle.
is there is it the biggest chip? Does it have the most curls? Is it has it folded over like 12 times? I mean,
Oh
it would
no, it's
yeah, it
folded
would
over once.
once.
So imagine a Pringle.
Yeah.
The top of it has like folded over a little, a
Gone
tiny
right
bit.
over. And it's a Pringle.
As a Pringle, as it's sour cream and onion.
Okay, because I have never seen a Pringle chip do anything other than just be in the
Be a
shape it is
Pringle.
supposed to be in. Yeah. I mean, I bet you a chip like that would sell for a couple of grand.
$2,000,
Yeah.
2,000 2,000 UK pounds, which is about $2.5, $3 US.
Three. yeah.
Because the shape of the crisp is extremely rare. The
Yeah.
Pringle has a complete fold on the top edge that lines up perfectly with the rest of the chip.
How much?
£2,000.
It is 2,000.
£2,000.
So the exact amount that I guess is what the chip. I know my chip. I know my chip value. I got chip street cred. I'll tell you, I could price chips.
You are the queen of the potato chip.
I know my crisps. I pulled $2,000 out of the air and it was right. Haley, I feel like I've just ran a marathon. I'm so proud of myself right now.
Arise,
Wow.
Queen Potato Chip. Thanks, Will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
That was our news stories. Thanks for joining this morning. Shout out to all our listeners: Steve, Sheila, Gold Armadillo, Emma, Stacey, Charlotte, Chipmunk, Sarah, Steve, and Barry on YouTube, and anyone else watching on YouTube who just sits there silently but watching. We appreciate you. Thanks for joining us this morning. We're here for another hour yet. I'll tell you what's coming up very shortly. But before we do, we were going to do Doug's riddle. Doug's not with us at the moment, so we'll do Alison's History Corner.
Alison's History Corner. History Corner.
Welcome to Alison's History Corner. Alison June Smith is the oldest living human being to roam the planet. Now, if you are under the age, and this is just a joke, I mean, it's just a joke. It's just a silly part of the show where I have a joke that Alison's a little bit older than me. And what I like to do is get you to ask Alison questions about history that she's lived through. She used to date Henry VIII. I mean, she didn't, but this is just a joke. Okay, she actually, well, she might have done. We don't know. She is old. She laid the final brick on the pyramids, right? If you have a question about anything throughout history and you want Alison to answer it, let us know. Just a disclaimer. This is just a part of the show where I have a little joke about Alison being older than me. Please do not go into school and say Alison dated Henry VIII because we will get in trouble.
Not factual. Don't.
Please don't take this.
But I learned
at
on the
face
Haley and
value.
Allison show that
Was it Anne Boleyn? No, it was Alison June Smith, was it? So if you have a question, well, let us know. Would you like to know anything? Would you like to know what it was like to live with cavemen? She'll tell you. Very untidy, apparently, even though there was
they were
nothing in the
very
house but
messy.
stone.
Yeah. Yeah, they would leave their loincloths everywhere. It was very annoying.
There you go. Get your questions in. If you're watching on an Echo show, name your device, followed by the word say, followed by your question, or go to backchannel.tv and you can get a question in there.
I'd
While we're
always tell
waiting
them, take your sandals off at the mouth of the cave, but they'd just leave them on. And
treaded stone all around the stone cave.
oh, stone around the stone. It was look at all the outdoor stones in the indoor stone area, I used to say. But it didn't sound like that because we hadn't figured out words totally. So it was more
Oh,
just
yeah. So you just draw it. Yeah.
Ooh, I was angry.
This segment of the show is just for me. And do you know what? Alison as a caveman just really amuses me. Thank you for appreciating my in-joke. Listen, any questions, get them in. Got about 10 more seconds before we move on to a new
That's
game.
how brooms were invented. I invented brooms so I could get the outdoor stones out of the indoor stone area.
Out the indoor stone area, yeah. That's it. What was the first broom made of? There's a question.
Twigs. It was twigs, and I tied them together. It was hard at first, though. It was just like one little mini. I would just tie them together, and then eventually, Ralph, another caveman in the cave.
Ralph, okay,
Ralph. He decided we should attach a longer stick, so I didn't have to bend over the whole time. Well, it was really smart. That was a smart move, Ralph. Yeah.
There we go. That was Alison's History Corner.
Alison's History Corner. History Corner.
But now, Alison, shall I tell you what's coming up in the next hour of the show?
Please do.
Well, coming up in the next hour of the show, Alison, we're going to be having a chat more with you lots. We are going to be playing a game of Who Am I? I'm going to give you 10 clues about one celebrity. But who is it? Who are we talking about? We might have a little chat about Tom Cruise because on this day in 1986, Top Gun was released. We're going to be playing True or False. We're going to be having a chat with Liv Harrison, and there's going to be a fun fact all the next hour.
You have reached the Haley and Allison show with producer Will.
Get involved with the show this morning. Talk to us like Stacey's just done. He said, I like that song. Alison's History Corner. I can tell you the singer of that, Stacey, was me. But if you enjoyed that, you can purchase it on iTunes. Said no one ever. But if you'd like to get involved with the show like Stacey's done, please do so. Because if you don't talk to us, honestly, what time is it there, Alison?
It is 5:03 a.m.
5:03 a.m. for Alison because she is in Calgary, Alberta, currently at home. So if you don't talk to us, the show quite literally is one tired woman talking to another tireder woman.
Exhausted.
Two tired women talking for 2 hours.
So say hello, break it up a bit. Thanks, Stacey, for getting involved. She said, can you play that every morning? That'll help me chill. We
Absolutely.
Can, Stacey, and we
will. Have been, Stacey. We are here for you. Yeah. Alison's History Corner.
She only likes my version of it, Alison. My version. April has said.
All right. Auto-tune helps.
Stacey's April has said, feel better, Stacey. Oh, isn't that lovely? Thank you, April. Yes, hope we do feel better.
And good morning, April. Thank you for saying that to Stacey. We love it when people have a little chat amongst each other. That's so kind and sweet. Thank you, April. And I bet you, Stacey, that feels nice. Yeah.
But now it's time for a game. Should we play Who Am I?
Who am I?
Yes, it's time for another game of the show. What? Another game? Yes, it's non-stop content here on Backchannel, the only place to listen, watch, and interact with your hosts on your device. Get involved with the show. We're going to read out 10 clues related to one celebrity. But what is the name of the celebrity? It's as easy as that. You can make as many guesses as you want because if you win, you get...
No prize.
There is no prize, but don't let that put you off. It's just a fun game to wake you up, and we will be giving away a prize, actual human prize. Well, it's not human.
On Friday.
Physical prize on Friday. Yeah, not human.
Friday's
prize.
our day. Friday's our day. Yeah.
But get involved. Make as many guesses as you want. It's just a fun game to wake you up this Monday morning, and we need a lift on a Monday of any day out the week we do. Yeah. So, 10 clues, one celebrity. Who is it? Make as many guesses as you want. If you're watching on an Echo show and can see a tired woman just sorting her hair out, the command to give to your device is the name of your device followed by the word say, followed by your guess. If you're watching on YouTube, just type in the box below. Or if you are listening on an audio-only Echo like April, go to backchannel.tv and you can type in your answer there. Also, if you head to backchannel.tv, regardless of what you're watching, leave us a little review. We'd very much appreciate that. We had a lovely review through at the weekend. For us, which makes a change, Alison, what?
Oh, that's so nice. What did they say? They loved our interactiveness. They enjoyed our...
I think they just said 5 stars. So, okay. But if you want to, no, I don't know. We did get a nice
Did they talk about the layered texture of intelligence versus humor? I love the degrees of chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the way Alison scratches her nose.
I like the way sometimes we see them yawn. It makes us feel like we're real people. That's what it said. But who's the name of the celebrity? Let's get it on. 10 clues, one celebrity. Who is it? No, clue number 1. I use a mononym. Do you know what that means, Alison?
Does that mean an like a word made out of 2 words?
No, I don't actually know what it is, but I was hoping you'd talk about it longer so I could...
Will, I think it's just mononym. Will knows. Here he is.
So, mono, one, name, share, Beyonce.
Okay, I don't use any more. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Will.
Name.
Like you. Will. They use a mononym. Good morning.
Okay, so they use
a place to listen, watch, and see your host learn in real time. Backchannel.
We have learned what mononym is. Great. So one word name. More. Haley, what else?
I was born on May the 5th, 1988, which makes me 34 years of age. And I once received fan mail from former Prime Minister of the UK, Gordon Brown.
Oh.
One of my albums spent a whopping 23 weeks at the top of the album charts in the US. But
here we go. Singer.
23 weeks, an album, #1 US.
So my guess is they use a mononym. They received mail from a prime minister of the UK. Obviously, they are talking about how they were on the US charts, so they are not a US person. So let's maybe put this together.
Here we go. As a child, their favorite music was from the Spice Girls.
Okay. Yeah.
She has also said that Etta James and Dusty Springfield have been very influential.
Okay, so there we go. It's a she. Everyone.
Favorite music growing up, Spice Girls, but this is more similar to her style, I think. Etta James and Dusty Springfield. What's the name of the celebrity? Make a guess. April has said Cher. Well, we'll let you know very shortly, April. Thank you for guessing. Stacey said the song I was talking about wasn't Alison's History Corner. It was actually where we do the breakdown. So thank you, Stacey. We appreciate it.
And at the end is my mom, Stacey, just so you know.
Vicky Smith.
You have reached the Haley and Alison. Yeah, that's my mom.
Anyway. Sheila's guessed, is it Carly?
Oh, okay.
I can tell you. Let's have a few more clues. Jessie J and Leona Lewis were both in my class at college.
Oh, wow. Jessie J.
Yeah. And as of 2016, I held a total of 10 Grammy Awards and 3 Guinness World Records. But who is it? Who is it? Oh, Sheila, are you guessing Kylie? I was going to say I don't know Carly. I thought they were just a US star. You mean Kylie, don't you?
Kylie.
Steve, that'd make more sense, wouldn't it? Steve has said Tiffany. Oh, I love Tiffany, Steve. Anyway,
Oh, I think we're alone now. Let's do this.
do you know what? In the first hour of the show, Steve, usually we do think we're alone. Sheila had said, yeah.
Yes, she
Kylie.
meant, yeah, Kylie.
Along with really good guesses coming in. Let's have another one. Along with Beyonce, I hold the record for the most categories won in a single night at the Grammys. They took home a total of 6 awards in one night in 2012.
Wow. Wow. Could you imagine? Okay, so there's a pretty big hint. Just Google that.
Don't Google it. Guess it. Don't Google it. Sheila said it's Adele. Yes, Sheila.
It is Adele. Hello. Sheila, you got it right. Good job,
Well done,
Sheila.
Yes, it was Adele. Loads of great names coming up, though. Let's have a look.
If we had gotten to the last clue, I like to think it totally would have given it away. All my albums are titled after the age I was when I wrote them. There we go.
Well, yeah, it's because she's had... What were Adele's albums called, Alison? Like 25?
25.
I mean, your album's names would be a different thing, wouldn't they? They'd be like 21, 25, 19. Alison's would be like 48, 62.
101, 93.
I'm going to back off this morning, Alison, because she's very tired and she's doing a brilliant job. Yeah, Adele. It was Adele. Because Adele's been in the news recently is because she shares the joy of a new $47 million home for her and her boyfriend, Rich Paul. Rich by name, rich by nature. $47 million home. It's Sylvester Stallone's old place in Beverly Hills. I'm just looking at how many bathrooms do you think it's got?
I'm going to guess it has 8 bathrooms.
8 bedrooms. 12 bathrooms.
12 bathrooms?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Sarah said, Hayley, if there's one thing I cannot stand, it's that horn. Apologies, Sarah.
Both Sarah and Stacey are anti-horn.
Oh, anti-horn. Both of you. Apologies. I will stop using
If I had
horn.
my bell, I'd ring my bell right now to be like, no more of
I
that
apologize. No more horn. I get it.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
I get it. It's early. There we go. Yeah, Sylvester Stallone had sold the home. He cut the price to 80 million and then he's had to cut it again and he sold it for 47 million. So, you know what? She's worked hard. Steve doesn't like the... All right, I get it. We don't like the horn.
Everyone's chimed in. Well, there goes the horn.
That's a horn
What
gone.
I gotta get you something new now.
Backchannel is the only place to listen, watch, and tell your host what you do and don't like. And if the majority is no, it's gone now. That won't be used again.
Hey, how do you guys feel about the horn being gone? Play the applause. How do you guys feel about the horn being gone? That's how they feel.
How does Hayley feel? Do you know what it is? It's a fidget thing. Like I always have to have something to fidget with in my hand. You know what I mean?
Maybe I should buy you a fidget ring or something.
Yes, but that doesn't make a noise. That doesn't make a noise. Yeah. There you go. Well done, Sheila.
Excellent.
You got that right.
Sheila.
I watched Adele in concert and she was very, very funny.
Adele, I'm not surprised. Barry's come in with I'm only here for that horn. Yeah, there we go. Thanks Barry.
Alison bought it me for a game. We don't do the game anymore, but I do use the horn. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
That's what you're getting for Christmas, Barry, once she hangs up on you. I gotta go.
Hilarious. Hey, listen, earlier in the show, by the way, we're going to be playing True or False very, very shortly. Stacey's, we've got people with sensitive ears. Well, I apologise, Stacey. But Sheila has said the same word we have in our golf cart. Which word is that, Sheila? Adele.
The same one we have on our... Is she talking about the horn?
Yeah, that makes more sense. You've got... Hey, Sheila, send us your address. I'll send you a horn. You can have 2 horns on your golf cart there. Golf cart. I'd always... Do you know what, Sheila? It's been a dream of mine to always drive a golf cart.
Have you never driven a golf cart?
No. Why have you?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because it was to get to a gig. There was a gig.
In a golf cart?
Yeah.
All right, Donald Trump.
Because it was like in like a campground area and people would drive golf carts around to get to their,
I drove a golf cart at camp. I can't even drive a car, but they let me drive a golf cart.
Yeah.
I've been on one. I've never drove one though.
Oh,
We'll get you
I'll
one.
have to. Yeah,
Go
you
around
can get
town
one.
like a mobility
Replace the
scooter.
horse. Replace the horse.
Yeah.
The horn even. Good morning. Thanks, Will. Listen, earlier in the show, and like I say, 5 minutes time we'll be playing True or False, then we'll be having a little chat with Liv Harrison. Earlier in the show, we mentioned Tom Cruise because in this year, on this very day, in the year 1986, they released Top Gear. Oh no, they never. Top Gun for the first time. Producer Will sent us an article to a Guardian article about the top 20 Tom Cruise movies ranked in order. Now, what do you think number one is?
I mean, number one.
It's Top Gun. That was just.
Is it Top Gun? Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say Cocktail, but what do I know?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you Cocktail. See if you can guess what's in the top 20, by the way, of the number 20 Tom Cruise films of all time. Get your guesses in. The command to give your devices, name your device followed by the word say, followed by your guess, or go to Backchannel.
Was Legend
TV.
in there? Was Legend in there?
Yeah, guess where Cocktail is on the list?
Below
I'm actually
20.
upset.
Is it like way down?
No, number 13. I would have put that top 5.
Oh, Sheila, A Few Good Men. Where's A Few Good Men?
It doesn't even. Oh, number 3, Sheila.
Oh,
Number
well
3.
done. Okay, what about Legend? Is Legend on that list?
Okay.
Did you ever even see the movie Legend?
I haven't seen the movie Legend, and it's not on the list. Tell me what Legend is.
Legend is the story of. I'll look it up right now, and I'll read the review. But it's people forget it. This is one of his early, like when he was a baby. Legend. Hang on, Tom Cruise.
While you were looking that up, as Sheila said,
Interview with a Vampire. Is Interview with a Vampire up there? I hope so. I really liked that.
So, Risky Business isn't on there, Sheila, which I'm very surprised at, because that is one of the ones I can name. And Interview with Vampires number 14. Legend came out in 83, Sheila thinks. So he was really young then, wasn't he? That's
it says actually in 85 is when it was officially released. Darkness, played by Tim Curry, which is basically Satan, the devil, seeks to create eternal night by destroying the last of the unicorns. Jack, Tom Cruise, and his friends do everything possible to save the world and Princess Lily, Mia Sara, from the hands of darkness. Enter a world of unicorns, magic swamps, dwarfs, and rainbows. Yeah, it's a classic, guys. It's I can't believe you never saw it.
No, it sounds like right up my street, to be honest with you.
Tim Curry was really good in it, actually.
I really liked Tim Curry.
Yeah, great.
Stacey, Ed Brown. I don't know if that's come through correctly. Did you say Ed Brown? Is that a name of a film, or is it
Vanilla Sky?
Vanilla Sky. That is a good one. That's not on there either, Sheila. I'll tell you what they are, because some of these aren't ones. Number 2 is Magnolia. Apparently, a lot of people saying he should have won an Oscar for Magnolia. A Few Good Men, number 3. Born on the 4th of July, number 4. Mission Impossible. Jerry Maguire, The Outsiders. Minority Report was number 8. Rain Man was number 9. Collateral was number 10. Tropic Thunder, The Colour of Money, Cocktail, Interview with a Vampire, number 15, The Firm, All the Right Moves, Days of Thunder, Eyes Wide Shut, War of the Worlds, and Far and Away. How did Far and Away make the top 20?
I watched that movie. I know. Back in the day, I didn't know. I watched it. Was Nicole Kidman Irish in that one?
I think she was. It was almost like when you do a pirate. That was that. How
my name's Nicole Kidman, and I am an Irish person. That's me being Irish.
To any Irish.
That's me actually doing a German accent, and it comes out Irish.
There you go. Tom Cruise movies. Let us know your favourite Tom Cruise movie if you have one. Get involved with the show. Hello to the Gold Armadillo who has just joined us. But now, shall we start? Shall we play True and False, Alison?
Are we doing this? Yeah.
We're doing this.
Let's do it.
Oh, we're delirious. Good morning. Happy Monday. Marnie has just joined us in time. Yes, Marnie. Thank you. We're about to crack on with True or False, Marnie. By the way, if you have just joined us for the first time, this is the Hayley and Alison Show. We're here till 8 a.m. every Monday to Friday. Show's here all day on Backchannel. Liv Harrison is up next. We're going to be talking to her towards the end of the show, finding out what's coming up. If you would like to get involved with the games or just say hello, talk to us about anything you like, is the name of your device, followed by the word say, followed by whatever you'd like to tell us this morning, or go to backchannel.tv if you're on an audio only echo. That's backchannel.tv. TV. While you're there, hit the leave a review button. We'd appreciate that. And make sure you subscribe as well, because subscribers will be in to win it on Friday when we will be giving away a prize. And I think some days during the week we might be giving away 2 prizes in 1 week soon as well.
What?
Yeah, that's the first Alison's heard, and the first producer Will's heard. So let's see if we can get that in place.
And don't worry, soon we're going to be getting reviews saying, now I listen every morning because of Haley's horn being gone. Don't worry, Marty. We've realized if you were an anti-horn person, we've eliminated the horn that Haley.
The horn's no longer in play. But
and as
we
Will
are
says,
sending it to
kazoos
Sheila.
all round. Kazoos is what you're gonna get next.
Sheila, when I come to Florida, I'm hand delivering that horn to your golf court. Don't you worry. Save me on packaging. Right, let's play true or false. What's going to happen is myself and Alison are going to ask each other a true or false question. I need to redeem myself because last week I lost, which is really annoying. So as soon as we have answered, we'll play 90 seconds worth of music. You have those 90 seconds to get your answers in. Guess away. The more times you get it right, you will get a point. Alison will take. Have you got your point board in front of you, Ali?
Yeah, I'm just writing it up right now, starting the fresh week. It's blank. I'm just about to write things down. Here we go.
So we will keep track of points. By the way, we do sometimes, occasionally, not always, throw in bonus points for people who give us facts, and the facts are correct. Sometimes we throw in bonus points if you just say that we look attractive. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, I was going to say by facts we mean compliments. That is what we mean by facts.
It's been a very long week. It's been very harsh. Marnie says, I love kazoos. I tell you what, Marnie, I did an Edinburgh show at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival comedy show, which I used kazoos in. And I've got about 50 boxes still in my loft, Marnie. You want a box?
Of kazoos?
Send it your way. Yeah, I really have.
What a kazoo! I can't believe
you can have a box, mate. I've still got them left from my show. I'm not saying the show wasn't successful, but there was a part in the show where people played kazoos, Marnie, so you can see how well that went down. But here we go. True or false?
And Haley was like, 2,000 people are going to show up to my show. Here's 50,000 kazoos. You got a better deal if you bought them in bulk. So soon, the second prize, everyone, is going to be kazoos. Get ready. That's what we're giving out.
And an Amazon gift card. Will wants kazoos. You can have one, Will. So, Alison, you're going to go first because I've looked at the questions and the second one's easier. Okay,
And we don't have Doug here today to tell us. Okay, let's do it.
There are 2 elements on the periodic table that start with the letter Z. Z for English people. True or false?
True.
There are 2 elements on the periodic table that start with the letter Z. Alison, excuse me one moment. If you just mind dancing to fill this gap.
Oh my goodness. Where is she going? Do you know what? Sometimes she just sneaks off to have breadsticks, guys. Just so you know, she sneaks off to eat breadsticks.
Breadsticks. I like it because I get to come on. Hi.
Hi. Glad to have you here during True and False. Will, there are 2 elements on the periodic table that start with the letter Z. I have said true. What do you think? Do you think it's true or false?
Well, I know the answer because I researched all the questions.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to tell you. Nice try, Alison Jutzman.
I failed chemistry, so if I get this answer right, I feel like I have beaten the chemistry.
What was your chemistry teacher called?
What was his name? Oh, I can't even remember now.
We had a doctor. We had a doctor at our high school.
Did
you? She was a teacher.
She had like a doctor. She was. Did you have to call her Doctor so and so?
She made us call her doctor.
Oh yeah,
which I think rightly so.
Yeah, if you got a doctor, if you're a doctor, yeah. Excuse me, my name is Doctor.
Thank you, Captain.
Alison paying that much attention to chemistry, she can't even remember a teacher's name. But is she right or wrong with this? There are 2 elements on the periodic table that start with the letter Z. Steve says true.
I think
Marnie said, by the way, she would have loved to see my show with kazoos. I would have loved you to have seen it, Marnie, because it would have doubled the audience that we're in.
Don't you worry, Marty. We're going to do it one morning here on Backchannel. We're going to recreate Haley's show with the kazoos.
Oh, we're losing listeners. Right, here we go. There are 2 elements on the periodic table. Sheila said true as well. That start with the letter Z. It is true, Alison.
Woo! So Steve and Sheila, thank you very much. You both got points.
Zinc and zirconium.
There we go. Everyone. I feel like I'm really proud of myself. I failed chemistry, but I got that answer correct. Thanks, Haley.
Well done.
So glad you chose that for me. Question number 2 for Haley. Here we go. Here we go, everyone. Yoko Ono was John Lennon's second wife. Yoko Ono. Oh, this is why you. Okay, she lives in Liverpool. Yoko Ono was John Lennon's second wife. Haley, is it true or is it false?
True. I also studied the work of Yoko Ono, by the way, for my dissertation.
The
in
work of
contemporary art.
Yoko Ono.
Yeah.
What did you learn about the work?
Well, she did a lot. She's very famous for her contemporary art. She's really good, actually, if you study it deeply and in depth, like I did. And what do I use that degree for now, Alison? Nothing. Sheila said true.
Trula. Trula says Trula. Sheila says true. So does Steve. Great. Tell me this. So what? What
He
is
had
the
a
big-
wife. He was married before. I can't remember her name. I've got a feeling it was Cynthia, but maybe I'm completely wrong. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I'll do the question one more time. Yoko Ono was John Lennon's second wife. True or false? What was the main message behind her contemporary art? I almost want to use quotations as I say that.
Love. Do you know what the one she did was? I really didn't like it. Hello to the Chosen Cat, by the way. Who's
Hi,
joined us.
Chosen
Good
Cat.
morning. We're playing True or False if you want to get involved. She did one where she followed like people around with like a camera. Not her personally. To show intimidation of women. Teresa said true.
That's
Very
interesting.
interesting.
Teresa, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Oh, okay.
Get a bit
That's
deep
interesting.
first thing in the morning. It's true or false, people. John Lennon.
What was Yoko trying to accomplish when she was screeching? What was
She's trying
was
to
she?
compete with the horn that I use in the show.
Good morning. Okay, Yoko Ono was John Lennon's second wife. Yes, that is absolutely true. Teresa, you get a point. Steve and Sheila and Haley.
Can I
Oh,
just say,
great
and I
stuff.
promise I didn't look at this, I just Googled it. It was Cynthia Lennon was his first wife, so I did get that right as well. Not that you
Well
have to give me
done,
bonus
Haley.
points, but I do.
Good, because I'm not gonna.
Morning. Hello to Gina, the Chosen Cat, who've just joined us. If you want to play along, do so. We're
Hi.
playing True or False, just a free game to wake you up this Monday morning. Doesn't matter if you get it wrong. Doesn't matter if you get it right, to be honest with you, because points mean absolutely nothing. I've got a hair on my face. Apologies. Get involved with the show. If you're watching an Echo show, name your device and pointing at it, because I can't say it because she talks. Followed by the word say.
It's
Followed by
angry.
True or False. Okay. Here we go. Albert Einstein. You remember him. You were born around the same time.
Al.
Albert Einstein was named Time Magazine's Person of the Century in 1999. True or false?
Well, I like to think that's true, so I'm going to say true.
By the way, Chosen Cat, I said good morning. Good morning, Chosen
Morning,
Cat. Thanks for
Chosen
joining us.
Cat.
Marnie's device has been a bit weird. Give Marnie 2 points.
Ah.
Give Marnie some
Yeah.
points. Marnie's always
Okay.
winning anyway.
Marnie.
Barry's asked where Doug is today. We don't know, but we do know Doug was going in for a procedure.
So I wonder if today's that day.
I
Yeah.
wonder if today's that day. We do worry when the regulars don't turn up. We're like, where are they?
Teresa says
Chosen
true.
Cat.
Thank you, Teresa. Chosen Cat
Chosen
says
Cat.
false. Yeah.
Albert Einstein was named Time Magazine's Person of the Century in 1999. True or false? Get involved with the show. We're here until 8 a.m. this morning. Liv Harrison's
Yes,
looking
we
after
are.
ourselves. Can have a chat to lovely Liv later on. Find out where in the world she is today. Just spilled coffee all over my printer. So that'll be fun.
Good job. Marnie says that sounds true. Thank you, Marnie.
Albert Einstein, was he named Time Magazine's Person of the Century in the year 1999? Backchannel, the only place to listen, watch, and see your host drink in real time. Get involved. Here we go. You click it, Alison, like it's West Side
I was
Story.
snapping.
You were snapping.
Man, you're a jet.
Um,
You're a jet all
by
the
the
way.
way,
Yeah.
My friend said, sorry, I will give you the answer now, that she went to watch a poetry reading and instead of clapping at the end, they
Good
clicked.
snap.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you did not
Another
know that. Yeah,
reason,
that's-
another reason to put me off poetry. But Albert Einstein was named Time Magazine's Person of the Century in 1999. It is true. So well done, everybody who said true.
Woo! Marnie,
Steve, Marnie, Teresa. And well done, Chosen Cat, for making a guess. In fact, Chosen Cat, by the way, new listener today. Give them a point just for joining us for the first time.
Chosen Cat, good morning. You get a point for joining us. Also, lovely Barry, send in love to Doug. Get well soon. Aw, Doug, we're thinking of you, so we'll let him know, Barry. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. All right, next question. Here we go. Number 4.
Yes.
Gandhi won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1948. Gandhi won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1948. True or false, Haley?
I'm just going to go false because every answer's been true.
Oh, so you want to throw a little falsy in it. All right.
I don't know. I mean, he probably did, didn't he? He did a lot of good, didn't he, Gandhi?
He did do a lot of good. He did do a lot of good. Gandhi won the Nobel Peace. Gandhi won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1948. True or false? Chosen Cat says false. Quick on there. Yeah, and you're welcome for the point as well, Chosen Cat. There we go, Chosen Cat. What are you saying? Gandhi won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1948. Teresa says false. Thank you, Teresa. Sheila says false. Thank you, Sheila.
Oh, that's worn me out doing that dancing.
I know. It's exhausting. Gandhi won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1948. True or false?
Everyone's saying false. Marnie said he think it may be earlier.
Oh, okay. This is the point in the show where I get very delirious. This is fun right now.
Steve said false as well. Everyone's on
Steve,
the false
thank
train.
you. Steve said false.
Everyone's saying false. I think that.
Well, I
must be
can't
right then.
tell you if you said false. You're absolutely correct, everyone. It is false. Believe it or not, Gandhi never won a Nobel Peace Prize. Never won it.
Oh, wow.
You would think he's Gandhi.
You would think. But then you'd think that I'd win some sort of comedy awards, and I haven't. Oh, actually, I did win Hull Comedian of the Year when I'm not from Hull. So
When did you win Hull Comedian of the Year?
2012, mate.
It was a good year. That was a good year,
It's a good year.
2012.
That's like Alison winning American Comedian of the Year, isn't it? Like, you're not from there. Why are you winning it?
Was
I
that
went
when
to the
Hull
J.J.
was?
Dorco.
Was that the year it was the what was it? Arts capital.
Capital of Culture. They probably won that award when I just because
That was the year. They're like, well, if Haley won it, this is the hot spot. Excellent. All right, little tidbit of information. Haley, Hull Comedian of the Year, 2012. All right. Please put that as one of the bubbles, Will. That's great.
Yeah.
Please say to your
It's like-
device, congratulations, Haley, for winning Hull Comedian of the Year.
Hey, it's official. You can look. It's on Wikipedia.
You
No
got it.
entry for me. Just that. So here we go. True or false? Did Haley win Hull Comedian of the Year? True. In the battle. Oh, here we go. Here's a good one.
Okay.
In the battle between Captain Ahab and Moby Dick, the whale wins. True or false? Is it Ahab, Will? In the battle.
Ahab.
Yeah. In the battle between Captain Ahab and Moby Dick, the whale wins. True or false?
Yeah, the whale wins. He eats them. So, yeah, he wins. True.
Is that winning, though, Alison? Is it winning? In the battle between Captain... How did he say it? Ahab.
Ahab.
Sheila said true. And
Sheila
Moby
says
Dick,
true.
the whale
I
wins.
said
Steve said true.
Sheila says true. Steve says true.
But that's a little in joke for the comics there. Thanks, Barry. In the battle between Captain Ahab and Moby Dick, does the whale win? Speaking of comedy, Alison's recorded a new Spotify album this weekend, so you can get her old one. I actually listened, Alison. I missed you so much the weekend. I genuinely listened to your album in the
Did
car
you
driving.
really?
Yeah, I did. You can get Alison June Smith's album on Spotify, so make sure you listen to it. It's very funny.
Smith and Lesson. Yeah. I have another one,
Steve
but
says
I gotta get it back out there. Steve, thank you. True.
Teresa says true.
Teresa, you say true.
In the battle between Captain Ahab and Moby Dick, the whale wins. True or false? I've never read Moby Dick, but you know what happens.
Yeah, it's one of those tales that's got passed around. You don't need to read it all. I mean, it's a good read, very well written. Barry Dodd says true.
The question was, in the battle between Captain Ahab and Moby Dick, the whale wins. It is true. You all get a point.
Woo!
Ahab gets caught up in his own harpoon line and gets dragged into the sea by the whale.
Ooh, that's what happens. I thought he ate him, but all right.
I did as well. There we go.
Guess that's what happens when you don't read the book. You don't really know what happens.
Just guess. Just guess the ending.
Oh, great. All right. Next question. Number 6. Fencing is one of the sports of the modern pentathlon. Why can't I say it? Will.
Pentathlon.
Pentathlon. I've never heard of a pentathlon. Fencing is one of the sports of the modern pentathlon.
I'm going to go false. Because, isn't it like cycling, swimming? That's a triathlon. What's a pentathlon? How many sports is that?
And I like it that it's the modern pentathlon.
Fencing is so dull, though, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I've never...
I mean, apologies if you are into fencing. Marnie said true. Oh, no.
Marnie says true.
Stuff.
Oh, no.
5 events pentathlon.
Okay.
We have a friend who used to do triathlons a lot. And in Edinburgh Fringe Festival, she did a triathlon every day for 28 days. It's insane.
Oh my gosh. Marty put, it's really fast and hard watching a pentathlon. Yeah, I bet it is. So a modern pentathlon. Teresa says true. What would that be like? Is it how to reprogram your iPad? A modern one.
Well, your pentathlon would be, well, the first leg is doing this show on 3 hours sleep.
Yeah. Then it's taking my mother swimming later. We're going swimming.
Are you going swimming with Vicky?
Yeah, I'm going swimming with Vicky later. We're going to our favorite pool. And then I got a show later on tonight.
So what happens when you take your mum swimming? Do you do it you just let her set her free and...
Steve says true. Yeah. Well, then we go to the pool and then we do a little swim together. And then usually after a bit, she likes to go sit in the hot tub. I keep swimming. Yeah.
There you go. You learned a little bit about Alison's life then, as well as true or false. Hello to Jaded Orca who's joined the feed. We're playing true or false and learning about Alison's schedule for the day.
Yeah.
Give us the answer, Ali.
Right. Back to the game.
Yeah.
Fencing is one of the sports in the modern pentathlon. True. Every one of you said true. You're absolutely right. Sorry, Haley. So
everyone got it right, bar me.
That's okay. The sports included in a pentathlon are shooting, fencing, horseback riding, swimming, and cross-country running.
Wow.
That's
shooting, fencing, horseback riding,
swimming. I want to see a sport where somebody jumps off a horse and dives into the water. This is wild.
Shoots a clay pigeon.
What?
Very bizarre. There we go. We're learning and we're playing a game. If you want to join in, please do so. If you're watching on an Echo show, name your device followed by the word say, followed by true or false, or go to backchannel.tv. Get involved with the game that way. Right, here we go. You ready?
Yes.
Alison is going swimming later on today with her mom, Vicky. True. Oh, no.
True.
A monk named Dom Perignon invented champagne. A monk named Dom Perignon invented champagne. True or false?
True.
Get your answers in. Did a monk named Dom Perignon invent champagne? Monks don't drink, though, do they?
No, but I'm sure they could invent champagne.
All right. And how did you manage that when you don't drink? Oh, it was an accident.
Jesus's first thing was turning water into wine. And I don't think he was a real drinker. Steve says true.
A monk. Teresa said true. A monk named Dom Perignon invented champagne. Get your answers in.
Steve says true. Teresa says true. A monk named Dom Perignon invented champagne.
Sheila said true.
Sheila says true.
Morning.
That it is. Good morning
A
to
monk.
everyone joining us. Yeah, sorry. Go
What
ahead.
time are you going swimming at then, Alison?
We're going to leave the house around 2
Yeah.
p.m.
Unless you
Swimming
listen.
starts at 2:45, so, take our time. It's 2:45 to 3:45 open swim, everyone, just so you know. That's what's happening here in Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
A monk named Don Perignon invented champagne. Everyone said true. I can't tell you, it's actually false. Listen, I've just fact checked this because I thought everyone's saying true, so there's going to be a reason behind that. The French monk Don Perignon is thought to have invented champagne in 1697, but 30 years before that, an English scientist discovered winemakers on his side of the channel had been adding sparkle to the tipple. So it was this English scientist before Don Perignon. It wasn't Don Perignon.
Well, look at that, everyone. Yeah.
There we go. Barry's coming at false.
Barry said false. Barry says false later.
Marnie's asked, is the pool heated, Alison? Just
Marnie, the pool is slightly heated. That is why my mom likes to go to that one. It's less cold. It's less cold.
It saves on the bills at home, Alison.
It does. It's also she tried to encourage me to shower. Are you going to shower there rather than when you get back? I was like, no, I'm going to shower at the house. Well, you should just shower at the pool. I was like, no, I want to get ready at the house. Well, it's just I was like, no, Mom, I'm using your heat. I'm sorry. Also, it's a wave pool. Everyone, do you have wave pools in the UK?
So they push you back.
Yeah, the waves. It starts and waves happen. Yeah,
No,
every so often.
How is that?
Yeah, have you ever heard of that though? Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, they used to have one in Real Sun Centre in the UK. Believe it or not.
In Real,
really
everyone.
Yeah,
in Real. Yeah.
Well done. Well, no one got that right. It was a sort of a tricky question there because it was believed to be Dom Perignon, and everyone thinks it is, but it wasn't. It was an English scientist, apparently. Christopher Merritt.
We all really learned there. We all learned there.
We all learned.
All right. Number 9. Here we go. The Sherpas of northern Finland are famous for their polar expeditions. The Sherpas of northern Finland are famous for their polar expeditions. Is that true or is that false?
No idea. Complete guess. False.
Haley is saying false.
Arcana, who's joined the feed, by the way.
Hello. Music?
We'll just hum it. Okay. Oh, there we go.
There we go. The Sherpas.
Sorry, I got distracted from a text from Anna, who's Liv's producer. So.
No problem.
Fine, don't worry about it.
Fine, we're all good.
Thanks,
we're on top of it. Yeah, the Sherpas of northern Finland are famous for their polar expeditions. Is that true or false? Steve says false.
Marnie said the only place I've ever seen a wave pool is at a water park. Yeah.
I know. This is a big fancy.
So you're going to take your elderly mother to swim against the tide.
No, here's the thing. During open swim, they don't turn on the waves. Teresa says false.
There we
Thank
go.
you, Teresa.
I just don't want to see your... How old's your mum? I don't want to see like a 70-year-old woman just like just getting pushed by. Teresa says false.
She's a very good swimmer, just so you know, everyone.
Well,
don't worry.
have to be if you're taking her there.
She's
got
like,
no choice.
I like the waves. Sometimes we just stand a bit more shallow and just kind of jump in the waves. So I was like, yeah. She grew up in the ocean. She's a mermaid. No, she grew up near the water. So she loves swimming. She's like a fish. She's a fish to water, everyone. A fish to the waves.
Hello to Anonymous who've just joined the feed. You're playing true or false? What was the question? What year is it?
The question was, the Sherpas of northern Finland are famous for their polar expeditions. Marnie says false.
Said
Thank
false.
you, Marnie.
We all said false. Yeah, we've all said false.
I think you all have. So I'll tell you, the Sherpas of northern Finland are famous for their polar expeditions. False, everyone. It is false. Well done.
What a guess. I didn't know that. I had no idea.
She's so happy. Come on. Sherpas are the mountain people of Nepal, prized as expert guides on climbs of Mount Everest. There we go. So not polar expeditions. Nothing to do with polar anything.
There we go. We're playing True or False. Join in if you want to. Hello to Anonymous who's just joined us. Arcana. Apologies, I'm pronounced that incorrectly. If you want to get involved, you're watching on an Echo show. Name your device followed by the word say, followed by your guess. Or if you're listening on an audio-only Echo, go to backchannel.tv. Just a few little notes. Make sure you click the subscribe button if you are watching us. If you are listening on an audio-only Echo, if you just say to your device, the name of your device followed by subscribe to Backchannel. The reason for that is we're going to be giving away a prize on Friday, maybe another day of the week, who knows, but definitely Friday. So you've got to be a subscriber to be in it to win it. At the minute, only Steve, Sheila and Marnie would be in it to win it at the minute, so the odds are in your favour if it stays that way. But
Marnie's off to work. Marnie, have a lovely rest of your Monday, ladies. You too, Marnie. Thank you as always for joining us. You did great. You were doing great in the game. Just have a great day,
Marnie.
Have a great day.
Have a great day. Have a great day, and we shall see you hopefully tomorrow, Marnie. Don't worry, no pressure. I feel like we pressurise people too much. Come back, Marnie, please.
Come back whenever you're ready, Marnie, and we can't wait to have you with us again. Yeah.
Have a lovely day. We're playing True or False. Here we go. Spider silk was once used to make guitar strings. True or false?
Oh, false. I don't think it would be strong enough.
Spider silk was once used to make guitar strings. What you saying?
I said false. Spider silk was once used to make guitar string. Yeah, what do you think? Do we have any guitar experts?
Maybe Daddy Longlegs was playing it.
Do we have any spider silk experts of 5:46 a.m.? Does anyone know about?
Steve said false.
Thank you, Steve.
Spider silk. Oh, it's nothing worse than walking into a spider's web. I mean, well, there is worse things, but walking into a spider's web.
When you're not expecting it, and then you're just like, ugh. Teresa says false. Thank you. My boyfriend hates spiders so much. If there's a spider, if I find a spider, I can't tell him that I found a spider in the house. Otherwise, that's it. Day ruined. Day ruined. He cannot.
Like, if you ever break up, you know what to use.
Spiders.
Does he really? I used to be like that. I couldn't sleep if I knew there was one in the house.
Yeah. It just freaks him out.
Now I'm too tired to care.
Yeah, he's spider silk was once used to make guitar strings. I said false. Teresa said false. Steve said false. He's better now. If there's a spider around, he doesn't like totally shut down. But there was a time where it was like, Allison, and then I had to go deal with the spider. Yes.
There we go. Spider silk was once used to make guitar strings. Is it true or false? Everyone said false. It is false, but here's a fact. It has been used to make violin strings in the past.
Now that's crazy to me because I didn't think it would be strong enough to like. Yeah,
they must do something. They must. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Violin strings.
Oh well, there you go. Who knew?
Next time you're playing that violin, get your partner a violin for Christmas, Alison. It would freak him out, wouldn't it?
That was made by spiders, babe.
2 more questions. Let's go.
Okay, here we go. Astronauts lose their sense of smell in space. Astronauts lose their sense of smell in space. Is that true or is that false?
I think that's true. I think we've done facts about stick. We do a lot of space stuff because producer Will's big into space. I think that's true. Hello to Andrea, who's just joined us. We're playing true or false, Andrea. Liv Harrison is coming up next. If you want to play along, go to backchannel.tv.
Astronauts.
We do a lot of space facts on this show, and I think that's true.
Steve says true as well. I wonder though if they lose their sense of smell. Oh, that means they don't have their taste. Sheila said, I don't think there's anything to smell in space.
Do you know what? One of my friends buys the scent of space stations. And I'm thinking now, if they can't smell anything, how do they know it smells like space stations?
What? Who? I'm sorry. You have a friend. Let's just say that one more time. Who buys the smell of space stations?
Yeah. And you can buy... We'll save that for another show. We'll save it for another show.
We even discovered that was an option.
Exactly, yeah.
Teresa says true. I'm really blown away by this. Hang on. Like, how do you purchase it? Like perfume? They're like, this is like the
sort of like
station.
Do you know, like, you can buy like candles that smell of like pine trees and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Space station.
Do they all smell different? Like,
I don't know. It depends what they've been eating, doesn't it? The other night I did a gig and someone in the green room had definitely been eating garlic. Anyway, what was the question, Alison?
the question was, which friend of yours is buying smells like space stations? Barry, did you know about this? Is it you? Okay. Astronauts lose their sense of smell in space. Absolutely true, everyone. So congratulations, Teresa, Steve. Yeah. Teresa and Steve and Haley. Well done, you guys.
Yeah, Barry said it was false. No, it's true. They lose a sense of
True,
smell.
Barry.
Because
It's
it's to
true.
do what is it to do with, Will?
Gravity, pressure.
Are we going to talk to Liv now, Will? What year is it, Will?
Stop asking me questions. I don't know why astronauts lose their sense of smell in space. I didn't know you could get stuff that smelled like the space station. I've got time for one more question. Goodbye.
Okay, here we go. One more question then.
Okay.
Thanks for everyone for playing. Play along if you'd like to. One more question. Sound travels faster through steel than air. True or false?
Say that
Sound.
one more time. Yeah.
Sound, like the sound, travels faster through
Yeah.
steel than air.
True. Because you would hear the sound against steel more than you would just hear sound in air. I feel like.
Yeah, but it's... Oh, I don't know. Steve says true.
True. Yeah, I think a hard object would make more noise. So I think steel would make more noise as opposed to just air. Teresa says true too. Everyone's buying into my lies. Teresa, excellent. Thank you.
It doesn't sound logical to me, but anyway, I don't know anything enough about
There's a
science.
girl who has a friend who buys smells of space stations. Grass puddle. They all basically get a head cold in space. So that's dulls the smell, but not lose it completely. Okay, that is probably exactly what happens. I bet you there's a lot of sinus infections in space, which is why I'm not going into space. Thank you.
That is the only reason she's not doing it, people.
Get
But
it.
does sound travel faster through steel than air?
Steve said true. Yep. Barry does, but what have I been buying then? I know. The smell of a guy named Gary. It's Gary's garage. I thought it was Pluto. No, it's Gaz's garage
Steve
is what it
says
is.
true. Steve says true. What have I been buying? Sound travels faster through steel than air. So, I can tell you, everyone said true. It is true. Completely true. Up to 17 times faster.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. That
Yeah,
was the
look
final
at
question.
yep. Fact. Yeah, I
Yep,
knew that. I knew that.
Yep.
Well, look, guys, that was a great game. We have
You say that so sincere. That was
That
a
was-
great game.
we did a great game, everyone. Go team. Well done. We all learned a lot.
What did we win?
Um,
What did we win?
The knowledge that you can buy space station smells. That's what we won.
Yeah.
Also, the two people, we have a tie today. Steve and
go on.
Teresa, you tied for first place. Thank you so much, Steve and Teresa.
Well done, Steve.
done.
That's a round of applause. See what I did.
That
Well
is
done.
a
You both
round.
both winners. Our first winners are Monday. True and false. Sheila won earlier on the movie quiz. So well done,
Yeah.
everybody. Thanks for getting involved with the show. We really appreciate you joining us this morning. We're going to be talking to Liv very shortly. Before we do, who won out of me and you, Alison?
It was me today, Haley. She's looking for the sound effect that expresses how she really feels. She just left the feed, everyone. She is abandoned. She is oh, Haley.
You could have. It's Monday. You could have let me win. Teresa, well done you though. Way to start the week, Teresa said. Thanks for joining us, Teresa, and well done, Steve, as well. Well done to everyone who got involved. It doesn't matter if you got it wrong because it was just a fun game to wake you up this morning. So we appreciate you getting involved. Like I say, shows here all day on Backchannel. Before we hand over to Liv, here's a fun fact for you. You ready?
I'm ready. Hit me.
Fun fact. Nickelodeon show Doug, Ren and Stimpy, and the Rugrats all premiered on the same day. It was
Really?
the 3 original Nicktoons. Doug, Ren and Stimpy, and the Rugrats. Here's another fun fact for you. When I was about 14, we went to Florida. and we went to the
Yeah.
Nickelodeon studios, and they were getting all the parents up to play games with the kids, and they had to catch like things in their pants. Old Pauline wouldn't do it. Classic UK mum, just sat there. Fun
like, "No."
fact.
I'm not doing it. My daughter can do that
like-
stuff. I'm not getting
She's
up.
like, I'm not
Yeah.
doing it. And all these American parents were really getting into it. They just spot the Brit, just sat there. No, I look
No.
silly. No.
This is ridiculous. I paid a ton of money to be here, but I'm not getting involved.
And someone as well, when we queued for a ride, do you remember the Back to the Future ride in Orlando? It was amazing.
Yeah.
And we queued for like ages, and this like family were like, "Oh my god, how was it?" As we're coming out, my mum went, "It was all right." Just no
They're all excited.
inclination. Yeah.
Oh.
So like I say, we're going to be talking to Liv in a moment. Coming up though, stick around. Liv Harrison is here. Jam and Rennie are here 10 till 12, 12 till 2, The Anthony Davis Show, 2 till 4, Hal Rudnick, and 4 till 6, Mario Smith. 12 hours worth of content on Backchannel. Make sure you leave us a little review. We would very, very much appreciate that. Head to backchannel.tv, click the leave a review button. Also, make sure you subscribe as well. Hi, Chewy, because we're going to be giving away some prizes or a prize on Friday at the very least. So join us. But now let's have a little chat with Liv, find out what's coming up. Hi, Liv.
Hi. Oh, I forgot my microphone.
It's
There
all
we
right.
go. It's still
Who
early,
needs
Liv.
microphones where we're going, Liv?
I'm pretty loud, ladies. How are you guys? What's going on across
Good.
the pond?
Happy Monday morning.
Happy
It's,
Monday. We are so deep into May already. I can't believe it. But I gotta ask you guys, we had an eclipse last night, like the moon. Did you guys have
blood
like
moon.
how does this
Was it
work?
a blood moon?
Do we
wasn't
have the
it?
same moon? What is
Don't ask us. Me and Alison are like, do we?
Do we?
It's the reason we don't win on true or false.
We do, and it was a blood moon yesterday. Yeah, it was a big fancy deal. Yeah. Did you
Did you
look
go
at the
see
moon?
it? Did you go outside? I went outside. No. Oh, no.
Too
no.
early for us. Do you know what I mean?
Oh.
It'll come round again in another 40 years. I'll see it then.
You sound
I
like
had
my
to go to-
husband. He was like, I was like, get out of bed. Well, because I was scrolling, as we all do.
Yeah.
And everybody and their dog was posting a picture of a red dot, like this big.
Yeah.
And then they were all writing, it doesn't do it justice. This is the greatest moon ever. So I was like, well, I can't miss the greatest moon ever.
Take a picture.
So,
Yeah. So how, was it the greatest moon ever? Did you go out and you were like, I'm glad I.
I'm kind of glad. Can I tell you, it looked like Star Wars. It looked like, I was like, are we on Tatooine? Like, it was I heard you guys talking about Orlando. We all know how much I love Disney World and all the things. I kind of felt like I was at the ET ride or something. I was like, is Steven Spielberg here?
Oh.
Is he making it? Yeah. So it was
It's
good.
exciting. And you're today and Monday. What's coming up on your show today? Monday. What's Monday? I know what Wednesday, but I don't know Monday.
Yeah.
Y'all are so cute. Today is Make It Work Monday.
Make
And
it
I'm
work.
actually make it work. I'm actually going to have my first live guest today. So that's really
Oh.
exciting. I
Who's
know.
your guest? Can we know? May we know who your guest is? Or are you
Of
saving it
course
for a
you
surprise?
can know. They pay me the big bucks to do nothing because they don't. I was just kidding. You're very nice, everyone.
We're very
Who
grateful.
signs anything with my name. No, listen, there's a part on Mondays that we have that we've kind of just come to call Mindful Monday. It's like a moment where we just kind of take a moment and kind of just
I love
gather. It is. It's really nice. GP, I hope it's not me. GP, it's not you. I'm not that desperate. I'm kidding.
If you want to know about Poutine, GP's the man.
Yeah.
There's so many things. I'm not really sure what he tells me that's true or not. It's fine. It's a very complicated relationship. No, but my friend Mindy, who I went to high school with, who's now an avid listener, she has like she has a master's degree in therapy. She's a big time therapist in Dallas. So Mindy's going to come and do Mindful Monday with Mindy. So
Monday we met the 3 M's. Sheila said it's Mindy. Sheila knows.
yeah, I think the
Excited.
gang's going to be really excited. All 3 of my friends. So and my mother. I'm just kidding. I could get my mom to watch the show.
Mindful Mondays with Mindy and Mother. I mean,
That's
get
right.
more M's in there. Get more M's in there.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right.
well,
So today is Make It Work. We had the emoji game, which everybody loves. Here's the thing. Anna loves to create games for me to lose at, which isn't hard. It's just a game. I will lose at it.
Yeah, me too.
And, and I can't pronounce anything. So here's what's really adorable. Anna has made a bingo card that people can download from my website and play along during the show, because apparently I say the same
wow.
things every day.
I love it.
Amazing. So like a sort of a drinking game, you'd call it, like
Yes.
tick these off the box, and if you do, like there we
Yes.
go. Like how many times will Liv say Orlando?
Exactly. I was born in Louisiana is one of the boxes. Me mispronouncing a word, which should happen any moment now. That is a box. So
What can we
Yeah,
know
I
one
know.
word? What's one word that apparently you mispronounce? My mother always says, instead of Mexico, she says Mexico. Mexico.
oh, nice. I did.
Oh,
I
dear.
was a kindergarten teacher and I mispronounced it on the air, and I said I was a kindergarten teacher.
Oh wow.
Kindergarten.
There's a
I
whole,
love you.
there's a whole a bunch of kids growing up with some
You guys,
questionable-
I'm just really pretty. I'm just a trophy wife. Okay.
No, it's so
It's
good.
a hard job. But I want to say thank you, ladies. Y'all are
Thank
mwah,
you.
mwah, mwah.
Oh,
Have a
And,
love
wonderful
you.
day.
And you
Have
Liv, take
so
care.
much fun. Eat all the bangers and mash.
We will do. We're off to eat them all. Thanks, Liv.
Bye. Hello and good morning. Welcome to Live Every Day. I am your one and only host, Liv Harrison. You guys, welcome to Backchannel. You've made it. You found Monday. You found Backchannel. You are here. This is the only place that you can listen and watch and chat with live hosts 12 hours every single day. We start with the wonderful Haley and Allison. We just had Haley and Allison. They were just here on the show, transitioning, handing me just, you know, it's like the changing of the guard. Did you ever go to like Washington, D.C. and you watch them like, have you ever been in a shift change? That's what you just saw. So Haley and Allison start us off at 6 a.m. on the East Coast from 6 to 8, although they are not on the East Coast. They are in England, but all of our times are the East Coast. I am here in the great state of Texas. It is 7:01 here in Houston. Good morning. There's my friend, Indiana Steve. Hi, Indiana Steve. I'm going to say hi to everybody in just a sec. After Haley and Allison is me. Right now, this is what's happening. But let me just say this. On Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm only here 2 hours. Sadly, I'm here less than that on Tuesday, Thursday. I know, right? Your congressman. I'm here from 8 to 9, because then from 9 to 10, you've got the great Kate and the wonderful Will. Every day from 10 to 12, you have Get On Up with Jim and Renee. 12 to 2, the Anthony Davis Show. 2 to 4, your pal Hal. And then 4 to 6, you've got Mario Smith coming home with The Drive. Let's say hi to everybody. Andrea, good morning. Chewy, good morning. Sheila, good morning. Indiana, Steve, Marnie, Dell, Doug, Fancy Aardvark, hi. Jonah, Guard, I love it. And Stacy. You guys, also thank you to all the subscribers. Sheila, Doug, Fancy Aardvark, Jonah, Stacy, thank you for subscribing. If you want to be a subscriber, I'll allow it. I would love that. That would be fantastic. You can go to backchannel.tv. There's a couple of things you can do there. And here's why you want to go. You can listen to this show on the T-Rexa device. You can listen on the T-Rexa app. Hopefully you know what I'm saying. It's Alexa. Don't say it out loud. She gets very fussy in everyone's homes. So we call her T-Rexa, Palexa. I don't know, whatever. So if you have one of those, maybe an Echo Dot, you can listen. Just listen to the show. Start vacuuming. Give scrambled eggs to your children. Kiss your husband goodbye. Put on your pants as you get ready for your business meeting. I don't know what people do in the morning. I have no clue whatsoever. But you can listen to this show. Now, if you go to backchannel.tv, you can talk to me. You can chat. And I can read it. We can have a conversation. If you hit the subscribe button while you're there at backchannel.tv, that is going to subscribe you to this show. Not to anyone else's show. We do not share. No, we do share, but we don't share subscribers. So you can subscribe to this show. You can also leave a review that goes directly to Amazon. Those are really, I would like to say I'm employed by Steve Jobs. Wait, does he own Amazon? I would like to say that I'm employed by Jeff Bezos. They don't employ me. You think that's going to happen now? I know Sheila just wrote Jeff Bezos. Mindy just said different guy. Hi, Mindy. Hi, Grass Pedal. I'm doing great. You guys, today is May 16th and it's Monday, which means Make It Work Monday. Let me say this. If Steve Jobs wanted to own Amazon, he could have. Yeah, it is Jeff Bezos. I know. Oh, I was doing so. Anna's laughing. Anna's like, so we won't be getting that phone call today. Anyway, but you can leave a review, you guys. You can go to backchannel.tv. Now, if you've got a device like an Echo Show or a Fire TV, Fire Stick, what was it? A Fire Cube? What was that? It was a Fire what? Something. Yes, Grass Puddle. The reviews do go straight to Bezos. He sits there. It was a fire blaster, wasn't it, Anna? Everybody said good morning to producer Anna. He does. He has nothing better to do than to sit and see what reviews I get on this show. I don't think you can talk to that one, but crazy name. Wait, what does that mean, Anna? Fire blaster. Oh, you can't talk to it. Listen, I don't know. I'm not Jeff Bezos, nor am I Steve Jobs. If you can talk to your device, talk to it. Your magic word is say. You can say Echo, say good morning, Liv. Echo, say Jeff Bezos. Good morning, Jeff Bezos. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, yeah. Okay. Fire blaster. We have no idea what it does. Hi. There's our friend April. Hi, sweet friend. How are you? Mindy saying hi to Anna. Everybody's saying hi to each other. I love it. Mindy says you can listen in the shower. We might need details on that. That's hilarious. Oh, Mindy, I left my bingo card at home. How's the bingo card going? Sheila says I need 4 more for bingo. Macho Snail, good morning. First time watcher. I am so glad you're here. Anna says we need an Amazon expert. That's right. You're supposed to find one, Anna. So yeah, so we can order all the devices and see how they work and then return them. Because I don't know what a Fire Cube does. Anyway, that's what you can do over at Backchannel, you guys. You can talk to me. You can leave a review. 5 stars would be fantastic for this show. And you can subscribe. Now, if you are just really wanting to hop over to YouTube and Facebook, I shall allow it. You might also talk there. Here's what's so great. We can all discuss. This is what makes it so different than anything else out there. And today being already so into May, which to me, I've said this more than once on the show, May is like December. There is so much that goes on, like graduations, weddings, what else? End of school. You got to sign things up for camp. Like my kid goes to a private school. So we had to like sign that up. And I kind of want to be like, can't you just, like I have subscription boxes and I get those all the time. They never ask if I want to keep getting them. They just keep sending the subscription box. I feel like with kids, they should just, take them until we say don't. April saying hi. Good morning to Anna and that she's great. I do want to hear about your weekend. I want to hear what you did this weekend. I had a really great and fantastic Saturday, and I can't wait to tell you guys about it. I also went outside and saw the blood moon eclipse situation. I legit thought ET was coming down. I really did. I was like, is Steven Spielberg in charge of the moon? Because it was so red and it was so like Star Wars-y and whatever. Did you guys go see the moon? I want to ask. I was going to wait. I'm just going to ask now. I can't stand it. Make It Work Monday. Did you see the moon? I did. Okay, here's what's so funny. I was telling Haley and Allison this a few minutes ago, but I scroll at night. I do everything you're not supposed to. You know how I tell you guys constantly, guys, do not scroll at night. Don't do that. Like you should go to sleep. You shouldn't watch a show. You shouldn't, text your mother. Like what? You should text your mother, but you shouldn't mindlessly do these things. All the time. I do them all the time. Well, last night I'm scrolling and I kind of prefer to scroll on Facebook. Is that weird? That's my social media of preference when I scroll. I'd like to know that answer one day. So guys, go to backchannel.tv, talk to me there. Let me know if you saw the moon. Let me know what you prefer to scroll. So I'm on Facebook, and every single person, Mindy says, because we're 45. I'm not 45 yet, Mindy. I'm so young. Every single person, even people who aren't into Facebook, were on Facebook last night. Every single one of them. Look at this. I have confetti left over from the day that we did our 100th show. Can you see this piece of confetti? Am I doing this right? Wait. There we go. That's how big everybody's pictures were of the moon. Do you see how tiny that piece of confetti is? And it's like so teensy tiny. And everybody had the same picture because they all have iPhones. Everybody has an iPhone. So everybody's outside in their driveways. Everybody's outside in, where else do people go in life? I don't know. Their yards. What do people have? And they're taking pictures of this red moon that's eclipsing. And it's so tiny on their Facebook. And every single human is saying the same thing. Every single human is saying, this picture is not doing it justice. This moon is gorgeous. This picture is not anything close to what it looks like outside. Are you outside? Are you looking at this eclipse? My kids are freaking out. It is red, blah, blah, blah. Like it's the same 10 statements. Well, it's like 11 o'clock at night. It's like 11:30, which we all know I'm a night owl, but I'm actually not feeling so hot. I'm tired. And anyway, we won't talk about, this isn't about me. I wake my husband up and I said, do you want to go outside and see this blood moon? And he was like, not really. I was like, but it's an eclipse. And he was like, they happen all the time. I was like, I feel like he's right. I also feel like when I was little, like this was a big deal. So I said to him, should we wake up our kid? Should we go get the kid? It feels like a kid thing. He said, no. We go outside. I make him go, thank you, Anna. Thank you. And this was a total lunar eclipse, wasn't it? Or no? Was it? I don't know what it was. Anyway, I remember when I was little getting lawn chairs. You know what I mean? I had a telescope. Remember, you guys, I'm so into space and I wanted to be an astronaut. I had an incredible telescope growing up my whole life until recently, actually. It was a total lunar eclipse. I remember having lawn chairs, but do y'all remember the lawn chairs we all grew up with? And I'm talking to the people who are less than Anna's age. Wait, more than Anna's age? Listen, math is hard. But remember we had like the woven kind of lawn chairs, you know? They were like the woven lawn chairs, it was like the old school yard chairs. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, the plaid lawn chairs. Thank you. Yes, your grandparents still have them. Anna's grandparents still have them. I love that. Good morning, Nathan. Yeah, and they do fray. But we would put those out in the middle of the street and watch the lunar eclipse. Like it would be like a thing. I feel like it's not a thing. Anyway, I went outside. It was beautiful. It was very like I said, it was like Martian-y. And I loved it, but I didn't stay. Like I said, I'm not feeling so great. But I wish I made it into a thing. So tell me, did you see the eclipse last night? Did you grow up seeing eclipses? Did you have those amazing lawn chairs? Go to backchannel.tv. Get started on your Monday. I'm going to pour coffee while you guys write to me. Don't leave me hanging, you guys. I want to know all the things. Those of you with your Live Everyday mugs, cheers. Would you like one? Would you like one? You can earn one. We believe in earning things around here. We don't give out participation trophies. This is also, I didn't realize that this was still on the bottom. I still have the sticker. Anyway, if you'd like to, we give them away every single Friday. If you play the games and you have enough points, oh my gosh, this thing is going to break. You know what, Nathan? If you're still listening, could you check on this carafe situation? Gives me a heart attack every single time. Okay, here's my coffee. Tell me about your moon. Tell me about what you're drinking this morning. All the things. Until then, cheers, everybody. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Okay, let's see. What is going on? Oh, April, I'm having a fantastic morning. Thank you so much for asking. How is your morning? Mindy says it was cloudy where she was. Her bedtime is 8:30. Is that true? Get a new carafe. Listen, GP. I gave that job to my lovely production assistant, Nathan. I don't have a production assistant. I pretend it's Nathan until I make it in the city. Until then, it's just him. And I bossed him around and I said, get me a carafe. Apparently he ordered one. I don't know. Panicked when you said assistant. Oh, Anna. Anna's my executive assistant. It's the easiest job ever. Anna's like, I don't even know what I do. Okay, let's see. Anna says most of the pictures in her official CNN article that she has are from Columbus, Ohio. So did you guys have a really good view of the thing? Okay, Rebecca says, did not go look at it. Rebecca, you invented space. We were outside all day at bedtime, did not go well. Oh, sorry. And so I was not waking them back up, nor was I getting up. I was kind of in that place. Rebel Dinosaur, good morning. First time watcher. I am so glad you're here. Listen, Macho Snell, Rebel Dinosaur, you can speak directly to your devices. Like, this is how great this is. Okay. Sheila saw a great speaker named Matthew West. Did you like him as a speaker? You got to hang out with him, He's a famous speaker from Australia. It was a BIP experience my husband bought for my birthday. Wow. Wait, when was your birthday? I'm sure I know. Anyway. Oh, Anna didn't go see the moon. Okay. Well, listen, I did. I loved it. I wish I would have stayed. My geeky astronomy self is sad that I didn't make a bigger deal out of it. But here's the thing that you're all going to love. It's time for a game. We are going to play. Oh, I'm thinking Matthew Kelly. Yeah, you're right. What did I say? You saw Matthew West. Cheers, everybody. Monday. It's Monday. Let's play a game. Shall we, Anna? That means I talk less. That's the best part about the game. I think that's why everybody loves the games. We're playing the emoji game this morning. Get ready, everybody. Get on your back channels. Hi, Rebel Dinosaur. See? You did it. You spoke to me. You said hi. I am so glad you're here. If you'd like to tell me your name, I would love to know what it is. I love you too, Sheila. It's hard to be this beautiful. That's a joke, everybody. You don't need to adjust your cameras or your screens or your listening devices. It was a joke. Okay, I know. I'm so pretty. You're so pretty. That's our joke around here when I get things wrong. It makes it funny. Okay, here we go. The emoji game today is movies. So how does this work? I'm so glad you asked. Anna has put together some emojis and I have to tell you what they are because not everybody's watching. Some people are just listening. That's what makes us so unique. Great. I will explain them to you. And then you go to backchannel.tv or you speak to your device or you're on YouTube, Facebook, and you know how to handle that. And you play along. It's really that easy. Okay. So we're going to take this first one. Oh, Anna wants me to remind everybody she is keeping score. So pour your coffee. Tell me what you're drinking. A lot of you drink Snapple in the morning. I don't know how y'all do that, but you do, and I love it. Tell me what you're drinking. Get your mug ready. Your face mug, your actual mug. Go to backchannel.tv. We're going. You ready, guys? We ready? We ready? Okay, here we go. 3 emojis in this one. It's a movie. Okay, it's a movie. Oh, hi, Stacy. You got a pregnant lady, you have a kid running, and you have an electric guitar. Those are your 3 emojis. What movie is this? A pregnant lady, a kid running, and an electric guitar. My first thought, which I never know the answers, by the way. My first thought, which does 0 sense. That also doesn't work. Back to the Future. No one's pregnant in that movie. Why? Because there's a kid running an electric guitar. What are your guesses on this? Stacy says, I'm drinking tea and I'm having frosted flakes for breakfast. Stacy, I am never going to lose weight as long as we're friends. You always have the best breakfast. Anna's having trouble with the screen today because it's not usual lights color when there's emojis. Oh. Grasspiddle says Star Wars. I thought we made a rule. Every answer has to be The Little Mermaid. Indiana Steve is drinking coffee. Okay, Indiana Steve, tell me this. How do you take your coffee? I'm trying to just drink black. I've got to lose weight. Oh, you can't see the emojis? Anna, I don't know what's going on, friend. I know she's been having some trouble with the way things show up on y'all's side. I can see the emojis. That's what's so weird. You have it black too. Steve, do you prefer it black or is just, like, do you like black coffee? Is this on purpose? Or are you doing it for a reason? I'm doing mine on. Wait, is that any different? My parents love black coffee. My mother loves black coffee. I don't know if I would choose it. I don't know if I would choose it on purpose, but I feel like it makes me healthier. Nathan said Guardians of the Galaxy. Interesting choice. That's a good guess. Okay, Anna refreshed it. Let's see if that helps. Again, it's 3 emojis. The first emoji is a pregnant woman. The second emoji is a little boy running, or it could be a man. They don't really tell us. And then the third is an electric guitar. Early 2000s? Anna says early 2000s. Of course, now I'm thinking of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. No one again is pregnant in that movie. Why am I running into my mic today? Stacy said Guardians of the Galaxy. Jeez, Louise. Nowhere near correct. Anna says, why is everyone guessing Guardians? I don't know. No, I'm with you, Indiana Steve. I love it with cream and sugar. I really do. I prefer that. If I'm trying to be healthy, I just have black. I've got to get my life together. I have got to get my life together. Do you guys ever go through moments like that where you're just making bad choices? And by that, I mean eating. We all know my vice. Okay. Anna says, here's a hint. Here's an hint. Oh, Mindy says there's something about Mary. What to expect when you're expecting. That's a good one. Stacey says we all do. Sheila says every day. I am definitely struggling in my life. I've got to get it together. Okay, here's the hint from Anna. The most awkward male teenage actor ever is in this. He isn't in much now. Really? Is he still a teenager? No name. Hello. But he was in a ton of the 2000s rom-coms. Grasspole says my best friend's wedding. No one is married there. Oh, Mindy says Juno. Rebecca says Juno. Nathan says Shia LaBeouf. I was thinking, who's the kid from Home Alone? Macaulay Culkin. I can't stand that kid. But he's like 45. It is Juno. Wait, what does the electric guitar have to do with anything? Michael Cera. I almost just said he was in Napoleon Dynamite, but he's not. Good gracious. What kind of Monday am I having? This is ridiculous. Erica, good morning, friend. You've never seen Juno? Look, I've made it a rule to not freak out when people say things, but what? I feel like, here's why I'm freaking out, Erica. I feel like of all people, you would really enjoy it. Anna says electric guitar is the guy in the couple who wants to adopt the baby. He plays the guitar and Juno and him bond over it. Huh. Stacey says, don't feel bad or discouraged, Liv. Just keep going. Thank you, Stacey. Your side hurts today. Oh, you hit it on your dad's truck? That's terrible. Jason Bateman. Oh, Jason Bateman is in Juno. I love the Batemans. You know who I miss? Justine Bateman. Okay, next emoji guess. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 emojis. This is a movie. 6 emojis. Are we ready? Number 1. It's a little girl. Jill Andrews is here. Hi, Jill. Good morning. Little girl. Then we have stars. Is that what that's supposed to be, Anna? Or is it magic? Is it magical stars? Then we have a box with an arrow going to the right. Nathan says you need to refresh it. Then we have a cityscape. Then we have an adult lady. Then we have a martini. Ooh. I know what it is. Maybe. We're having trouble seeing, but you're not. This is so weird. Don't you find that weird? that I can see it and you guys can't? It's like an invisibility cloak in Harry Potter. Okay, Made in Manhattan. Grass puddle. That's funny. It could be. Sex in the City. That's a good guess, Erica. All right, a little girl. Magical stars. Then there's a box with a white arrow pointing to the right. There's a city. It's pointing to the city. Then there's a grown-up woman. Then there is martini. Specifically a martini with an olive. That's my guess, Sheila. That is my guess. Sheila is guessing 13 going on 30. I feel like that's what it is. Does she drink a martini in it? Or is it just that she has an adult beverage? Which I can appreciate. Also, how precious and adorable is Jennifer Garner? Just has an adult beverage. Okay, thanks, Anna. So my friend and my life coach, Lynn Collins, is in 13 going on 30. She plays Mark Ruffalo's, she's in a lot of movies, obviously, but she in much bigger roles, but she plays Mark Ruffalo's fiance. So if you want to see who my life coach is, although you could always IMDb Lynn Collins, but she is in 13 going on 30. Baby Mark Ruffalo. I've known her since we were 12 because we went to the magical high school. Everybody playing bingo? Who is playing bingo this morning? Nathan guessed Devil Wears Prada. That's funny. Grassfall says 13 going on 30 makes sense. I think so too. Andrea, good morning. There she is. There's our friend. Sheila, you need 2 more for bingo. Now, are you carrying over from last time? Erica, we have a bingo board now. 13 going on 30, you guys. Anna's keeping score. Erica says, yeah, yes. All I could think of was Freaky Friday or Big. Oh, that's good. But I don't know the name. No, you did great. You're doing great. Sheila, this is fresh and brand new today, and you already only need 2 on your bingo board? What? Holy smokes. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 6. We've got 6 emojis. Number 1, it's an ear. I don't know if it matters which ear, but there's an ear. Then there's a tongue. Then there's, if you're watching, you guys, you should go to your screens and watch because I just did what I'm looking at. I did big eyes, like wide eyes. That's the emoji with my eyes. Then there's a nose. Then there's a hand. Then there's the number 6. Refresh it again, Nathan says. Okay. Anna, please refresh. Oh, okay. So it's about a lot of body parts. Are they important? What the body parts are? Like, is that the importance? Grey's Anatomy. No, I'm kidding. Ear, tongue, big eyes. Maybe it's just supposed to be eyes. Nose, hand, 6. Ooh, Erica. She guesses the 6th sense. That's genius. Mindy came in with 6th sense as well. Wow. That makes sense. Hearing, tasting, seeing. I almost said nosing. I did. I almost said nosing. It's smelling. Wait, what are we doing? What are the senses? There's only 5 senses. Right. Hearing, tasting, seeing, smelling, touching. Got it. You watched that last night, Jill? Ooh, what? Anytime anybody leaves the cabinets open in the kitchen, I'm like, guys, well, you're not Haley Joel Osment. What are we doing? That is so funny. Everybody, yes, GP says, nice one, Mindy. Well, Erica wrote it also. GP, you got to give her credit as well. Nathan says 6th sense. Jill watched it last night. Sheila says 6th sense. Stacy says 6th sense. Okay, 6th sense. You watched Saved by the Bell last night? What did I watch? It is the 6th sense. You guys are so smart. Okay. Fortunate Crocodile. Hi. Good morning out in Iowa. I love it. Welcome, welcome. Okay. We're playing a game. You can go to backchannel.tv, play with us, or you can speak directly to your device, Fortunate Crocodile. You can talk right to it. Okay, here we have a like a clock and an orange. I was gonna say like a mantle clock. Does that matter? A mantle clock? Like it looks like if you have a mantle, you would have this clock on it. Okay, sorry. Clockwork Orange is everybody's guess. Mindy's guessing that. Erica's guessing that. Jill's guessing that. Rebecca's guessing that. Nathan's guessing that. Indiana Steve is guessing that. All right, must be Clockwork Orange. All right. Makes sense. GP is guessing it. Sheila's guessing it. Way to go. Stacy's guessing it. I hope you all haven't seen this. Isn't it like really rated R? Who has seen Clockwork Orange? I actually have a friend that loves it. I have more than one friend that loves it. They say it's like brilliant filmmaking. Is that true? Okay, let's go. Haven't seen it. I am scared to watch it too. Okay, Anna's scared to watch it. Mindy says she saw it. She has no memory. Two emojis. Knife, like a butcher knife, and a kid running. That's like 700 movies. Stacy nailed it. You did nail it. Every movie ever. Every horror film ever. Ooh, I just had an idea of what it was. It's a classic. You've seen it? Is it scary? Like, GP, should Mindy and I watch it? Yeah, but Rocky Horror, Rocky Horror is a lot of fun. I've always wanted to go to a midnight showing of that. Okay, so what are we saying? We're saying a big butcher knife, and a kid running. That's what I thought. Erica, I think Scream. Sheila's saying Chucky. Erica's also saying Friday the 13th. Steve is saying Blade Runner. Oh, that's smart. Mindy's saying Knives Out. You guys are guessing crazy. Jill says Pet Cemetery. Anna says one of you guys is correct. Keep playing, everybody. Anna says this one is more of a play on words / emojis. Lipstick with the Little Mermaid. Obviously, this one is Little Mermaid, but it was so obvious. Mindy, Blade Runner is better. That's a good guess. Who said that one? Who said Blade Runner? Who guessed that? It was Indiana Steve. Way to go, Indiana Steve. You can't see it? Rebecca says Blade Runner. Erica says Blade Runner is a good guess. Stacy says this is not Little Mermaid. No, that was a joke, Stacy. Guys, can you guys refresh on your end and see if that helps you? Just try it for funsies for us. We're just trying to see where the technical difficulty is because she's refreshed it like 4 times now. So see if it's something on the other side. Is it on the other side? The problems and the issues. You're still seeing Clockwork Orange, Indiana Steve says. Okay, Blade Runner. I don't know, Anna. I'm sorry, friend. I mean, for everybody, that would be weird. Blade Runner. You're right. Way to go, Indiana Steve. I feel like you should get double points. Rebecca refreshed and it didn't change it. Okay, Anna, I'm sorry, friend. I think it's on our side. You're still seeing Clockwork Orange. Okay. All right. Well, everybody refresh. All right. Last one. We have a fist, which I don't know if it's a punching fist, like I'm going to hit you, or if it's what is that called when you bump somebody? Like, like high five, but with a closed fist. What is that called, guys? Dink. What is that called? Then you've got a fist bump. Oh, for the love. Thank you, Anna. Oh, geez. Stacy says, I don't want a fist. Okay. So a fist bump or punching, I'm not sure. It's a closed hand. Second emoji, there's 3 emojis. Second emoji, okay, grass puddle. I see. Hopefully I make y'all laugh in the morning. If you are playing cards, they have different symbols, right? Like you got King of Hearts and you've got spades and clubs and diamonds. This is a club, the club symbol. It looks like a clover. And then you've got soap. I don't know why. You have soap, like lather, like Irish Spring. Yeah, Stacy says you're about to hit somebody. Yeah, okay, this is funny. Sheila says Fight Club. Who else is saying Fight Club? Erica says Fight Club. Okay. Grass Pedal says Fight Club. Minnie says Fight Club, but what's the soap about? I don't know. Rebecca said the same thing. Do they wash each other? What kind of club is this? Indiana Steve says Fight Club. Stacy says Fight Club. He makes soap out of the fat? Out of what fat? What is that? Sounds like if you see, you know the soap. I have seen it. It's a big part of it. They exactly. They wash their hands before they punch each other. Maybe Mindy says maybe you have to know the movie. That's a good point. Rebecca says I'm guessing Fight Club. Everyone's guessing Fight Club. Nathan says yes. The logo is a bar of soap. Oh, that's true. Like on the movie poster. Oh. Oh. Peter. Is this our friend Peter? Peter, is your last name Richards? Why don't I know this? Peter says Fight Club. Mindy's excited. Peter's here. Rebecca says it's Fight Club on a bar of soap. It is. It is on the movie poster. It's the logo. Why is that? Nathan says logo. Man, I feel really pretty this morning and not in the good way. Anna says some people need to go and rewatch it. Peter says, hi, Mindy. Not to me. Everybody loves Mindy. That's going to be the name of the show. We're changing it to live every day to everybody loves Mindy. Everybody has said Fight Club. Sheila, Indiana, Steve, Stacy. Anyway, what do we say? What say you, Anna? Is it Fight Club? Okay, you were shocked about what? Oh, Fight Club? Maybe you've all blocked it from your brains because I was shocked. What were you shocked about? The movie, Anna? Oh, yeah, the ending blew you away. Oh, when you saw it again or the first time that you saw it? Yeah, no, it's definitely like 7, 6 Sense. Yes. Usual Suspects. You're right. Fight Club was the answer. And it wasn't somebody, Anna wrote me and said when he first meets Brad Pitt, he's selling soap. That is true. That is true. You guys, here's the thing. A lot happens over the weekend all the time. And sadly, a lot of not great things happen over the weekend. We try to find happy things, but there's also some sad things. We are experiencing a surge in shootings. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Yeah, a lot of sad things happened this weekend. Really disturbing, by the way. I read an article that said however many days we're into the new year. And yeah, it's like we're over 190 mass shootings. And I think a mass shooting is anything that involves more than 4 people. I think is the definition. Anna says she thinks it said 193. I thought it said 198, but 3 more happened since I read that, which is crazy. In fact, my son, who's working in Pittsburgh in the projects, sadly knows 2 kids that were killed in the one that happened Easter. And I think I've mentioned that. So anyway, we have some things to talk about. We really do. In case you missed it, that's the time that we go over the news that happened over the weekend. And I'm really sorry to report that a lot of it is not positive and it's very sad. So if it's too much for you, go get something to drink. And yes, Peter says he came here to since I hear GP agrees that Ewan McGregor has a beautiful singing voice. Mindy loved your game, Anna. GP says, very true, Peter. I also agree, Peter. Moulin Rouge is one of my favorite. Mindy says, that's a thing that happened, Peter. Y'all are so cute. Okay, now this is very sad. And I got to be answered. This is going to be hard for me to read. Mass shooting in Buffalo, New York at a supermarket leaves 10 dead. And it is absolutely racially motivated, this attack. More than 10 people were shot. 10 people have died. And they did capture the man who shot them, 18 years old. Vigils, prayer services, and rallies were held across Buffalo Sunday after authorities said a gunman wearing tactical gear and live streaming a camera killed 10 people and wounded 3 more. in a hate-fueled shooting rampage at a busy supermarket. 11 of the 13 people who were shot Saturday at the Tops Friendly Markets were Black, Buffalo Police Commissioner Joseph Grimalgia says. So disturbing. The suspect who was taken into custody at the scene is white. The FBI is investigating the shooting as a hate crime and racially motivated violent extremism. The suspect, Peyton Gendron, which I don't even want to say his name, he's repulsive to me, 18, was charged with murder. And officials say that they will weigh additional charges in the coming days. Governor Kathy Hochul called the gunman a white supremacist who terrorized New York's second largest city in a cold-hearted military-style execution as people were buying groceries. Ooh. He was streaming on Twitch, is what Anna said. They took it down within 2 minutes. He had written the N-word on the end of his rifle. This is like the most disturbing thing ever. He also had a manifesto, as far as what I read. Bob from Michigan, first-time listener, welcome. Good morning. Anna said he had a mental evaluation and was held at the hospital last year because he made a school shooting threat. This guy, it's not just devastating. It's disgusting. This is disgusting. It is so gross. Yes, the shooter he's only 18, so young. I don't even want to call him an adult. Like, oh, so gross. Yes, Mindy, absolutely devastating. Best Fly, good morning. Welcome, first-time listener. More news that you might have missed. Thousands gathered for nationwide Bands Off of Our Bodies rallies. As you know, there's a lot going on in the Supreme Court. A lot of things going on in Washington. Abortion rights advocates gathered in the nation's capital and by state capitol buildings across the country Saturday for a challenging task, persuading the Supreme Court not to reverse the 50-year precedent set by Roe v. Wade. After listening to speeches from abortion rights activists, elected officials, and faith leaders in the nation's capital, thousands of demonstrators embarked on an hour-long march to the Supreme Court under cloudy skies and occasional drizzle, joining several hundred other demonstrators who were already there. Lots going on. More than 380 Bands Off Our Bodies demonstrations for abortion rights were planned for Saturday. Planned Parenthood began organizing the nationwide day of action months before a draft from the Supreme Court opinion that would overturn the 1973 Roe v. Wade decision leaked. Prior to Saturday's protests, the Senate failed to pass a bill that would have enshrined a nationwide right to abortion. Lots going on. Do we know how this was leaked? Mindy's asking. I'm so curious. I don't think we do. And I got to be honest, we're not getting in a political discussion about this for sure. But I think that should be a concern on every side. How was this leaked? Because that's a concern anytime there's a leak. Whether you're conservative and something leaks, whether you're a liberal, something leaks, moderate, I don't care who you are. That's a concern for every American. But yeah, we do need to find out. Anna thinks it was an aid. Sheila thinks it was on purpose. But it needs to be addressed and figured out. Senator Mitch McConnell, other GOP leaders, visit Ukraine. Finland formalizes intent to join NATO. God, y'all, lots going on. Senator Minority Leader Mitch McConnell met with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky in Kiev this week, according to Telegram posts from the Ukrainian leader on Saturday. The U.S. Senator from Kentucky was joined by 3 other GOP leaders, Senator Susan Collins of Maine, John Cornyn of Texas, and John Barrasso of Wyoming. Zelensky wrote that the visit marks a, quote, a strong signal of bipartisan support for Ukraine from the United States Congress, as well as from the American people. Finnish leaders, is that how you say that? Do you say Finnish? Finnish leaders expressed their support for joining NATO last week. And on Sunday, they formalized their intentions by announcing the Nordic nation will apply for membership. Independent since 1917, Finland has been military non-aligned since a 1948 treaty with the Soviet Union. The Nordic country shares an 830-mile border with Russia. I did not know that. And is hoping to avoid, I didn't even know they were by Russia, the brutal assault Ukraine is now trying to repel. Did we know that? Wait a second. Did you know Finland shares a border with Russia? No one knows that. An 830-mile border with Russia? There's no way people knew that. I'm serious. Anna said last week when we were mentioning the First Lady of Ukraine, it is, Zelenska, because that's the feminine version. Oh, interesting. Ukrainian language thing. The rest of this is kind of meh. Okay. So there you go. It's in the exactly. It's over by Norway and all the things. You guys, there's a lot going on in the world, and here's what's so fantastic. We have the opportunity at this point to take a moment on Monday, which we like to do. This is Make It Work Monday, and lots go on Monday. Today, in case you want to know, there's all these national things. We've got National Do Something for Your Neighbor Day. That would be nice. There's a lot of bad going on in the world. Do something positive. National Love a Tree Day. Go hug a tree. National Piercing Day. I only have 2. National Sea Monkey Day. I can't believe people actually think that's a thing. And National Biographers Day. And here's where we're going to go down in history. Today is National First Time Ever Live Guest on Purpose Mindful Moment with Mindy Day. Oh my gosh. I am having Mindy. Okay. Hi.
Hi.
You guys, this is the beautiful, talented, lovely Mindy, who I've had the incredible gift of knowing since I was a teenager. Everyone say hello. Are you excited? Is Grassfiddle losing his mind? Peter losing his mind? Russia. Okay, Grassfiddle is telling us Russia invaded Finland. They share border. Well, that must have been easy. They just walked over. Molotov cocktail was invaded. Where? In Russia? Oh, Grassfiddle's excited. Yes, here she is. Here she is. Guys, this is Mindy. So Mindy, I tell everyone that do you have your mug?
Of course I do. Would I have left this at home?
I'm going to cry. Cheers.
So
Cheers.
excited.
Monday
Cheers.
Mug Morning with Mindy. I love that you have an M for a name, by the way. Oh, Stacy says, Mindy, pleasure to hear you. I love it. Here's the thing, Mindy. I have told everyone that you have 75 master's degrees in therapy.
Just one.
Just one. We all know math is not my strong suit. So you have one master's degree in therapy. Is it in family, marriage and family? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What is your emphasis? Like what are you an expert in?
I'm a couples therapist, and
Okay.
I do see individuals, but it's relational work. So we do work with anxiety and depression and trauma with individuals and with restoring relationships. And I'm an emotionally focused therapist. So I study adult attachment. What? Why is that
Because I'm afraid at the end of this, I'm going to get a printout of Mindy saying, and here is your attachment issues live. And I'm going to get a nice little folded. Can I have a binder in your office? And you just take it out every day. And Mindy's like, check. Do you and my therapist have a little combo going? I know I have attachment therapy. I'm just telling you now. So if you have a quiz you want me to take, let me know. I'll do it. Sheila says, that's so fascinating. Thank you for doing what you do. Yeah, thank you, Mindy, for sure. And one of the things Anna and I were talking about is that hopefully this becomes a thing. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how Mindy likes it. But I love taking a moment. As you just saw, there's so much news in the world that is very sad. And like, I know you watch this show often, if not every day.
Every day, yeah.
Because you're such a good person. You're such a good person. I don't mind talking about what's hard, but because I think that that's important. You know, I don't believe in toxic positivity, even though I'm, a positive kind of a gal. It's real. I mean, we have all these things happening in the world, Mindy. But I think instead of just complaining or staying in that space, I really love these times where we talk on Monday to take a little mindful moment, meaning what can we do? Peter's excited. What? Mindy's a real person.
I am.
Mindy's my mother.
Three-dimensional.
I'm kidding.
I'm two-dimensional now, but
you have emotions.
all three.
So I love being able to give things that people can do instead of like, I know you and I grew up in the same place, and as a teenager, people would tell us things all the time, like don't do drugs or do your homework, but then they don't tell you how to do those things, right? And I think that that's why, as adults, in my opinion, we kind of have a hard time navigating some stuff because we know we're supposed to do it, but we don't know how, and that kind of a thing. And I know that we're in a place of the month of May. A lot of transitions are happening in the month of May. There's all this business going on in the world. Kids are graduating. People are, we have the great, whatever it's called, where people are leaving the jobs. It's just, it's a big transition month.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like we see a lot of that. Do you have any thoughts on change? I feel like May's one of those. Am I wrong? I don't know. Is that a thing?
No, you're not wrong. I think there's a lot of transitions right now. There's job transitions, there's school transitions. Our kids are transitioning into summer. There's a lot of people moving in May. They sell their house and spend the summer moving.
Right.
That's a big thing. And then, big ones like graduations or, launching. All those things happen.
Pushing the kids out, marriage. So what do you see happening in couples therapy and marriages when the kids are leaving, when they graduate? All of a sudden we got empty nesters, or we have, I don't know. Oh, Stacey says, I don't change very well. Listen, I think a lot of people struggle with change. I think change is a big issue for a lot of people. We like our comfort,
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why we like chocolate, Mindy.
We like our routines. We like things nice and predictable. So launching, empty nesting, big changes in your role, in your identity, in what you're doing with yourself as a caregiver, as a parent, that kind of changes and goes away. And
so you have a different like you've lost your like purpose kind of a thing. Is that what happens a lot?
It's a little bit like the death of the family as we know it.
Interesting.
So there's a lot of sadness.
Yeah.
With that for couples and confusion. I think a lot of people get lost in the grief of that and think this is somehow over. Or I don't know what to do with myself now. Who are we now? I have all this energy that I used to put into our kid. It takes so much focus, and this is such an intense caregiving relationship. And then you're done, right?
It's gone.
I mean, kind of.
It disappears.
Not on the daily. We're not really interacting with them anymore. And so it can leave couples feeling kind of adrift.
And separate. Aren't there a lot of like divorces that happen at this point? People who've been married 30 years and all of a sudden, they don't have the things in common. I love what you said about grief, Mindy. Like, is that something we should start doing, is allowing the space or preparing for grief and grieving these times? Or what should we do?
I don't know if you can prepare for grief. I think, right? Like there's anticipatory grief for sure, but it's, that's it's something you sort of have to experience and walk through. And I think what we can do with it is organize it. Like this is the space that I have to focus on that and experience that emotion, and then go back to more restoration oriented behaviors and thoughts and feelings where this is what we have now. And a lot of times that's just so alarming for couples. Like maybe we've lost each other or drifted apart, or I don't know who I am anymore. I've lost sight of you. We're feeling disconnected. And we don't really know what's possible beyond that yet.
Interesting.
Sort of resuscitate
it's an unknown.
The relationship. Yeah.
It's an unknown.
It's so scary to hope that we could deepen intimacy or grow closer in a new direction in that space, especially if there's been major betrayals or attachment injuries to the relationship that you have not bothered to mend or try to repair yet. So
to talk. Interesting.
Anyway,
so,
sorry.
Okay, we've got some young people on here, like Peter, Anna, who's 9. GP has young kids. A lot of people who have younger kids. So they're not, you and I are going through, we have older children who are in the process of, they haven't completely left, but they are, they're old enough to start their lives, but they're not like married with their own kids, really established, gone. So I don't know if that's called anything different. I mean, I consider Zach gone, but he'll still come home for the holidays. I mean, this is his residence, you know what I mean? So he'll be here for summers and things like that. So Peter writes, I'm old. And GP says, my earrings and your necklace met. They're not even listening to us, Mindy. They're
It's
not
just
even
about the
listening. They're just into our jewelry. Anyway, at least they're looking at us. At least they notice that we're on the screen. So I guess we could be happy about that. But so what do we say to parents, young couples, people who are still in the thick of it, who they think their worst day right now is that they're changing diapers or that they're chasing people or that they're, having tantrums or losing teeth. You remember those days where you just thought this will never end. And then they turn into teenagers and you're like, when will this end? So it's like these different sections. What do we say to couples who aren't there yet, who aren't in the transition of the launching? What are some things they can do now to start laying a foundation or connection with their spouse so that they don't end up in this space when they do get there?
That's a much bigger conversation. I think we do have to think about it in terms of like there's a developmental arc to the family life. And you know about this from your child development days, but we keep on developing as adults throughout the lifespan, and it doesn't end when we're 18 or 26. And so we continue to grow. I like to sit with young couples and tell them, just validate how in the weeds they are, how exhausting it is to be in a constant caregiving mode and constantly putting out energy and
so hard
for somebody else.
So hard.
It is so hard. And so everybody deserves rest. Everybody deserves care. So I like for people, we talked about this in the article a million years ago that you read on the air. You read the whole stinking article, which was so sweet, but
it's a great article.
We like to develop rituals of connection so that we don't lose each other on the daily, weekly, monthly, and bigger, annual rhythms of our lives. So are we able to connect every day? Are we able to have coffee or text messages, or how do I find you?
It can be that simple though, right? I mean, I think that's what's so interesting. And Mindy, you and I have talked about this. Life's complicated. The answers to life are complicated, but what's so interesting is that a lot of the answers are actually very simplistic, and it's about just the consistency of them. Having coffee with your spouse and speaking to them and holding their hand, that's not rocket science. You know what I mean? That's not hard algebra, Mindy. Even I can do that. But I think it's more of a building situation. If you have coffee, I don't know if you hear this all the time with couples, but my husband and I work with young couples, not in a professional sense, in a spiritual sense. But people say, well, I did it. You know what? I'll use something else. I'll say exercise. Well, I walked this week. Oh, okay. This one time this week you walked, and people are like, I don't understand. My cholesterol didn't change. I didn't lose weight. I don't feel any better. Everything everybody says is wrong. I'm sure as a therapist, you hear that a lot and you're like, okay, this is a habit we're forming, or this is an intentional movement we're making. It's not a one and done thing. And I feel like in emotional growth, that is a key part. Are you consistently making an intentional change?
Yeah. I think couples are constantly asking, are you there for me? And when you're in the weeds, it's really easy to miss that question. Really, really easy to miss the bids for connection and the cues, and to be misattuned and distracted.
That makes sense.
By the cares of life. What's a gift?
Oh, Peter says relationships are work, which is a gift. That you have to work at it, Peter? Is that the gift? Ooh, because that's a little deep. Jill's saying rituals of connection. Love that idea. I think that's great. I think that's really beautiful. The ritual of connection. But that's exactly what you're saying in a little soundbite, which, I hope people have like little tiny nuggets that they can take away, that they can just hold on to one little morsel. You're not going to get one answer from one show, from one therapist, from one book. I tell people that all the time. It's a collage of things, and every relationship is different. Every person's different. Every kid is different. Whether you have kids or not, you still have relationship work, whether you're in a relationship or not romantically. Usually, other humans, so like a lot of this can be applied to whatever is going on in your life. I think that whole ritual of connection, no matter who's important to you, how many of us have had relationships and they disappear, or they change, whether it was romantic or not, friends, family members, things of that nature.
Yeah. So humans are made to bond. That's what attachment science is all about. Like that we are made to connect. We're not made to live and thrive in isolation. We don't do that very well. And so whether we pair up with a mate or whether we're making a chosen family in adulthood, we all have attachment needs that are universal for a sense of belonging and a sense of care. Like, do I matter to anyone? Am I loved? And am I approved of? Am I respected? Do I have anyone's esteem? That's a big one too. So approval, belonging, care, universal attachment needs, whether we're talking romantic relationships or just friendships and family relationships, all of it. So.
They all matter. They all matter. And Stacy is bringing up a very good point. Sometimes there are children who stay with their parents the whole time because they are disabled. And that in itself is also something that has to be navigated as a family unit, as a caregiver. If, that's a whole other conversation. That's a whole other reality. And so you're right. Oh, Stacy says the Bible says isolation is bad because we need friends. That's true. And not just the Bible, Stacey. A lot of books say that. Brene Brown says that.
Yes. Beautiful, Brene.
I know. She's incredible. Nathan says, can you work to become something you are not if you want to be? What do you think, Mindy? Can you work at it and get there if you have the self-awareness that you're not something?
Absolutely. We have to believe change is possible, right? Like, people change every day.
Nathan says, like, if you're not empathetic or attached, can you change by habit, by making specific decisions? I think there's a lot of talk about empathy right now. You're hearing a lot of conversation around that word. It's having its heyday, I would say.
So I think my clients who tell me they're not empathetic, we just have to slow down. That's all. It's in there. Okay. We just have to slow the bus way down. I find a lot of partners who come in and say that they lack empathy are just living in a very fast-paced or very protected state. And so being able to slow down and open up the possibility to form a channel for empathy, absolutely, that's possible.
I agree. I totally agree. I feel like I think in pictures, I don't know if you know that. Oh, hi, Jace. Good morning. Listening out of Montana. And the first thing I thought was like an oil well, maybe because we're texting gals, and sometimes you can go to the surface and find oil, and sometimes you got to dig really deep and there's a huge something down there,
That's beautiful.
A huge reservoir. So absolutely. I think it could be both. And, so yeah. Peter says work is made for the man, not man is made for the work. Relationships are made to grow us, meant to be challenging, and meant to break us down and build us. You sound like the army, Peter. I love it. That was fantastic.
Peter's getting deep here too.
Woo! Peter is a deep well of oil. And Mindy, you are a refreshing spring of...
Thanks.
Of all things. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you so much. It's been, I'm so grateful that I know this is brave. Like, not everybody likes to hop on things or have their face be shown, or being interviewed is not always the easiest thing in the world. I want to say thank you for your time. And I want to say thanks for being part of this community. You are a massive part of this. You are why this works. And as you know, you are loved. You are loved by everyone, especially the men folk, everybody. M-I-N. Mindy, thank you, friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your mindful moment. You guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a 1-minute break. on Live Every Day. Take a little moment, write Mindy and say thank you to her. We are so blessed to have her part of our community. Refill your mugs. We'll be right back. You are watching and listening to Live Every Day. Welcome back to Live Every Day. You guys, we are at the top of the hour. We're actually a little bit into it. It is 9:05 on the East Coast. It is 8:05 here in the great state of Texas. You are on Backchannel. This is the only place where you can listen, watch, and chat for 12 hours with live hosts every single day. That was the lineup. Everything is going to be in East Coast time, an Eastern time zone situation. And here's how it goes. We start the day at 6 a.m. with the Haley and Allison show from 6 to 8. On Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, Live Every Day with me, your host, Liv Harrison, goes from 8 to 10. Now on Tuesday, Thursdays, I'm only here from 8 to 9 because from 9 to 10, we have the wonderful Will and the fantastic Kate with the Kate and Will show. At 10, we have every single day from 10 to 12, Get On Up with Jam and Renee, and we will be visiting them at the end of the hour, so don't go anywhere. From 12 to 2, you have the Anthony Davis show. Have your lunch with Anthony. Stacy loves to. From 2 to 4, we have Grass Puddle's favorite, Your Pal Hal. And from 4 to 6, bringing it home, you've got Mario Smith with The Drive. So that is everything going on Backchannel all day, every day, Monday through Friday. That's right, GP. Hal, he's your guy. So this works really easily. You go to backchannel.tv and you pull up something to listen on. You can have a Alexa device, the app, the T-Rexa app. That's what we call her, because if we say her name, she goes crazy in everyone's homes, or the Echo Dot. If you're just listening, that's great. I hope you have us on. You're cooking, you're getting dressed, you're writing your dissertation. I don't know. You're changing your oil, whatever you're doing. Do people change the oil in their car anymore? I'm not sure. However, you can come and chat with me on backchannel.tv. So you can listen. You don't ever have to talk to me, but if you'd like to, I'd love to hear from you. So go to backchannel.tv and you can chat there. Now, if you've got a device that you can speak to, so if you have an Echo Show that has a screen, maybe the Fire TV or the Fire Stick, which now I know those are two different things, right? Those are two different things. We also have a Fire Cube. We're not sure what you do with that. I think Doug has one, but you can speak to your device and your magic word is say. So you say, Echo, say, good morning, Liv. Echo, say, hi, Mindy, whatever you want to say. And it'll type it for you. This is 2022, you guys. This is like, we are in the future. If you want to hop on YouTube, you're the more than welcome. Backchannel has its own YouTube channel. We are live streaming there. So you can go find us on the Backchannel YouTube. Hi, Emily. Good morning. First time listener. Also, it's being streamed on my Facebook account, which will go away whenever this is done. So thank you for being here. Thank you to everybody. And thank you to all my subscribers. This week, we will be launching our subscription program. What does that mean? I'm glad you asked. We will have details throughout the week. So you want to subscribe now because our, not like as in the hour as in OUR. Our subscribers will start getting perks. One will be that I will speak correctly. That's not going to happen. So you want to subscribe because you will get updates about this show only this show. It helps me out. So thank you. And you will start having some perks. So go over there, hit the subscribe button at backchannel.tv and join today. Also, you can leave a review. So now that we are more into the hour, we're in the second half of the show. How do YouTubers subscribe? Mindy's asking. I mean, I'm subscribed to Backchannel, but I want perks. You know what? That's actually a really fantastic question. I'm going to have Anna look into that because I was thinking the same thing. Anna, and I love that we always have we're having morning meetings with everybody, guys. We're having a meeting right now. Rebecca says, me too. Anna, do we get to have a list of subscribers? And second of all, do we get their email addresses? Because I've got big ideas for my subscribers and I want to be able to talk to them, connect with them. So let me know, Miss Anna. She will get all the details. So we'll iron that out. I am home. All right, listen, I'm home most of the week. You guys, I have never traveled this much in my entire life. Now, this week is a little interesting. I will be in Houston the whole week, just not in my personal studio the whole time. At the end of the week, I will be at hotel. Well, I'm not supposed to share. I will be someplace. I'm working on boundaries. Mindy, are you proud of me? I'm working on it. I will be someplace else, but I will be in Houston. So it's just I've got a conference downtown that I'll be at. Let's see. Anna says, I think there's a way to check if people are subscribed to YouTube and add them in the subscriber pool for prizes and things like that. We will work on that. We will figure that out for sure. When is Backchannel merch? Where is the Backchannel merch store? I know, right? I need to ask, by the way, GP, did you get your mug yet? Have you gotten it? Mindy, you're so proud. What are you so proud about? Wait, what are you talking about? What does that mean? Tell me. So yeah, so I'll be here and then I will be off going places again. Good gracious. You haven't seen, okay. Anna says she hasn't seen notification about Grass Puddles mug being delivered. That's okay. Oh, you're so proud of me having boundaries. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm working on it. It's definitely a work in progress. I do have a funny story. I think I might have told you guys, but I was gone. I was gone for a week. I was in New York and then I flew to DC and then I came home late on Thursday. And on Thursday, I don't even know if I've told Anna this. I've had a problem of apparently and I might have talked about this on the show. Yeah, I am Dory. Thank you, Nathan. So, I tend to engage in conversation with people that I shouldn't. Like it happens all the time. And Anna has seen it happen. A lot of my friends have seen it happen. I need a handler at all time, not because I need an entourage. Like if I were ever to be famous, it wouldn't be because of that reason. You know how some people are like, oh, I'm so famous, don't ever look at me. I'm not, nor would I ever be that kind of person. But I need a constant handler, right? I need like a chaperone at all time. So I will engage in conversations, especially of the male type, and not understand the social cues that are happening. So it's kind of funny. But the other day I was getting my car. It was parked at like the parking spot or whatever, because that's where I park it when I go to the airport. It's an airport place. You park your car, you hop on the little shuttle. They take you to the airport. You fly away. When you come home, you take the shuttle, you get your car. Well, I couldn't find my ticket. And I had gotten approached by many of the men type over this. Nathan's like hilarious. Yeah. Like I was walking on the stairs in the Plaza Hotel and I got approached. Like, it's just like this, whatever. I apparently smile too much and I'm too friendly. We're working on it, Mindy. These are the boundaries I'm talking about. Apparently people are not nice to men. Women are not nice to men. Apparently they look very mean to them and they don't engage in conversation. And because I'm like, hi, what is your name? Where are you from? Apparently that's like, I don't know. So I'm working on it. I'm working on not being so smiley. I'm working on not making friends on planes, although that's not really going well. I made so many friends on the planes the last time and friends with the pilot, as I told you guys, and I got to go in the cockpit. Anywho, So I was being very adulty as I'm like driving out of the parking spot. And I said, "Excuse me," to the man in the little kiosk. I was like, "I can't find my ticket. I don't know where my ticket is. I was here for a week. I'm really sorry. I promise I got here last Thursday. Charge me for a week, blah, 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 whatever." So he goes, "Okay, no problem. Don't worry, whatever." Types in the thing. He takes my credit card. And Mindy says, "Working on not smiling." I'm failing horribly. That's hilarious. Peter, speaking of boundaries, you can sleep on Elijah's top bunk when you visit Ohio. Thank you, Peter. You're so sweet. I invite connection. Yeah, Mindy, I got to work on it. There's a lot that I just don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where my parking spot ticket went. Like, I've never lost it before, GP. You travel more than I do. Anyway, so the guy gives me back my card. And when he gives me back my card, he gave me his phone number. And he literally says, "Let's get to know each other better. Why don't you give me a call?" I was like, this was a 30-second interaction. Like, I literally said, "I can't find my ticket." Like, I didn't smile. I didn't say anything like, "Where are you from? Like, how long have you worked in this kiosk?" Like, none of the things I normally do. I do that. Oh, now I remember the other person. Yeah, the guy that I also dropped off my Enterprise rent-a-car to, he gave me his card. He was like, "You have a great smile. Here's my card." And I was like, Rebecca, it's very weird, but you can ask Anna. It happens all the time. I think people just don't talk to people anymore. I really do. I think we have like this dropping connection. And so anything remotely kind, people just whatever. And I looked at him and he goes, "What's your name?" And I looked at him and I said, "I'm good. Thanks." And I drove away. And I wanted to say that was me having a boundary. I'm very proud of myself. Very proud. GP, weird. I've only been hit on by bartenders. It happens a lot. But anyway, for a long time, I didn't know what was happening. Peter says, "I wonder how many times he gives out his number." Thanks, Peter. If you have enough lines, bound to catch at least one fish. Thanks, Peter. Peter, bring me back to the ground. Nathan says, "Start not talking." I'm going to have to become a mime. The problem is not you. The rest of us need to smile at strangers more often. Yeah, what the heck? Everybody starts stepping it up so your girl stops getting hit on. Yeah, for sure. Like, it happens all the time. So my son was actually there for one of the things that happened a week ago. I flew him out to New York, and I was on the stairs. I was at the Plaza Hotel having tea with my 19-year-old, and I'm walking down the stairs, and this man was like, "You have a beautiful dress." And I was like, "Oh, thank you." And he was like talking to me, and he was there visiting his ex-husband. So obviously I'm not his type. And he goes, "I have to buy you a drink." And I was like, "I think I'm okay. My son's right there." And he was like, "No, this is happening." And he brought me over to the bar, bought me a drink, and went over to my son and said, "I'm your new dad. It's nice to meet you." And I was like, what is happening in the world? What is happening? Rebecca says, "That happens to my husband. He's so friendly, and women start to flirt with him because they think that he's flirting." Yeah, he's just being friendly and chatty. Thank you. See, eye contact is contagious. Listen, we need to help. Anna just wants to be my full-time. She wants to put a little tether on my backpack. People are drawn to happiness and connections like a magnet. Well, they need to stop. I need to whatever. But I thought you guys would enjoy that. So yeah, Peter at least brought me down to the world and said, "Liv, he just has a stack of those. It's probably not even his phone number." You know what, Peter? I'm going to mail you his phone number and you can call him. See what he says. So there you go. Yeah. Don't be friendly, everybody. Or everybody starts smiling. Help me out. All right. No name. Hi. Welcome. I'm so glad you're here listening. Mindy, parking attendants need love too. And the guy that works at Enterprise. I get valets are becoming a problem. Yeah. Not here. Okay, guys. Moving on. I am so glad that we are, because guess what it is? It is time for general trivia. Are you guys ready to play a game? Because I am. Goodness knows I am. It is game time. So as you know, on Mondays, there is no help from Anna at all. She wants us to be better. And we are as human beings. So we don't have anything. It's just your brains for general trivia today. That's it. You guys are going to guess. She's going to keep score. What does Peter say? Hey, cutie, any chance I was playing Monopoly and landed on free parking made me think of you? Really? Nathan, nice line, Peter. Well, Peter, at least, if you need a plan B, if the realtor thing, or if anything happens to Mary, what is wrong with you? What are you going to call my guy and give him lines he can use on women that are trying to leave the parking garage? I just feel like I should be able to leave a parking area. You know what I mean? Good gracious. Or return a rental car or get in a lift. What do real women do? Okay, here we go. Oh, Anna did this on purpose. All right, everybody, get your bingo cards ready. If you are playing with us, go to backchannel.tv. You can play along. If you've got a device that you can speak to, you can tell your device the answer. Also, if you're playing Live Everyday Bingo, there's actually a bingo card because I apparently say things all the time. And so we have prizes, I think. Has anyone gotten bingo? What happens if somebody gets a bingo? We're going to have another meeting. Okay, so if you want to download it, you can go to theliveharrison.com and download the bingo card. When you go to the section of you go to theliveharrison.com, go to listen, go to live every day. There's a downloadable bingo card. You can either take a picture of it, a screenshot, or you can print it. Anna says when you win at bingo, you get a gift card, or are they going to be put into a pot for a gift card? We just giving out gift cards? Hi, Lisa. Good morning. All right, so get ready if you are playing because I'm going to mispronounce this word. What does a funambulist walk on? Did I do it? Oh, really? Oh, perfect. Okay. You win at bingo, you get a gift card. Once a week, we're doing that. Anna, is that also what's happening with like the subscribers? Is one of the things we're going to do is pull out a name from all of our subscribers. So if you're a subscriber, once a week, you have a chance at a gift card. So you want to go subscribe and other things. Yes, we will be doing other like subscribing things, but that is one thing. Anybody who's a subscriber, you will be entered into a drawing for a gift card. And then all who play bingo, and you get bingo. If you get bingo, you can you can possibly have that happen, a gift card. What does a fanabulist walk on? Hi, Xander, listening out in Florida. So glad you are here. What are we saying? What is everybody saying? Oh, okay. Hold on. Mindy's saying a fanabulist walks on sunshine. That's cute. Rebecca says a tightrope. Grass Puddle says mushrooms. Nathan says concrete. Mindy liked Peter's pickup line for the guy at the parking garage, whatever it was, parking spot. Mindy says mushrooms is a good guess. Grasswell said I had a side of mushrooms yesterday. So yummy, but he means the legal kind. The best part about being married, this is Peter, is I now get to use all my terrible pickup lines on my wife. Do they work, Peter? Did they work? Mindy says, that's brilliant. Keep trying to pick up your wife. Nathan has no lines. That's what's really sad. That's why I fall for all of these, because I've never heard them before. Mindy says, it's a runaway train over here. What does that mean? Okay, Peter says, shooting to work. Bye, people. Also, Liv, when you come to Ohio, we're all going to the melting pot. We are starting to save up for it. Boundaries. You're so precious. I love my Ohio friends. Bye, Peter. You're such a sweetheart. Okay, so, you can't find the show on YouTube, Lisa? If you type in Live Every Day Backchannel, if you put that in the search, it will come up. Absolutely, it'll come up. You don't know how to play bingo? Stacy, you are going to probably have somebody need to help you, but you know what? We can work on trying to get a Braille version. I'm trying to, and I got to get better on that, Stacy. And I want to make a commitment to you and to our other listeners who are blind or visually impaired, that I am going to make that a thing. That is my summer project, to really dive into having tangible things for you guys in Braille and stuff like that, because I love that you're here and you matter to me and I want you to feel included. So I will get better. And if you have any resources you want to share with me, I would appreciate that for sure. Okay, so a fanabulist, how do I say it? Walks on a tightrope. Rebecca was right. Way to go, you guys. I don't know how to say that. Stacy said the ground. Oh, Indiana Steve got it. He said tightrope. I'm sorry. I didn't even see that. All right, number 2, general trivia. What geometric shape is generally used for stop signs? Guys, don't we all know this? Everybody knows this. I that's what I said, Graspel. In fact, you know what's so funny? I asked Anna to look into having Braille mugs made, but I had a thought the other day, and by the other day I mean yesterday. We have these stickers, and I was wondering if I can't find mugs that can be made with Braille, if I could get stickers made with Braille and then have those attached to the mug. That was a thought I had yesterday because I really want it to happen. Oh no, Indiana Steve can't print his bingo card. You can't get your printer to work. So is that a printer problem? It's not it's not something we're doing, right? But you can screenshot it. I know that's not the same, but you can, and then you can use like your edit, and like draw on it, right? Is that a thing? Stacy says octagon. That's what I think, Stacy. Jill says octagon. I think the same thing. Or both. What, the stickers and the mugs? No, I agree. Like, I want to get as much made in Braille as possible. But I just thought, as a backup plan, if they don't have mugs. Indiana Steve is saying a hexagon. What was the question? I'm sorry. Is the question popping up or we need to refresh? What geometric shape is generally used for stop signs? Jill, that's a very good point. Jill says someone on Etsy can make those mugs. That is brilliant. Yeah, you know what? I actually would love to include our community. Guys, we have more than one listener. You can't see the question, Rebecca? Okay, Anna, we are definitely having an issue, friend. Sorry. Thank you. I would love for our community to do this. We have probably 6 listeners who are visually impaired. So I would love to have them be a part of everything that we do. So if any of you, everyone is invited to help us find resources to make everyone included, I would really appreciate that. So if you find something, you can send it to me at hello@thelivharrison.com. That's my email. If Anna wants to pop it up there, hello@thelivharrison.com. You're also always welcome to connect with me on social media, but there you go. So if you find any resources to help me send out things, or if you have any ideas or anything like that, you're always welcome, for segments for the show, for having everybody feel included, for, merch that you want to see. I want us to have Live Everyday fanny packs, to be really honest. I want like all sorts of stuff. Okay, Rebecca says octagon. GP says stop-a-gon. Stop. That is hilarious. And he says, yes, Jill, he could see them making custom mugs for sure. Mindy's saying octagon. I know, Stacy, you can't email without assistance. But, I wonder if, I have so many ideas. I do have a friend who is, she is fluent in Braille, actually. She has like a connection with that. I'm going to reach out to her. Because I wonder, Stacy, because we have your email, we have your mailing address, if it would be possible for us to have a bingo card made for you and mailed to you and whoever else would like that. All right, everybody's saying hexagon. Sheila, Indiana Steve. Let's see. Rebecca says, I would love a Braille mug. I was originally a sign language interpreter before I became a stay-at-home mom. I was fluent in sign language starting in high school, and I've shared this before, and I tried to get sign language to be a foreign language in at my university, and they wouldn't allow it. They said it wasn't a foreign language, and I was like, "Do you know how to sign language? Because I'm pretty sure that's foreign to you." Anyway, but now at Texas Tech University, it is recognized as a language. Anna says, "What, Rebecca? That's incredible. We need to have Rebecca as a guest. I would love to have you help us, like, and teach us things." Mindy saying, "Stop. What? That's amazing." Rebecca, I should clarify. That doesn't make sense. I was interpreter for a blind and deaf student. That's still extraordinary, friend. That is extraordinary. Okay, a geometric shape for stop signs is octagon. Mindy's right. That is so cool. Okay. Sheila's saying, what are you saying, Sheila? Your mom. What's a possibility, Stacy? You could teach me more about sign language because I speak it yourself. You do speak sign language, Stacy? Okay, yes, Sheila, please email me. That would be fantastic. Wow. You guys are amazing. I love you guys. Okay. Oh, for the love. How are we doing on the bingo card today? How am I doing? Am I hitting all the things? What is a sinophobia, the fear of? A xenophobia, a kinophobia, xenophobia. If I say things quickly, I feel like I say it correctly. Is that true? Is that a thing? Is this someone afraid of symbols? Like the symbols? Cynicism? Grass puddle. You know I can't say that. Come on. People are afraid of cynics. I'm afraid. I feel like your first pronunciation was best. How about I can't say the word pronunciation? Mindy, the fear of cynics. That is absolutely what I'm afraid of. Stacey says if you say it quickly, you're saying it the wrong way. If you say it slowly, you're saying it the right way. I feel like I do the opposite. Oh, geez. Geez, Louise. Make it work Monday. I don't know. Dogs? How is that not canophobia? Oh, Indiana Steve said dogs too. I tell you what, Indiana Steve and Rebecca always know. It is dogs, I'm sure. If they both said it, how do you, xenophobia is the fear of dogs? What? Did you know? You knew that? Did you know that, Stacy? You guys. Who knew that? Sheila says dogs. Everybody knows this? Is this a thing that we know? Stop. Anna said, I did double check this one because I was surprised. Same. That's crazy. Okay. When one is envious, what are they said to be? Like what color? We know this. Everyone knows this. Don't we know this? Mindy, you didn't know? You didn't? I did not know this one until yesterday. The dog fear? Oh, the dog fear. You didn't know about that. But you know about this one. Yeah. This is a saying, like we say it, right? Oh, you knew the color. Yeah, because we all say it. Thank you, Anna, for giving us an easy ones. We believe in ourselves. Sheila says green. Indiana Steve says green. Rebecca says green. Mindy says green, right? Green with envy. Isn't that what we say? Ah, Kathy says red. Mindy says, I didn't know about xenophobia. Yes, green with envy, right? Okay, green. But good morning, Kathy. Hi. Oh, what does the G mean in G-Man? Who's G-Man? What does that mean? Like George W. Bush? No, that's a W. I was like, George W. Bush. That is not at all what G-Man is. What does the G mean in G-Man? Who the heck is G-Man? Do y'all know this? Good morning, Kathy. Hi. I don't know. Everybody's getting really quiet. Indiana Steve, G-Man means government man. I kind of like it. Well, maybe that's why I thought of George W. I thought of W. I never saw that movie, by the way. Did anyone see that movie? I have so many things I want to watch. Wait, what? Govern? It does mean government? I thought Indiana Steve was being funny. It's like an FBI type, Mindy's saying. What? Is it governor? No, we're just saying government. What does G mean in G-Man? Is this a superhero? I don't know what this is. Sylvie. Oh my gosh, what a cute name. Hi. Good morning, first-time listener. I think your name is adorable. The cheese stands for cheap horse. I don't know what that means. Rebecca, yeah, government. All right, Anna, is it? Is that what G-Man means? Oh, okay. Anna says G-Man, short for government man, plural for G-Man, is an American slang term for the agents of the United States government. What? I have gone my entire life and I have never heard this. Jill says government security guy. You guys knew this? It's especially used for a term of the agent of the FBI. Well, I love that I totally thought Steve was being funny. I did. I thought he was being silly, which that's not Indiana Steve's MO. He doesn't do that. It's not that specific, but general enforcement. I had no clue. I had no clue. Huh. Are these the guys that have the little like what is this? What is that? A little microphone at the wrist, and they're like the eagle is moving. The eagle has landed. Is that what these guys are? Those are the G-men? Wow, I feel so dumb. Okay, number 6 is the last question, everybody. Did I ever watch it? I didn't watch The Untouchables. Oh, did they talk about it in that? All right, I'll go watch The Untouchables. Jeez, golly. I just thought that it was such a normal thing for everybody, and I have no idea. Aiden, hi. Good morning, first-time listener. I'm so glad you're here. Here we go. What is the unit of currency in Laos? And is that how I pronounce that? Is it Laos? I'm so nervous. Eek. Meep. I believe that pronunciation is correct. Okay. I hope so. I hate when I mispronounce like countries, people's names. Like I feel like that just shows ignorance and disrespect. And those are two things I don't want to do. I don't want to disrespect anybody and I don't want to be offensive. You know what I mean? What is the unit of currency in Laos? I have no idea. I have no clue. Are they governed? Who are they governed by? Their own government? I don't even know. I've never been to Laos. I don't even know where Laos is. Mindy says no idea on this. Lowers, Lowndes, Lousies. I owe you 5 Lousies. I'm just making up words. Now I'm probably being very offensive. See, for the love of everything. Hi, no name. Good morning. So glad you're here. Philippines. Laos is in the Philippines? Laos. This is a Laos. Stacy says we don't know. You guys who are joining us, you may go to backchannel.tv on your phone or your computer, and there's a chat there for you to give me an answer if you want to play along. What is the unit of currency in Laos? So is Laos a town? Is that a city? Rebecca says Lowry. The answer is Kip. What is Laos? Is that the capital of the Philippines? Oh, for the love. Okay, here we go. Anna's telling me. Laos. Laos is a Southeast Asian country traversed by the Mekong River and known for its mountainous terrain, French colonial architecture, hill tribe settlements, and Buddhist monasteries. And their currency is Kip. It's really kind of cute. Oh, okay. Sheila says, no, I'm wrong. So it's not the Philippines. Making up words for Liv to pronounce. Basically, how's that bingo board going, everybody? Oh, it's by Thailand and Vietnam. Well, that makes sense about the French influence. That's one of my favorite things about Vietnamese restaurants is they always have like macarons, or they have like, sometimes they'll have like a French, like it'll be decorated like in a French style, but you have incredible Vietnamese food. By that, I mean one of my favorite restaurants here in Houston, Ba Minh Bistro. It's like a both and. You need one more for bingo, Sheila? What is it? Tell me what it is and I'll say it. Country in Asia. I know, GP. Listen, I learn stuff all the time. I had no idea Finland bordered 830 miles with Russia. I want a raise of hands. And by that, I mean, everybody tell me on your systems, did you know Finland touched Russia? I'm serious right now. I knew it was by Sweden and Norway. What is that area called? They have a name. What is that area called? Finland, Norway, Sweden. They all look like fingers. They all look like Scandinavia? Is that it, Anna? Yeah, Sheila says she had no idea. Nobody knows. It is Scandinavia. Thank you, Indiana Steve. Indiana Steve, I just want to say, I can't believe you're still here. You're so kind for hanging out all the time and dealing with these shenanigans. The Netherlands. Yes, the Netherlands. Thank you, Kathy. Nope, I'm geographically impaired. Same, but no one knows that 800. Oh, the Netherlands is its own country. Okay. Sorry, Kathy. That's a country. 830 miles is a border of Finland and Russia. So here's a question. Scandinavia. Okay. GP saying Scandinavia. Have you been there? GP, have you been to Scandinavia? I feel like of all the people here, you or Mindy might. That's okay. Kathy, I thought that was a great answer. I thought Netherlands made sense to me. Here, and I'm serious. Is Finland taking in people from the whole war? Are Russians escaping? We hear about, Ukraine refugees and people escaping Ukraine. But are people escaping Russia during this war? I'm serious. I'm really asking. Mindy says, I would have suspected they all touch Russia, but I think it's mostly Finland. I had no idea. Netherlands is Holland or Dutch people. Oh, okay. Mindy says, I have not been to Scandinavia or Russia yet, but not. Oh, you haven't been to Scandinavia or Russia and not the others. Okay. You got married in Norway? GP, are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? Are you Elsa? Who gets married in Norway? What? Are you Hans of the Southern Isles? You guys, Christoph is here. This is unbelievable. Oh, you have been to Russia, not the others. I see, Mindy. I haven't. Aiden, hi, good morning. Did I say hi? You know what? But this is so GP's MO. He gives us information and then he ghosts. He will not give details. He gives a nugget and then he goes away. You guys, this is exactly what happens. For sure. Y'all are so speaking of Ukraine, Russia, Anna, I'd love to read about, Stacey says yes. See, Stacey agrees. I'd love to read about the Eurovision situation. I don't know if you guys have been following this at all, but Eurovision, oh, here we go. I lost the bet and had to get married in Norway. We need details. GP, I almost called you by your first name. I've done that before where I almost call you your first name. I don't know if that would make you upset, but I almost yelled at you. He wants us to pry Mindy and ask, lost the bet. I have seen the movie Eurovision, which is with Rachel McAdams. Yeah, there is a great story there for sure. Although, GP, you told me this story, didn't you? You DM'd me all this info, didn't you? I do know this. Oh, they do on other shows? Call him by his name? Okay. I did see the movie GP. I did see the movie Eurovision with Will Ferrell and Rachel McAdams. That is the only knowledge I have of Eurovision. I've never watched the actual contest. I know America just had its version of Eurovision, but here's what happened. Ukraine won Eurovision Song Contest, which has been around forever. Like Eurovision Song Contest, which all of Europe comes together and they have a big competition. It's a big deal. Ukraine won in a wave of goodwill following invasion by Russia. So this is coming from Kiev, Ukraine. This is being reported by CNN. Ukraine's folk rap group Kalush Orchestra has won this year's Eurovision Song Contest, surfing a wave of goodwill from European nations to clinch the country's third win at the glitzy event. Thank you, Mindy. We are respectful and we do have boundaries. On other shows, they call him grass puddle, Stacey says. Yeah. Okay, well, we're going to keep saying GP. The band's song, Stefania, written about the frontman's mother, beat competition from main rivals of the United Kingdom and Spain at the competition in the Italian city of Turin. The event marketed the first major cultural event in which Ukrainians have taken part since Russia invaded in February. And many of the audience waved Ukraine's blue and yellow national flag during the evening. Wow, that trophy's gorgeous. You guys, there's a picture of a man and he has like this bright colored, like embroidered, it's a black vest with fur along the lining. And then it's an embroidered, like beautiful, like it looks Norwegian. I mean, it looks like the kind of that whole Scandinavian familiar thing with a bright fuchsia bucket hat. And he has this beautiful trophy. It looks like it's made of ice and it's a microphone, like an old school microphone. That's cool. That's a cool trophy, I gotta say. Okay, wow. That is really cool. So Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky praised Kalush Orchestra in an Instagram post just seconds after its victory was announced. Quote, "Our courage impresses the world. Our music conquers Europe," he said in the post. That's cute. Alluding to the rule that a winner of the previous year's competition gets to host the contest. He said next year, Ukraine will host Eurovision for the third time in its history, and I believe not the last. We will do our best to one day host the participants and guests of Eurovision in Ukrainian Mariupol. Free, peaceful, rebuilt. Oh, that gives me goosebumps. Jeez. Okay, grass puddle. We can call you anything, but don't call you late to dinner. Y'all are so funny. Tamil Tashiva, the permanent representative of the president of Ukraine to Crimea. Is it Crimea? Am I saying that correctly? Suggested Yalta, a resort city on the south coast of Crimea, the Ukrainian peninsula that was annexed by Russia in 2014, as a possible venue. I've heard of that. The country's entry, Stefania, sung in Ukrainian, is a tribute to frontman Oleg. Oh, for the love. Oh, I don't want to mispronounce his name. Sayuk's mother, who still lives in the western city of Kalush, from which the band takes its name. Quote, "On some days there are rockets flying over people's houses and it's like a lottery. No one knows where it will hit." Oh my goodness. Pasuk told CNN this week ahead of his performance. As we speak, our country and our culture are under threat. But we want to show that we are alive. Ukrainian culture is alive. It is unique, diverse, and beautiful. It has been extraordinary to watch the Ukrainian people. I tell you what, they have just blown the world away. The event in Turin saw several of the elaborate and camp performances that have become Eurovision's hallmark. A Norwegian entry by electro duo Subwoofer warned of hungry animals eating the singer's grandparents, while Serbia's Konstrakia, good gracious, y'all, meditated on the secret to Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, hair. Oh, that's interesting. That's what they sang about? The secret of Meghan Markle, Duchess of Sussex, her hair? I need to watch this show. But did anybody watch Eurovision? Guys, tell me if you watched it. Have you participated and watched it? Do you keep up with it at all? But fans rallied behind Ukraine's entry, and the band received one of the loudest cheers of the night when they took the stage. In a bar in central Kiev, not far from the city's famous golden-roofed St. Sophia Cathedral, a small Eurovision viewing party was taking place on Saturday night. Max Tolmachev, the owner of the Buena Vista bar, said people who came to the bar were keen to show their support for Ukraine, even if Eurovision wasn't exactly their thing. Quote, they want to show their patriotic spirit. This war has been really hard on people, and this is an opportunity to put the dark thoughts aside for a bit, he told CNN. Anna says she hasn't found a way to watch in the US. Okay. So his bar played a role in Ukraine's resistance during the height of the battle for Kiev. A military checkpoint was positioned right in front of it. Quote, the soldiers would come in to get some rest. We were cooking food for them, borscht, soups, meat, potatoes. There wasn't much selection at the time, he said. While many were excited to watch Ukraine's victory in the contest, no big parties took place in the capital on Saturday. A strict curfew starts at 10 p.m. local time, the same time as Eurovision's broadcast meant people wouldn't be able to get home once the parties wrapped up. Tomalchev had a plan, though. His staff agreed to stay through the night so patrons could party until the small hours. This year's Eurovision took place, I've never heard that before, took place in Italy following a victory by punk rock band Manskin last year. It was the Eurovision final to take place without major COVID restrictions since the pandemic began, which that's what's so hard, you guys. We're still in a pandemic, not coming off of, but still in a pandemic. However, pandemic rules have changed. And now we're in this massive war. It's just, for the love. The 2020 edition was canceled. Last year's featured crowd restrictions and made some remote performances. Kalush Orchestra initially finished second in Ukraine's national selection competition, but was elevated after Emerge the winner had previously traveled to Russian-annexed Crimea. The group was unveiled as the country's entry on February 22nd, 2 days before Russian troops invaded Ukraine. Good gracious. Simon, hi, good morning. I'm so glad you're here. So, are there no ways to watch this in America? Let me ask you this. Did you watch the movie Eurovision with Will Smith and Rachel McAdams? And or did you watch the American version of this contest? What is it called? American Song? What was that called, Anna or Sheila? Sheila said, Stacy says you can watch it on YouTube. The real Eurovision, you can watch it like as it's happening. Sheila says Will Ferrell. Mindy says missed it. No, but what's the name of there was a television contest. Anna says she's watched recaps of past performances, but you're saying there isn't a live stream. It's not live streaming anywhere. Well, I mean, it's over at this point. You could watch it on Peacock, it says. Eurovision, the real one, or the television show? I don't know what we're saying. Eurovision. Okay, Anna's saying you can watch Eurovision on Peacock. So if anybody wants to watch it, American Song Contest is our version of Eurovision. I have no idea who won it. I have no idea how well that went. I have no idea if anyone watched it. My point is, I had never heard of this until the Eurovision movie that came out with Will Ferrell and Rachel McAdams. What's so funny is I thought it was a joke. I literally thought this isn't a real thing. This is a joke. And then I don't think I realized it was real until after I watched the movie. And then I started seeing no, this is a thing. And the way that it is shown is how it is. It's very culturally specific with costumes and the way that the songs are and the entries and the groups and all of it. It was fascinating. And then what was so fascinating is that it's been going on forever. It's like the largest contest in the world or something crazy like that. And I just kept thinking this is so American of us to not know that this exists on the planet. It's massive and no one in America knows about it. And it's through countries. It's like the Olympics of singing. Anna says they go back and forth if you can sing in your country's native language. Oh, they decide for the contest. Bye, Stacy. I just find it really interesting that it's all these countries get together. You have the contest in your countries. Okay. So if we lived in Finland and we went to enter, you had all these entries in Finland. I mean, think about the Miss America contest. Think about it goes into the Miss Universe contest, right? So it starts with the states, it then goes to the country, it then goes to the world. That's like what happens here. It's this progressive contest. You win for your country, and then you go and you represent your country at Eurovision. Anna, can you find out, is there any information on Eurovision that you can pull up, like how long it's happened? And anyway, it reminds me of, your wife has all the opinions on this. You could talk to her. Is she from Europe? Oh, she is from Europe. Wait a second. Now I'm remembering a little bit. You met her in England? What am I remembering? GP, you told me. Yeah, you met her. Oh, something. Is she European? Is she Norwegian? What can I not remember? I'm going to have to go back and read our DM. It's probably still there. Or you could just tell me again. I am Dory the Fish. Let's see. Anna is getting us the info. Okay, new to Eurovision Song Contest. I feel like I need to refresh your memory. Here we explain how it works in a nutshell. Anna, can you make it a little bit closer? Each participating broadcaster that represents our country chooses their performer. Thank you, friend. Maximum 6 people in a song, maximum 3 minutes, not released before. Oh, it has to be original. Through a national televised selection or through an internal selection. Each country is free to decide if they send their number 1 star or best new talent they can find. They have to do so before mid-March, the official deadline to send in entries. The winner of the Eurovision Song Contest will be chosen through 2 semifinals and a grand final. Traditionally, 6 countries are automatically pre-qualified for the grand final. This so-called Big Five, although that's not 6 countries: France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and United Kingdom. Oh, and the host country. It reminds me of like Mardi Gras and something else. The remaining countries will take part in one of the 2 semifinals. From each semifinal, the best 10 will proceed to the grand final. This begins a total of grand final participants to 26. Each act must sing live. No live instruments are allowed. After all songs are performed, each country will give 2 sets of a 1 to 8, 10, and 12 points. Okay. 1 set given by a jury of 5 music industry professionals and 1 set given by viewers at home. This is a lot of votes. Viewers can vote by telephone, SMS, and through an official app. Out of fairness, you cannot vote for your own country. How does anybody know that? How do people know that? The grand final, juries and viewers from all participating countries can vote again. This is the most complicated thing I've ever seen. After the 26 finalists have performed. Okay, great. Bring them on. Bring them on. I mean, it's going to take me through. I'm going to have to watch a YouTube on how to vote. This is insane. Hi, Jim.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello,
We're having
Eurovision Song Contest.
I mean, well, Ukraine won, and I then had a lot of questions, which isn't, you know,
well,
foreign.
Are you questioning why they won? Let's
No.
They're
Through
going something right now.
No.
I saw it, and it should have been Sweden.
No. I was saying, like, the only schema I have for it is Will Ferrell. So I was thinking maybe we should look it up and read
Good film.
What exactly
Good
it
film.
is. I couldn't be more American in this. I know nothing. I want everyone to speak my language, and we only have contest here. Isn't that American?
Yeah, that seems absolutely American. Precisely. You know,
There's a
I've got the
huge
exact same thing.
contest that the world has, and we don't know about it. We're the worst. So anyway, I was bringing myself out on the carpet and making fun of me.
You know, it's interesting though, the countries, the scandal with Eurovision, because I dated most of my exes are from Europe, and so the scandal is that most countries can't win unless they sing in English, and so it's very unfortunate. You have very talented folks who, unless they're singing English, they're just like, nope, I'm not listening to you. So very unfortunate. I will say one of my favorite Eurovision song winners is Loreen. Please Spotify Loreen. Her music it's like dance moody, like it's just this dance moody beat. It's a vibe. I think she's from Denmark. She has a song called Euphoria. It is, you listen, put that song on, put on Euphoria, and try not to feel all the emotions of the world and dance it out. That's all I'm saying.
I
Euphoria.
love it.
Loreen with 2 E's. Loreen. Yeah.
Loreen.
We've got
Just
all
kidding.
right. No, that's it. That's exactly how it goes. That's precisely
You've done
right.
it.
Yeah.
You've done it.
No, I love that even though America isn't there, we are still demanding pure English. So that in case we
We're
do
not even
want to watch.
participating. There's like England's the
What is
only
wrong
English
with
speaking
us?
country, and they're like
I'm
never.
blaming it
Well,
on us.
I blame it on the Brits. Come on,
Okay,
they're
we'll
the
blame it on the Brits.
parents. We've learned everything bad from them, so let's just.
That's generational trauma.
Look at Renee being like, I'm staying out of this one.
It's oh boy. Okay. Was that very American of us? Be like, it's not my fault.
Hey, listen.
Just
I won't go. I'll retreat. I'm not going to say my next thing. You know what we've got going on for our show today? While you all should stick around. Do you want to?
Yes, and hi, no name. Hi, no name. You're saying hi to us, so say hi to the no name. Yes, Jim, Renee, tell us what is going on.
I bet no name is Loreen, and I hope you know, Loreen, you can change your name by just going change my name, and we'll see that it's you. But today on the show, we've got I'm looking at the wrong doc. It's Monday. We're gonna I just shoot off memory. We're gonna do a weekend check-in. We're gonna do we're wearing the wrong doc. How did this happen? Who set me up for success?
We're gonna have all the Monday things. We're gonna
all the Monday
drink out
things.
of mugs. It's Mug Monday.
Mug Monday.
You got it. Jam wasn't feeling too great over the weekend, so he is going to review every single movie he watched while he was bedridden. So if you were looking for 10 movie reviews or more, Jam's got you covered.
Are you feeling better, James? Are you feeling better?
Almost there. She's almost there. It's I don't know what this was, but it's not great, and I want to wish it upon I don't know.
We still don't think it's the big C, and I don't mean Dallas.
All come back. Or can't.
Remember that song? Going to the big D and don't mean Dallas. Okay,
Right.
It's old. Okay, it's fine.
Everything's come back negative, and the things that have happened to me is like this. Like I never had a cough. That was never a thing. It wasn't like cough or runny
I never
nose.
did either when I had it.
Oh, well,
weird.
I don't
Well,
know.
but you know what? You can talk more about it because it's my turn to go. I have to leave.
Bye, Liv.
Here. Have a good day.
Liv's like,
Thank you for
I gotta
sticking around
go.
extra time.
This
Stop
was really
keeping me here.
interesting. Hope you feel better. I'm just kidding.
Are you okay, Liv? We'll talk offline. We got you. Sending you
guys-
love. Have a great day, Liv.
Hey,
Thank
have
you
a
so
good
much.
day, Liv.
Bye.
All right. Well,
And
it's
now there were
time
two.
to get on up. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Theme
Where's that
song.
music? It's coming. The theme song is coming.
It's time to get on up with Jam and Renee. And here's your hosts, James Arthur M. and Renee Culver.
Well, hey everybody, look, we're back. Silly.
Delightful.
We're back.
Delightful.
And then we do all the same thing over. Okay.
And,
Well,
then-
good
and we'll
morning,
do the whole
everybody.
thing again.
well, thank you for sticking around. You know, we're still get on up with Jam and Renee. I am your breakfast jam for the morning, James Arthur M.
And I am Renee. We are here every single Monday through Friday morning at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and we are thrilled to be here. Jam, we got a lot more to tell them, but real quick, everyone wants to know, we're on the edge of our seat. How are you feeling? Are you okay?
I'm
What
almost
percentage-wise?
there. I
Okay,
might have to
all right.
if I run off. Can't look at. You can see I'm sweating, so that's not a great
Right. Oh,
sign.
my puppy. Okay.
But it's
yeah.
good.
Oh,
Sweating is good. I've had a few
Okay.
sweaty nights of sleep.
Sure.
Which I'll
Working it
talk
out.
about this.
okay. All
Love
right.
a
We'll
sweaty
get there.
night
We'll
sleep.
get
I know
there.
you don't like it, but I love a sweaty night's sleep. It means my body's doing the things, covered
Excellent
in
attitude.
sweat so many times, and I'm like, yeah,
Pub.
do your work, body, do it. It's like having
Okay.
an
All right.
exorcism in your bed through heats and blankets.
You're
Yes,
right.
and also, Renee is still in charge because clearly I don't know what I'm doing. I don't
Yeah.
have the right
No, I
doc
gotcha.
open.
I gotcha.
I'm there now. I think I could say some
Okay.
things.
Okay.
You're live with us on Backchannel. We did that already. Okay, great.
Nailed
Check.
it. Got it. Okay. Great.
This is Get On Up. I'm James Arthur. Okay, we did that.
Renee, got it. Check. Got it. Great.
How do you get involved with the
Fantastic.
show? Well, here's how you do it.
There we go.
It's easy. Send us a chat. You can ask us questions, chime on in what we're talking about, or anything else you want to send our way.
Nailed it. Nailed it. Could not be
Oh, I
better.
say more. If you can see me right now and you're watching on an Echo show or Fire TV, the magic word is say.
Mhm.
T-Rexa, as we like to call her, T-Rexa say hello, T-Rexa. Jam, you feeling okay? That's what you can
Yeah,
say.
Jam, how are you? My sweet, sweet puppy. And I got to tell you, Jam, we have an all-star crew here today. It is the Monday crew with which you want. If you were having a bit of a Monday, if you were to just look over the chat, you'd
Which
be
I
like,
clearly
that's
am.
gonna fix everything. That's you were not. You were thriving in every way, shape, or form. Already, we got Stacy chiming in. We got Pomeranian saying, "Good morning, Jam and Renee. So glad you're
Ooh,
feeling better,
favorites.
Jam." Night sweats are fun.
Always.
Jam, I think you might be. You were on the side of the medical industry, and that yes, night sweats are great, but I don't think you're on the side of the participant industry. That in participants are an industry. It's just
I
it's
had to change.
hot.
I had to change
It's
my shirt
hot.
3 times.
Oh,
3
buddy. Okay.
times.
Well, you
Drenched.
are
I had to move. I
right.
have a California king size bed. That's right.
Sure.
All by myself, which is why I
Excuse
couldn't even
me.
have a
Okay.
partner. Where would they sleep? There's
Right.
not. I'd have to do this like Lucy and Ricky style. We'd have matching California king size beds. You have
Mhm.
yours, I have mine. Da, da,
Yep.
da, da.
Yep.
But I just
Great.
kept moving to different parts of because here's the thing. I sleep in a California king size bed, but I'll sleep on just like one section at a time. And I
So you
rotate
can just
around like a
do a
clock
little.
as well.
Okay. So I spun you like a
'Cause
hot
the
dog
bed
throughout
is
the
a
evening. Okay.
the bed is
Okay.
like a perfect square. And so I rotate all around the bed. And so I just kept moving to different spots. That's why I sleep
Just this
better. I'm
purpose,
like a
and
baby
then
in a crib.
doing. Well, I couldn't hate your illness more. I hate that you were ever feeling anything other than 100%, but I am madly in love with the way that you handle such a thing. You're like, you just got a baby in a cribbit. Just got a baby in a cribbit. You'll be fine. You'll be just fine. I'm curious how our get on uppers are feeling. Quite a crew here today,
Yeah.
Jam. You want to hear who we got?
Please tell me who.
Okay, well, I'd love to tell you. We got Pomeranian, we got Greg, we got No Name, which we'll talk about in a second. We got Adrian, we got Steve, we got Stacy, we got Blaze, and we got Schnazzy Gopher. If your name is No Name and you are like me, who is someone who likes to come in for the first time and just sort of assess the room. What is this? What have I gotten myself into before I make my presence known? I get it. I respect it. But once you feel comfortable, all you have to do, say to your device, say, my name is, and then you just change your name. I'll change it for you. Easy, peasy, breezy. Cover girl. Easy
And
peasy. Yes.
I
Easy peasy.
mean, I dare anyone to
Yeah.
open up their mouth and say easy breezy and not have that be followed up with cover girl. I dare you. Try it. It's impossible. You won't.
Yeah.
You'll be in a meeting. Easy breezy, cover girl. Oh no, we're talking about the economy.
Which is interesting.
No,
I was
that's
sending myself back to the advertising room. I bet they had ordered in. They had takeout. They were working late nights. What is our main theme going to be? What is our slogan? What is our catchphrase? And the person who said "easy breezy cover girl" that isn't there. It doesn't land. It doesn't rhyme. It doesn't go with anything. But they were tired. They want to go home, and it worked. We're all still saying it. Great.
Well, like winning. Rest in power, whoever you are. Rest in power. Assuming they know her with this. Yeah. And look, Pomeranian giving us our first karaoke request with California King Size by Rihanna. Here we go. But your California King Size. That's all I remember of that song. And that's the title of the
feel
song.
like Rihanna was that Rihanna?
And that's
Did you hear? Sounds like she's here.
Yeah. And then Stacey, I gotta think we could have a moment of sending just some healing vibes out there because Stacey's also got some pain in your side. So producer Sarah's in the back, barely holding it together, feeling sick
Also
as well.
not feeling good. Everybody's feeling crummy.
I'm gonna do like what that cult leader did when I was in his cult for a few hours. I'm gonna send everybody some energy.
Ooh.
Did y'all feel that?
Are we feeling it, folks?
Hold on. Let me
Maybe
do this one more time.
I don't know. Is it on? Did you check to see if it's on? I don't know. Is it plugged in?
All right. There we go.
Okay.
I sent everybody a big wave. No kidding. This is exactly. You
I
all know I
believe it.
settled for a cult for 6 hours. This started happening.
Believe it. That's a trend on TikTok. People are like, I just need you to like sit with me here and like feel this energy. And I was just like, that was me
No,
scrolling.
I do believe in like Reiki. I think that there are different things, but I just think, well, when I Googled who this guy was and he was an offshoot from Scientology, and I won't even repeat some of the things that he said, I'll tell you offline,
Right.
Renee, but I will not repeat
Okay.
on morning
Sounds like it was
television.
pretty tricky. Did
Oh,
you get a
it was
hold
like
of?
my eyes were like, what is this man saying? This
Oh
is not what
no!
a guru, spiritual leader should
Oh
be saying.
no!
Something's
Yeah.
not right. Yeah.
That's how they get you. There was a recent podcast called Twin Flames about these two gurus who were teaching you how to find like your soulmate, your partner, or whatever. And to hear what they were saying in that, and people believing, it's just oh man, it's wild once you get in it and once you let yourself believe once you're in it.
It's
But I'm proud
hard.
of
It's
you for
hard.
getting out and being like, no, get on out of here.
And
But
I'm
yes, I
proud
do
of you,
believe.
Renee, for not once falling into a cult. I don't know how you
Oh
do it.
no, numerous times. I've participated in an open house.
A
And then
young
at the open
LA.
house, this is me eating my cookies going, I don't
Renee loves
know.
cookies.
I'll take these cookies, but I don't know. I will go to every cult leader's open house. Absolutely. 100%. I will get
Oh,
involved, but then I will
God.
just audibly say, I don't know as I eat half of your buffet. That's fine. It's a good way to
Because
handle cults, I
that's how
think.
they get. Especially, there's a reason why there's so many in LA. And I think I'm glad I'm not going to LA until I'm almost 40 and a little bit more. I've had my few near misses with colds, because especially in LA, you're young and you're pursuing your dreams and you're looking for those things that like it's an industry that will just beat you up. And you're looking for things. Most cults are going to be like, I'm going to get you out of your fears and get you out of your head and into your own power. And you're finding community. And it can be very hard in any big city to find community. And you feel like you're finding it. You feel like you're connecting to something that's bigger than yourself. And that's what people are like looking for in a lot of these things. And you can find it. And as someone who goes to the Oprah School woo woo as well, you know, we're both Oprah fanatics and Brene Brown people. Yeah. And it's there's a multiverse where Renee and I are either the
100%
subjects
cult
of a
leaders.
documentary.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, well, we took charge. Are you kidding?
I
Come on.
did
Exactly.
I did get voted on my team, my last team recently, most likely to start a cult. They're like, do you see when James talks in meetings? That like, yeah.
Yeah.
I could've
Well,
done
and
it.
you're so good at finding insufficiencies and things. So I think you would be like, this is not run well. And then you would take charge and make it yours. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Move over, David Miscavige. And I found
Dan's here to
Shelley.
stay.
Speaking
Thank
of Pomeranian as oh no Scientology. Did you see Leah Remini's doc on it? Pomeranian. I have seen every episode of Leah Remini's 3 seasons of Scientology show
Every single
from
one.
A&E. And it is 3 seasons. And you think after a while it's just kind of the same story and over again. And it kind of is. But FBI watched that show. She has pretty much laid the breadcrumbs of why Scientology should be shut down, how it's like corrupt, from like the tax evasion and just the different things that it's done. It is so her show is so good, and plus it's Leah Remini, so she's funny, you know. You're gonna laugh, you're gonna cry, and then she also talks about other like cult like organized religions. Like she goes into like, and because back in the day, Scientology, I mean, they still don't really. It's a very white organization. And so Leah Remini was kind of those people back in the 90s who could kind of like, oh, what is she? She's Italian. Like, but people were like, what is she? So they would send her to like Compton and Harlem to like recruit Black people into their organization. She helped open the Compton Center and the Harlem Center.
Oh, buddy.
And now Scientology is linked to the Nation of Islam, and so like the head guy of Nation of Islam has been looped into it, and people are like, you see these people who are from the Nation of Islam who are holding Dianetics, the book, which Dianetics is like the like base book of Scientology, and it's just it's a pyramid scheme. You have to keep spending all this money, and these are communities of people who are already left behind in the financial race of things, and she feels incredibly.
Oh my God! Would you recommend a watch of all 3 seasons and the movies?
It is so delicious. I think it was my gateway.
Yeah,
the Scientology show is my gateway into cults, and why I'm like, I am obsessed with Scientology. I am obsessed with cults.
Good to be. The more you know, and Pomeranian being hilarious when I said that I like to go to a cult open house, she's like, "But don't drink the Kool-Aid. You can have the cookies, but do not drink that Kool-Aid. You're gonna get in
Oh,
trouble."
it's so
Uh,
true.
and I think you might be right. If Brene Brown and Oprah team together to create a cult,
Leave me
I'm
alone.
volunteering. I'm
And I will
volunteering.
absolutely
I
drink the Kool.
tribute. Yeah.
You know, I went to, I'm sorry if I've told you all this story before,
Yeah.
but you're going to hear it again. I went to a Tony Robbins Unleash the Power Within conference.
Sure. We
And
all
it's
did.
in the middle, walk on fire, cool muss, cool muss,
grass,
cool
cool
muss,
grass,
cool
cool
muss,
grass.
cool muss. Renee, we are the same.
Exactly. We'll do one Tony Robbins retreat. That's how far we'll get. We'll all go to one Tony Robbins retreat, and then we'll be like,
Okay.
hey, wait a
But like,
minute.
and at first, and here's the thing about the Tony Robbins conference,
Yeah.
the Unleash the Power Within conference. You will try to be like, I'm just gonna take in the information. I'm not gonna. But before you know it, you are jumping.
You are
up
making
and
your
down.
move. You're making your move.
I still make my move sometimes, so I need to get. Oh, you make a move. I mean, I went on a spiritual journey. I cried.
Yeah.
I laughed,
course
and
you
like
did.
it's nonstop for like
Yeah.
12 hours. It's
Yes.
no joke. It starts at 7 a.m. and if you are committed, you are there, and you
Yeah.
don't leave till midnight. Then you walk on this fire.
But then
and
you
it's
study
insane.
cult leaders, and what they do is they make you delusional from lack of sleep, and they plummet the air like every single step of the cult he applied. There's a cult.
And
It's
then
fine.
but to the point by the end, we are so pumped. We're like, what else can we do? And they're selling you there's the next package, the next conference. And then my friend who I was with, and we were joking beforehand, we're like, oh, it's gonna be kind of like going to a cult. And then by the end, he's buying this like elixir, like Tony Robbins has his own like package, like elixir thing that you make at home. And my friend has it. This thing is so expensive. He has it. And then he looks and he's like, I'm literally about to drink the Kool-Aid. Okay, all right, we are putting this back. I am literally about to drink the Kool-Aid. So that's how that ended. But I did meet two of my closest friends at that conference. A friend of mine who we then started our own sort of support group in terms of like helping us with our dreams.
Yeah.
One guy fell off who I'm still friends with, but the other woman, her and I stayed in contact. We were still friends to this day. So
Yeah. My
But
deepest friends
her and
came
I-
from situations.
well,
survival
her and I
stuff.
also used to like see each other at Marianne Williamson as well. So
Love
just
that.
letting in the
Okay.
simple
Yeah.
thing.
I don't know. You're doing your tour of cults. It's great, and I respect it, and I appreciate it.
Marianne Williamson is just selling books. She's just selling books.
I appreciate it. That's it. That's all she's doing, and she's got that great quote, and she's fine. I think she might be okay. I think she might be
That-
okay.
I
She's
think
definitely
she
dipping her
is,
toe
yeah.
in cults, but she's okay.
No,
Expect
she-
miracles,
yeah.
Jam. Expect them.
It's the Course in Miracles. She
It
didn't
is,
write
that's
the
all.
book. She's just talking about it. Okay. Stacey's saying that Stacey's watching Saved by the Bell right now, which I want to hear about. Is
Love
this
it.
the original version or the reboot? Both are great, amazing, but I just am curious.
But the reboot's
And also
better.
so sad, everybody. Okay, yes, that is very true. But Renee and I have very sad news. I don't think we talked about this once yet.
It's too sad.
Saved by the Bell, the reboot, which is so amazing. I can't even bring myself to say it. It's been so great for 2 seasons. Is just getting going. It's been Renee. Do you want to tell them?
No, I don't. I don't want to say it, and you don't want to say it. Maybe if we don't say it, it won't be true. The Deadline is reporting it was canceled. We say let's hold the phone on that. Let's see. Let's see.
hold on.
Let's just wait and
You
see.
know, and I don't even think they can find a new home for it because NBC has Saved by the Bell on lock. They own that. There's no, it can't go anywhere else. It's so sad. It was so funny. I'd have to go back and look at the finale to feel like if I feel like it's complete. But I don't really feel like it. They didn't
It's not.
graduate.
No.
Yeah, like it
They
doesn't.
definitely wrapped it up better, and they brought in the cast to like do a proper the cast, meaning like the original cast.
Right.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. I mean, Peacock, like what? It's not like they have like so much programming over there that they're doing. I
Right.
just don't. It's bewildering to me. I also just don't know if maybe it shouldn't have been on Peacock. Maybe it should have went to NBC or something. It's such a good show,
Mainstream.
and I
It's
think
so
like
good.
not a lot of people are on the Peacock, so I don't understand what's getting renewed. What's their metrics? I don't understand these things. So
I don't think any of us understand. I don't like it. I don't care for it. But listen, but we do have yes.
Well, I was going to say Pomeranian. If you're into Scientology like we are,
obviously,
and we mean like talking about it, not doing it, like not being in it. Pomeranian recommends podcasts. Oh no, Ross and Carrie, the Scientology show. Weren't they on our network? That sounds familiar. Were they on Maximum Fun? Are they on Maximum Fun?
Yeah, I think so.
Great, cool. We'll keep going. And then Stacey said, if you guys want, make a note, Sarah, just an offline note. I need to talk to Renee about something. If you guys want.
You sure do. Carrie's not a good person. Moving on.
Okay, all right. Okay, make a note. Oh, okay, all right. If you guys want more jams, you should check out Haley and Allison's Good Morning Show. Oh, they got jams. I did not know. They're on so early for me, but I'll catch the reruns. And Stacey is watching the original version. It is good. It's on Netflix, and it's good. Yeah.
I love it. We've got so many good options here, and I don't want to tip our hat to what is going to happen. I hate that you were sick. I hate it more than anything in the world. It killed me. I hate that producer Sarah's sick. I hate that Stacey's sick. I hate it across the board. But what I love is that when people get sick, they will come back with like, I've watched 45 movies. And then you just have recommendations galore. So I'm so excited to hear what all you watched, what you saw. Also, I think Get On Uppers are going to be deeply concerned. You were at like 80%, maybe.
Yeah, I think I'm there. I'm there. Much better than and you have to think you Get On Uppers because it was during Friday's show. We're about halfway through, and I was like, I can't go to work after this. I gotta go. They probably should not have been, working.
Probably not.
But and I laid down on the couch and that's where I spent for the next 72 hours and
Sarah and I got the saddest horizontal photo of just
I was just dead. And as soon as I just laid down, my body was like, now we can go to work. All those things. But I'm gonna do I will let you know. We'll do a weekend check-in. What's coming up? We'll do a celebrity birthday quiz. We'll do as many as we can. We've got some of the weekend birthdays and today. We're not gonna get through them all today, but we'll have some tomorrow. We're continuing our Asian Pacific American Heritage Month celebration. We're going to take a look at the Monocle Monday news. Monocle Monday news. I gotta leave you a little taste. I think I'm gonna focus on just one story. We gotta talk about Bitcoin. I'm gonna take my monocle and I'm gonna be like, Bitcoin. You all heard what's going on with Bitcoin?
Martyr.
You heard?
Yeah. I have not, but I'm excited. I just invested.
Renee.
Is this bad?
Oh, okay.
Is Bitcoin a cult?
Well, okay. Well, then I think maybe we'll talk about Marvel.
No, we will. No, let's absolutely talk about Bitcoin. Let's absolutely talk about Bitcoin. Okay. It was just a little bit. It was just a little.
Okay. You might be fine. Okay. And then we might talk about Marvel Movie Monday. I'm not sure what time Renee went to bed.
We'll see. I think I made it through, but let's see. I don't know.
Okay. Right. And then we're going to talk about our Manic Monday and Mantra Monday intention setting. So let's get into it. It was a weekend. What happened? Y'all are already chiming in. So we want to know, what did y'all do this weekend? What did you get into? Did you see anybody? Did you do anything interesting? What did you get into? So easy. You just go say, I went grocery shopping and hiked the mountain. And then we'll be like, oh my goddess, what a productive weekend for you.
I love it. Stacey already showing an example. Okay, first Pomeranian says, I am the worst at being sick. I can't stand doing nothing all day. That sounds like you, Pomeranian. You seem like a very, very productive person.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew it. Well, hopefully you don't get sick soon. And Stacey spent the weekend with her dad. What a good time. That's perfect. That's exactly how you want to spend the weekend. Great.
Renee, how about you? You're coming in with the zest of life. You must have had a fabulous weekend.
It was fine. I am okay. So Saturday,
and you're not working on the weekends anymore.
I'm not.
Renee, this is huge.
I know. It's a gift.
And look how refreshed you look. I mean, not saying you weren't before, but you were just coming.
It certainly was not. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better these days. Yeah, I think this is great. And now I just have to figure out how to navigate it. So while I was in Big Sur, I think I maybe talked about this, is in general, I think this is a midlife, I don't want to say midlife crisis, but it's a midlife, I'm having a midlife of what do I want to do? I am a artist who cannot stand the capriciousness of the industry. I cannot handle it. It drives me nuts. I have to know that a paycheck is coming. It drives me crazy. So now I've got to navigate well, I need a consistent paycheck, but I also want to create. So while I was in Big Sur, I was like, you know what? I'll just take a bunch of classes. So I took a screenwriting class over the weekend.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
It was great and fun. And then I went out to dinner twice. Come
This sounds
on.
amazing.
Excuse me,
How
bougie
is the
bear.
class? We want some details on the class. How was
Sure.
it?
Yeah. Okay. So here's my pitch. It's called 23, not and me, 23 of me. A woman who has
Ooh.
donated her eggs. She's 40. She checks the clock. She's like, oh, they are going to be able to find me in 6 months. So I better get my life together because obviously they're going to be coming to me. They're looking for a role model, influence, whatever. None of those eggs are looking for. None of them. That's a twist. That's a plot. They don't care. They don't give a shit. But she's just like, I gotta get her to be a role model. So they're going to teach me how to write that movie of 23 of me where none of her eggs care. But she's pretty sure she's
Renee,
gonna find me.
what a brilliant idea. I was going to
I
text
don't
you
think
this, but
so.
instead I'm
Yeah.
going to tell you I'm
Okay.
going to tell you in front of everybody.
Let's hear it.
I think that this is exactly the right thing at the right time for you to be doing. You are such an amazing storyteller. We've heard Renee tell stories all the live long day. We have, what is this, 87 episodes of Renee doing storytelling. And then if you go to Kind of Pet Your Dog, like 5,000 episodes. I'm not a math guy, but like she did this show for 7 years. So I'm sure it was like 5,000 episodes over there. She's a storyteller. She's got this amazing comedic improv background. She builds on things. I can just see Renee either being in a writer's room. They'd be so fortunate to have her, or she's writing her own things. I think this is exactly it. And you have the ability to have that stable job and then write on your personal time. And then you have this creative freedom. I think this is the exact thing. And then who's going to star in this movie is going to be you. I think this is exactly you're an Issa Rae, like you're doing the Issa Rae track. I think you're a content creator. You're doing the exact right thing. Keep going. Everyone let's take a vote. Should Renee just keep writing because this is exactly what she's doing? Everybody's saying yes.
This is okay. The kindest. Sure.
Like Renee, so proud of you. Not working on the weekends is a huge step, and this is going to help you. You'll have some time to write on the weekends. This is going to be so big.
Everything works out. Everything works out. I love it. Yes.
Renee, you're a lovely person. How was your weekend? Oh, okay.
The kindest. Going through. Yeah. Just getting through. Raymond, I'm so happy to see you, Pomeranian. You're the most supportive. Stacey, I love just what a dream team. What a dream. But screenwriting class is such a good fit for you, Renee. You guys, the kindest, the nicest. Would that anyone could have this kind of supportive crew? What a hype crew I have. You guys, the very nicest. But I think that might be the key, right? You just get yourself at a company that supports creative hobbies. Great. Perfect. We'll see. Let's see where it goes.
And make it work for you, or even like what your your thrival job, the job that helps you to thrive. I don't even want to say survival, because if you're in survival mode, you're focused too much on food or shelter. Only people that are thriving are able to get to the other levels of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So your thrival job, which supports you, allows you to then make space for you to do that. And I think you've got a thrival job right now that's allowing you to self-actualize towards what's my next step now. You had no time to do any of that beforehand. Yeah. You were doing survival jobs, you know, you were just trying to survive.
And now
you're thriving.
Now you got time to that. I couldn't adore you more. You know what's so funny is as you're talking about it, you're like, you're going, you look right. You also, Jam, I'm so sorry, but we do have to do a handsome update. Still incredibly handsome. You look so good. You look so.
Yeah, I finally trimmed the beard after. I almost wasn't going to, because there's one thing that I'm kind of bitter at, and I was like, this will show them. Not you all, but I was like, I'm just gonna not shave my beard for it. And I was like, who's that benefiting? Not my get on uppers. Not my real job. This is my real job. You all.
Sure. Does it aggravate? Does it bug you when you don't? Not really. Okay,
no, if I don't, it does when I look at the mirror and I'm like, who is that beast? Get him out of here. It does.
Okay,
The
all right,
Pomeranian
fair.
said, "My vote." So we asked, the votes are in.
Okay. Yes.
Won unanimously. Should Renee be a writer and rule the world through that and tell these
Sure.
amazing stories that she has in her back pocket? The answer is, my vote is
Yep.
yes. Renee
Good
needs to do
kind of.
whatever speaks to her heart. She's a great editor as
Oh
well.
my
You do all the
you
things right.
guys.
Because also just like
What a
you telling
Renee
about the
day.
story about you eating cookies in the cult like thing. That's hilarious. I want to see that on your Netflix show. No, I don't want you on Netflix. I want something better. Your HBO Max. Just 13
Love you.
episodes. And
I
you're out
love
of
you.
there.
I love you. You are the kindest, the nicest, the sweetest, the best. You are just the best thing that's ever happened to me. I do need, my friend Amanda and I do this, and I think you have it too, where when you were have we talked Enneagram on this yet?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No.
Have you done Enneagram?
Is it that cult thing?
No, no, this is a personality test. You don't
I've heard
need to,
about
but
it. And you're like a
yeah.
number. You're like a 2 or a 7 or
I
something.
think you're a 2. You're a helper. You're a caregiver type of thing. What was my point of that? So when you're a 2, when it is that you can only have it on you for so long. So you're like, give me spotlight. And then as soon as spotlight comes on, you're like, go.
Yeah.
So now it's
I
time. We
know.
got to put the spotlight back on you because I can't handle it. I need to hear how
Are
your
you a
weekend
2?
was.
Is
I'm a
that
2.
you a 2? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a gimme no is my
Oh, I
personality.
totally yeah.
Yeah.
The same thing. So my weekend, so again, I was in recovery.
Yeah.
Renee, thank you for
Puppy.
humoring. I put all these on our, we have a show doc. I just listened to all the
loved it.
movies that I watched.
I loved it. It was
I didn't want to
my
forget
heaven.
one. And I'm not
It
even
was my
talking about
heaven.
so I'm gonna, here's all the movies that I watched this weekend.
Yes.
Cheaper by the Dozen, the reboot on Disney Plus,
Great.
Being the Ricardos on Amazon Prime, The
Mhm.
Lost City, Sandra Bullock, Channing Tatum, and Brad Pitt is in there.
Okay.
Oh,
Not
and
even
Daniel Radcliffe plays the villain. So good.
Okay.
The Bubble, I started it on Netflix. Kind of funny. These
Okay.
actors are trying to make a movie while in the bubble. I went to
Sure.
bed. I was like, oh, NyQuil, kick it in. Gotta go sleep. Nightmare Alley with Bradley Cooper. What's her face? She used to play the split personalities. Toni Collette. Directed by Guillermo del Toro. It has William Dafoe in it. Started it, stopped it.
Ooh.
I was
Ooh.
like, nah. I don't think
not
this
quite
is
what I
for
wanted.
me. It's not
Yeah.
doing what I thought I wanted to do.
Okay.
Kicked it back over. My second time rewatching West Side Story.
Oh, so good. Love it. Oh, it was just throwing things. So upset.
What? I can't. I remember seeing in IMAX, loving it.
Yeah.
And then at home, you all know, I know what's going to happen at the end.
Yeah.
I know what's going to happen at the end.
Mhm.
Bawling like a baby.
Of
Like
course you
I
are.
didn't
Of
know
course
it was
you
going
are.
to happen. Of course, I know Tony's going to get shot as
Yeah.
he's about to go run and see Maria. This version of West Side Story hits me like the other one just never really did for me because it just felt. I just knew the brown face that was happening. Having actual Latinx people playing these roles, Afro Latinas in it, Afro Latinx folks in it. You know, when Maria sings I Feel Pretty and it is an actual like Latinx girl singing it. This makes a difference when it's just Natalie Wood, a white girl, being like I Feel Pretty. I bet you do.
Okay, I'm sure you do. And I bet you have your whole life. Yeah.
So it just hits
that seems
so
consistent with your life.
different. It is hit so different.
Right.
And so I just bawled like a baby. The new West Side Story is so beautiful. It just the tension. Steven Spielberg does such a great job of building. Just like again, you have two disenfranchised people fighting against each other. They have so much more in common, and that like I didn't realize this, but the opening shot where they're fighting, the turf is where the Lincoln Center is built. So it's like they pushed out all like the opening shot is brilliant. It's them like demolishing this community, this turf that they're all fighting over. And it's like coming soon, the Lincoln Center. And so that's the basis of that it's on. And this version of West Side Story, the numbers, I never understood the plot of West Side Story fully until this version. Like the things that they do with these numbers, like everything makes sense. And so when that moment happens at the end, they feel the weight of it because the performances are so strong and it's worked up to this point. It's so great. All the performances are so amazing. You get chills watching We want to live in America. That dance
Of
number is insane. So
course it is.
it's so good. I wish more
I'll
people
do it.
saw it, but I think you will lose your mind over it.
Okay.
It's so
You're
good.
in tech. So can I tell you a reason? I mean, obviously it's a musical thing. We've talked about that she's got whatever she's got. But I want to be able to listen to it as high a volume as you would want to listen to a musical, but I'm so sensitive about my little neighbors. How do I sling? Because can you teach me how to sling so I can
I'm
listen to my
gonna
headphones?
teach you how to do that because that's what I did. That's how I watch all my movies. I put my little headphones on, and it's like I've got surround sound. I will teach you. I'll teach
Okay.
you
All right.
because it's
This
a
is why it's
world
my
of
best friend.
difference.
This is why my best friend and my platonic husband. This is why, my friends.
And Pomeranian. Let me go back to the Cheaper by the Dozen. Is that
Yeah.
I didn't? It's the reboot of Cheaper by the Dozen that I watched. It's the one with Zach Braff and Gabrielle
Right.
Union on Disney Plus, and it's about their blended family. It is brilliant. It's well
Right.
done. They it's this like family movie, but they address race in a lot of great ways. The family was really cute about blended families. It was yeah, I think they only counted 11 kids though, but I don't know. Maybe there was.
Oops.
Maybe there was.
I feel like
maybe there,
the script supervisor should have been on that. I was like, man, She
maybe
was at
there was a
Crafty.
tough
She
one.
was at Crafty. Forgotten to check. Yeah.
But it was a really cute. It was a really cute movie. I think.
I love it.
I hope people watch it.
Yeah.
Being the Ricardos. I'm sorry, Peggy and Hank. I know they didn't like it,
Yeah.
but
Hank and Peggy did not care for that one. Yeah.
I was surprised how much I liked it because I was going in like
Same.
I don't like this casting. I don't think this is
Thank
gonna
you.
work. Blown away.
You were fine with
Blown
it. You were
away.
fine with it. I know.
The
I had to
writing
watch it
was
for
great.
work and went in begrudgingly angry that I had to watch it for work. And then just like, oh, this is good. So I think it is not. There was a time in history where it was just known like Sorkin's great, but now we disagree. A lot of people are just like hack. I don't think so. I think he's great.
I
think he's
love
great.
no, I think he's great. I think he's only gotten better with age. Raymond, you're the smartest person in the world. Raymond goes, it's 12 with both of them. Oh yes. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Raymond, God bless. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Raymond's
you.
great at math.
Okay.
If we know one
But
thing about Raymond, it
then
is mathematician. Yes.
that's true. They have 2 sets of twins as well. But yeah, I just really enjoyed the blended of the family. It was really great. It was cute. They were addressing things about race because they move into this richer family and she's
It's
this
great.
richer neighborhood, and she's
Great.
like, but the security comes up and they're like, ma'am, we don't allow loud music. And she's like, we're just moving
Okay.
in. And then Zach Braff is like, excuse me, is there
Yeah.
a problem? Like they addressed all these like really great, interesting
That's
conversations.
good. Okay, I will check it out. There. So
Yeah.
you saw that on Disney Plus, yes?
It's on Disney Plus. The Lost City. Sandra Bullock knows her comedy. Her and Channing Tatum, very cute, very fun. And
Great.
and then I saw I saw Sonic 2 and it was
What do you
amazing. I
think?
saw Sonic 2.
Yeah.
I finally got to see it. It was
It's funny. Do you want
amazing.
it to be?
How
Great.
are these movies so good? Also, Sonic 2, secretly kind of a black movie. There's so many black actors in Sonic 2. It's
Great.
amazing.
Good.
First of all, it's a multiracial like the James Marsden and Tika Sumpter are married in it. So this interracial couple like helping to lead this film. And then her sister's involved, Natasha Rothwell, who she's on she's on Insecure. She's a writer on there. She's hilarious.
Right. Yeah.
Yummy Shamar Moore is in this movie, running around shirtless for a period of time. I just, and then if you've ever played any of the Sonic games, somehow the movie is able to touch on all the nostalgia of it without it feels like there's moments where you're like, oh, it's like from the game, and they just do a really great job with it. And
I love it.
I am finally an Idris Elba fan. He does the voice of Knuckles. It took this movie.
And that won you over. This is a big deal. You're saying it like, oh, and then happenstance, I happened. This is a huge deal. This is a revelation. I can't believe it.
Know.
What did
I have
Knuckles
had a
do to win you
feud-
over?
Idris Elba's performance as Knuckles, the voice of Knuckles, was just so good.
It just does it for you.
First of all, it helps because I come in and like I'm kind of like this about Knuckles as the antagonist, so I'm like, okay, Knuckles. But I also I love Knuckles as a character too. But it made it so it was like, okay, you're the antagonist, good, Idris Elba, boo. But then I like Knuckles. I'm like, but I like Knuckles. Okay. And then he's so hilarious in the way that the script is so good. The way they write him is so hilarious. It won me over. I'm like, okay, Idris, The feud is
let's do it.
over. I'm
Let's do
finally
it. I
finally
love
with
it.
the rest of and yes,
I couldn't love
Pomeranian.
it.
The Lost City with Sandra Bullock. It's on Paramount Plus. Is where I watched it. Oh, Pomeranian. What movie? The last Sandra movie was too harrowing for you. What was it? Bird Box? Ocean 8?
Maybe she's been doing a
Yeah.
lot of spookies.
Yeah. Let
But
me
I'll have
know.
to give it, yeah,
Stacey,
or
who
I
do we
guess
have to talk to? Is Aunt Tracy there? How do we get you some Disney Plus?
you'd
We
love
gotta
it.
change this. It's so Stacey, you would love Disney Plus. You would absolutely love it.
It's custom made for you. We gotta figure out how to do that. We just gotta figure it out. Okay.
Just gonna get on it. And then let me tell you, the Sonic
Mhm.
movies, the franchise is so good. They do these little, like the Marvel movies, these little stingers at the end,
Oh, I
these little
love it
end
so
credit
much.
things. Yeah,
Just
no.
love it so much. Sandra Bullock, IMDb. There's also a film called The Unforgivable. Was it that one? Pomeranian? Which one was
Oh.
spooky? Harrowing? Probably that.
Oh, right. That I think I saw that movie. That's when
Okay.
Viola Davis is in that movie, and she's trying to get her
Oh.
kids back or something, and
Ooh,
she's like,
that was terrifying.
sometimes her face doesn't move as much as I wish it would. Kind of like,
It
but it's
can't
hard being
no,
a woman in the
legally,
industry.
once you're over 40, they will pull you over if your face is moving. They will
I
come get you.
hate this industry so
I know.
much.
I
I
know,
hate
but I'm just
it.
telling you that if you were out at a club and your eyebrows go up, they're gonna be like, "Come with me, ma'am." Mm-mm.
And they're not allowed to be like great. You know what? Who I Patricia Arquette
Yeah.
in Severance has allowed herself to go fully gray, and it's a beautiful thing. You just
Gorgeous.
never get to, I feel like the women not
Yeah.
like not even Jane Fonda gets to be gray. Like,
Right.
like, and she's 86 years old.
Yeah. I know it's an upsetting situation, but yeah, it's also a nice. What I do love is the amount of talking about it that we all can do. Of like even in Slack, you're like, oh, I gotta go get a little yank, and everybody's like, yeah, I know, we're in LA, we know.
That's what I have to look forward to. Get ready to see no more facial expressions above the eyebrows, everybody.
I love it. I
And
love
yes,
it so much.
Pomeranian, yeah, the one that Renee just said is the one. It's slow and depressing, the one where she gets out of prison. She's trying to get her kids back. And Viola
Mm,
Davis is like,
yeah, that's
you
tricky.
don't live here. I think she's also
No.
like, she's haunting Viola Davis's house or something. Like,
Yeah.
because she used to live in that house or something.
Okay.
Yes, Unforgivable. Too much of this pandemic era gloom. You're really,
Yep.
depressed.
No.
Well, if you're looking for happy pandemic gloom, The Bubble. Off to a good start. It was off to very much one of those movies. I'm like, this was definitely written during the pandemic and shot during the
Sure.
pandemic with like pandemic brain. I don't think this
Mhm.
will be as funny 2 years from now. So
No.
watch it now.
But
Watch
for
it
right now,
now.
it's good. And is it animated? Is it
No, it's got like everyone and their mom is in it. Like Leslie Mann is in it.
Oh, fun. Okay. I'll
Jilly,
check it out.
what's her face? She's Karen Gillian, who's always in
Okay.
the things.
Okay.
Keegan Michael Key is
Great.
in it. Yeah, it's these actors who film a movie in a bubble, like
Great.
an actor bubble. Yeah,
Love it. I will look
David
forward to
Duchovny.
listening.
Yeah. And they're filming like it's part of like it's the sixth movie in like an action sci-fi franchise.
Yeah.
And it's like you see the special effects, the plot is insane. It's all the things. It's fun.
I love it. I love it. Okay. I'm in. I'll do it. I'll do all
Well,
of it. Yes.
Well, producer Sarah has been telling us for the last 20 minutes to get on to the next subject, and we are finally getting to it. Well, we just had to, we haven't
No,
seen each
we
other
can't.
in a while.
There's no it's Monday.
Get
It's
to what we get
fine.
to. It'll happen.
Right.
And Pomeranian, you're absolutely right. Viola Davis is queen. Yeah. It is queen. She's I don't know if anybody's listened to her on Brené Brown's episode, but man, she is.
I bought her audiobook and I finished Iger's. So Viola's next.
Oh, okay. Good on you. Good on, well, we'll need a full Bob Iger report sometime this week.
Would love to tell you. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
All right.
I
Okay.
really enjoyed it.
Okay, maybe like later this week. Sarah, make a
Maybe
note.
later.
We need a full Bob
Iger review.
Iger repeat. Yeah, Raymond, you've requested the quest. Not requested. You've told us about the quest a few times. Yeah, what are the words? I haven't. I know. I see it on Disney Plus. I'm like, oh, Raymond's saying to watch this.
Raymond, I will
And The
say that my
Bubble
very
on Netflix. Sorry to interrupt, but there was a question about where can we see The Bubble. It is on Netflix. Netflix is where it is. So I think we'll have a good laugh.
But Raymond, you align with one of my best friends. She says she's like, The Quest is the best thing on Apple TV. Better than Ted Lasso, she says. That's a big word.
Well,
that's a big
wait, I
thing you
think
just said.
there are two shows that sound similar because there's
Raymond,
one
which
on
are you
Apple
talking about?
there's one on Apple TV and then there's one on Disney Plus, I think, or they're named similarly because there's one on
Wait,
Apple
Raymond,
TV
can
where
you
it's like
tell us
they're
which one?
making a video game, they're making video games, and
Oh,
I
it's
hear
on
it's
Disney
really
Plus.
great.
Oh, I
And
see. I
then
see. I
there's
see.
one on Disney Plus, which is like more fantasy.
Right. And is okay. Gotcha. Okay. Great. Either way, I will
I
check
think
them
they're
both out.
both called The Quest.
They
Oh,
may not be.
the one on Apple TV is called Mythic Quest.
There we go. Yeah, I call it The Quest. I haven't watched it, but I'm on a one name basis with that show. Okay, that makes sense. And then The Quest on Disney Plus. Okay, God, I am busy. Do you like? Because there was nothing, and now there is Barry, there is Hacks, there is Girls 5 Eva. I am swamped. I have so much to catch up on. I can't begin to tell you. Jim, remind me again. Did you get rid of Peacock?
Not yet, but I need to.
Okay, I need you to watch Girls 5 Eva before you do, please.
I almost did, but I'm still just so upset about Saved by the Bell. I couldn't get into it.
You couldn't do it. Okay.
Welcome, Aquatic Chicken, just in time, everybody. Who's thank you to Raymond, Pomeranian, Stacey. It's been a lively conversation. I mean, we're 45 minutes in.
Really good group.
We have not done anything except talk about the weekend and movies, which is
all I want.
Amazing.
It's all I need. It's just friends.
All they want to.
We're just at brunch.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Just chit chat.
Yeah, you get it.
And Raymond saying Peacock is free if you have basic cable, but then you got to deal with those commercials, and y'all know I can't handle commercials. I can't do it.
Certainly not.
But
we're just
Raymond, you are right. You can just, or that's the time where you can like get up and do some laundry,
right?
Iron the curtains.
Love it. I love it. Pomeranian, Raymond, Stacey, you guys, you were friends that I am honored to have. That's how I feel about that. Sometimes I'm like, God, do I even have good quality friends? Yeah, I do. Their names are Pomeranian, Stacey, and Raymond, and Jim.
This is
and
very
Stacey.
true.
Yes.
All right. It is time for celebrity birthdays. Happy birthday, celebrities. Happy birthday, celebrities. Happy birthday.
Nice Monday rendition. It's nice, easy, slow, bring it on home. I'm so glad we have an active chat because I'm going to need you guys. You know I'm going to need you. I'm not good at this. I am not good. So
the days we don't have an active chat, Renee is like, hey, why did I sign up for this?
Can I just get into the doc real quick? If I could just look at the doc real quick and find the answers, I'd appreciate it.
Get out of there. Get out of that doc. All right, we're kicking it off with America's sweetheart. Megan Fox has had a birthday on the, wait a minute. I think I'm skipping. When's the 15th? Do we have any Sunday birthdays? There were no Sunday birthdays.
Excuse me. Or Saturday.
Or what about what day was the Saturday? 14th? Oh, let's go over to the 14th. What about Kate Blanchett? Can we celebrate Kate Blanchett?
Megan Fox.
Sorry,
We'll
Megan
be
Fox.
back. Hold on. My joke around Megan Fox is anytime someone's like, you look like somebody. I was like, Megan Fox. I know.
You do.
No, I do not. That's the joke, is that I just like to make them feel uncomfortable where they were just like, I was gonna say Holly Hunter. It's like, yeah, I know.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here's how it works, everybody. Celebrity birthdays. We're gonna play celebrity birthdays. We're gonna quiz you on some celebrities who were born either this weekend or today, and they're celebrating on their live long day. We're gonna quiz you on them.
Yeah.
Quiz you on them. Here we go. And all you have to do is to say what you think the answer is. You can take a guess. Help Renee out. You're all working together as a team.
I need help. Please.
Working together as a team, you can say, I think the answer is Kate Blanchett. We will be like, yes, that's exactly who this is.
Correct.
But the question is, she is one of two actors to be in all these Peter Jackson movies. She is one of two actors to be in all of these Peter Jackson movies.
Is it Get on Emperor's I can't. I might be conflating her with someone else. There's a chance that I am. Is it King Kong? Did Peter Jackson do King Kong? Is that what else did Peter Jackson do? Did he do Lord of the Rings? Uh-oh. She's gonna get canceled. Peter Jackson. I think King Kong. Does that sound right? Get on uppers. Is that something? Look, does she look like
Now
she could hang
remember,
from
get
the
on
three-story
uppers.
building?
Renee said that she needs your help earlier
Yeah.
on today.
Need help. I'm not kidding her. Okay, but I'm also happy to just fall on the sword for this. So I and I alone say King Kong. And I'm not bringing anyone down with me. Okay.
Now, I would like to remind everybody, that's the thing that you remember the most about Peter Jackson. You're like, King Kong! When he did, in fact, do Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, those huge,
I said, did he?
Well,
I was on the fence about it.
Which is also still not great. But yeah, you're in the ballpark. You're the ballpark. The answer is Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. Yeah. So I guess Sarah, by this, so she was in all 3 of the Lord of the Rings movies. I also believe she was also in The Hobbit, as well. So
great.
Okay. And she plays Hela in Thor Ragnarok. Which,
well, yes. Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Happy birthday.
Let's kick.
How many years? How long you been on this earth, my friend?
What? Oh, Kate.
How old? Yeah.
53.
Okay. Love to see it. Okay.
Oh, did we miss Stephen Colbert's? We did Stephen Colbert. We did do it.
Yeah,
He's
because then
fan
I was
of The
just like, he
Hobbit.
says his last name right. I don't say my last name right. Yeah.
He was on. He was in The Hobbit. It's a big Lord of the Rings moment here. It's CEO Facebook Mark Zuckerberg.
Whoopsie daisies. Whoopsies.
Oh my God. 38. Isn't that just creepy?
That's
to be causing so much mayhem.
Yeah.
He's 38 years old.
40. Yeah.
He's like a year older than me.
Yeah.
Because I'm turning 37 in a couple months here. And a month.
I need to pick up on. Here you are trying to say that you're almost 40. You're nowhere near 40. Nowhere near.
I like to round up.
Okay. I respect it, but you're nowhere near.
I've been saying that ever since I turned 36. I'm like, listen, I'm almost 40.
Yeah. Okay,
You know, it helps me to throw my weight around at work.
I respect that. I respect it a lot. And I think if you have any sort of like connotation around it that is not positive, I think it's good to start like just identifying with it early, and then that way you can ease your way on into it. Raymond, he looks like the computer version of Pee Wee Herman. Accurate.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
What was Pee Wee Herman's catchphrase? Did I do that? No.
What did he have? Very screaming.
I just know his dance. There you go. Is that him or Fozzie?
Might have been Woody Woodpecker. There's a chance that you're conflating him and Woody, but let's go with yes.
Are you kidding me? Wow, I thought I had nailed it, but then I also thought maybe it was Fozzie Bear. Oh God.
No.
That's Woody Woodpecker.
So you heard it here first. There you go. That's a good Pee Wee Herman.
No, that's Fred Albert.
I feel like it is our responsibility in the media to release information to the public. So you have just unveiled this man's laugh, and it is verbatim to Woody Woodpecker. This is how he laughs. Facebook.
Okay, is this an impression of Mark Zuckerberg's laugh?
Yeah, 100% it is, and that's how we honor you today, Mark Zuckerberg, with your signature laugh.
I guess, yeah. Does he pay taxes? Is the actual question. Sarah wants to get you riled up today.
I don't think he does. Okay.
That is
correct. That's the actual. That's a question for. That's the actual Sarah's question. Sarah, marry me. Yes. That's great. Yeah, you're causing a lot of trouble, my friend. You're not my friend.
person that exists.
Nope.
Person. I added Tom from MySpace. What a different world we'd be living in. We all jumped ship from MySpace. Sarah, let's go to George Lucas. We'll get to Janet, Sarah. Sarah is just like really thank
Sarah,
you,
I guess
Sarah.
we're moseying today. We're gonna do a bit of a mosey.
We're gonna do a mosey today, Sarah, but thank you. We're not gonna get to everything today, and it's fine. It's totally fine. We got a whole nother. We got 4 more shows to do this week. George Lucas. George Lucas, 78. Let's see. He sold Lucasfilm's graphics division to Steve Jobs, which later became this studio. He sold Lucasfilm's graphics division to Steve Jobs, which later became this very popular, famous studio, still making hits today.
Still making some hits. Some hits.
You would know this because you're Bob.
Yeah, because I just read Pixar. I can tell you exactly how the acquisition happened. Do I know what the name of it? So it's not Lucasfilms? Or is it Lucasfilm?
I can't.
Okay, is it Pixar? DreamWorks. Thank you, Raymond. Got it. Raymond is saying DreamWorks, and I bet Raymond is correct.
Think Bob Iger.
Disney.
What would he be connected with? Yes. And DreamWorks is more not Disney.
True. This is very true. Okay, so Bob Iger, what is Bob Iger connected with? Hold on. Let's review.
You have said the right answer.
Okay, so it's Disney?
No, but like you've said the right. No, you've said something else that was also right.
Pixar.
So what would be? Yeah, there it is. Pixar is the right answer. Yes. So you know about the acquisition or something?
I do. So yes, I know how because Michael Eisner just didn't. He had such a good first 10 years and then really didn't do great the last 10. And so he severed ties with Steve Jobs, who at that point was affiliated with Pixar. Obviously, you know it. And Bob Iger was the one to repair it, and then eventually had to come back and acquire all of George Lucas's stuff. And that wasn't seamless. The Pixar was seamless. Acquiring Star Wars didn't go as well, but it's only because Lucas had a hard time breaking up with his baby.
Oh yeah, George Lucas.
Yeah.
And I mean, poor guy needed to a long time ago.
Yeah.
Like again, you just look at like the reason why the first 2 Star Wars are so good is actually like he didn't. His wife, actually, if you read, someone wrote a book about it. His wife was very involved with the first 2, Star Wars: A New Hope and The Empire Strikes Back. So a lot of the great ideas about like how did they defeat the Death Star, Luke hearing the voice of Obi-Wan in his head as he's about to like use the Force, Luke, that all came from her. Like so many of the things. Of the first 3 movies, yes, Raymond, I know. Episode 4, 5, and 6. Even Tugboat, I know it's not the first ones that were ever produced. They're like, it's not episode 1. Star Wars fandom, you don't mess with it. They'll come at you.
You had something to say.
I get it. But yes, the wife is very, very involved with it, and she was not involved with the episode 6, the third one that it came out. What was it? The Return of the Jedi, which is the weakest of the original trilogy. Let's just admit it. It's a lot of the repeats and the Wookiees, and that, like the Ewoks come in, and yes, they're cute, but what is going on here? And the wife wasn't involved. And then when he did the prequels, he did it all and he actually did not even direct. He didn't direct, I think, the first. No, he did not direct Empire Strikes Back, which is the best of all of them, right? And so when he releases Control, he's got great ideas, but he's not a good script writer. He's an ideas guy, and so he wrote and directed the prequels, and people are like, "What is going on?"
What is
happening? Similar to the woman who claims she wrote the Harry Potter series, Jake. She like
Cher.
She does
yeah.
No, the woman who claims, because we all know that Cher wrote them.
Okay, she's trying to grab credit. Okay, yeah.
But J.K. Rowling, like when she's writing these scripts for these Fantastic Beasts movies, and no one's telling her this isn't good or this needs an edit or great first draft. Let's rework this a bit.
We could
so
maybe do
does
a little bit better. Yeah,
he does better when he releases Control and ideas. So
right, and that was because he gave outlines for. So it came back the one with Finn and BB-8. What's that one called?
The Force Awakens.
Right. So that one was obviously incredible, directed by J.J. Abrams.
Yep.
But in the acquisition of it, Bob Iger was very smart to be like, we will take your input, but we do not guarantee that we will use your ideas.
Mhm.
And so he
Oh,
sent
yeah.
them an outline, and they were like, we're not going to use that. And that's what made him so sad.
He
But
was
thank God Iger
so
was like,
hurt
we're not gonna use
by
it. Yeah.
it. He was
Yeah.
so hurt by it that they didn't use his outline. But I get it. It's hard to separate from your art you create. As
course.
Pomeranian says, it's hard to separate from the art you create, especially if you disagree with how it's being portrayed. I could not even imagine you
I don't
created
know.
this thing, but I hope that he takes solace in that, like, he has created this thing that is larger than himself and will outlive him.
Oh my God.
You know,
Forever
and that
and ever
has
again. Yeah.
has brought so much joy and community to people.
Right.
I think about like Marvel and Star Wars as well. I can see it brings families together. There was a woman who came to Spider-Man red carpet and she was like, thank you to Spider-Man movies. Like, my son and I finally have something to talk about. And so they have this, they built something, a language together, and they have something to look
That's
forward to.
incredible. Yeah, that's so
Yeah.
amazing. And Pomeranian in the know. That's why Alice Walker didn't want to give up control of The Color Purple to Spielberg, just because it's so hard to. I
Mhm.
made a stupid dog show, and if somebody else were to try to take that over, I'd be like, no. And then the pain that it would be
Yeah.
of that dog show was more successful than mine. That I had it
Yep.
wrong
Yeah.
all along.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
actually I
yeah.
didn't hit the bullseye on what people wanted would be devastating.
And then it's the perspective, because hopefully you could be able to see if, like, I started this whole entire thing wouldn't exist had I not. You
Right.
had gold, and they just it's like a relay race. They took it and ran with it. Pomeranian also said, chiming in, it took a long time for Spielberg to convince Alice that he'd honor her work. And I think for the
believe that.
time period, we all know how I feel about the film versus the Broadway musical, versus the book. I think the book is the best, musical next, and then the film.
Yeah.
But
Wonder if West Side Story contributed. Well, I don't know the timeline of that, but I wonder if he showed her like early clips of West Side Story to sort of convince, hey, I'll do this right.
Mhm.
We'll see.
Yeah. Well, all right. So there it is, George Lucas. Happy birthday to you. Thank you for giving us Star Wars. Yeah, smart man. He was
Love it. Did
also
we
really
ever
smart that
question
he
him?
we did. Oh yeah, he sold Lucasfilms.
Oh, so Luke. Okay, to
Pixar.
Pixar. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
He was also smart to, I think, like, when he sold the rights to his film, he was like, okay, I won't make any money off this, but I own all the rights to the toys. And he made all this money off of the toys.
Yeah.
So smart.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Sofia Coppola. Oh, I always forget what she looks like. She has been in all 3 of these mob movies. And Raymond's so smart. That's where the real money is. It's in toys. It really is. It really is.
And Pomeranian, that's so. You guys are being so nice to me this morning. My goodness. It's time for a quick shade, a lighting adjustment. Sofia Coppola, the 3 mob movies. Guys, I need help on this. I don't think I know my mob movies very well.
Mob movies. Mob movies.
You want to give me a hint?
It's
Who else
about
is
the
in these
mob.
movies? Thanks.
About the mafia.
That's helpful. That's very helpful. Okay.
It's
Godfather.
turning
Thank you, Raymond.
51. All right, Raymond coming in. We're gonna lock in the Godfather. That would be correct.
Nailed
Correct.
it. Thank you.
Never seen the Godfather movies, and I think I'm gonna comfortably die without seeing them. For one, I hear that they're long. There's 3 of them,
Right.
and I don't really care for mafia mob movies.
It's
But
fine. I think that's
everyone
fine. I
raves
always
about
conflate-
them.
Who does? Everyone?
Oh, everyone raves about
Sure.
Godfather and Goodfellas. Like, I don't know the difference.
I watched a bit of Goodfellas and I liked it. I thought it was good. I think I would like that better than The Godfather, but I haven't watched either of them in their entirety. Either of them meaning franchises. I don't know if there was multiple Goodfellas. Cinephiles, I am sorry. I am a disgrace to your passion.
I don't think you have the hugest fans. Raymond's not canceling you anytime soon. Raymond just said, the first 2 were okay, I guess. So, rave reviews.
Raymond, great. I love it. I love to hear it. I love to see
Raymond,
it.
put that on like the trailer for it. Audiences say the first 2 were okay, I guess.
I love it.
The first one was okay.
First one's okay.
Oh, we don't know if
Okay.
the first 2 were.
Okay. All right. Well,
All right. 2 more.
on that.
Two more.
Here we
Megan
go.
Fox. is celebrating her birthday today.
To my doppelganger.
It is Megan Fox's birthday. Or should we say, is it right? Is it Renee or Megan Fox? We don't know.
No one can tell. No one can tell. We're identical, me and Megan Fox. This is the biggest joke. Get on uppers. I must convey to you how much of a joke I want you to know that I know that this is. Okay, Raymond, going back to Godfather, I meant to say that the first one was wonderful and the second one was pretty bad. Yeah, that sounds good. Makes sense.
Okay. Oh man. All right. Well, won't be watching any of them, but not into Pomeranian. Also not into mob movies, and I'm into a lot of things. A lot of movies, but I just couldn't. I couldn't care. I couldn't care. All right. It's Megan Fox. It's Megan Fox.
Birthday.
It's her birthday. Can you name this cult hit movie? Kind of spooky, and she starred opposite Amanda Seyfried, and it has some there's some queer undertones to this film. It has been adopted by the LGBTQ community. It's set in high school. And it was one of the last really renowned films of Megan Fox. People are like, yeah, Megan Fox.
Interesting. Yeah, I definitely don't know this. I was ready with Transformers. I had that. I had that in my back pocket. I had that. Okay, get on uppers, help us out. Mike, hello. Junior, hello. We're playing Celebrity Birthdays, in which we will tell you somebody's birthday that is today that happens to be a celebrity and ask you a question about them. I need help. What movie was Megan Fox in about high school and scary and also had Amanda Seyfried?
Seyfried? Seyfried. Seyfried? Yeah.
Sure. The Dropout.
Yeah. I'm sure she loves being referred to as that.
I bet she does. I bet she
Amanda
gets an Emmy
Seyfried
nomination for her performance.
She did an amazing job, especially because she was a replacement for, I believe it was Kate McKinnon. Kate McKinnon had to drop out because Kate McKinnon was doing the Tiger King lady. What was the Tiger King one?
Yeah.
She was doing that one, and Amanda Seyfried had to do it instead, and captured her voice,
I didn't. I watched the first 5 minutes and I was like, I don't think I like this. I just don't like how icky the story is.
100%. Yeah.
Seems like a lot of people got scammed. Okay, Raymond, Scream, I think. Sure. Yeah, let's go with it. Scream? Was it Scream?
Neither of these two actresses were in Scream, but we're going with Jennifer's Body. Jennifer's Body. Do you remember hearing about that movie? Got a lot of buzz.
Not. I most certainly do not. But I
block it out. Block it out. Oh, Pomeranian got it. Jennifer's Body. Jennifer's Body is the correct answer. Great film. Great film. Spooky, but not like a grotesquely spooky way. I believe the director of Jennifer's Body did Juno. Yeah. Remember the movie Juno?
Sure do.
Losing their self over that movie. And Elliot Page was in that film.
Yeah.
But yeah.
J.K. Simmons, Allison Hannigan. No, Allison. Oh God. Oh no, Allison. We love her.
No. Allison. No. I don't know.
She's in West.
Oh, right. West Side Story? I don't know. West Wing. Oh, Allison Janney.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that was a bad thing. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Pomeranian, same. We're one and the same. I hate scary movies. Cannot do them. Will not do them.
All right. It is Janet Jackson's birthday.
Oh, this is a big one, Jam. This is a big one.
My queen. I mean, we could really just spend an entire episode here. We can just spend an entire episode here if we want. I can change up the question, Sarah, because it's how I'm going to roll on my queen's birthday.
Exactly.
56. Turning 56.
Looking better than ever.
This is a two-part question, and I don't know that you. Okay, I'm gonna just throw some questions at you. Can you name the TV series that you might be able to know this one, Renee? It's in your wheelhouse.
Okay.
Can you name the TV series that she was on? That I think was based on a movie. It was a TV series based on a movie. Before there was Glee, there was
Fame. I'm gonna live forever.
Do you know that's like it was? It's how I used to open and close. It was one of the songs I used to open and close karaoke on the cruise ship. Remember my name, James.
Jam.
I'm gonna live forever. People will say my name, James, or then I would say Jam.
Yeah.
In fact,
brilliant.
my ex's nieces in the UK, I also sang that at karaoke there. They still say that's how they sing
They
Fame.
do, because those are
Remember
the
my
words.
name, James. I'm gonna live forever.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That's so smart. Yes, always do that. Forevermore going
Yes.
forward. That is the most funny thing I've heard in this. Yeah, it's perfect.
You're
Yes.
welcome, do you all know though what was the name of Janet Jackson's movie? She had a movie debut. It was directed by John Singleton, and she starred opposite Tupac Shakur. Do we know the name of this film? It was a big deal. It's 2 words. Her first film. I just recently watched it actually for Black History Month. Regina King was also in it.
Whoa.
And Tupac is such a phenomenal actor. He was
Yeah.
He was so good. So good. So good.
I'm making a note. I will write it down. Whatever the answer is, I will be watching tonight. But as of now, it is not in my head. Yes. What's the answer?
Poetic Justice. Poetic
Ooh.
Justice. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, can we name what was, last week we were just talking about this, how I think this is part of the series. Who was oh gosh, the guy who did like All in the Family. Remember we were talking about last week, he did all of these like sitcoms that were all spin-offs of each other. Oh God, not Leonard Nimoy.
But the guy.
Okay, she was on. Oh, there was the answer. She
Pomeranian.
was. Pomeranian just said, "I first saw Janet on Good Times. She was such a cute kid. She played Penny." That was literally my follow-up trivia question.
You know what is so interesting is that you and Pomeranian need to get on a trivia team together, because as you were posing the question, she was also volunteering the information. Yeah, so I think we need to. Yes.
Here's a question: Who choreographed the video "Nasty" and even appears in the video?
That's a great question. Like Pomeranian, she's a much better singer than actress. Okay, of course. She's multi-talented. She was probably getting her chops up into gear.
There's usually one that's going to be better than the other. Oh, Renee, I think you might. Just think about what's your middle name?
Raymond. Is it Paula Abdul? That's so
cool. Paula Abdul was her choreographer. Norman Lear, thank you, Pomeranian. That's exactly what I was thinking about. Norman Lear did all those shows. Who also got their start off in a Janet Jackson music video was Jennifer Lopez, and she started off as a backup dancer for Janet as well.
All sounds right. This all sounds accurate to me.
All right. Well, happy birthday to Janet Jackson. Last thing. Oh, okay. Last thing on Janet. Oh wait, I had it and then I lost it. I had the trivia question.
Hold on.
Can we name what was Janet's first album? What was the name of Janet's first album?
What's tricky about this is we've definitely discussed this. This has absolutely come up before, and I do not recall what it was, but great news. Here's my hint to you, Get On Uppers. We've said it. It was definitely discussed, but I don't remember what that in the first album name.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to need some help with this one. If we could, please, if you could just put the right answer into the chat. Tugboat's friend Kate is here, and it is adorable. That is an update of what's going on.
Everything that we needed to know. Kate, thank you for taking care of our dear sweet Tugboat.
The sweetest. It's very. He definitely loves her more than me, and it's okay. You want to see it. Okay, first album. Let's see. Get On Numbers. Do we know? Jim, you might have to just give us the answer on this one.
All right. The correct answer is Janet Jackson was her self-titled album. Most people think her first album was Control, but it's actually her third album. She did 2 albums underneath her dad, who was kind of like managing her, and it was just this like not great music. She did that, then she did Dream Street, but Control is when she linked up with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, and it was a game changer for her, and because she did most of her albums with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. So Janet Jackson, I believe she's on tour right now. Go get tickets. If you've not seen
go? Do we have tickets for you yet?
100%. I have to go. I need to buy tickets today. If you've not seen Janet in this, I don't know how many times she's going to go back on tour. It's one of those things that you would regret to not see in your lifetime. You know, like you would be like, oh, I'd be remiss if I didn't get to see Janet. And I've seen her, I think 3 or 4 times in concert. She is phenomenal. Definitely go check her out. And those are the celebrity birthdays. We got some more from today that we'll do tomorrow. Brush up on your Danny Trejo. That's all I'm gonna say.
Ooh, okay. Now this is very helpful. Okay, get on uppers. We have an assignment. We can do it. We will. And I did just immediately outsource that. I was like, yep, they're on it. They're on it. Renee, how about you? What about you? Look at Danny Trejo. Was most recently in Better Things. Is that by any chance? Is that the question? Was in Better Things and its 5th.
Do I know season? Better things? Do I know better things? Why would
it's
I know
my
better?
favorite TV show of absolute all time.
No,
it's on FX.
I'm so sorry.
You don't need to. It's starring Pamela Adlon, and I love it a lot. And it is great.
Talked about it so many times, and I've just Renee. I'm sorry.
You don't need to. You don't need to. But Danny Trejo definitely had a 2 or 3 season or episode arc. Renee, if you have a pig song to introduce yourself with, what's wrong with me? Let's see. Okay, Raymond, I think we're close. To figuring out what that meant, but I need just one more.
I think Alexa kind of she's joshing with it.
Alexa
Raymond
took some liberties with that one.
She was like, which isn't your fault. Let me help. Let me help. No,
Alexa, you're not helping. You're not helping. You're absolutely not helping.
All right. Let's get to the news for today. Some things that were happening in the news today. Let's get into it. Here we are. Renee, I've been talking. Do you want to kick off your monocle?
I would love to. I would love nothing.
And then I'll tell you what happened to Bitcoin and want to build us up
do.
so I can have some space.
Please do. The theme of today's news might be the future is terrifying. There's a chance.
I think so. I think that's what we're doing.
Raymond, I gotcha. Renee, if you pick a song to introduce yourself, what would the song you pick? Oh, I love that, Raymond. Gosh, you know what? I'll have to think about that. I think it's something about being casual. Something about moseying, maybe like sitting by the dock of the bay, just something real like she's tired. She's tired. She'll get here when she gets here. But I will think about that, Raymond, because that's a very good. How about Jam? What would your intro song be?
For some reason, Donna Summers, she works hard for the money. Yeah. So hard for it, honey. She works hard for the money, so you better treat her right.
I love it.
I think that song is about sex workers, but I don't care. Sometimes the work that you do, you feel like it's all the work. Tax it. I want those tax dollars. You know my motto: legalize everything so we can tax it.
Great. It's wild. It's wild that we don't do it. You have the answers to everything. You have figured it out. Pomeranian, this is getting controversial. This is controversial.
Ooh. The question is, everybody, Pomeranian just said, which do you like better, Ted Lasso or Better Things? Dang.
If we're going
on the gauntlet.
season one, Ted Lasso. Of course, obviously, there is no better episode of season of television than Ted Lasso, according to moi. I love it so much. However, do I mean that? No, it's good. It's good. It'll make you feel good.
No, that first season is
so good.
Perfection.
So good.
I don't think that there is a better, because a lot of shows don't nail it in their first season, and Ted Lasso did. It was a pitch perfect first season.
Truly did.
No notes.
No notes. Truly did. Truly perfection. But so the little scandalous thing about Better Things is that it was co-created with Louis C.K. and Pamela Adlon. Louis did the thing, and then Pamela, she was in the middle of shooting, and she was just like, "Hey, all right." So then she just scooped it up. She writes it, she stars in it, she produces it, she directs it. She's incredible. So I think my affinity for it is just this Wonder Woman of a lady, and she's very, very, very big on giving people breaks and bringing in all kinds of people into her show, and she's got her thumb on the pulse of both like intimacy coaches, which I think she's like a big advocate of. We are throwing these 19-year-olds into these very, very uncomfortable scenes, and nobody is coaching them. So she was a big trailblazer, and hey, let's get a coach on scene so that they are not traumatized by this, and good at really, really adhering to oh gosh, Jam, I can't remember what's the clause that one lady talked about in an award speech to make sure
the Frances McDormand,
Yes.
the writer clause, the
Yes.
free writers, the freedom
Right,
writers.
yeah, like put it in the writer or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah.
Point is, Pamela's just a good person. She's great, which is why I love it. So better things.
Inclusion writer.
There it is. Yeah.
Inclusion
writer. Very good.
Mhm.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
Back to the news, which is terrifying. Sarah gave me this, but
back
yes,
to
yes,
I just want to say, everybody, did you
Mhm.
see how Renee was talking about Pamela, her clearly mentor, and everything that Renee was talking about? I could just be like, oh, Renee's going to be doing that. Like, I just want to say, like, oh, these are all the things that you're going to be doing. So I love that you're modeling what you're doing off of her, because this is like literally Renee. This is what we're about to do. So get ready. You're going to be writing a hit TV show on FX. That's
I love
where you
you.
need to be. FX,
I love
yeah.
you. I love you. I love you. You were the bestest, kindest
the
friend
universe.
that anyone could
Print it out on the
ever ask.
vision board. Print it out.
Get it in
Put
there.
your face
Get it
on
up there.
Pamela Anderland's body holding
Yeah.
that award.
I'll do it. I'll do it. All right. Get our numbers. Are you ready to hear what's going on in the news? Sarah gave me this article, and I will tell you the the headline is Inside the Space Hotel, scheduled to open 2025.
Oh, I
just
heard
kidding.
about this, but I didn't
This
know any.
is
I
a
just saw. I
hotel.
saw on the. I saw it on the ticker on
Yeah.
CNN at the gym, and I was like, I can't handle this right now.
Huh?
And then I walked
What is
away.
happening?
Okay,
What is happening?
tell me
So
more.
let's take a look at this. This is a picture of the hotel.
Oh
I
my
think it's an artist
God.
rendering because I don't think it's fully built yet, but this is what they're making. So thank you, Sarah. Oh, Sarah, you're so good. You're so good. So these little crossbars are elevators. So what you will do is your spaceship will sort of anchor into that middle part, and then you will take an elevator to one of these pods, are various rooms which you can stay in. They are also saying it's not fully a hotel, it's also a workspace. So you just
Oh
fly to
my
space real quick
God.
and work from space. And I
Oh.
think all of us are just like, that's not gonna happen. That's not a thing. There's no way they're doing that between 2025. But they absolutely are. This has been lost on my radar. Like, I know we sent Elon Musk to the moon. I get that. But
Yeah.
then the amount of billionaires that we have been sending, this list is insane. We've sent like 10 billionaires to space already. I didn't know
Yeah.
that. That's not on me at all, but we're proving that, oh no, it's absolutely possible. So the company that's doing this for you is called Orbital Assembly. Boom, boom, boom. So there's a company called Orbital Assembly. They're putting it together. You understand how it works. Obviously, the price point is going to be for billionaires. That's pretty much who's going to be able to afford it. But as far as the notion of how far away are we from just fully living in space, 5 years. That's the answer.
Yeah.
Or 3, because that's when it opens. It opens in 2025.
Questions, thoughts. I
Mhm.
have so many thoughts and opinions.
Let's
Can
hear it.
we discuss this?
Let's hear it. Yes, please.
One, there is what this picture is missing. You know how much space junk there is? We keep throwing things out in space and we don't clean it up. There are so many satellites and things just flying around. So I hope this thing doesn't get hit by some other extra space junk. I
Right.
hope it stays up there and doesn't come hurtling down to Earth and wiping us all out or something. This could, as Sarah just said, this could literally kill people. I'm always of the mind, can we fix things here first before we go out, doing other things? And this kind of, my brother and I have been talking about this. I sometimes just think that perhaps human beings are just a cancer on the universe. Like maybe
Well,
we are
100%.
actually,
Yeah.
maybe we are just a virus. Like my body was fighting off a virus that was trying to spread, and my body was doing the right things. And so perhaps the Earth is like, oh, I gotta clear out some of these things.
This is
Water,
That's hilarious. I
all
love that
these
concept.
things.
No,
Like
stop.
we
You're
could,
ruining
and
me.
look at us. We're trying to spread out to the other parts of the galaxy. We could very well be the cancer of the universe. So
100%.
my last thought my last thought though is that though maybe this is also going to be similar to like when people were trying to like come over to the new lands of the Americas. It was
Right.
mainly mostly like a lot of like rich people at the time who were like, I want more land and I don't want to pay these taxes. And so maybe we'll get rid of people that we just didn't want here in the first place. And
I mean,
maybe things will be a
that's
little bit better.
the dream. And then theoretically, like all the people who are creating all of this global warming are wealthy people. So if we can, if we can send them to space and we
Get
can
them
just take
out of
care of it here.
here.
But I did find
Bye.
myself thinking a lot of the premise of Wall-E, which came out in 2008, how like much of a premonition that was of, oh, we're just going to ruin it here and then we'll go out there and ruin it over there and we'll just, sort of litter ourselves all over the solar system.
Well, Sarah has a great idea. Sarah
Let's hear it.
said maybe we can actually start funding who we want to send to space, and we be like, oh, we'll put our tax dollars together and we'll pretend like it's like, oh no, we really
No,
we
you
put this
deserve
package together for
this.
you. Yeah. So we put like Mitch McConnell, maybe
Mhm.
Justice Alito, people that were just like, no, you deserve this. Thank you for your service. Go up
vacation.
there.
Yeah.
Go up. We'll
And then
be
we run out
fine.
of
We'll be
gas on the way
fine.
there.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, but oh, go up there, girl. You deserve it.
You
Go check on
deserve
those Go check on those Jewish space lasers and see if they're up there.
See
And
what's
then
going
we just
on
leave
up
them up
there.
there.
And
Just leave
and
them
then
up
you guys
there.
stay up there.
And
And
then-
then you stay up there. I
and
think it's
then-
brilliant. So it's on the one hand exciting, but then this was the first article ever that I like actually let myself think about, would I go? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I
Oh
don't think, I
God,
mean, I
no.
get, yeah,
No,
I'm
never,
here.
ever,
I like
ever. I
Earth.
have
I like Earth a lot.
no desire. I like the Earth. I feel like it's
Yeah.
too much for me to see. I
Yeah.
think I'm gonna be that generation left behind. There's people
Yeah.
who wouldn't get on the airplane. Like
Sure.
that's gonna be me. They're
Totally.
gonna be.
And
You're
then
gonna be
and I'm
fine.
happy to be it. And I'm happy to be it.
I'm fine.
There's a meditation practice wherein they just have you elevate, and then consider like what a like little piece of particle you are in the earth. And what's supposed to do is sort of settle you and be like, so these problems that you have, they're pretty minute. But what it always does for me, I'm like, then nothing matters. Absolutely nothing. And so I wouldn't do well. I wouldn't do well to see the earth and just be like, oh, okay. I know for a fact that my brain would take it in a weird way. So let's keep it here.
Yep. So Raymond said, I'd rather go to the Star Wars hotel in the outer space and go to a hotel there. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Hotel
I
looks
love that.
incredible. Yep.
Also, I can't help but wonder, I just think we're destined. I mean, if we survive the next 20, 30 years, and let's
Right.
say we get onto the moon. I also was thinking about this. If we get onto the moon and people start living on there, do we know like what that starts doing to like the weight of it? Like it's rotate, like it's been spinning around with no one on it. I just don't know. Like, hopefully the scientists have thought about this, but I just don't know if when you start putting people on something, does it change its speed? And it's, I think it would start messing things up. And
I think
and the
much
moon
like
comes hurtling into the earth.
Yeah, which I did not see, but fast forwarded my way through. I think the scientists are absolutely on it. They know it. They predicted it. They are saying everything, but the rich people are like, yeah, it'll be fine. So yes,
Oh
no,
my
I think
God.
scientists are saying, please don't do that. And then the rich
Could
people
you
are like,
imagine
what if
this
you
is
did?
our own undoing? We go and we colonize the moon. It becomes too heavy and it comes crashing into the earth. There was no meteorite or
We
anything.
deserve
We
it.
did it
We
ourselves.
deserve it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, we just. That's
My
funny. I like that.
poor great grandchildren. Well, hopefully they'll be
know.
on the rocket ship to Jupiter.
There we go. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. I love it.
And
Jim, what
they'll
do
go
you
ruin a
have?
different planet.
Tell me
Okay.
about this
Well,
Bitcoin. I want to hear everything. I'm going to be right back, but I'm
Yes.
listening. I'm listening.
Okay. So in the theme that I think everything is oh man, I just think things are not going well in a lot of different places. So maybe you all have heard about this. First, I want to talk to you all about so Bitcoin. So Bitcoin had a bit of a crash recently. Do we have any Bitcoin folks out there? Are we investing in Bitcoin? Okay. Well, Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency prices, they were hit by a huge sell-off this month. It wiped out around 1 trillion of the crypto market since early April. The Bitcoin prices, they've dropped to lows not seen since the pandemic crypto rally began in late 2020. There was this huge drive for crypto. Everyone was like, crypto. There's all these commercials about crypto. I still never really understood crypto, so I'm just like, I don't really understand. But I do understand, like, when you are an early adopter, it's that risk and that gamble that if it pays off, like, you absolutely win.
Right.
But if it absolutely crashes, you absolutely lose right along with it, right?
Right.
And so there's been billions of dollars have been lost from crypto. Some are even thinking this is similar to the 2000s.com the 2000s.com bubble burst. Yes. So it's been this perfect storm of Federal Reserve interest rates hikes, scaling back its huge $9 trillion balance sheet and a huge 18 billion stablecoin meltdown. Just it was been a perfect storm. Bitcoin essentially has crumbled and fallen so low, even though everyone was telling you this is the new thing. Old money is dead. This is the new way, the new thing. And then it came crashing down. I will tell you that President Biden is endorsing and pursuing a program of like shock therapy to drive down demand and slay inflation, because so many people are invested in crypto that if it crashes, it would really affect the economy. Similar to when the .com bubble burst, it really had a really bad sort of negative effect. I do think something that kind of helped though was I think wars are always kind of profitable. So we had like the war in Iraq happened shortly after the .com bubble burst. So that happened, and then I came across this other article that was talking about how essentially there's essentially so this crypto crash just happened, and there's this article in the Atlantic that is kind of like this is just the start. So similar, Renee was right. The future is looking, and I think here's the thing.
A little grim.
It's looking a little grim, not to scare everybody. But I think it's good to know of like, oh, these are the things. Let's look at the signs. Similar to I watch cult documentaries, not because like, oh my God, I'm going to be in a cult, but that way I can see, oh, okay, yes, there's a sign. There's a sign, gonna go left, or let me try something different here. Information is powerful. Raymond said, I don't understand this whole thing. And the other thing is, I don't understand that either. I'm dead. I'm done. I love it. I don't understand this whole thing. And the other thing is, I don't understand that either. Same. I think that is exactly the way to explain this, because that is so true. Raymond, all I know is that this thing, Bitcoin crashed. Okay, I kind of get it. I don't know it fully, but I don't even understand the Bitcoin of it. And this is why I was like so grateful, because everyone literally just last week, someone was like, you got to put your money in Bitcoin. You got to put your money in Bitcoin. I was like, no, I don't know. And then this came and I was doing my half bad dance that I didn't. And then, but Renee, I don't like that you just did.
I did just, well, because my brother's a financial consultant. So just a little bit. And he was like, you got to get in on this. But I don't. And it'll just be fun to prove, like, no, I do not.
But here's the thing. I think this always have people panic when things get crashing. And actually, and we're going to talk about this in a moment, but actually what's happening is a lot of businesses are buying, because now Bitcoin's really cheap. And so this has happened when like the last stock market crash, a lot of people that did really well, and like the crash of the 1929 crash is the people that did really well are people who actually bought stocks for really cheap then, and then you know the economy bounced back.
Held on to it for a little bit. Yeah.
People just kind of panic, since you just gotta kind of hold on. So the Atlantic has 9 points of why like things are some other here's some things that are happening right now. So essentially though, every stock portfolio is disgusting right now. It's bad. Like the NASDAQ is down by 30%. You know, gross, like Peloton and Zoom have crashed more than twice. Remember, those were the pandemic darlings,
right? Yeah.
Like Peloton had to let go tons of their engineers recently. And hedge funds were backing these. This article is saying don't look at your 401k right now, which is insane, because that's what we were told to invest in our 401k. They're like, don't worry, you're not gonna have a pension, you're gonna have a 401k. And okay. And so this article is also saying that it believes the crypto bubble has essentially popped, you know, though that like by, you know, it was once estimated that it was more than 200 billion of the stock market. It just seems like it's very similar to the 2000 bubble burst. And so they're saying that recession is that word has been thrown around a lot, but I
Right.
feel like that word has been thrown around a lot for a while since the pandemic, really. I mean,
Yeah.
I just don't want it to get I just feel like it's gonna get blamed on Joe Biden, but he inherited a mess.
Of
Like,
course.
and
Yep.
as we have proven, Congress doesn't allow for anything to happen, so it's just impossible.
Oof.
Inflation is very high and broad based, and that's not good. Inflation's
Yeah.
just really high. It's at a place about a 40-year record. So that's not great. A lot of people are saying that they're poorer than they were about a year ago. And so the weird
Mm,
thing is, so unemployment is very low and the
right.
labor market is tight, which means that workers can easily quit their jobs and take on new positions. You're hearing about the Great Recession. So that's nice. But with inflation rising, it's just kind of like, oh, you're not getting as much bang for your
Right.
bucks.
Yeah.
Um, Savings are falling, debt is rising for folks, and the Federal Reserve interest rates hikes are huge, which I don't understand what those are and why are they
Sure.
hiking those up. So,
Yeah.
like, if you see we're in a problem, maybe bring those down. I don't
Maybe we did bring
understand.
that down a little bit, if we could, please. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh boy. Okay.
This article also points out that China is a mess, which is not great because they're the second largest economy.
Sure. Yeah.
They have a zero COVID policies, which is lots of lockdowns in major cities. So that's Shanghai, which is freezing economic activity. I think also
Right.
a lot of our um imports come from China. So if they're not able to, I mean, there's all kinds of just like shortages in terms of goods and services and products from overseas. And again, China is projected to account for about 1/4 of the global economic growth over the next few years. So it's a lot
Right.
tinging. And so essentially this article says when China sneezes, the world could catch a cold. Good line.
That's a
That
very
is a
good line.
good
That's a very good line. Yeah.
line. This writer is on point. Ooh, when China sneezes, the world can catch a cold. And then a recession is
Yeah.
heading for Europe. So the UK economy, it's shrinking. Its central bank says inflation will exceed by 10% this year. The war in
Yeah.
Ukraine, obviously, causing lots of issues as well. And this is giving birth to an awful term called stagflation, which essentially is it's just like a stagnation and inflation happening. So there's not an increase in the economy, but things are getting more expensive. And if
Cool.
Europe shrinks while Chinese growth decelerates, then American exports will have a hard time contributing to the growing GDP. And then lastly, we're still in a pandemic. So there you go. If you're looking for your depressing news to kick off your week,
Yeah.
bam,
None of
bam,
that
bam,
sounds
bam,
good.
bam.
Pew, 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 pew.
No,
Ba,
no,
ba,
no,
ba, ba,
no.
ba, bum. Okay.
But I think it just all goes back to the systems that we have created just are not
Right.
serving us anymore. Capitalism doesn't work. I think these are all just mechanisms of
Yeah.
just our systems are failing us, and this is a time to start thinking about new. We could have been in Star Trek. There's no money in Star Trek. They don't need it. They don't need it because they're like, oh, we have enough food and shelter for
Yeah.
everybody. Like we do.
Yeah.
And instead we're like, let's put these billionaires in space. Like
Right.
we could be like you hear, like, isn't this wild, Renee? You hear about the story that you just talked about, and then you hear
Yeah.
about how on the ground level things are in chaos. And
Yeah.
what the hell are we doing putting
Yeah.
money into these other things? It doesn't make any sense.
It absolutely doesn't make any sense. No, you're 100% right. And there is just an absolute baffling moment that you will have of just like, oh, this could so easily be fixed. All of this could
Ah,
so easily be fixed. Huh.
well,
Okay. Yeah. We're just not gonna. Okay. Okay. Okay.
no,
Okay.
no,
And
no,
then that
no.
surrender to what do we do? And is wild. It's a wild thing to sit in. Because I think there is some things of just the concern of how do we fix this? And if that's where we're landing,
Yeah.
then yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna take a second. But the fact that we know how to fix it is crazy.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing. So that's what I wanted to take my monocle into for a moment to take
That
an
was such a good
examination into.
monocle. That was such a
Yeah.
good monocle. I love it. It will be interesting to watch how it does, and like you said, the people who are currently gobbling up the coin now while it
Mhm.
has crashed, if that will eventually pay off for them or if that's going to be like, no, this is not coming back. I think it will. I feel like
No.
we're not. It's not going away. It may evolve,
No.
but I don't think this is going
Yeah.
away.
I think
Okay.
that's what it is. It's time to evolve. And thank you,
Yeah.
Pomeranian, for giving me my snaps because Pomeranian
Yes.
says
Yes.
the systems that we have created aren't working anymore. Preach, jam.
Yeah.
It's just not.
Jam, you
That's
know
like
what is
all
funny?
signs point to that. Like,
Mhm.
if we're seeing all these things that are failing, it's like it's showing that this isn't working. It's not serving us anymore. It probably
Right.
never really did. And the chickens are come home to roost. This is a time for us to come together to collectively think what's the next step in our collective human evolution. It's time.
Where do we go
It's
from
time.
here? Where do we go? It's so funny. I want to piggyback onto what Pomeranian said. Well, okay. What show or movie can temporarily lift us out of this gloom? Agreed completely. Before that, Pomeranian, I want to piggyback on the other thing you said. Jim, you were so good at this. You were so good at taking sort of a complicated, confusing story and like, hey, here's what's actually happening. In a way that makes it palatable for those of us who are fragile. And those of us who are like, I don't like boring things. And somehow, some way, I stayed invested the entire time. So great job.
Oh, good. Oh, good. All right.
Great job.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Well, I
Nice
think
work.
this is, and I think this is my, this is, I just, I'm in my, this is my medium. This is my,
Yeah.
I am a communicator to help make
Yes.
ideas more
Well, you were
understandable to you all and help us have conversation and dialogue about it. Like this is my role as we navigate
yeah.
through this. I feel like I'm sitting in
I
my chair. This is where I am going to be for
and this
this.
is where I belong. Well, you were absolutely excellent at it, and I know that you're still counting your 10,000 hours, but I think we can afford you a few extra thousand because you're there. You did it. You did it. We're gonna Bitcoin over a few
Ah.
extra hours because you're there. And then yes, Pomeranian, that's such a good question. What movie can temporarily lift us from this gloomy world? Do you have a go-to of well, this will fix it that you could watch and it just like catapults you into another world when things get super, super dark?
Um, Geez, sometimes I will dip even deeper into my darkness. Like I'm still doing Ozarks right now, which is dark and
Yeah.
scary, and
Yep.
I guess I'm not some. Yeah, I don't know that I have like go to. I mean, West Side Story. I love a musical,
Okay.
and I like to just sort of cry it out sometimes at the end.
Yeah.
I think that would be. I think that'd be a good thing. I don't know that I have. I'm sorry, I don't have a good remedy. Go watch Sonic 2. You'll have a blast. If
There
you
you
love
go.
video
That'll fix
games,
it. I think
love
that's a
video
very good.
games, go see the new Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. You'll have a good 2 hours and 6 minutes of nonstop thrill
Right.
ride. Make sure you've seen WandaVision beforehand. Otherwise, you will
Yeah.
be confused.
Okay. I think that is very helpful. This is good information. I need to go watch Sonic and Sonic 2 because I've heard nothing but great things from everybody. I have the classic, and this is not a hot take. This is just something that multiple people do. Is that I'm big on like I do not have time for that movie, and then I'll sit and watch 6 hours of a TV show. I'll just binge it. I'm like, I have time for that movie. It was just ridiculous. So in that notion, I recommend Girls Five Ever is a pretty light escape. I know that I will not shut up about it, but it is light and breezy, on par with how you felt when you watched Pitch Perfect. It was just light. It's light. It's nice. It's got Renee from Hamilton in it. Renee Elise Goldsberry. She's
Yes,
incredible.
right. She's
Yeah.
great.
Angelica. So,
She has like one of my favorite songs in Hamilton. The one that goes like in reverse of when she realized that she loved Hamilton.
right.
To the bride, to the bride, to the bride, to the
Oh,
bride, to the groom, to the groom. Eliza.
It's
I don't really
just
remember all the
incredible.
words, but it's so good. She does that rap. I was
She's so fast. She's so
She
fast.
is my
There were stats at some
favorite.
point where they talk about how many words you say per second.
Raymond
And
got it.
yes,
Satisfied. That's the name of the
satisfied.
song.
Oh, sorry.
I'll
Were you
never be
looking for the name of the song? I'm so
satisfied.
sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you'd already said
I
it.
was looking
Forgive
for it. Yeah, Raymond.
me.
But Raymond, were you able to get what I was talking about through my uh through the few words I
through your
know.
through your this is what it sounds like. This is what it sounds like. There's a cute anecdotal story behind that, and that I think she got the lyrics for it for her audition the night before. And so Lin-Manuel
Dang.
Miranda was just like, no, this is among the fastest raps in existence. There is absolutely no way that you should be off book by tomorrow. And she was like, okay. And then she was. And the
Get
whole
out
room
of
was just
here.
like,
Get out of here.
congratulations,
Get
Angelica.
out of
That part
here.
is yours.
Get out of here.
I think
Dang.
she stayed up all night to do it, but worth it.
I mean,
Worth it.
yes.
Right.
Yeah. Oof. I get chills just thinking about it. Okay. I do want to get into Raymond. Raymond, are you going to be here tomorrow? I wanted to find out before I disappoint you. Because we have about 15 minutes left in the show, and we still want to do our Asian Pacific American Heritage moment to lift us up, to do some celebration, and we want to do some mantra. All that to say, I think at the top of the show on Tuesday, tomorrow, we'll kick things off with our Age of Ultron Marvel Movie Tuesday. We'll kick things off with that. We'll do a Treat Yourself Tuesday, then we'll do a little Marvel movie thing. And then if Renee needs to watch the last 15 minutes of the movie, she'll have some time.
She can do it then. That sounds perfect. And then Renee also was confused because in my Disney Plus timeline, there's Guardians of the Galaxy, but we'll swing back and grab that one after Age of Ultron.
I
don't think it's on you.
up.
You
No,
didn't.
I
You
did.
absolutely did not.
Well, here's the thing.
People playing
So there is the Marvel movie. Okay, Raymond, you're gonna be here tomorrow. So the Marvel, there is I did what made sense to me in watching it is that we're gonna finish phase 2 with the Avengers of pretty much kind of Earth and Thor, and now with Guardians we'll then get Galactic and things. Now Thanos is coming in, so we have all these movies that are leading up to this giant Infinity War. But we have a lot of movies before we'll see the Avengers all back together. But tomorrow we will dive into Age of Ultron. We get our first taste of the Scarlet Witch. I don't know why.
At some point we'll need a tutorial because every single movie that we've watched, I'm like, why are they so mad at each other? Now they're mad in a forest? What is going on? Who's mad in a forest? Look at those trees. So at some point we'll need help understanding
with
who
good
said
reason.
what about mom. Okay, all right.
With good reason. Well, we'll circle back tomorrow. But the Maximoff twins, Wanda and Pietro, their parents were murdered by Stark weaponry in Sokovia, war-torn Sokovia. And there's a speech that they give where there was a shell that killed their parents, and then they were trapped underneath. And you see this in WandaVision, where Wanda goes back and she just sees this bomb right in front of her face with the light blinking. And for a day, they just thought it was gonna go off. And so you just start to see Wanda's got a lot of trauma. We'll unpack that a little bit later. A lot of trauma. So
boy, she is good. She is talented, that actress.
Isn't she amazing? This is why I can't wait for you to see her in Multiverse of Madness, because I mean the woman is just so talented. I love Elizabeth Olsen.
Yeah, amazing.
I don't think she really cared to talk to me, but
of course she didn't. No, I saw that interview. She was excited to talk to you. I saw that interview. That was good.
She was more into my co-host over there.
No. We'll
there was a note
that.
Afterwards. We tried, my co-host was talking to her, and she was just kind of like, "Why is he here?" I felt like she was looking at me. I was like, "I'm a big fan." I was like, "You're my favorite in the Marvel." She was like, "Mm-hmm." My co-host was like, "She's like, you're powerful and woman to woman and da da da." And I was just like, "Okay, I guess I'll stay out of this."
No. That is not the vibe. As the viewer, that is not the energy I got. I got that she didn't care for someone being there, but it wasn't you.
Oh, okay. Talk to me. Yeah. Oh, I know exactly what okay. It was supposed to be a solo interview, and then Victoria Alonso wouldn't leave.
It's just like, no, we won't be leaving. We'll be up here. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And that is kind of upsetting because then her solo interview got chopped. We only got to ask her 2 questions. That makes sense, Renee. Thank you.
You're
couldn't
welcome.
tell why Elizabeth Olsen's energy had shifted in way she it was supposed to be her own solo moment. Which I also get because she also hasn't. She got WandaVision, but she didn't make a comment. She was like, a pinnacle of my plot line is being explored through Doctor Strange. She's not getting to fully, explore it. And now that makes so much sense. Thank you, Renee.
You're so welcome. And I definitely get it. I understand everybody needs their shit, but it's like a comic running the light. You're just like, "Ah, man, okay." It's how it
Yeah.
it's how it read, it's how it looked. It was you got it. Okay.
Oh man, so good. And Raymond is telling us about go to Disney Plus and watch Legends. Oh, you're so right. Great show. So Raymond's saying this Legends on Disney Plus tells you all the stuff you need to know if you didn't want to watch all the shows and stuff. And Raymond, do they also go into like the comic book origins of these characters? So it's a really great way to catch up on like history of Marvel characters. There's a show on Disney Plus. I think they're shorts. They're like really like 6-minute little shorts about like the
Oh, that's
Falcon,
great.
Winter Soldier.
Okay. I will do that.
Yeah,
Raymond,
cute little
thank you.
thing.
I'll go check it out.
Okay. Our Asian Pacific American this is on YouTube. I do believe they have something on Disney Plus. I do believe they have something on Disney Plus.
I'll go
I've
check it
seen
out.
it or I've imagined.
Okay.
For Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, we are celebrating AJV Bhatti. So he is an Indian-born American computer architect who defined and developed several widely used technologies, including the USB. I think we were using those.
Crazy. Okay.
AGP, so that's accelerated graphics port, and PCI Express platform. So essentially how we can like easily move data. And love watching movies in like early 2000s. Everyone's like running around with like a USB port. We all had one on our keychain. Like, oh, I gotta put it in my USB. All of that. And so he completed his graduation from the Maharaja Sarayo University of Baroda in India. And then he received his master's degree from the City University of New York in the United States. He joined Intel in 1990 as a senior staff architect. He was part of the architecture team in Folsom. He holds 132 US and international patents.
Wow.
So again, 132 US and international patents.
Oof.
I have 0.
Yeah.
And he has
Yeah.
and he has several others in various stages of filing.
Okay.
And in 1998, 2003, and 2004, he was nominated to take place in a distinguished lecture series leading universities in the United States and Asia. He's received an achievement and excellence awards for his contributions in PCI Express. So he's done a lot of great stuff. He was Intel's chief I/O architect, responsible for the platform and I/O interconnects directions. Also led to different developments of the next generation client platform architecture. So sounds like a lot of the stuff that we probably take for granted. This guy has been there.
Sure.
I mean, you had me at USB. Like, I mean, that was so incredibly helpful.
Yeah.
And then I guess there was an episode of The Tonight Show with Conan O'Brien back when it was with Conan O'Brien. He was on that short-lived October 2009 episode. He was in a comedy sketch featuring him as Intel's Rockstar commercials. So he was
looky there. Okay.
Yeah, that's him. So today we celebrate him. Thank you for your amazing innovations in science and technology.
That's jam. It's just, the thing of just like, you're so smart and this is so advanced that I can't even like comprehend what you've done. You're just like, hey, Renee, could you create a USB?
Hey, Renee, I need a USB on my desk by 9 p.m.
If you just make a real quick USB for me, I'd appreciate it so much. Is the wildest thing in the world to me. I can't. It's great. I love it. But yeah.
Okay, with our last 5 minutes of the show, and boy, can I just tell you, what a show we have had, y'all. I mean, this has been what a fun show. I love it when the show goes off the rails and we don't have time to get to all of our things. Like,
my favorite thing. Yeah.
Because you all get us going on the conversation. We're just like, okay, well, this is where y'all drive the show. So thank you. You told us where the show needed to go to.
Raymond, Pomeranian,
Stacy, all the folks here.
The best.
Jimmy over there. Yep. We love you. We love you, Raymond. So closing out today, Manic Monday, Mantra Monday. Is there something that has got you manic today? We'll start there. Or what's your mantra for the week? Manic Monday, Mantra Monday. Is something that's got you manic? And or do you have a mantra? If you just have something that's manic, we'll help it create a mantra to help get you through it. But what's got you feeling a little anxious this week? you have a mantra to get through it. If not, we're going to help you solve for it. Renee, do you have anything?
Damn. So good. Yeah, I think, anytime I'm in something new, I look at everything black and white. I don't allow any room for gray. So I'm in a new job, and it's just like, well, I've done it. I've signed with the devil to work a corporate lifestyle forever and ever. Amen. Now, every single one of my coworkers is modeling for me that is not the case at all. At all. There's so much room for gray and growth and moving and being here for a moment. So I think it's live in the gray, live in the gray, live in the gray, live in the gray. Nothing is assigned. Live in the gray. You get to build your life. You get to create your life. So for me, it's live in the gray. How about you? Feel better. One, I want your mantra to be get back to 100% is what I'd like. Please.
Well, I want to go over here and look at the yes to what they're saying over here. Get on up first. Raymond saying Raymond's trying to stay off the YouTubes this week.
Yes.
Got that YouTube addiction. It's hard. You curate your feed. They're always like, what about this video? Especially if it's 5 minutes. You're like, oh,
Yeah,
sure.
would like to watch
It's
that.
hard.
You're right. That is absolutely up my alley.
I need to know.
Yep.
It's hard. So maybe give yourself just a little, I don't believe cold turkey works. So maybe give yourself just like, all right, 20 minutes at 6 p.m. or something, and give yourself like a YouTube window.
I think studies have shown you have to replace the habit. That's it. So if you're like, oh, okay, just no YouTube, that won't work. But if you're like, instead of YouTube, I will, then you can do it that way.
We are absolutely creatures of habit. So maybe it's just creating a new habit. Like for myself, sometimes I will just cruise the internet and I'm like, oh, well, I looked at a bunch of articles and sometimes, if like I'm doing research for the show, but how about I'm just going to go sit on that couch and read for 15 minutes. There's a book that I've been trying to finish for a year. And why don't I go read that book for about 15 minutes instead? Let's see. Raymond says, so I don't get sponsors. Yes. Pomeranian said it has been a great show. Purple Heart. Ooh, look at Pomeranian's mantra. I might take this as well, Pomeranian. Pomeranian's mantra said, listen to your heart. That's Pomeranian's.
Also a good song. By Heart. Agreed. Agreed.
But it's
that
so
sounds fantastic.
True. I mean, ancient Egyptians, as we've all learned from Moon Knight, that's where they believed everything came from here. It wasn't the brain, but all of your really choices and decisions came from the heart. That's why they weighed your heart. Is where your soul, everything existed there. So I really love that. I don't really have anything that's manic for me because I'm just grateful for health. I think when you're feeling as terrible as I was, it's those small things. I feel like I got glimpses into what it's going to be like getting older. I will not fare well. My poor grandchildren, like the stomach pains, it just not going to do well. So I'm just grateful for health. And I think that's just like, I'm going to really just try to practice an attitude of gratitude all of this week, even for the things that are upsetting or frustrating. How can I, every time there's like a thorn in my paw, can I just find something to be grateful for in that movie? I know in that moment. I know it's not Thankful Thursday, but I'm jumping to it. I'm just going to practice gratitude.
It fixes everything, though. Gratitude fixes everything. And Raymond, I have not seen Amphibia, but everybody in my Twitter feed was going nuts over it. Where is it, and do you recommend it? Because I guess Amphibia ended this weekend. Do you know about Amphibia, Jam? Have you seen that show?
I don't know her. Is it a spinoff from Euphoria? Doesn't it sound like they'd be sister cousins? Amphibia,
Maybe.
Euphoria.
Yeah. But my friends would tweet about it, and I was like, this makes 0 sense. I bet they didn't get any likes, and then it had 1,000 likes onto it. I'm like, well, I guess I got Disney Plus. And yes, okay. All right. I'll check it out.
That's right up Renee's alley.
Check it out. And Pomeranian saying that yes.
Yep, you got it.
Got it. That there's so much gray in life. Living in extremes is limiting. You can't limit yourself. You just can't. You just can't do it.
It really is. Renee, I'm so curious. Where does that it's a call in, not a call out. But some Renee is very much just like boom, boom, and I'm so excited for you to explore this great
the worst way.
I'm so excited.
Mutual people in our life are like, they're dead to me, and he's like, can you lighten up?
But I think the one thing is because this is kind of my mantra is also I think going to be like let go this week.
Right.
Because you'll find also when you're living in that gray area, less stress for yourself because you're not having to like hold on to all these different things. The gray area, people are having more fun there. You're not
much more
limiting
fun.
yourself, having to hold up
Yes.
these rules. Same thing with myself of like control, and it's been like a safety thing which I learned from my mom that I'm really just trying to like release and let go. That like okay, that person wants to do something that way. All right, I'm just gonna.
Okay.
It's gonna make my life less stressful having to try to
Yeah.
control everything the way that
Yeah.
I think that it should go.
Yeah.
And that could be even if I'm finding a new apartment or a new
Couldn't agree
job,
more.
which I know Sarah
Yeah.
is looking for an apartment too.
It's apartment
is,
season. Absolutely.
is our dear friend Anthony Davis here? Do we have him? Is he waiting in the
Well,
wings?
Anthony is in the wings.
Is he
Anthony.
in the
He'll be on his way
wings?
soon.
Okay.
Not here just yet.
All
Okay.
right.
All right. We'll get there.
Well,
We'll get there.
I do think all right. The time for us
Oh,
start
but we're
signing
over
off,
time.
right?
You're right. Okay. Yeah. I feel like that's fine. We can get ourselves on
I
out of here.
mean, all right. Well, coming up soon after us, we'll do this part, right?
Okay.
We'll do this
Yeah.
part here. All right.
Great. You got it. You
What's
got it.
coming
You
up
got it.
after our show here?
Well, I'd love it. So up next, we got Anthony Davis. You know him. You love him. He'll be here momentarily. Followed by that, right here on Back Channel, you can find your pal Hal, and we'll be ending the day with Mario Smith. So it is just consecutive Back Channel all day long, 12 hours straight. And Pomeranian, that's so kind. Thank you so much, Renee and Jam. I needed this to jumpstart my day. Well, we needed you to jumpstart it. I don't know what we would have done without you, Pomeranian. We're
Yeah.
so happy to be here with you and Raymond. You guys are the best.
And it looks like if you tune into Mario Smith, our dear Sarah is going to be producing Mario Smith today. So you can say hi to Sarah if you are tuning into Mario Smith. Mario Smith, that Sarah is the one making that magic happen. And then okay, we got producer. Hi, producer Carla. I don't think I met producer Carla. Producer Carla's in the house. Hey. We're excited to hear what they have coming up on their show today. Maybe producer Carla, you can tell us what you've got on the Anthony Davis show. We'll pitch it to the Get On Uppers in a moment here. But tomorrow we will do our Treat Yourself Tuesday. We're gonna do Age of Ultron. We're gonna fit it in. We didn't get into it today. We'll do Age of Ultron and celebrity birthdays. And we'll look at some new stuff here as well. So it looks like on the Anthony Davis show, some really great stuff here. You've got the names of the Buffalo shooting victims have been released. There was a shooting that happened. We've got some U.S. politics abroad coming up on the Anthony Davis show. It's going to talk about Biden redeploys hundreds of special ops ground forces to Somalia. And you're also going to talk about the economy. So John Oliver, the goddess has sent him to us herself, explains why your electric bill is so high. I've been wondering. I don't understand. And also, you're gonna find out what happened on this day in 1966. So all that and more. We're gonna hop on out of here to make some time for that show because we're done. We're at time. We'll see you all tomorrow. Enjoy your day, everybody, and talk to you later. Have a good day.
Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
Oh, you
just
got on up.
Tuesday.
Oh, good morning. There you are. Welcome to Backchannel. It doesn't seem very bright in here, does it? Oh, there we go. There we go. It's Monday. It's May 16, 2027, and hopefully you're enjoying yourself and you've had a great weekend and you're ready to kind of take on this week as only you know how. Hopefully you enjoyed Jam and Renee this morning. I think I was supposed to join them for a quick hello, but I didn't get a chance because I was too busy flambeing a crepe Suzette. So we'll do that tomorrow, hopefully, and get a chance to see them then. This is Backchannel. It's the only place on your Echo device where you can watch and listen to live shows and chat with hosts in real time. This is the Anthony Davis Show. I'm Jam, and I'm also Renee, and you'll find me here 9 a.m. till 12, Monday through Friday. That's Pacific, 12 till 2 Eastern. You can get involved in the show by sending a chat, ask questions, chime in on what we're talking about, anything else you would like to send our way. If you can see me right now and you're watching on an Echo show or Fire TV, the magic word is say. So wake her up, say the word say, and then your message. If you're just listening on an Echo speaker and you can't see me, go to backchannel.tv and click on Join the Chat. That's backchannel.tv and click Join the Chat. Easy. Stacey says, hello, good morning, Stacey. Welcome to you. Nice to see that you are up and about and, busy already. Well, I suppose you're in Texas, so it's like 10 o'clock for you right now. We're going to look at the Buffalo shooting, which is an incredibly tragic event. If you've read the details of this story, the names of the Buffalo shooting victims have now been released. Also, Joe Biden has redeployed hundreds of special ops ground forces to Somalia. And John Oliver explains why your electric bill is so damned high. That's a story on economics. And then finally, on this day, 1966, the seminal album Pet Sounds is released by the Beach Boys. It changed the industry forever. We'll find out why very shortly. So that's kind of how it works. And you're welcome to join in on any of these subjects. Stacey says I can't stay long because I've got Bible study today at 11:30. You go do that. Raymond's joined us in New Jersey. Hello, Raymond. Welcome to the show. Nice to see you back. Don't forget to hit subscribe in the bottom left-hand corner, just down there. And the other thing we're going to do is look through the morning papers and find out what stories are making the headlines on this day. So let's see. I think we're going to start with the Austin American-Statesman today for Texas. They lead this morning with gunmen targeted black neighborhood, officials say. This is, the reality of race baiting for so long, There's been so much race baiting for decades now, certainly on the Tucker Carlson Fox News show. We've been hearing about the Great Replacement theory, where white supremacists fear that they won't reign supreme anymore, so they're talking about ways of reducing the ethnic minority population. They do it very subtly in a kind of code-like fashion, and tragically, it results in events like this, in people hearing this stuff and thinking it's true when it's not. It says the white 18-year-old who shot and killed 10 people at a Buffalo supermarket had researched the local demographics while looking for places with a high concentration of black residents, arriving there at least a day in advance to conduct reconnaissance, law enforcement officials said on Sunday. Authorities said the gunman shot in total 11 black people, 2 white people Saturday in a rampage motivated by racial hatred that he broadcast live. This individual came here with the express purpose of taking as many black lives as he could, Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown said at a news conference on Sunday. The shooter, identified as Peyton Gendron, had previously threatened a shooting at his high school last June. Buffalo Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia then said the 17-year-old was brought in for mental health evaluation afterwards. Federal authorities were still working to confirm the authenticity of a racist 180-page manifesto that detailed the plot and identified Gendron by name as the gunman, the law enforcement official said. But the shooting, the latest act of mass violence in a country unsettled by racial tensions, gun violence, and a recent spate of hate crimes, left local residents shattered. So there we are. That's some coverage of the tragedy in Buffalo, and a photograph of 2 people joining hundreds at a morning prayer and a vigil in Buffalo. This is New York State. Next up, Trump touts Texas candidates' policies at Austin rally. President Donald Trump brought his American Freedom Tour to Austin on Saturday, where he touted his endorsements in several Texas primary runoffs and regaled attendees with stories from his presidency and promised to take back our beautiful, beautiful, beautiful White House in 2024. I wish that, his opponents would actually use explicit language. I wish Biden would say, what is the American Freedom Tour? Is it about freeing white people from wokeness, Because this is the problem, isn't it? It's like it's all done in code. This is like the Great Replacement theory that Tucker Carlson peddles. It's all done in code. And for people who are white supremacists or who are racists, they can decode the code. They hear it, A bit like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. Stand back and stand by. Remember that? This is code. Trump spoke for more than an hour to a crowd of roughly 8,000 people, all of whom were required to purchase tickets to hear the former president speak at the Austin Convention Center. Trump was the last speaker of the day and took the stage after remarks by Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State. So yeah, there we go. It's a worrying state of affairs, isn't it? You know, it's a very worrying state of affairs. Okay, let's see what else we have here. I really feel like a lot of the newspapers are going to be kind of carrying this. Yeah, there's this contradiction, isn't there? The hypocrisy of being pro-life, as in like anti-abortion, but also not wanting to do anything about adults being killed or children being killed once they are born. You know, it makes no sense to me. Makes no sense to me. Okay, Standard Times. Texas GOP plans for a future after Roe. It says when Texas adopted the most restrictive abortion law in the nation last year, it was the result of more than a decade of work by Republican lawmakers to chip away at access to the procedure. During that time, they mandated sonograms 24 hours before a scheduled abortion, creating a logistical challenge for patients. They required abortion providers to adhere to the same standards as ambulatory surgical centers, causing clinics across the state to close before the measure was struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. They've worked to make it harder for minors to have abortions, ordered fetal remains to be buried or cremated, and banned certain types of abortion procedures. Some laws remain tied up in court battles, but others are in effect. Across all of these efforts, the primary goal has remained the same: restrict access to abortion within the confines of Roe v. Wade, the 1973 Supreme Court decision that established a constitutional right to abortion. The most successful attempt to evade the ruling came last year when lawmakers passed a Senate 8 bill, which bans abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy. The law allows any individual to sue providers who perform illegal abortions or people seen as aiding and abetting an illegal procedure, whether they're connected to the patient or not. So, yes, this potential decision could make past creative measures unnecessary. Abbott Dems want Biden at border, it says. Texas Republicans aren't the only ones challenging President Joe Biden to see firsthand what's going along the Rio Grande as communities grapple with what expected to be an even greater surge in unauthorized immigration within the next month. With the border-related federal public health policy known as Title 42 set to come to an end within 2 weeks, Richard Cortez, the county judge, two Democrats, they're calling on Biden to visit the Texas-Mexico border to witness in person the burden officials along the Rio Grande are dealing with as the result of a record number of immigrants crossing into Texas. I mean, what is this symbolism associated with, seeing a head of state going to the border? There's been so much criticism of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden for not visiting the border, and yet all these Republicans go and have their photo taken there, and they're like, look, we're at the border, and you're not at the border, so how can you know what's going on? And it is an argument that has such little intellectualism at its heart. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't need to be in Ukraine to know what's happening in Ukraine, right? To know enough about Ukraine to get a sense of what's happening. I don't need to be in Ukraine. In the same way that Biden and Harris don't need to be at the border. Because, you see, for Republicans, it's all about photo ops. It's not about fixing anything or the reality. It's about a photo op and getting one over. That's all it is. And my fear is that this is not serving Biden very well. Biden needs to either say this out loud, say, look, I haven't got time to go to the border, but I know exactly what's going on. I've got my best people working on it. Or he needs to go to the blooming border, But saying nothing is very unhelpful. ICE surveillance system has info on most Americans, it says. Your information could end up in the hands of immigration and customs enforcement. You apply for a driver's license, drive on the roads, or sign up for utilities, a new report has found. ICE has built a surveillance infrastructure that gives the agency access to data on most people living in the US and has gone well beyond its immigration enforcement duties to become a broader domestic surveillance agency. So there we go. That's something that's a little worrying, isn't it? If you're one of those people who might fear the authorities in some way or another. A reminder that if you'd like to send me a message, and you can see me right now, and if you're watching on an Echo Show or a Fire TV, the magic word is say. So wake up your device, say the word say, and then your message. If you're just listening right now on an Echo speaker and you cannot see me, go to backchannel.tv and click join the chat. That's backchannel.tv and click on join the chat. I'm Anthony Davis. This is Backchannel. And if you're enjoying the show, there's two ways to support it that would really help us out. If you're watching right now and you can see that subscribe button, click on it. Because if you click on it, then you get a chance to become a VIP. And we've got some plans coming up for other people and for possibly you if you are subscribed. Another way you can help out no matter where you're watching or listening is by leaving a review. So go to backchannel.tv and click leave a review. There you go. Okay, let's go back to the papers here. Let's see what there is. We're going to go to San Antonio Express News just for Stacy. Robbie's just joined us, by the way. Nice to see you. Officials, Buffalo gunman studied area, it says. The white 18-year-old accused of shooting and killing 10 people at a supermarket had researched the local demographics and arrived in the area a day in advance to conduct reconnaissance with the express purpose of killing as many black people as possible. Same story, slightly different newspaper. A photograph of people gathering outside Tops Friendly Market in Buffalo a day after the shooting that left 10 people dead. The victims included an 86-year-old woman and a security guard. Bogus charges on credit card spur long fight. Mary Keener was sure her husband, a disabled Air Force veteran who was exposed to Agent Orange while serving in Vietnam, never arranged for $17,000 worth of international flights, hotel and cruise. So when she reviewed a bank statement from November on her Alaska Air credit card, she knew the charges were bogus and filed a dispute. It says for the last 2.5 years, the Dallas couple battled the fraudulent charges. The delinquent debt, which they believe was a result of identity theft, damaged Lewis's credit score and made it difficult for the couple to refinance their home. I mean, this is America, right? Because anywhere else in the world, if there's a dodgy charge like this for $17,000 or whatever, you phone up, you say that wasn't me, and they take it off immediately. You don't have to fight them. It doesn't affect your credit score. They just take it off. But for some reason, here in America, they make it your fault. They just continue to make it your fault. And that is terrifying to me, It's like, it's as if the system is designed to prevent you from living a prosperous and successful life. The system is designed to make money off of you, and then basically finish you off. It's terrifying. To the head of the class, program to retain teachers can mean big pay raises, it says. The thought of leaving teaching first crossed Anita Pickett's mind, and he said picket line just then. After she completed her doctorate in education in 2019, she didn't want to abandon the field that she worked in for almost 15 years, but paying off her student loans and saving for retirement seemed daunting. My family was like, you have a PhD now. What do you see yourself doing in order to earn the kind of money that someone with a PhD should earn? She said, that was weighing on me because I do love what I do. I love education. I love teaching. Then she got a $23,000 raise, bringing her salary to $114,000. Her increase was part of an emerging effort known as the Teacher Incentive Allotment Program, created in 2019 to give raises and sometimes six-figure salaries to high-performing teachers. So that's great, isn't it, that the teachers are finally getting paid something, Yeah, a little bit fuzzy. Yeah. What have you been doing with that phone in the last 2 days? I really don't want to know. So there we go. That's the San Antonio Express News. Right, Carla's lens is so smeared. I think she must have obviously buttered her bagel with it. Did you butter your bagel with your phone? Yeah, that's what it is. The next newspaper is the Bradenton Herald for Florida. Small wins buoy Ukraine. West says Russia losing momentum. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Almost 3 months after Russia invaded Ukraine, its military faced a bogged-down war. The prospect of a bigger NATO and an opponent buoyed on Sunday by its wins on and off the battlefield. Finland decided to seek NATO membership as top diplomats from the Western Alliance met in Berlin. The leaders of the militarily neutral country said the invasion has changed Europe's security landscape, though NATO's chief declared that Russia's war in Ukraine is not going as Moscow had planned. Ukraine can win this year, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg said, adding that the alliance must continue to give the country military support. Several hours later, Sweden's governing party also endorsed joining NATO, a move that could lead to the country's application within days. Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, the Finland, is it Finland or Sweden that has a very long land border with Ukraine? Or with Russia, even with Russia. Sarasota Bradenton Airport sees record numbers of passengers. It's very interesting to me. I went out to a couple of places on the weekend, and one place I went to was the theatre. I went to see a Tony Award-winning show called Hadestown. I left at the interval, obviously, because I never like to sit through the second half unless I'm having a really good time. And the first half was really very good, but not good enough for me to stay for the second half. So I didn't. Right, yeah. You never stay for the second half. That's the rule. Because, you know, to see a show is great, but you know how it's going to end. So there's no point in seeing, basically, the second half is also never well rehearsed as the first half, you know? They always just rehearse the curtain call, but the second half never gets the attention the first half gets. So do yourself a favor, go see the first half, and then just go and have a nice dinner, you know? It really, and the other thing that you have to do is you also have to kind of get a discount ticket. You know, you don't want to pay full price. The seat I was sitting in was $175, right, to see this show. And I paid $39. And so to leave in the interval was not a bitter pill to swallow, you know? But the reality was that, you know, I just couldn't. It was very good. I just didn't know what was going on. I had no idea what was going on. Maybe you've seen Hadestown. You can tell me. I genuinely didn't know what was going on. I think of myself as someone who's like quite good at this stuff. I just didn't know what was going on, and so I just don't see the point of sticking around for something that you don't know what's going on. Also, it means, you know, you get out early. It's easier to kind of get out the parking lot and all this stuff. Went for a meal before. Worst meal ever. Just terrible. It was a terrible, terrible experience. And then afterwards, I was driving past the Magic Castle, which is a very famous magic club here in Los Angeles. And I went in there, and I got it. That's better, Carla. There we go. We can see your face now. Just about. And I went in there, and that was awful. So it's very interesting how I really feel like not going out must be the future. You know, because the salmon that I ate in a restaurant was the worst piece of salmon you could possibly imagine. It was overcooked. It was just disgusting. And it was like $30. And I was like, I can literally, for $5, buy a salmon fillet over here and cook it so beautifully. Why would I need to go? So this is my new rule. I'm never going out again. I agree. It's about dinner parties. I'm never going out again. Mark my words. I'm never going out again. You know? It's such a scam. They just scam you. No one seems to care. Just terrible. Bradenton to end recycling pickup used bins for yard waste. It says the city of Bradenton is moving forward with a plan to end recycling pickup and convert the bins to yard waste collection. Workers have begun removing the recycling signage from the blue cans and replacing it with a yard waste decal. While the new sticker rollout continues, residents will be allowed to use those bins for recycling until June 3rd. So what are they going to do to replace the recycling? Florida is basically just not going to recycle. Is that what they're saying? In addition to placing yard waste such as grass clippings and tree branches in the blue bins, residents can bundle their yard waste or place it in a plastic bag along the street. The blue bins will be designed for yard waste only. The city's recycling program will continue, but residents will need to gather their materials and bring them to one of 10 collection centers throughout the city. Well, no one's going to do that. No one's going to collect all of their recycling and drive it to one of 10 collection centers. This is crazy. I mean, you can basically just kiss goodbye to recycling now in Florida, right? It's so sad. It's so sad. This is what's going to happen in Republican states. They're basically just going to stop recycling. And they're going to stop teaching children about climate. I'm telling you, about climate change. I mean, all of this stuff's going to happen. You know? It's so depressing, but this is the reality. Okay, let's move on. Another newspaper. Yeah, it is. It is shocking, but the thing is, they see it as a win, don't they? It's like a political win, because they'll be removing those unsightly recycling bins from the streets and turning them into clippings. You know, it's too sad. It's too sad. Okay, that was the Bradenton Herald. Let's move on, newspaper-wise, to the news press for Florida. Let's see what else is happening in the... is Florida called the Sunshine State? Yeah. What's California? Is that the Golden State? Is it? Is it? The California's the Golden State. Yeah. Okay, US mourns 1 million COVID deaths on the front page of the news press. It says the In America, How Could This Happen project artist Susan Furstenberg walks through the installation on the D.C. Armory Parade ground. At the time, the project honored each of the 225,000 lives lost in the U.S. from COVID with a white flag, while another 775,000 Americans have been killed by the disease since then. It's not necessarily Americans, though, is it? It's just people in America. You know, there's probably a lot of people in America who've died of coronavirus who are not American. But I guess you know what it means. So that's 1 million COVID deaths. Prices for home sales and rentals may be dropping, it says. Collier County has held onto its crown of the most expensive market east of Colorado, according to National Association of Realtors' newly released first quarter report. That's making it increasingly difficult for workers wanting to buy a house. Declining affordability is always the most problematic to first-time buyers. Yeah, I was reading that, Florida is one of the most expensive places to live now. You know, that's just the reality of it. It's crazy. Is it called the Golden State because of the sunsets? Because they found gold here. They found gold here. There was the gold rush. Seeing what else we have here. Preventable losses among those who are unvaccinated are major regret. This is a very interesting story, isn't it? As a long-time nurse who tended to cancer patients and seen people die suddenly of traumatic injuries, Julie Anastas has made her peace with mortality. That still didn't prepare her for the horrifying experience of watching her mother dying of COVID-19, frightened and alone in a Boston hospital. Anastas was in Florida at the time her mother's illness took a sudden turn for the worse last December. She vividly remembers their last conversation over FaceTime. She was so scared and said, "Please don't let me die." She fought back tears. It was horrible. You can see I won't read any more of this. But fundamentally, she was unvaccinated. She was an unvaccinated person. And I think people are beginning to realize now that, the vaccine is amazing. It's completely amazing. In fact, didn't Bill Gates say this yesterday? I think there was an interview with Bill Gates. And he said, and obviously a lot of people are, especially on the right, are blaming Bill Gates for coronavirus and saying that he injected it into people. And, there's a whole conspiracy theory about Bill Gates. And the reality is that, Bill Gates is one of the biggest philanthropists in the world. And, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is one of the largest contributors worldwide to healthcare and, and to research especially. And so without Bill Gates, you might not have had a vaccine. But unfortunately, people on the right, they look at that and they're like, when they hear the line, without Bill Gates, you wouldn't have had a vaccine. And because they are bitter and conspiracist, they say, well, there you are. Bill Gates invented the vaccine to make money. Well, none of these statements are true. But they put 2 and 2 together and make 6. That's just what happens, I'm Anthony Davis. This is Backchannel. We're here every weekday, Monday through Friday, 9 o'clock Pacific, at 12 o'clock Eastern. You can send a message if you can see me right now and you're watching on an Echo show or Fire TV. The magic word is say. Wake her up, say the word say, and then your message. If you're listening on an Echo speaker and you can't see me, go to backchannel.tv and click on Join the Chat. That's backchannel.tv and click on Join the Chat. It'd be great to do that with you, to share the conversation. You can join in anytime you like. Okay, let's move on paper-wise to, where did we get to? Oh yeah, the Bakersfield, California next. They lead with insider-outsider face-off in auditor-controlled race. This is a story about Kern County. It says, Kern County residents have 2 choices for the next auditor-controller county clerk register of voters in June, an insider or an outsider. Oh, I don't know, I would always pick the outsider. Wouldn't you? Always pick the outsider. Assistant editor, auditor, controller, the number 2 in the office and a local businessman are both on the ballot, and the candidate who receives 50% of the vote plus 1 will win. There we go. Well, none of this makes any sense to me, It just doesn't. There's so many... Where I'm from in England, you don't get any of this stuff, You don't really... Nobody knows who anybody is working for the Electoral Commission, You just trust that they're good people and that they're... And invariably they are good people. They're people who fundamentally believe in democracy. And it's not politicized. They're not going to cheat in elections. They're just not. We just don't have the capacity for that in England, It's almost like democracy is so precious because, Britain won the Second World War fighting for its democracy. We would have lost our democracy. So everybody, conservatives and people on the left, everybody, they want the election to be fair. It's emboldened. It's part of the fabric of our culture. And yet here everything is politicized. From those who are counting ballots to those who are, running state legislatures. Everyone's elected. Even judges are elected. It doesn't make any sense to me. How can you elect a judge? Judge shouldn't be elected. It doesn't make any sense. And so there's all this celebration of the Constitution and how amazing it is, and it's like it's just political. It's designed to make people fight against each other. I was interviewing somebody on the weekend, and we were talking about how were the founders supposed to have predicted the world that we're living in today? Do you know what I mean? I mean, our parents and grandparents have enough trouble, right? How are the founders supposed to predict this crazy technological, social media, everybody has a voice kind of world? Oh, yeah, George Orwell predicted it. But George Orwell wasn't like 1876 or 1776. You know, George Orwell was what, late 30s, was it? Was Orwell late 30s? Obviously, he wrote about 1984, but I mean, when he wrote 1984, I think it was like 1930. It was like after the Depression or something, wasn't it? We're just looking. We're just looking. 49. Okay, so it was after the Second World War. May revise shares Newsom's priorities in $300 billion spending plan. It says, simply without precedent. Governor Gavin Newsom is a man of many superlatives. But even he seemed to struggle this week to adequately describe just how much extra cash the state of California will have to spend in the coming year's budget. $100 billion. This is why people want to live in California, because it is a wealth creator. This is why it's the Golden State, clearly. Speaking for more than 2 hours in a press conference in Sacramento, Newsom unveiled his latest record spending proposal for the coming fiscal year on Friday. Riding a superheating economy and drawing disproportionately from the state's highest earners, the state is now projected to have a surplus bigger than California or any state has ever had, and significantly more than the $76 billion that the governor predicted in January. Roughly half of the surplus is required by law to be spent on education. That leaves only $49 billion in discretionary money. And the governor wants to reserve 99% of that for a one-time spending $18.1 billion to provide financial relief for Californians buffeted by inflation. Plus $37 billion for infrastructure investments, including $5.6 billion for education facility upgrades, and an extra $2.3 billion for an ongoing fight against COVID-19. I mean, think about that for a second. The surplus from tax receipts to the California state is bigger than, I mean, that's got to be bigger than the GDP of England, right? What is the UK? I'll ask Siri. What is the UK GDP? Let's find out. Doesn't say what the last one was. It says it's 3.3% of the world's GDP, but it doesn't say. I reckon that the surplus in California is going to be bigger than the UK's GDP. UK GDP. Okay, last year was... Oh no, it was a bit more than that. It was 3.3 trillion. 3.3 trillion? You're having a laugh, aren't you? It's still... That's weird. It says 3 here. I don't know why. Anyway, the point is, GDP. The UK is the 6th largest GDP in the world, right? The 5th largest GDP in the world is California. California has a bigger GDP than the whole of the UK, just as one state out of 50 states, just to get some perspective on how significant this is. Crazy, right? Gold Armadillo just joined us. Welcome, Gold Armadillo. Gives us a little wave. Welcome to you. Great to see you. If you want to message me, go to backchannel.tv. It'd be nice to see you there. Let's jump onto the... what was that? What was the Bakersfield Californian? Let's go to the Enterprise record now. They lead this morning with Habitat for Humanity hosts all-women crew. This is volunteers working on the exterior of a future Habitat home on Sunday in Paradise. Paradise is, of course, that town that got decimated by wildfire and where Donald Trump went along with Gavin Newsom to inspect it and couldn't remember that it was called Paradise and said on camera twice that it was called Pleasure. He thought the town was called Pleasure because he associates paradise and pleasure as the same thing. It's quite brilliant. It says 3 plots of land on Garden View Lane are going to be the newest sites for homes built by Habitat for Humanity this summer in an effort to get people back into permanent housing following the 2018 Camp Fire. Sunday, a crew of 30 women donning pink shirts arrived on the scene to take part in building the exterior of the two-bedroom homes. The weekend hosted a first for Habitat for Humanity of Butte County, an all-women team event. That's rather good, isn't it? I have a bit of a morbid fascination with like modular home building. Have I mentioned this before? And like kind of home building with non-traditional materials. It's like a little hobby of mine, it's like a little interest of mine. Because I just find that, building houses out of bricks or traditional methods, just seems so antiquated when we have such amazing new technologies now. Like to prefabricate homes or to build homes that are built off-site and then delivered and assembled. I think this is the future. This is how it should be done. Well, I like, my favorite kind of style is mid-century modern. I like a mid-century style-y. But I also recognize that there is a need for simplicity, which mid-century kind of is simplicity. I don't like anything too fussy. I like big windows and open plan living. And, that's really the best way. I don't like small rooms. I find it all a little bit weird. What else do we have here? So that's kind of the enterprise record, Habitat for Humanity. That's kind of the main story there. Let's go to the Los Angeles Times now. I'm in Los Angeles, so that will be useful for me, certainly. They lead this morning with Buffalo suspect echoes prior attacks. Officials say man held in shooting, researched black neighborhood, and had threatened an assault on a high school. I looked at this guy. He really did look genuinely evil, He really did look genuinely evil. And I feel like people like him, there's no hope for them. That really is my concern, is that, you are indoctrinating these types of people into a kind of, into hating humanity. There's like a hatred that these people feel, and it's false. It's created by the media, in this case, Fox and, conspiracy theorists and white supremacists, and the internet brings everybody together, brings these groups together, encourages these groups, And he's, fallen foul of that. He buys into it, and, I feel like this is it's like a copycat thing with Anders Breivik. Do you remember Anders Breivik, who kind of killed all those people on Utopia Island in Norway? They had a similar ideology, this 180-page manifesto that this guy's put out, this white replacement theory. This is basically the same thing that Anders Breivik subscribed to. The fear that people were, the fear that minority groups are going to take over, or left-wing groups. In the case of Anders Breivik, it wasn't just white people, black people versus white people, because people of all races were assassinated there. But this is about the idea that the liberal left is somehow going to kind of change the rules of the game for everybody else. And there's an article about just that here on the front of the LA Times. They call it "A Generation Raised on Hate and Misinformation. White Supremacist in Shooting Became Radicalized on Internet." It said, bored during the early days of the pandemic, Peyton Gendron logged onto the 4chan message board website, this is the one where QAnon exists, to browse ironic memes and infographics that spread the idea that the white race is going extinct. He was soon lurking on the web's even more sinister fringes, scrolling through extremist neo-Nazi sites that peddled conspiracy theories and anti-black racism. It wasn't until he spotted a gif of a man shooting a shotgun through a dark hallway And then it continues on page 5, so I can't read you the rest of that. But I think I get the picture. You know, a generation raised on hate and misinformation, and this is the problem. We're going to see more of this. You know? We're going to be like... imagine what would have happened if the internet was around during the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. Can you imagine, like, if people were able to mobilize then like they are now? The sharing of information. You know, this is why Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech became so famous. It's because it was filmed. It was one event that was filmed, and it went viral, as anything could go viral in those days. And now it continues to be something that is an historic moment in our modern history. But can you imagine if, like, the likes of the Ku Klux Klan and any of these white supremacist groups back then had access to the internet? They'd be planning shootings and everything, you know? They'd be doing all sorts. Apart from, you know, late-night secret lynchings, I mean, this stuff is happening in broad daylight. It happened with, you know, Ahmaud Arbery, a broad daylight lynching. So I think it's going to get worse, and, you know, there's not going to be any gun control. That's not going to change anything. Even if there was, I think people have got enough of a well-stocked militia now at home under their beds that it's not going to change anything. Even if you stop selling guns from this point onwards, there would still be guns. You know, guns don't age. So you keep them clean, they seem to last forever. So I just get the feeling that we're now, you know, the horse has bolted, really. And you hear nothing from the Republicans about stuff like this because, you know, secretly the Republican Party subscribes to this, you know, white replacement theory. I'm Anthony Davis. This is Backchannel, Monday through Friday, 9 o'clock Pacific, 12 o'clock Eastern. You can send a message if you can see me right now and you're watching on an Echo Show or Fire TV. The magic word is say, so wake her up. Say the word say and then your message. If you're just listening now on an Echo speaker and you can't see me, go to backchannel.tv and click join the chat. That's backchannel.tv and click on join the chat. Wonderful. Okay. Oh yeah, great replacement theory is a whole thing, and it's what Anders Breivik subscribed to, and it's now what a lot of these white supremacist incidents, you know. Yeah, it's basically what a lot of these supremacist people subscribe to, and it's what you'll find, you know, in the darkest places of the web, as that article just said. You know, 1 killed, 5 injured in OC church shooting. Yes, this was a murder in California yesterday. A gunman attacked a lunch banquet at a Taiwanese church in Laguna Woods, killing 1 person, wounding 5 others on Sunday before congregants tackled him, hogtied him with an extension cord and grabbed his 2 weapons. The group of churchgoers displayed what we believe is exceptional heroism and bravery, said the Orange County Under Sheriff Jeff Hallock, later adding it's safe to say that they had not intervened, this situation could have been much worse. The violence left the South Orange County suburb home to the sprawling retirement community, once known as Leisure World, reeling and in grief, coming a day after the racist attack in Buffalo, New York. I mean, this is the reality now, isn't it? You know? My fear, though, is that in a lot of places, I'm not saying specifically Orange County, but in a lot of places, when the sheriff's department comes to deal with this, here's the thing, right? Apparently, this guy in Buffalo tried to turn the gun on himself, and when the police showed up, they talked him out of it. Now, if the shooter was a black man, right, just think about this for a second. If the shooter was a black man and the police showed up, then what do you think might have happened then? You know? Do you think they would have shot and killed the gunman? It's just interesting to me that there's a white guy doing the shooting and the police show up and they talk him out of shooting himself. I mean, this is the reality, isn't it? You know, this is the reality that this guy probably should have been killed by police at the scene, and would have been killed by the police at the scene if he was black, but he was white. So I just think that there's one rule for one group and another rule for the other, and my fear is that the police themselves have a bias. You know, they say the right things, but their actions are kind of different. Saluting a fighter hearing a threat, a reporter worries that after Roe, the Supreme Court will undo the legacy of a gay marriage pioneer and his own union. It says, this is a historic marriage. A guy married his husband on an airport tarmac outside Baltimore. I think wasn't he the first guy to marry? That's right, I think so. I mean, they're saying that if Roe is overturned, then they'll also overturn a whole bunch of other things as well. You know, it's like this will be the start of it. Garen's just dropped in for the first time. Welcome. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining Backchannel. If you want to message me, go to backchannel.tv and message me there. Easy to do. Super easy. Just looking through the morning papers right now. The Los Angeles Times. Putin's hockey manager gets a bid at redemption. Russian President Vladimir Putin is a former spy, well known for starting wars with his neighbors. His expansionist dreams have also extended to his favorite sport. In 2013, 3 Russian millionaires, acting as his behest, bought 49% of one of Finland's most storied hockey teams, Jokerit. As part of the deal, the team moved to Russia's top league. This was nothing short of sacrilege in hockey-obsessed Finland, a betrayal engineered by a bigger, more powerful nation that had long been looked upon with distrust and suspicion. Some of the resentment landed on favourite son Jari Kurri, the first Finn elected to the NHL Hall of Fame, who went to work with the Russians as the team's general manager. Kurri has said all along that his only motivation in working with the Russians was to elevate the status of Finnish hockey. Interesting how former Kings player Jari Kurri split with the Russian leader and brought the Finnish team Jokerit back home. I was watching a documentary on Vladimir Putin last night. He was only installed because Boris Yeltsin was too drunk to carry on. You know this, don't you? Boris Yeltsin was drinking himself to death. Do you remember seeing imagery of Boris Yeltsin not being able to stand up and having aides hold on to him? Yeah, that's right. And Putin was was a nobody. I mean, he was just one of the people in Yeltsin's cabinet. But he wasn't really a big player. He was a former KGB guy who kind of kept a low profile. And then Yeltsin basically did a deal with Putin and said, okay, I'll install you as leader, provided you don't prosecute me. Because obviously, Yeltsin was corrupt. So they just cut a deal. He was like, I'll make you the prime minister if you don't prosecute me. So then Putin becomes prime minister and then eventually becomes president. And this was the reality. It was like there was a deal in place. And then, I was watching all this footage of Putin, with all of these American leaders, with George W. Bush and with Bill Clinton and, all happy and, creating this relationship, post-Cold War relationship. And it was all happy. And of course, Obama refused to engage on that level. And Trump then did engage very deeply because Trump, as you know, was a Russian asset. And then, of course, you end up in a situation with Putin, with Biden now, obviously rejecting Russia at all costs. And now we get to see who the real Vladimir Putin is. Vladimir Putin has been this guy all along. He's always been a an operator, a grifter, a murderer, a killer. And he's been playing this long game with America, buttering up these US presidents to try and infiltrate the American way of life. And of course, it doesn't work anymore because, once after it became proven that Russia had hacked America's elections, that was a fate worse than death for Russia, because you're basically taking away American democracy by hacking the election. So Biden has none of it, and Putin, off the back of it, has nowhere else to turn and then decides to go to war. So yeah, you can blame Biden, if you want, for the war in Ukraine, if that's your thinking. But you could also say he's protecting American democracy. Yeah, he basically rewrote the Constitution to allow himself to stay in power. And he doesn't want to leave, basically. And you may remember Trump heard about this and then announced that he would like to do the same thing in America when he was president, He was like, I'll also, would you like that, to have, your favorite president, Donald Trump, be the president of all of America for all time? That's what he wanted. Did you see the eclipse last night? On a slight tangent. Anyone see the eclipse last night? The red blood moon? Did you have it in England, Carla? Was it a thing, or is it just here on the West Coast? Well, from my balcony, I had a full, clear, direct view of the red blood moon, and I watched the entire eclipse with my bare eyeballs. And I have a gigantic pair of binoculars, the biggest binoculars you can get before you need to get a telescope. And it was amazing. It was like one of those moments. It's one of those moments. I took a photograph of it and the moon looked this big. Why is it the case that when you look at the moon with your bare eyes and it's a supermoon, and then when you take a photograph of it, it gets reduced down to the size of your own pupil? I don't understand that. Yeah. Oh, tonight in the UK. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah. All right. Well, we had it last night. I'll give you. Oh, not at all. It was amazing. It was definitely worth looking at. It was a full blood moon eclipse. I don't know what it symbolizes, but it was pretty exciting. So there we go. That's Los Angeles Times for you this morning. A reminder that Backchannel has a growing list of shows, including Haley and Alison's Good Morning. You can start your morning from 3 a.m. Pacific, 6 o'clock Eastern, with 2 hours of silly fun and games. Haley and Alison and producer Will have trivia, as well as the answers to your burning questions and the news you might have missed. They're followed by Live Every Day with Liv Harrison from 5 o'clock Pacific, that's 8 o'clock Eastern. You can join Liv every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to celebrate the little things in life in an extraordinary way. Candid conversations, lots of laughs, and plenty of coffee will fuel you and encourage you to live every day. And on air just before me is Get On Up with Jam and Renee. You can wake up on the West Coast with community and conscious living. Jam and Renee have it all covered, from what people think to who's wearing what. You'll leave entertained and enlightened every day, and you'll learn how to pay it all forward. So, there we go. Something to look forward to, isn't it? Should we do the... Yes? It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, I'm sorry you missed it. I'll send you my picture of the tiny little dot on the landscape, and then you'll see how beautiful it was. Should we do the US news update now? I think that's probably the best thing to do. It's a little podcast that I make that you can download from wherever you get your podcasts, and it just kind of keeps you updated on what's happening across the United States. So if you are a podcasting type person, then you can subscribe wherever you get yours. Anyway, here it is. It's Monday, May 16. From the Volley Network, this is your daily US news update. I'm Anthony Davis. The Tops friend kit chosen by the white gunman to launch his deadly racist attack on Saturday served as an anchor of sorts for the black community along Buffalo's Jefferson Avenue, one of the few places where residents could buy groceries. Now, even that modest sanctuary no longer feels safe to many black people in Buffalo, which takes pride in its nickname, the City of Good Neighbors. Dressed in camouflage and wielding a rifle with a high-capacity magazine, drove into the supermarket parking lot in broad daylight and opened fire, killing 10 and wounding 3 others. 11 of the 13 victims were black. Somebody knew enough to know the one store our community has, said Denise Glenn, an activist from Voice Buffalo, speaking to the clutch of about 100 people who gathered on Sunday morning outside Tops, which has been cordoned off by police tape and adorned with flowers and makeshift memorials. Glenn was alluding to the chilling news that the gunman had driven for hours from his home to target the store, having selected it because of the neighborhood's high concentration of black residents, according to authorities. The worshippers at the predominantly black church, about a 5-minute drive from Tops, included family of the victims and some of their store when the rampage unfolded. Worshippers at the predominantly black True Bethel Baptist Church on Sunday, about a 5-minute drive from Tops, included families of the victims and some of those who were at the store when the rampage unfolded. The calculated nature of the attack, as described by law enforcement, may well have amplified the siege mentality being felt by some local residents. Your daily US news update is part of the Volley Network. To hear my live daily morning show, ask your Amazon Echo device to open Backchannel. There it is, the US News Update. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. It's just after 10 here on the West Coast. It's just after 1 o'clock Eastern. I'm Anthony Davis. This is Backchannel. Welcome to you. It's the only place on your Echo device where you can watch and listen to live shows and chat with hosts in real time. We're here every Monday through Friday. That's from 9 o'clock Pacific till 11. That's 12 till 2 Eastern. You can send a message, ask questions, chime in on what we're talking about, or anything else you would like to send my way. And if you can see me right now and you're watching on an Echo show or Fire TV, the magic word is say. So wake her up, say the word say, and then your message. And if you're listening on an Echo speaker and you can't see me, go to backchannel.tv and click on join the chat. That's backchannel.tv and click join the chat. There it is. Okay, we're looking through the papers. If you would like to choose a paper, which you're welcome to do, then you just let me know which one you would like and we can do that. Pumped Crocodile has joined us. Stephen's with us in Minnesota and he's subscribed. Hello, Stephen. Welcome back. A couple of known names, so you can change your name to a name if you'd like to. Just ask your device to change your name. Shall we take a look at the? Let's take a look at the New York Times next and see what's happening there. The New York Times: grief and rage rock Buffalo after racism fuels massacre. Is the headline, and photograph of friends consoling a survivor of Saturday's shooting during services at True Bethel Baptist Church in Buffalo on Sunday. Creeping into the mainstream, a theory turns hate into terror. This is this great replacement theory. It says inside a Pittsburgh synagogue in 2018, a white man with a history of anti-Semitic internet posts guns down 11 worshippers, blaming Jews for allowing immigrant invaders into the United States. Well, the next year, another white man, angry over what he called the Hispanic invasion of Texas, opened fire on shoppers at an El Paso Walmart, leaving 23 people dead and later telling the police that he had sought to kill Mexicans. And in yet another deadly mass shooting unfolding in Buffalo on Saturday, a heavily armed white man is accused of killing 10 people after targeting a supermarket on the city's predominantly black east side, writing in a lengthy screed posted online that the shoppers there came from a culture that sought to ethnically replace my own people. 3 shootings, 3 different targets, but all linked by one sprawling, ever-mutating belief now commonly known as replacement theory. As the extremes of American life. Replacement theory, the notion that Western elites, sometimes manipulated by Jews, want to replace and empower white Americans. Displace want to replace and disempower white Americans. It's become an engine of racist terror, helping inspire a wave of mass shootings in recent years and fueling the 2017 right-wing rally in Charlottesville that erupted in violence. But replacement theory, once confined to the digital fever swamps of Reddit, have now gone mainstream. So there we go. That's something to consider and think about when we read about these types of things. You know, it's quite serious. Really is. Okay, 2 countries turn to NATO in face of war. This is decisions by Finland and Sweden to abandon the neutrality that they adhered to for decades and apply to join NATO is the strongest indication yet of a profound change in Europe in the face of an aggressive Russian imperial project. The 2 Scandinavian states have in effect made clear that they expect the threat from Vladimir Putin's Russia to be enduring. They will not be cowed by it, and that after the Russian butchery in Bucha, Ukraine, there is no room for bystanders. Theirs is a dedicated demonstration of Western resolve. Military non-alignment has served Sweden well, but our conclusion is that it won't serve us equally well in the future, Sweden's Prime Minister said. I mean, this is the thing about change, isn't it? You know, it's like we're basically living in a world now that bears no resemblance to the previous one. You know, this is a crazy old world. And the reality is that we are, how would you best describe this? I think we are going to have to change our views and our opinions on what has gone before, you know? And the whole landscape, political landscape, is changing. And I actually, I do actually blame Donald Trump for a lot of this. Now, that might sound kind of crazy, but I genuinely do. I think that he has a lot to answer for in this arena, and that we are underestimating the damage that someone like him has done to the worldwide political landscape, you know? So how do we protect ourselves from this? You know, how do we as individuals change our worldviews in line with the world changing, and how important is it to do that? You know, because this is my concern, that we are, I think we're just ignoring at our peril how the world and people are changing, and this story about the white race being at risk is driving violence in America. In the same way that Sweden and Finland realize that their history is changing now, you know? And that in reality, being a neutral country on the border of Russia is not going to serve them well going forward. And so they are learning to adapt. And joining NATO is a very good way to do that. Russia's not going to be very happy about it. A day after one of the deadliest racist massacres in recent American history, law enforcement officials in New York descended on the home of the accused gunman and probed disturbing hints into his behavior, as Governor Kathy Hochul promised action on hate speech that she said spreads like a virus. The suspect, Peyton Gendron, was 18. He shot 13 people on Saturday afternoon at a Top supermarket in East Buffalo, killing 10. Almost all the victims were black. Shoppers, grocery workers, and a security guard bound together by a little more than tragic happenstance even. But Mr. Gendron picked his targets carefully, the police said, choosing an area known for its large black population and even visiting the neighborhood the day before the attack in what authorities describe as reconnaissance. And nearly a year before the mass shooting, his words had already caused alarm elsewhere. The police said on Sunday that Mr. Gendron had been picked up at his high school last June by state police after making a threatening remark and had been taken to a hospital for mental health evaluation. Responding to a question for a class project about his post-graduation plans, Mr. Gendron said his involved a murder-suicide, law enforcement official with the case said. This kid is obviously quite disturbed, you know, and by that I'm not trying to excuse his behavior and saying it's mental health issues. It's not. You know, the guy clearly knows what he's doing, you know. My fear is that he is somebody who has allowed his deepest thoughts to become a reality. And this is the thing about fantasy, isn't it, versus reality, is that we should really allow our fantasies to remain fantasies. And when they become reality, then that's kind of a dangerous thing, right? So how do we qualify the behavior that goes from someone at home plotting this type of thing to somebody who actually goes out and does it? And I think that's really the difference, isn't it? The people that are prepared to do it. And I think that's what's going to change. And that's what we're going to see more and more of, is people actually doing this stuff rather than just thinking about it. You can message me in the usual way. You can send a... what happened there? Did that go off? I was trying to... There we go. Stephen, Garen, Gold Armadillo, Pump Crocodile, thank you for joining us. Stephen's in Minnesota. Nice to see you. We could do a newspaper from Minnesota if you fancy. Australia's COVID death rate is only 1/10 of the US, it says on the front of the New York Times this morning. It says if the US had the same COVID death rate as Australia, about 900,000 lives would have been saved. The Texas grandmother who made the perfect pumpkin pie might still be baking. The Red Sox-loving husband who ran marathons before COVID might still be cheering at Fenway Park. For many Americans, imagining what might have been will be painful, but especially now at the milestone of 1 million deaths. Across the United States. The nations that did a better job of keeping people alive show what Americans could have done differently and what might still need to change. Many places provide insight: Japan, Kenya, Norway, but Australia offers perhaps the sharpest comparisons with the American experience. Both countries are English-speaking democracies with similar demographic profiles. In Australia and in the United States, the median age is 38. Roughly 86% of Australians live in urban areas, compared with 83% of Americans. And yet, Australia's COVID death rate sits at 1/10 of America's, putting the nation of 25 million people, with around 7,500 deaths, near the top of global rankings in the protection of life. Australia's location in the distant Pacific is often cited as the cause of its relative COVID success. That, however, does not fully explain the differences in outcomes between the two countries, since Australia has long been, like the United States, highly connected to the world through trade and tourism. I mean, America politicized this, and Australia didn't. That's why I think there's a difference. You know? The reason so many people died in America is because Donald Trump was distracted by the election. The election was the same year as the pandemic started. And so he was so desperate to win the election, he didn't realize that actually the pandemic could have helped him politically, and he just chose to reject it. He said very early on, this is the Democrats' new hoax. The Democrats' new hoax. And what do you get from that? You know, what comes from that? Well, you end up with a scenario where people's lives seem to have less value in America. You know, the number of shootings, the proliferation of firearms. It's like the value of life in America is not as valuable as it is in Australia. Oh, well, you know, it's only dead people. It's like, it doesn't, you know, we're kind of used to it. Like, I'm kind of shocked the way newspapers in America print photographs of people lying dead in the road in Ukraine. Or on the TV news, they show dead bodies lying in the street. Where I'm from in England, they don't do that. Not allowed to show dead people in the street or on the front of newspapers. They have to be blurred out. They don't show it. Here in the US, people are, for some reason, so immune to death. The concept of death. It'd be great if we were immune to death, but the concept of death. And this goes back to my remarks that I've made before about 9/11. You know, why is it that after 9/11, when planes hit a building and killed thousands of people and the buildings collapsed and there was dust everywhere and people were running for their lives and screaming, why was that not the last disaster movie that Hollywood ever, you know, a line in the sand for Hollywood movies not to make movies that look like that? Do you see what I mean? It's like this stuff happens in real life. This is a real thing. Why would you turn that into entertainment in a disaster film? Why would you find it entertaining to see a building come crashing down and people running for their lives in fiction when it's happened in reality, and people like myself who lost a cousin in 9/11? People like us think of that event as being something very different. It's not entertainment. I'm not saying anybody in America thought of it as entertainment. I'm just saying, why do we turn to entertainment to give us a very similar thing? It's very interesting to me. So, when I look to the million COVID deaths in America, who do I blame? I blame Donald Trump. He said it was the Democrats' new hoax. He said in a day or two, it'll all be gone. He said there's like one person has got it. He lied. The guy lied because it was an election year and he wanted to win the election, and he didn't because he doesn't have an intellect. He didn't consider the fact that a worldwide pandemic can bring people together. And if you are if you a bit like Giuliani being credited, you know, post 9/11 with like bringing the city of New York together, Trump could have galvanized all of this fear and turned it to his advantage for the election in 2020, and he didn't. He fought against it, told people to drink bleach, told people to shine a light inside the body and maybe, you know, get rid of it that way. He owned shares in hydroxychloroquine and suggested that that was a good way. I mean, these things have been proven to be useless. He is a conspiracy theorist peddling these wild ideas about COVID. And of course, then he got COVID himself, and he was given the monoclonal antibodies that the average person wasn't getting. He was given the very best treatment in Walter Reed Medical Center that the average person wasn't being given because, you know, people didn't really know how to treat COVID originally. They were treating it like it was pneumonia, and that wasn't the right way to treat it. So I just fear when I see a headline that says why Australia's COVID death rate is only 1/10 of the US. I think I know the answer. It's because Trump politicized coronavirus. DeSantis now in Florida has, you know, effectively banned anything that is COVID related. You know, those poor kids standing behind him at that press conference. And he's like, why are you wearing those masks? Just take them off now. You know, don't be so stupid. I mean, come on. Wear your mask. COVID numbers are still on the rise. Get your booster. Don't tire of this. Don't have pandemic fatigue. Other countries are still locking down. I just think about the individuals, going back to this article. The Red Sox-loving husband who ran marathons before COVID might still be cheering at Fenway Park. The Texas mother who made the perfect pumpkin pie might still be baking. The China virus, the Kung flu. That's what we were dealing with just a year or two ago. The rise of hate crime. People blaming anybody who looked Asian, whether they were from China or anywhere, they didn't care. That's the legacy of Donald Trump, the politicization of the virus, the great division amongst the political classes, and now, of course, the white replacement theory. This theory that this gunman subscribed to, that was only encouraged by Donald Trump, talking about genes and you know, his obsession with the white Aryan race. This is America. Should we do a newspaper from Minnesota? Because Stephen's joining us, and he's in Minnesota. So let's do your newspaper, because that's what we do. We kind of provide a service, as it were. They lead with this Pioneer Press. Twin cities launch electric car share. It's kind of a nice little initiative, isn't it? The cities of St. Paul and Minneapolis have officially launched an all-electric car-sharing network, hand in hand with the non-profit Our Car, which will oversee operations. The EV car share network has 171 vehicles parked at 70 car charging stations dubbed EV spots, which can be accessed through a series of monthly plans tailored to a daily long-distance student. Low-income or occasional users. St. Paul Mayor Marvin Carter noted that EV will be the first municipally owned car-sharing network in the country that relies completely on 100% renewable energy. Carter's office took the lead in organizing the network as part of the Bloomberg Philanthropies American Cities Climate Challenge. The hope is to cut carbon emissions by convincing more residents to give up the family car and rely on walking, biking, or public transit options, knowing they'll still have car access when needed. Carter joined Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, U.S. Senator Tina Smith, and other officials at the downtown St. Paul Union Depot on Friday to unveil the $12 million network, which received heavy financial support from both cities, the U.S. Department of Transport, the U.S. Department of Energy, Xcel Energy, and the Metropolitan Council. So there we go. That's the Pioneer Press. A photograph of the Law Enforcement Memorial Association holding their annual ceremony on Sunday at the recently restored Minnesota Peace Officers Memorial at the state capitol. Some uniformed officers there marching on parade. War brings Putin's family to light. This is an interesting story. Putin did not like prying. Putin did not like the prying. It was 2008, and the Russian president, then 56, and 8 years into his tightening grip on power, stood for a news conference in Sardinia's lavish Villa Certosa. At his side were his closest ally in Western Europe, Silvio Berlusconi of Italy, the media mogul and prime minister of legendary hedonist appetites, with whom he shared a taste for raunchy jokes and over-the-top furnishings. That continues on page 5. Small wins encourage Ukraine. This is almost 3 months after Russia shocked the world by invading Ukraine. Its military faces a bogged-down war, the prospect of a bigger NATO, and an opponent buoyed on Sunday by wins on and off the battlefield. Top diplomats from NATO met in Berlin with the alliance chief, who declared that the war is not going as Moscow had planned. So there we are. That's something that we could see. I mean, I mentioned this the other day. I actually think that there is a very good chance that Putin could, lose this ground war very, very quickly, and he will just count this kind of area in the southeast region that they've taken as his new territory, and that'll be the end of it. They'll sign some agreement and say, yeah, take it. Just take it. A little bit like when I took my daughter for a hepatitis vaccine the other day, and she wanted some water, and we went to the store that was inside the surgery to get some water, and they were closed. And I shouted to the woman, and I said, "Are you open?" And she said, "No, we're closed." I said, "We just want to get some water." And she gave us 2 bottles of water. She said, "Just take them. Just take them." And I thought to myself, that's beautiful. That's the generosity of the human spirit, giving people who need water. That's what we do. Give the Donbass to Putin. Just stop killing people. Small price to pay. Okay, next, we're back with, what is this one here? Did we do the Middleton Press for Connecticut? I don't think we did. Okay, let's do that next. Middleton Press. We're not in a good place is the headline. Experts say pandemic has amplified mental health issues for youth. Yes, the number of people dealing with mental health issues has been increasing for at least a decade, and the pandemic has made it worse. Melissa Santos, the senior pediatric psychologist at Connecticut Children's Medical Center, said while the mental health crisis came to light for many during the pandemic, it had already existed for teens and adolescents. COVID put a spotlight on it and amplified it, Santos said. We've seen an increase, but it wasn't good before the pandemic, and we were definitely struggling before the pandemic with a large number of kids needing services and a large number of kids not being able to access services. And then an article saying our children's mental health matters, it cannot be ignored. 3 NCAA Division 1 female athletes died by suicide in the last few months. So did a male member of one of the state's top high school teams. They say the news is always shocking. Invariably, it's followed by questions about what we can do to stop the loss of life so young and so full of potential. My wife and I are in the world's worst club, said Jim Kuzo. We don't want anyone else to belong to it. Their son Kevin died. His name is Kevin, a junior athlete at Fairfield Ward. He took his own life. I mean, this idea of children taking their own lives is very new to me. You know, it's very shocking. It's very new to me. I didn't really realize that childhood suicide was a thing. I don't think there's much of it where I'm from. But here, clearly, it's become a thing. Okay, so that's the Middleton Press. That was specifically for Stephen. Quirky Ostrich has just joined us for the first time. Welcome to you. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining Backchannel. I'm Anthony Davis. This is the Anthony Davis Show. We're just looking through some of the morning papers here. If you'd like to subscribe, then just click that subscribe button and become a VIP member for free, no charge. We've been looking at the Buffalo murders that took place on Saturday. The names of the 10 people killed in this racially motivated attack in New York have now been released by officials. The victims were aged between 32 and 86. They were shot dead by Peyton Gendron, 18-year-old, in Buffalo on Saturday afternoon. Among them was a former police officer, a woman who helped feed the poor, and a man who drove shoppers to and from the supermarket. Another 3 were injured. 11 out of the 13 people killed or injured at Tops Friendly Market were black, with Buffalo's police chief describing the attack as a racist hate crime. The neighborhood where the attack was carried out is predominantly black. Details on the victims were officially released on Monday by the local police. Roberta Drury, 32, who had moved to Buffalo with her brother, who'd had a bone marrow transplant. Marcus Morrison, 52. Andre McNeil, 53, Aaron Salter, 55, the retired police officer who was working as a security guard in the store. Geraldine Talley, 62, Celestine Cheney, 65, a devoted grandmother. Hayward Patterson, 67, a devoted and dedicated churchgoer who drove people to and from the supermarket. Catherine Massey, 72, a community activist with a beautiful soul, according to her sister. 77-year-old Pearl Young, who dedicated her Saturdays to working in a soup kitchen. And 86-year-old Ruth Whitfield, who'd just been to visit her husband in a care home. I mean, these were really good people. Not a bad person there. Not a bad person. The youngest victim was store worker Zaire Goodman, 20 years of age, was released from hospital after being shot in the neck. Wow. Jennifer Warrington was 50, also being treated and released. Christopher Braden, 55, is in a stable condition. So Liz Cheney, who we know is the daughter of Dick Cheney, she's on the insurrection committee. She said that the GOP enables white nationalism, white supremacy, and anti-Semitism. She said all the times Tucker Carlson has claimed the Great Replacement theory is happening in the U.S., the Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney on Monday called out the House Republican leadership team she once served on for enabling vile forms of racism and demanded they reject those GOP members who have made common cause with racists after a deadly shooting in Buffalo. In a tweet posted to her personal Twitter account on Monday, Ms. Cheney, who until last year served as chair of the House GOP conference, said House Republican leaders have enabled white nationalism, white supremacy, and anti-Semitism. History has taught us, she said, what begins with words ends in far worse. GOP leaders must renounce and reject these views and those who hold them. Yeah, but they're not going to, because GOP leaders are these white supremacists. This is the whole point. You can't eradicate this from the GOP because it is the GOP. A manifesto posted online that is tied to the alleged gunman references numerous racist ideas, such as the white replacement theory, which alleges that Democrats are attempting to supplant white voters with Hispanic immigrants and other people of color to give them an electoral advantage. Some conservative pundits, such as Fox News host Tucker Carlson, have promoted the idea. When the Anti-Defamation League condemned Mr. Carlson, Florida Representative Matt Gaetz defended the story. Tucker Carlson is correct about replacement theory as he explains what is happening to America, he tweeted last year. The ADL is a racist organization. So this is the reality of what's happening now. You know, Quirky Ostrich says hi. Hi. Nice to see you. Are you listening or just chatting? You can listen in the usual way. You can go to backchannel.tv and you have the option to message me from there as well. So, I mean, this is my fear, and, you know, Carla's saying she thinks the same is going to happen in the UK. I fear that this is now, you know, people just looking for someone to blame, right? Just looking for someone to blame. But the reason I believe that the authorities don't do anything about it is because they know that that these views are now represented in almost equal measure. It's almost like these groups used to be fringe, and they're not fringe anymore. They're mainstream. And so if you have Biden criticizing the other side with such explicit language, he is effectively going to alienate people that he wants to vote for him. And that's my fear. You know, it's like, he's like, how can I can't criticize these people. I need their votes. I need them to want to join me for other reasons. And that means, in my view, that these people have won. You know, the white nationalists and the neo-Nazis, they've won. Because they have successfully infiltrated the mainstream. And who is responsible for that? Donald Trump. Because of his insecurity and his desire to win at whatever cost. He would say anything and do anything and accept the support of people who, in any other civilized society, would be rejected for their extremist views. And Trump was like, come on in, with his white power and his, you know, talking about genes all the time. You know, this obsession with whiteness. Yeah, I mean, America is particularly bad because it has the proliferation of firearms. I mean, this is the problem. So when these people feel angry or they feel like they want to blame somebody, then they reach for their gun, go and cause some trouble. In England, where I'm from, people don't have guns, and so they're not really able to do that. So they do other stuff, you know. They protest, or they climb cranes or buildings, you know, or they you know, do knife crime, you know, wield an axe and get arrested. You know, they don't get murdered, they get arrested. Slightly different. I want to just remind you, that, of course, that this is Backchannel. I'm Anthony Davis. And if you're watching right now and you can see the subscribe button, you can click it. Subscribing will let you know when we're going live. We've got some special plans coming up for those of you who are subscribed. Another thing you can do is, no matter where you're watching or listening, is leaving a review. So go to backchannel.tv and click on Leave a Review. Your positive reviews help keep this show going. That's backchannel.tv and click Leave a Review. I'm Anthony Davis. This is Backchannel. It's 26 minutes to 11 here on the West Coast, 26 minutes to 2 Eastern. And if you want to join in, this is the only place on your Echo device where you can watch and listen to live shows and chat with hosts in real time. I'm here every weekday, Monday through Friday, 9 o'clock Pacific to 12 o'clock Eastern. So that's 12 o'clock Eastern. You can send a message, ask questions, chime in on what we're talking about, or anything else you would like to send my way. If you can see me right now and you're watching on an Echo Show or Fire TV, the magic word is say. So wake her up, say the word say, and then your message. And if you're just listening on an Echo speaker and you can't see me, go to backchannel.tv and click on Join the Chat. That's backchannel.tv. Click Join the Chat. That's how you do it. We've got Hal coming up shortly. Are we going to be talking to Hal today? And are we doing it every day now? Every day. That's exciting. I do love that. So we'll catch up with him in about maybe 10 minutes' time. See what's happening in his show. What was the other thing we were going to look at? Should we do... maybe we should look at this story about... the energy companies with John Oliver. It was John Oliver explaining why the electricity bill is so high. Utility companies gouging consumers, providing substandard service, and even killing people. They seldom pay any meaningful penalties for their negligence. It's kind of interesting story. Rolling Stone covered it. I like John Oliver. I never watch him though. Why do I not watch him? I don't know why. Maybe it's because he's English and I'm kind of, I'm so steeped in American culture now that I don't really want to see English people doing stuff anymore. I mean, that's genuine, like I don't want to be reminded of my old life. My old life was great, but like this is my new life and I like being with the Americans. Does that make sense? I think it's fair to say. Well, John Oliver's interesting because he was never a legend in England. He only became a legend when he moved to the US. He couldn't really get successful in England in the same way because he was just like a nerdy guy. And yet here, he's, people have different views of what interesting Brits are. Anyway, he began his main story on Last Week Tonight by addressing one of his favorite subjects, weird mascots. He talked about Reddy Kilowatt, a character made of electrical outlets, light bulbs, and bolts of electricity, who for decades told people that energy industry has their best interests at heart. Turns out Reddy is a liar. Oliver provided several examples of utility companies all over the country fleecing customers. It was clear his staff didn't have to look all that hard to find them, but he began with one of the most notorious utilities, Pacific Gas and Electric. The San Francisco-based company provides much of the power for Northern California, and they do a terrible job of it. Over the years, they've been fined almost $3 billion for various offenses. In 2018, a 97-year-old hook on woefully neglected electric lines failed, sparking a wildfire that burned down an entire town, killing 85 people, making it the deadliest and most destructive fire in the state's history. In fact, as Oliver pointed out, between 2014 and 2017, PG&E's failing infrastructure was responsible for an average of more than one fire a day. At that point, Oliver said, PG&E are less of a utility and more of a fire company that occasionally also delivers power to people's homes. Whatever it is they do, they make a lot of money doing it, he said. Between 2013 and 2018, PG&E issued more than $5 billion in dividends to shareholders. So how do utility companies get away with their stuff? In the early part of the 20th century, the US was faced with the daunting task of creating electric infrastructure from scratch. In order to get this done, the government promised regional companies if they built the infrastructure, they would enjoy a monopoly when supplying power with it. In many cases, these monopolies still exist today. Utilities are now often publicly traded for-profit companies, meaning their number one goal is not to provide affordable, dependable power, but to make their investors richer. So anything that costs them money is something they are heavily incentivized not to do. Clearly, this isn't a system where you, the customer, are going to be prioritized, Oliver said. If anything, the model only makes sense if the company's shareholders are viewed as the customers and your bills are the product. Yes, there are government regulations, but as is the case with so many laws that supposedly prevent the rich from destroying the world in order to enrich themselves more, those regulations contain some big loopholes. Oliver explained that utilities are allowed to raise prices on consumers to not only offset any costs the utilities incur from building infrastructure, but to profit from it as well. which is why, for instance, South Carolinians have paid $2 billion in higher energy prices so far in order to fund a nuclear power plant project that never actually came online due to incompetence and fraud, or why utility companies fight solar power however they can. Building more power plants makes shareholders money. Replacing 97-year-old hooks does not. He said our utility system largely consists of for-profit companies with monopolies over an essential service, building as much stuff as they possibly can, and they can pass the cost along on your electric bill. So Oliver then summed up the twisted system that usually keeps your lights on. He welcomed a demonic Ready kilowatt to the studio. The mascot promptly electrocuted the host and apparently killed him. So there we go. That was the sequence. The difference of what's that? The cost of electricity. Oh, it's insane. The electricity bill for my house is around between $400 and $600 a month. Yeah. 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 No, it's because that's how much it is here. You know, tragically, that's how much it is here. Yeah, people are paying about $1,000 to $1,500 every 2 months for electricity, and that also includes water. So they connect them. It's water and power together. Yeah, it's crazy. And in fact, you know, the DWP, Department of Water and Power here, they basically just pick a random number out the sky and people have to pay it. You know, you have no idea. You have no idea. And there's nothing you can do. You can't complain or say, I'm going to go to another company. There is no other company. It's a scam. You know? I mean, I'm also all-inclusive as well in one of my homes. So, you know, I have lots of homes. Okay, let's have another look at this story in a slightly different way, because they reckon utility bills could jump 40%, they're saying. This was a story in Bloomberg, which I can't actually open, because weirdly it's come as a Google Doc. I don't know why that is. It's super strange. But that is the reality now, isn't it? That electricity bills or any energy bills are only going to go up. They're never going to get cheaper. And, you know, I'm very interested in why energy companies are kind of preventing people from switching to solar. I mean, I understand that they do it because they don't want people, you know, they don't want people to kind of not pay for their electricity. How long can I live off grid? Does that mean like with solar stuff? Am I allowed to have solar stuff or not? Oh, I would be completely fine. I would be completely fine. I mean, I don't want to live on grid, you know. I mean, I currently have like a big solar panel that's like this big, that is like a portable solar panel, and I try and charge all of my devices on it. Have I told you about that? It's very good. It wasn't expensive. It's about $60, and it's about this big, and it folds out. It's designed for camping. You're supposed to like put it on the back of your backpack, and it means that as you're camping, as you're going about, you know, like hiking, you can charge your portable battery packs. So what I try and do is I charge my portable battery packs with solar, and then I charge my devices off of the portable battery packs. So I don't plug them in at all. That's my contribution, you know? Yeah, it would be amazing, wouldn't it? I try and do my own cell phone. I try and do my own cell phone like that when I can. You know, it's kind of the best way. But this article from Bloomberg is very interesting. It says, here we go. It says U.S. households could see a 30 to 40% hike in monthly energy bills this year if natural gas prices persist. According to new analysis, average electric and natural gas bills will be $55 to $75 higher than in 2020 if natural gas costs remain at $6 to $7 per million British thermal units, Barclays said. Lower-income households are likely to face greater pressure from commodity prices, especially going into the summer months. Well, I've already predicted this huge recession. There's going to be a huge recession, a worldwide recession. I have no doubt. It's going to be massive, and it's going to probably last a couple of years, as these things tend to. So, that's the reality, isn't it? That you can't have all this stuff happen and there not be a kind of knock-on effect. I was going to remind you that we have a growing list of shows, including Kate Cocker's Everyday Positivity Show on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern for an hour of positive news and good vibes. Following my show every Monday through Friday, Your Pal Hal with Hal Rudnick, taking you on a tour of comedy, news and pop culture from 11 o'clock Pacific, that's 2 o'clock Eastern. And don't forget to check out The Drive with Mario Smith, weekdays from 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. Everyone's drive home needs a second look. Mario will make sure you are in the know. So, all that to look forward to. Are we going to say hi to Hal? Is he in the house yet? We can welcome him and have a conversation. He can pop in as soon as he's ready. I wonder if he knows. Does he know? Does he even know? Maybe we could, Yeah, because it's like a whole new thing that we're doing here. Pet Sounds was released this day. This is the story of Pet Sounds. Is the story of art versus commerce. Youthful optimism versus adult cynicism, and the independent spirit versus the mundane status quo. It's also the story of tremendous courage. In 1966, 23-year-old Brian Wilson hijacked the Beach Boys, a multi-million-dollar industry consisting of his two brothers, cousin and childhood friend, to give voice to the sounds he heard in his head and the emotions he felt in his heart. The result was an album that had leading musical figures struggling to match his technical innovation, lyrical depth and melodic genius. And half a century later, it's questionable whether anyone has. So we're looking at whether or not you are familiar with Pet Sounds, the Beach Boys album. 15 Things You Didn't Know is what the Rolling Stone magazine are kind of saying about this, which is kind of interesting. The lyricist penned jingles for Barbie dolls, Max Factor and Cosmetics and Gallo Wine. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, Brian Wilson worked with a lyricist from outside the band's usual circle. Tony Asher was his name. He was a copywriter at the Carsten Scott Advertising Agency. You Still Believe in Me was originally called In My Childhood. It had completely different lyrics. That's interesting, isn't it? The instrumental Let's Go Away for a While was slated to have lyrics. Brian Wilson had always had a special fondness for Let's Go Away for a While. The complex dynamics and elusive theme make it one of the most fully realized arrangements of his career, but he claims it's missing a major component, lyrics. That's what happens with instrumentals. They tend to be missing lyrics, you know? It's frustrating, I know, but they tend to be missing lyrics. God Only Knows was written in under an hour. Oh, that's frustrating, isn't it? Isn't that frustrating? The track has become one of the most beloved of the band's canon, famously praised by Paul McCartney as the greatest song ever written. Its legendary status is even more remarkable considering it came together in less than an hour. Wilson claims that he and Tony Asher composed the song in 45 minutes. We didn't spend a lot of time writing it, he said. It came pretty quickly, and Brian spent a lot of time working on what ended up being the instrumentals part of that song. But the part that has lyrics really was one of the things that just kind of came out as a whole. Amazing, isn't it? Well, Brian Wilson is famously insane. That's why he's genius. You know, it's his mental health that is the cause of his genius. You know, all of these great geniuses were nuts. You know, the Picassos and all of these people. Their insanity was their genius, and it's amazing. You know, and this is why we shouldn't mock mental health, because it actually creates some of the smartest people. I was saying this about Greta Thunberg the other day. You know, it's the fact that she has Asperger's is the reason why she is the most famous climate campaigner on the planet. Because she can channel that. She channels her, I don't want to call it insanity, because it's not. But it's like, you know, I mean, Brian Wilson's was a lot more drug-induced and kind of very different. But the reality is that if you are somehow on the spectrum, you might miss out socially, but you might benefit creatively. Apparently, God Only Knows had a sax solo at one point. Isn't that nice? The original title of I Know There's an Answer caused a major conflict within the band. The group reconvened to record vocal parts for what they assumed would be another sunny Brian Wilson anthem. One of the first things they heard was a track called Hang On To Your Ego, written by the band's road manager. The lyrics were inspired by Wilson's experience using LSD. The whole band was taken aback by this jarring new direction, but Mike Love reportedly took particular offense to the piece, which he rejected as the doper song. Bruce Johnston is having conversation about cameras in the background of Here Today. Oh, really? That's interesting. Lending credence to the rumor that Capitol Records rushed Brian Wilson into completing the album, session musician Steve Douglas claims that the album was mixed in a single 9-hour marathon session. Pet Sounds was written as a potential James Bond theme. The record's bossa nova flavored title track began as an instrumental called Run James Run. The James in question is 007 himself, perhaps inspired by the 15-second James Bond-esque theme that opens the American version of the Beatles' 1965 Help soundtrack. And Brian Wilson sped up his vocals on Caroline No in order to make himself sound younger. Wow, he's only 23. And then session musicians use Coke cans, water bottles, and orange juice jugs for percussion. I mean, this is so interesting. This reminds me of the Beatles documentary that Peter Jackson's done that I've been watching on Disney+. I think to watch the creative process, seeing songs being written and being created, is fascinating because, you know, if you watch the Beatles one, this new documentary is in 3 parts. You see like some of the most famous songs in history come together in just a few seconds. I mean, really, the writing process is so fast. It's just an idea. And then the idea, if you are a musician, then you have a natural ability to create sound. Brian Wilson considered bringing a horse into the recording studio. In addition to his meticulous instrumental arrangements and vocal layering, he also spent some sessions making avant-garde recordings with friends. These range from echo-drenched sounds of row, 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 your boat, row, row, row your boat, sorry, not row, 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 row your boat, stretching over 7 minutes, to humorous skits and sound effects for a proposed psychedelic comedy album. He would later revisit the concept when working on Pet Sounds' follow-up Smile later that year, but the early runs were almost totally scrapped. And then the band has a less than harmonious relationship with the animals on the cover. The Beach Boys and photographer George German traveled to the San Diego Zoo on February 15th, 1966 to shoot the cover art for their new album. The final image showed 5 of the bandmates feeding goats in children's petting paddock. The scene looked wholesome enough, but apparently the band didn't endear themselves to the zoo staff. I can't do petting, you know. I go to lots of zoos with my children, and I cannot pet anything. I really have this fear of the natural environment, you know. You'll never get me petting a goat. It just won't happen. I won't touch a snake. I won't pet a goat. I'm just not into it. I like looking, you know, and don't like touching. The record label tried to bury Pet Sounds with the Greatest Hits album, apparently. It took more than 10 months and cost $70,000, making it one of the most expensive albums ever recorded at the time. But the executives at Capitol Records were hoping for a hit-packed album to recoup their sizable investment. Several songs didn't make the cut for Pet Sounds, including an iconic smash. Oh, Trombone Dixie. Interesting. So there we go. It's a little kind of, you know, Beach Boys moment there. Oh, Stacey's back. welcome. Nice to know you're back. Harper, Quirky Ostrich, Pump Crocodile, Stephen, Gold Armadillo, thank you for joining us. Robbie, and everybody. Appreciate you being here on Backchannel. I'm Anthony Davis. I'll come back tomorrow. You can just wake up your device, say open Backchannel, and I will appear. And you can stick with us now. Once you've subscribed, of course, highly recommend that. For your pal Hal, he's next here on Backchannel. Have yourself a lovely Monday. Bye for now.
Oh my goodness gracious. Folks, how are you? How are you doing? Happy Monday to you. My name is Hal Rudnick. This is the Your Pal Hal Show. And you know what? We are live right here on Backchannel. That is right. And I am so very excited to be here with you today. Pardon me, one of my lights is being very finicky. Nobody likes a finicky light. You know what I'm saying, folks? Nobody likes a finicky light. But other than that, I am so excited to be hanging out with you right here on the Your Pal Hal Show. Remember, this is the only play on your Echo device where you can listen live and talk live with the host. That's right. I mean, I remember a time when I spent a lot of time alone wishing I had someone to talk to. And you know what? You're in luck, folks, because you always have someone to talk to. Oh, my pal, Mild Dairy Lifesavers, Simon is in the house. What is happening? National Barbecue Day. Simon, you are so good at reminding us what day is which. Ooh, let there be light. You know what? To paraphrase the Bible, on the sixth day, God said, "Gimme that light." I really misquoting. I don't even know if he said that. But, or she, or they. Folks, I'm excited to be here with you. Grass puddles in the house. And we're going to have some fun today. So what are we going to do? We're going to talk about pop culture, trending topics, movies, streaming shows, but then also, don't forget about a healthy or an unhealthy dose of hijinks, shenanigans, goofs, gags, nonsense. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh no, I left the window open again. The bird. Stuff like that happens on the reg right here on the Your Pal Hal Show. And I would love for you to get into this conversation. Here's how you can join the conversation. And please do, because 4 out of 5 dentists say that this show is better when you get in on the conversation, when the listeners and the viewers participate in the Your Pal Hal Show or any of the shows right here on Backchannel, quite frankly. Oh, the shows are markedly better. 4 out of 5 dentists say. And by the way, that 5th dentist, he's over in the corner sucking on the nitrous oxide, so he is loopy-doopy. Don't listen to a word he says. So, if you're on your smart device, maybe it rhymes with T-Rexa. Say the name of your smart device, rhymes with T-Rexa, then the magic word say, and put in anything after that. All right? So let me know what you're up to. Let me know what you're snacking on. Okay? So you can tell me what you're snacking on. Smart device, say, I'm eating a plate of fully loaded nachos. Or smart device, say, I'm eating a bowl of cereal. Or smart device, say, I'm just hanging out in my living room vaping. Listen, do you? This is a vape-friendly zone. You can also chat with us if you go to backchannel.tv. Backchannel.tv, chat with us there. Or you can also, I know we got some friends on the YouTube as well. My friend Raymond is in the chat. Raymond, everybody loves you. Come on, everybody loves Raymond. He's shouting out peanut butter. I love peanut butter. I know I've got a friend that I'm going to talk to in just a moment, producer Travis, who not a peanut butter fan. I am trying so hard to overcome that to just make myself okay with it. Raymond loves peanut butter and fluff. Oh, peanut butter and fluff or not? A little peanut butter and marshmallow. Nice. I'm more of a peanut butter and jelly guy. I like peanut butter banana. Yeah. Raymond says, do you like peanut butter and jelly better? Or would you like peanut butter and fluff? Yeah, I'm a peanut butter and jelly guy. But it's peanut butter and banana. My friend Stacy is in the house. Got to shout out Stacy. Stacy, always glad to have you here. Now, Stacy says that she has taken a muscle relaxer because some pain. First off, I hope you feel much better. I hope the pain goes away. And if you're getting a little tired from the muscle relaxer, let me give you a little of this action. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Time to wake up. And then Stacy also is saying that she was enjoying some pizza rolls earlier. But she didn't say she was enjoying them. She said earlier I was destroying some pizza rolls. Stacy, I love it. Don't ever change. And I want to shout out No Name. Great to have you here, No Name. Maryland in New Hampshire. Welcome, Maryland in New Hampshire. I wonder if we can get a listener named New Hampshire in Maryland. That would be a coup. My mother is in the house, Deborah Rudnick. She's eating hummus and cucumber. Shout out to a healthy snack. I like it. Gotta shout out my guy, Andy McLean. Andrew McLean, he was a believer. We were all doubters, but he said, Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And what he means by that is Luka Doncic, the Dallas Mavericks, issued a boss level beatdown yesterday. We'll talk a little bit more about the basketball hijinks from over the weekend, but the Dallas Mavericks moving on to the Western Conference Finals in the National Basketball Association, facing the Golden State Warriors, and that game was over at halftime. They went into the locker room 57-27. That, like, unprecedented. The Phoenix Suns, they saved their worst game of the season for the most important game of the season. And just Dallas would not be denied. They would not be denied. Congratulations, Andy McLean. Luka Doncic shutting up the haters, including Devin Booker and Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne, the rapper, sitting courtside, had talked some serious smack. I don't know if he said Luka, and he called him he tweeted out just a really unflattering jab at Luka. And he's a longtime Suns fan, Lil Wayne. Luka shut everybody up. Luka shut everybody up, along with the rest of the fellas on the Dallas Mavericks. Let's bring in your friend and mine. He's got his hands firmly on the controls. Producer Travis. Producer Travis, I'm just sitting here running my mouth. Come on in, pal. Oh yeah, take the big screen. Take the big chair, my friend.
Oh, I couldn't. I wouldn't. Don't make.
Always feel free. S. Friedman in the house, watching a game, having pork chips. Oh, are you talking about chicharrones? I enjoy me some chicharrones. Travis.
Yes.
It's 11:11. Everybody, let's go ahead and make a wish. All right, I made my wish. Did you make your wish? Now, remember, whether you are wishing on a shooting star, wishing on birthday candles, or wishing in a wishing well, or wishing on 11:11, you can't tell your wish to anyone, otherwise it's not going to come true. Don't be a fool. Travis, would you ever tell your wish to someone?
You wish.
Yeah, right?
Nice. Working on that all weekend.
Oh, my goodness. S. Friedman, my friend south of the border, wished that I would win a Kirby Puckett signed jersey.
Ooh.
Kirby
Nice.
Puckett, one of my boyhood heroes, world champion Minnesota Twins. I would love a Kirby Puckett signed jersey. But now that S. Friedman spoke it out loud, the wish is poof.
I have a question, and not that you're in charge of this, but I am curious.
Mm-hmm.
Say if S. Friedman wished that, but he said it.
Yeah.
Obviously, that doesn't come true. What if more than one person also wished that, but did not say it? Is this a spoken wish?
I think it nullifies it.
Trump?
I think it nullifies it.
No matter how many unspoken wishes, one spoken wish negates and nullifies.
Okay, so let's say that...
I'm glad we're getting into this.
Let's say you, me, and S. Friedman were locked in a bank vault. Like, we went in there to check our safe deposit box. Like, because you... Okay, let me... I'm going to... Let's see you, me, and S. Friedman were doing we're robbing a bank.
Yes.
And we were like... We knew that the good stuff was in the safe deposit boxes. You know, the crown jewels, the palace jewels, everything. Harper's in the house. Harper, great to see you. Don't tell us your wish. It's not going to come true. But Harper, there also is the caveat. Maybe you are just putting it out into the universe and you're enacting the laws of attraction, The Secret. So you could go that route. But let me put it this. But let's stay on the wish tip. Travis, myself, and S. Friedman are robbing a bank. We have to keep the door of the vault open while we're robbing it. Let's say it's overnight. And the door of the vault closes. If we all wish that we could get out, and then S. Friedman said, I wished we could get out, he would nullify all three of our wishes.
Got it.
Okay, it was a long way to get there, but we got there.
No. That's...
Cat Nazi showed up at Harper's front door. No cat for you after the soup Nazi. Thank you, Simon. Harper, glad you're here. Grass Puddle says, oy vey. Yeah, I feel ya. Travis.
Yes.
Rob Schaefer's in the house as well. The official attorney of the Your Pal Hal show, Rob Schaefer. Great to see you, my friend. Travis, I haven't seen you in 24, 48, 72 hours. 72 hours, give or take. What's shaken? How was your weekend? Tell me something.
Just one of those weekends where you go into it saying, this is it. I'm turning over a new leaf. My habits change today. I'm going to be the person I want to see. Starts with the man in the mirror. And then both weekend days, you wake up at 11. You go, well, let's try again next weekend.
Oh, so what? Wait, so I don't understand. What happened? Like,
just
so what time did you want to wake up? What would have made you? Because I agree. Like, I have the ideal person I would like to be. You know, but then I also, you know, I have the old habits that I fall into. So wait, who's the person you would like to be, Travis?
But before that, we have some more snack talk in the chat. I feel like it would be remiss if we didn't shout out. Harper Vay's getting down on some chips.
Oh, nice. Everybody's forgotten about me, but now you're not. I'm just sitting here eating some chips and Bahamas.
Maybe.
So are you in the Bahamas? Are you eating... because eating chips in the Bahamas, that's that takes chip eating to the next level.
Sign me up.
Yeah, and also a hot dog, killing it, Harper.
Ooh.
Very nice. My mom is partial to. My mom made some hot dogs the other day in the air fryer. My mom loves the air fryer I bought her, and she made some hot dogs wrapped in crescent rolls, like Pillsbury crescent rolls, and that takes a hot dog to a next level. Oh, yeah. Okay, so Travis,
yes.
Harper, keep it going on the snacks. Are you in the Bahamas? Please clarify if possible.
We need to know.
So Travis, like what is your what standard are you holding yourself to here?
I mean, I would just love to, and I've been this person before. We're just in kind of a not a down month, but some weekends you just got to catch up on sleep. But my
Listen,
ideal
Mercury's in retrograde.
Mercury's in retrograde. There was a harvest moon. Everything is whatever. I would love to at least be the person I know I can be, which is that 8:30. I'm up. I got a morning because especially over here on the west side, often there's like a light marine layer, little overcast. Oh, it's lovely. And in my heart of hearts, I'd love to be one of those 7 a.m. psychopaths that just are up and they start.
Oh well, my wife is she gets up at 6 o'clock. I usually get up between 7 and 8. I'll get up at 7. But I usually get up at 8 every day, or 7:30. 7:30.
I applaud and am envious at the level of human aptitude. I have not yet consistently cracked the code.
Gotcha. I mean, what time? I mean, it's you got to structure everything properly. You got to go to bed at a certain time so you can get up. So what time are you going to bed?
So that's what happened. That's where it all fell apart because on Friday night, watched some basketball, had a good time, and afterwards, myself and one of my roommates decided to check out another Tollywood blockbuster that had just arrived on Netflix called Beast.
Sure.
Which was an okay film. I couldn't in good conscience recommend it unless you got really nothing going on. It was like 3 hours. It was a whole thing. And one thing that became a point of discussion during the movie is, wow, as this is what my life revolves around now, is like, this is fine, but RRR was such a better film. We were all talking about that because 2 housemates hadn't seen it, and they're like, we got to see this movie. So, as a point of, if I have my own trending topic today, it is just been announced that on June 1st, they're bringing back RRR for 1 day in 100 theaters nationwide.
Wow.
Yeah, it went off that hard worldwide. They said, we're bringing it back. We're doing 1 day.
And
1 day, June 1st. So if anybody out there is like, okay, I'll see if I can see this movie, June 1st is the day. Unfortunately, for Los Angeles,
Good to know. I will wait till streaming.
Yeah, you have no choice anyways, because within minutes, the Alamo Drafthouse screening in downtown sold out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, right?
That's nuts. All right,
Yeah.
Travis, you're on to something here. I am waiting with bated breath. Now just that heats it up. Oh, Harper is crushing a banana right now. Very
Great.
nice. And I appreciate these snack updates are excellent. And we got an update from Stacy. Stacy, Stacy and I see eye to eye on so many things. She also gets up around 7. So, so I'm picking up what you're putting down. Grass Puddle wakes up at 4 or 5 on the West Coast. Damn. Well, but Grass Puddle does, have serious work to do. Grass Puddle isn't just coming on and talking into a webcam, just saying silly things and making chicken noises into a microphone. Andy McLean, has, now this is a real human being with like speaking truth here. Andy McLean saying, and Travis, I'll give you an anecdote that relates to this. So Travis is like, oh, get up like at 7 a.m. like crazy people. Andy McLean says, y'all funny. 7 is sleeping in. And that is someone who has kids. That is someone who has a job. Andy McLean, much respect to you. But I used to be way worse, Travis. Like I used to stay up till 3 or 4 a.m. and get up at like 11 or noon. And one time I was talking to someone and they said, do you ever get up early? I'm like, oh yeah, sometimes I get up really early, like 9 or 10. And I didn't realize what a layabout and a buffoon I was. Now I'm aware, but I've flipped it because as you grow up, you change, you evolve. Especially because my wife is such an early riser. I've had to adjust.
I mean, there are people that make it work, live in that swing shift, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's everybody has their own schedule and what works best for their employment or their desires or just their internal clock. But there is something.
Oh, sure.
I wish I could say there wasn't something a little gratifying about claiming that before 9 a.m. time frame, at least a little bit.
Raymond says, I usually wake up at 10. Hey, Raymond, you do you. I've woken up at 10 many times in my life. Also, Raymond says, what is the name of the movie? Well, if you're talking about the movie that Travis loves and he's gotten everyone who's been a part of this show excited about, it's RRR. Just the letter R 3 times.
Yep.
It's not a Bollywood Indian movie. It's a Tollywood movie, and I've learned this from Travis. Tollywood is the Bollywood of southern India. And if you're not familiar with Bollywood, Bollywood is the hub of filmmaking in, I guess, northern India, which it takes its name Bollywood from Hollywood. Okay,
I feel like I've been spreading propaganda. I'm so sorry.
S. Freeman says 11 a.m. is like waking up at dawn. Okay, S. Freeman, I don't know what you're talking about there. Harper Vey. Oh, Harper Vey, are you in England? It's Harper Vey says I wake up at 6:43 a.m. England, and I would like to point out that it is 7:23 p.m. currently in London, England, and we will be on until 9 p.m. The show will be going strong until 9 p.m. Travis, a lot of basketball. Congratulations to your Golden State Warriors. Moving on. My mom says looking good. Thank you, mother. I did not shave. Just got out of the shower, threw a hat on, didn't have any time to do it. That's why Travis. That's why I was running a little late. I didn't realize. I thought it was status quo. Just as far as a couple of things on the show.
Dawned on me not moments before it was supposed to. I got in by the skin of my teeth. So I'm not. No shade.
Oh, by the way, S. Friedman. I got to ask you, S. Friedman. Leave my family alone. These vicious Michelle Rodriguez rumors. I'm a married man.
Mm-hmm.
My wife, Rebecca Halpern, put a ring on it.
We all saw it.
Leave our family alone. Thank you, S. Friedman, for respecting my family. Travis, you know what?
If I may wrap up quickly, the reason
One more thing, and then we'll dive into the Twitter sphere. We'll dive into the Twitterverse. Oh, I just pulled a hair off my coffee cup. That could have been disastrous.
We love that. That's was it longer than yours, do you think?
No, it's just mine. It was mine on my mug, but no one wants a hair in their mouth. Just as Simon knows, that's the name of his fantasy baseball team. Oh, I got to touch on that in a sec. Travis,
the reason my weekend went topside is that at 11:30 p.m., one of my roommates decided to do a deep dive into the annals of Indian streaming networks and found and I'm not proud to admit this, a literal camera brought into a movie theater bootleg of RRR, and you know what? We watched it. We started it at 11:30 p.m., went to 3 in the morning,
so
and it was still fantastic.
All right, great. So that... then you know what you did.
Yeah,
you're not going to get up at 7 a.m. You're not going to get up at 7 a.m. if you start a 3-hour movie at 11:30.
Yeah.
By the way, you could have, just consolidated the story and gotten to that part a little sooner.
I had to talk up the fact that everybody, I'm not going to miss out on telling people they can see it. They have a chance.
Okay,
They can live beyond my mistakes and see it in the theater like it's supposed to be seen.
But I asked you why'd you stay up late, and we just got the. So okay, we're watching more Tollywood, and then you could have just gotten there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but how would I ever have?
I want the information, but I just say, I want to hear everything you have to say, but all good. I'm just Maybe I'm just a little. Maybe I'm just being a little bit of a crab apple here.
No. I have much
and
to learn about the succinct nature of broadcast media.
Did Travis watch Crack, or was it another Telugu film?
We started on Beast. I have not watched Crack.
There you go.
A little more hesitant these days, but I'll certainly give that a try and let you know. But Beast,
Grass
fine.
Puddle bringing the knowledge, by the way. Hoppervey says, last night at 6:43 a.m. England, I won £69,000. What? And I'm really happy about it because now I spent some of it, but now I'm saving some of it. I'm sorry, that's PM. Okay, it's 6:40. Harper, how did you win £69,000? That's a lot of money. That's roughly probably $75,000 or more. Amazing. By the way, one more thing before we jump into the Twitterverse and our Twitter deep dive. I'm in second place now in our fantasy baseball league.
Oh my goodness.
My team is really. We had a good weekend. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I wonder if I should go through everyone's team and tell them who they have injured, who they should replace.
Is
that a segment?
In on this? Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're more in the know than any of us. I mean, I'm trying my best here, but I feel my lack of knowledge every day when I go to set the lineup. Where's the league page? There we go.
Oh, is that your team? Okay, let's see. Okay,
sorry. I meant to pull up the. Helmet full of
Rob
nachos
Schaefer.
is who
Rob
again?
Schaefer. My brother Eric.
Eric, killing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you know Eric.
Eric.
Rob Schaefer says my team is garbage. One of my guys has COVID.
Oh no.
Harper, thank you for spending time with us, and please come on back. Great chatting with you. Thanks for the snack updates and all that good stuff. And congrats on 69,000 pounds. This is for you, Harper. Great. S. Friedman, keep my wife's name out your bleeping mouth, to paraphrase Will Smith. Okay, so let's go to Rob Schaefer's team, Husker Power, real quick.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool. Yeah, at least, I don't know, once a day or sometime do a dive into somebody's team. You can give unsolicited advice.
Real quick. Okay, make it bigger, if you don't mind. So, scroll down. There, stop. Okay, Joey Votto has COVID. You can put him on the injured list and pick up a new player. We don't need to see Joey Votto. And then Joe Adell right under him. NA, he's been sent to the minor leagues. He should be released. Okay, let's scroll down. So you can pick. So Joey Votto to the IL, and Joe Adell outright release. So you can pick up two players now. And scroll down. Okay, and you're all good with these guys on the IL. Great. There you go.
Right on. Wait, do mine. No, we don't have to do mine. We can do mine
later. Simon says, Simon, I don't. Do you have the app? I think you need the app because I can move players around.
Yeah, the app you can. The Yahoo Sports app. It's a little finicky, but I found you can navigate to the injured list.
So there you go. You want me to take a look at your team?
I mean, if you feel like we got a second, I wouldn't mind.
Sure,
this is a selfish pool.
Stacy says, I don't know how to play fantasy baseball.
It's okay, neither do I.
Stacy, you know what? I know you're a good baseball fan. Go Rangers. Who's your favorite player on the Rangers? Raymond says, leave Travis alone, by the way, because I was being a little harsh about your story.
Those are notes.
All right, let me see your. Keep swinging as proposed a trade to you.
I'm not giving up Judge for Verlander. It's not happening. My pitching.
Oh, then you have to reject the trade. I will do
that. I want to leave him on the vine
scroll down.
The other day.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
I know.
Okay, let's see. Okay, you're okay there, but scroll up again. Scroll up. Real quick. Okay, do you have another third baseman? Jose Ramirez, did you set your lineup today?
Not yet.
Oh, yeah. So I put Sheldon Noyes. Gavin Lux at second. There you go. Scroll up, scroll up,
Boom,
scroll up.
boom.
Let's see your pitching. Scroll up. You don't have to do it now. Do it later. Let me see your pitching. Let me see your pitching. Okay, Andrew Heaney. All right, yeah, you're okay. I would release a couple of I would release a couple, like, your worst hitters and pick up a couple of pitchers.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. I can do that. Yeah, that's the thing I've noticed. My pitching, I don't have many guys on, on a day-to-day basis, and I think that might be doing me a disservice.
Grass Puddle says, Joe Adele, when you tell everyone what CD you're borrowing. Wait, I don't understand. What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, Adele.
Like your Adele CD.
Joe Adele. No,
That's
I
good.
get it. I get it. I get it. I like it. I get it. Now I like it. Sometimes I'm a little slow in the uptake. Sorry. All right. If anyone else has any, Rob Schaefer, you got it, my friend. Rob Schaefer. Listen, I am. That's why I wanted to have that fantasy info sesh, but I know everybody's busy. Everybody's busy. But I'm always glad. To give fantasy advice, solicited or unsolicited. Let's jump into the Twitterverse. Let's jump into the Twitter sphere. All right. So, quick check on Ukraine. It continues. Newsflash: Vladimir Putin's a war criminal. He might be sick. There might be a coup happening. A lot of rumors going around regarding the goings-on in the Kremlin. Ukrainian troops defending Kharkiv have reached the border with Russia. Push them back, way back. The governor of Kharkiv Regional Administration also said on Monday that the intensity of the shelling on the city has significantly reduced. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky stated that the time will surely come when the Ukrainian people fully force Russia to recognize reality, warning Russia was at a dead end as Ukraine holds off Russian offensives in several areas of the country. As the war surpasses 80 days, Russia has focused its attacks on the Donbass region. There you go. So Ukraine holding the line, Russia getting pushed back, and hopefully we can end this insanity. But for now, it continues. Moving on to serious tragedy. I want to touch on, be remiss not to say it because it's just a huge, terrible story. At least 10 people dead in the shooting at the Tops supermarket in Buffalo. A gunman sporting a rifle and body armor opened fire on a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, killing at least 10 people. Law enforcement officials said in a press conference the shooting is racially motivated. We know this. He had racial slurs and epithets written on his rifle. He had the name of Dylan Roof, another racially motivated mass killer, written on his rifle. Officials told CNN that investigators are reviewing a purported manifesto posted online in connection with the mass shooting. Not only did he conduct this mass shooting, but he live streamed it. Just what a hellish, nightmarish thing. And the man was espousing what is known as the replacement theory in regards to the white nationalists, white supremacists talking about the quote-unquote white race being replaced. Listen, this is dangerous, awful rhetoric. It's extremely racist. The makeup of this country, as over the years, it's because Matasaro's in the house. Hello. Over the years, we've evolved, we've changed. There used to be less Irish and Italians. People are people. This guy was extremely disturbed. Rob Schaefer says the kid is seriously disturbed. He talks about how he is a liberal, authoritarian, white supremacist. Well, whatever it is, he is using Fox News talking points. There is the replacement theory that he espouses, literally clips of Tucker Carlson defining it and saying that's what it is. And you might say he's a liberal, authoritarian white supremacist, but the white nationalism, it comes from, that's a far-right ideology. That's a far-right ideology. And it's horrific. All that garbage about this, the shooter aside, 10 lives were lost. And it just brings up so much awfulness and so many issues, but these are just people going about their day. Just horrific, not just horrific racial violence, but gun violence. And, it begs the question, like, where can you go to be safe? White nationalist terrorism, like the terror of white supremacy. That's such a horrific issue that needs to one of the most pressing issues in the country, endangering people in 2022. Madasaro, I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Madasaro saying, not only the Supreme Court news, I want blue states to pass refugee bills, to help women who want to escape their theocracies with funding to move. I hear you. There's a lot of stuff in the world that is extremely that makes you want to bang your head against the wall a little bit right now. I feel you. You know what? It's always been that way, but it seems like, whoa, it's with Ukraine, with Roe v. Wade, with just another episode of gun violence, and so much of this gun violence, it's just like another day in America. It's like how many mass shootings have we had at this point where it's like, oh, I had forgotten about that one. I don't even remember that one. That's bad when they're so prevalent. There we go. Travis, let's look at the next story. You there, Travis?
Yes. Sorry, I got.
We got this. You can take that comment down. You can take that comment down.
Oh my goodness! This is being Okay, there we go. Minor malfunction. Is it going up?
Madasaro says feels like the universe is about to save and quit the Sims game after turning on all the natural disasters. You know what? It seems like there's anyone else feel like there's a glitch in the simulation, a little bit of a glitch in the simulation. But damn it, I promise you one thing. Because the world gets me sad and upset. Like I am so like a racially motivated hate crime, and this guy praising like on his rifle Dylan Roof, who walked into a church and killed I think it was 9 people in South Carolina. It's horrific, and I am like now just talking about it, like it fills me with feelings. But however much sadness there is in the world, I promise you one thing. I will never stop pretending to fall down inside of a lamp store. That is my commitment to stupidity, to distract us for a moment, if not just a moment. Thank you, Travis.
Important work.
Thank you. Madasaro says thank you, S. Friedman. Madasaro says the video is spreading like wildfire on the right too. You filmed it like a video game. Yeah. Awful. All right, but there was another gunman in a church in California. Let's bring that up, Travis. Thank you, sir. How churchgoers used a chair and an extension cord to stop the gunman who shot 6 people. When deputies arrived, the gunman was already detained. Orange County sheriff's officials have identified a Las Vegas man as the suspect in Sunday's shooting at the Geneva Presbyterian Church that left 1 churchgoer dead and 5 others injured. Officials are still trying to determine the motive. Yeah, so the pastor hit this dude with a chair, and then they hogtied him with an extension cord. Get it? Oh, man. But, just as far as, I believe, people should be able to, reasonably, own a gun. You're not going to change that. But sensible gun laws? Maybe? Because, they say the only thing that stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Well, there was a bad guy with a gun at the Tops grocery store, and the security guard was a good guy with a gun who shot him, who hit him, but he was wearing body armor. Like, the cat's out of the bag. We need sensible gun laws, and it is vexing. Travis, Patton Oswalt had a great tweet about gun laws. I retweeted it. You could find it if you check out my I don't know, but if you search Patton Oswalt, if you wouldn't mind bringing that up, because it really
the gun tweet.
Yeah.
That was that yesterday?
Yesterday or the day before. Patton Oswalt about gun laws.
Boop. Yeah.
By the way,
also, should we want it, the article for that story is available.
Gotcha. Steven in Alabama. What is up, Steven? Hey, Steven, what do you think about this? Roll Tide. That's for you, Steven. Unless you're an Auburn person, then War Eagle. But if you don't have a dog in the fight, then Steven, just happy Monday to you. Stacy says, okay, Steven, thank you. Not in the basketball, no college football for you. All good. Steven, I would like to ask you this question. What are you snacking on? Anything tasty? Any chips? Any candy? Any fruit? Any veggies? What are you snacking on? I want to know. Stacy says, there's so much trouble in the world. Can it get any worse? I hear ya. And Stacy also said, oh, Steven, hey, I'm right there with you. Water. I like it. Rob Schaefer says, what would you consider a sensible gun law? I mean, background checks, banning high capacity magazines, comprehensive background checks, banning high capacity magazines. Those are two to start with. You know, I'd have to, you know, I'd have to keep doing research on it as to what's reasonable. I don't know if, you know, something. I think something needs to be done about putting these weapons of war, these assault-style rifles, gun license with full regular training requirements. Or just make every bullet cost $1,000. But I think starting with background checks, training requirements, like you have to pass the same kind of testing that you do to drive a car. Yeah, the Chris Rock plan. Exactly, Matasaro. Bullet control. Travis, yeah, go ahead and bring up that tweet, please. Thank you. Patton Oswalt said, we don't need gun control. We just need to avoid churches, malls, supermarkets, mosques, concerts, synagogues, cinemas, parks, preschools, middle schools, high schools, college campuses, mass transportation, the outdoors in general. Tweet 1 of 513 as far as places we should avoid in order to be safe. Yeah. Simon says, living in the Pacific Northwest, I know many hunters. We got into the debate over AR-15s. They always tell me it's fine for hunting. Nobody hunts with an AR-15 unless it's for people. Yeah. S. Freeman says, I would ban all guns. I mean, how many lives are you willing to trade so you can have a gun in your house? S. Friedman, I absolutely feel you on that. But I just think it's too, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. It's just at this point, even though I think that would be the, you know, look at societies that don't have the guns. They don't have the mass killings. So, but I think that's too much. Yeah, you can't ban the Second Amendment. S. Freeman says, not with that attitude. And guys, like, from everybody here, Rob Schaefer, Matasaro, S. Friedman, Simon, Grasspuddle, Andy McLean. Yeah, you're not going to ban the Second Amendment. I just appreciate this discourse. Just this kind of dialogue that you guys are having with me, and that listen, and we're talking to each other here. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. And Australia did it. Yep, it's true. Australia did it. I don't know. It seems like it's too. Just my perspective. But again, I'm just a guy. Please don't. As you hear me speaking on the darkest political, horrific issues of the world, just remember, sometimes I will go into a store that sells plates and lose my footing, and this will happen. Oh, goodness gracious. If it were me and I were waving a wand, no guns. But in real world, they should be limited to low capacity, low fire rate, low portability. Handguns are not good. Shotguns can protect their home. Matasaro, I feel you. I appreciate where you're coming from. Rob Schaefer, who is our official attorney of the Your Pal Hal Show, I defend everyone's rights on a daily basis. We have the right to bear arms. Since we have that right, there can be few preconditions to exercising that right. Rob Schaefer, I feel you on that, but I also, then you get into the idea, are you like a a purist when it comes to the Constitution, or do you think it was written in a different day and age? I personally feel like it was a completely different day and age, and we need some reasonable gun control. It's not going to happen. You have to consider the history and the culture. This country was founded on the rebels' right to bear arms from tyrannical government and protect self and property. Yeah. Listen, I exercise the right to bear arms every day. I will bear my arms. Woo! Muskets took 60 seconds per shot. This man shot hundreds of rounds in minutes. Rob, the Constitution originally only granted some rights to landowners, so obviously it is a living document and thus can be modified. Wrong for today's world. Matasaro, welcome to the gun show. You can't own a nuke, so limits can exist. Yeah. Do you see he had a tattoo of Michelle Rodriguez on his left shoulder? Simon, leave my family alone. All right. Continuing on here. Stacy's feeling a little sleepy. And, Steven says, how am I going to overthrow the government? Maybe I'll take him to the gun show. There you go, Stacy. A little rooster crow for you. All right. So back to that, just putting a pin on that last story. Glad the folks at that Orange County church were able to stop that gunman and prevent more bloodshed. But yeah, a difficult situation. Is that a pug tattoo? Yes, mother. Travis, McDonald's packing up, getting out of Russia. McDonald's to exit Russia after more than 30 years. So long, no more Big Mac. It is impossible to ignore the humanitarian crisis caused by the war in Ukraine, and it is impossible to imagine the golden arches representing the same hope and promise that led us to enter the Russian market 32 years ago, Chief Executive Officer Chris Kempinski said in a letter to employees. There you go. So, what about no more McNugget? No more Szechuan sauce. No more apple dippers. No more Big Mac. Rob Schaefer says, so let's have some reasonable free speech preconditions or Fifth Amendment restrictions, or how about some reasonable 13th Amendment restrictions? I will fight to prevent that from happening. Rob Schaefer, there are reasonable free speech preconditions. You can't yell fire in a movie theater, my friend. You can't show pornography in certain circumstances. I don't know all the details, but there are. So there you go. Thank you, Rob Schaefer. We have those. Moving on. Let's check out the next story here. Sorry, and again, you know what? Good move by McDonald's. McDonald's, but some people are like, oh, but they're still going to be poisoning America with their food. Listen, I'll eat a McDonald's every once in a while. I'm not, not exactly not exactly healthy here. Not exactly healthy here. Yeah, my mom says McDonald's leaving Russia. That should anger Putin. No din-din tonight. You know what? Hopefully Putin is hooked up to an IV in a hospital somewhere. Simon says his favorite way to watch pornography is when he's in line at Comcast returning his cable box. Very good, very good. No Name in the house. No Name, thank you for being here. Hey, by the way, Steven in Alabama, great having you here. Please go ahead and subscribe if you see that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. Great to have you here. And let me just tell everybody, if you aren't subscribed, please subscribe. You're going to get alerts about when this show and other great shows on the Backchannel Network are on. And you're going to want to be subscribed because we are going to be having giveaways. We are going to be just having so many opportunities for additional fun that you're not going to want to miss. That you are not gonna want to miss. Rob Schaefer says threats of violent fraud are not protected speech, and you can yell fire in a theater, and you can show pornography in public. All right. Well, I know the FCC regulates the airwaves, and you know, that is a regulated type of speech. Those are limits to free speech. So now, but I think we're getting, there is a lot of it has its own lexicon. There is legal verbiage, and I appreciate that, Rob, that they're like literally, the language of the law, the letter of the law sets that aside, and it is not free speech. It is different. But I think if you take a step back and look at it, it is literally speech. Matasaro says, Rob, which are great examples of limits on free speech. You cannot say restrict free speech and then ignore the restrictions by not, but no true Scotsmaning them. There you go. Continuing on, a little spirited debate here. Never hurt anyone. Yeah, we already talked about basketball. We talked about some hoops. The conference finals in the NBA are set. As we mentioned, Andy McClain's Dallas Mavericks are going up against Travis's Golden State Warriors. And Travis, do you want to come in here for a sec?
You're going to fight? Let's do this.
I mean, maybe you and Andy, because like these are two, like this is one of the fandoms. You're Golden State, he's Dallas. Should there be a little gentleman's wager?
Gentleman's wager. Yeah, I think that could work.
Andy McClain saying Mavs in 6. I mean, I don't. Oh, remember Travis when you had to when you grew that mustache to show your friends, and then you ended up not
not going to the wedding at all.
Not going to the wedding because driving conditions.
Yeah.
Maybe it's maybe you grow a mustache. I mean, Rob Schaefer and I were talking about a bet where I grow mutton chops, or he wears a wig or something. I don't know.
I have an idea.
Yes.
If the Warriors pull this out for the week ensuing after, Andy McClain, I'd like you to change your name to Baron Davis Goat.
Okay. And then Travis, maybe you have to be like,
Get out of here.
Dirk Nowitzki, 69 or something.
Whatever you think, Seb.
Okay.
I was gonna say.
All right. So Travis wants Baron Davis Goat. What Andy McClain? If the Mavs win, you have to tell us what you would like Travis to go by.
That, or because I usually don't have myself named in the stream for the sake of like the title pops up. I will do something. You can have something. I'll hang something up behind me. I will wear. I'm not gonna buy a jersey. I'm gonna put a $20 limit on my humiliation. I'm happy to spend up to $20 on my humiliation, but anything, the world is your oyster in that regard. If it is truly Mavs in 6, which that's cute. Look, Luke is incredible. He's amazing. That was an absolute pantsing of the Phoenix Suns. But I got something to I got some faith in championship DNA. I'll put it that way.
Rob Schaefer, and I just want to bring this up. Rob Schaefer says, I'll stand by my record of fighting for your civil rights. I actually sue the government when they overstep their authority. And I appreciate that. I really, Rob Schaefer makes me, and I have very good friends like this. Like, sometimes Rob Schaefer and I disagree. He's still my pal for real, because having discourse with someone who you might disagree with on certain topics, it sharpens your point of view. It helps you to understand. And you know what? It could also cause you to evolve a little bit. Like, Rob Schaefer helps me to see ideas in truth and clarity and from a real world perspective. And I always appreciate Rob Schaefer's discourse on these serious issues that we're talking about today and various issues. So thank you for sharing your point of view, Rob. Even though I might not agree with all of it, it is so welcomed and appreciated. For sure. Because that is this country. I think there's so much wrong here. And the only way we can move forward is to chat about it a little bit with people that you don't always see eye to eye with and be friends. Rob, if I got to sit down with Rob Schaefer, oh my goodness, we would eat, drink, and be merry. So I appreciate that. Travis, did you have a thought that you were going to finish before I jumped in there?
No, Andy McLean is proposing that I wear 77 on my cheek like cheerleader makeup for 3 days. I could take that wager.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, we'll talk a little bit more about it on the other side. Let me do a station identification and we'll take a quick break. How does that sound, Travis?
Sounds great.
Great. So appreciate everybody being here on the Your Pal Hal show. A lot of good discourse today, and also goofs and gags, plenty of them. So if you would like to join the chat today or any day, by the way, I got a shout out to Steven who subscribed. Travis, do you see that? Also, Stacy. Yes, Steven. Appreciate you.
Killing the game, Steven.
Rob Schaefer, honored to be your friend as well, Rob. You've been such a great friend of the show and just a great dude to know. And you typify the bottom line for me. Everyone just wants life, liberty, and happiness. Everyone wants to just a good life, and they don't want to see their friends struggle. I think we all have the same wants and points of view here. So I appreciate you, Rob. Anyway, we're here 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the West Coast, 2 to 4 on the East Coast, 1 to 3 in Texas, Omaha, Nebraska, home of Rob Schaefer, attorney at law, and 7 to 9 in London, England, the home of our new friend Hopper. So, join the chat. Thusly, you can talk to your smart device, use the magic word say, and put in anything after that. Smart device, say, I'm eating a plate of fully loaded nachos. Or go to backchannel.tv, chat with us there, and leave a review of the Your Pal Hal show. And or, if you're hanging out on YouTube, peace and love to the YouTubers. Folks, we're going to take a petite break, just a little break. Take care of a little business in the toilet zone, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to go take a leak. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
The amazing thing to see. The stars, they feel so wonderful. How can such things be? A little science, a little magic. A little science, a little science. A little science, a little magic. A little science, a little science. A little science, a little magic. A little science, a little science.
Oh, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Your Pal Hal Show. I am your host, Hal Rudnick. We are live on Backchannel. And remember, this is the only play on your Echo device where you can listen live and talk with the host. Oh, my goodness. Simon recommending the new Kendrick Lamar. I'm absolutely a hip hop fan, but as Travis knows, and as like I don't seek out as much new stuff, but I do you know, when I'm riding with the with my wife in the car, she always wants to listen to like more like classic rock or like oldie, and I usually want to listen to like newer stuff. Travis, what? You're shaking your head.
I'm apoplectic. It's so good, and that's not as a criticism of your listening habits. You'll get there. I know it.
Yeah.
The lead-off track for a Coachella headliner to kick off a comeback album. We could all call that. It's been like 3.5 years, or no, 5. God, since 2017. To be so avant-garde off the bat and so open and vulnerable. It's gonna take a while to get through this thing. Woo.
Gotcha.
Woo.
Very nice. Thank you for your recommendation. I know you expose yourself to music.
I do. I exposed myself to music last night, in fact.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. What'd you see? What'd you see, Travis?
I saw Sun Lux, who is a longtime favorite of mine, and they are also the artist behind the soundtrack to the film Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Gotcha. I remember you mentioning that.
Played at the Fonda. Nice. It was one of the most well-mixed shows I've ever been to. It was fantastic.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. S. Freeman says, my wife is right with listening to the classics. I hear ya, but sometimes I'm listening to music, like older music, that is, granted, great. But then I'll be like, you know what? I got the, you know what? I've heard this song a million times. Excuse me. A little sneeze there. I heard the song a million times. I'm okay with not ever hearing it again. Even though it's a great song. It's a great song. Oh, what a good song. Don't need to hear it again. You know, because it's on in, you know, every restaurant, waiting room of the doctor's office. It's like all the song, like it's a, you know, what's an example? I don't know, like maybe you know, just certain classic rock songs, like you know, like, you know, a certain, maybe like, you know, a song from like Pink Floyd or Aerosmith, or like, you know, listen, Carlos Santana is a master, a legend, a living legend. But I don't know if I ever need to hear the song Black Magic Woman again. I've heard it enough times. But that's just me. That's just me. And, yeah. Games in the house. Welcome, Games. JD in Washington, thank you for being here. Stephen in Alabama, thanks again for subscribing, my friend. Very nice. Stacy said today is National Receptionist. National Receptionist? Andy McLean says, yeah, but think about your top 5 bands, artists all time. How many of them are classic? They're legends for a reason. It's true. S. Friedman says sacrilege. I know. I listen. Again, we're gonna disagree with each other sometimes, folks. Like I don't. Yeah, I don't need to. I don't need to hear like some of these songs that I've heard a million times. I might want to listen to something new. There you go. There you go. Top 5 bands artists all time. I mean, yeah. But then some of the classics, it's like you have like 60s, 70s classics, 80s, 90s classics. Then you have like 90s, 2000s classics. So it's a spectrum. It's a sliding scale. It's a spectrum. All right, a couple of more stories before we move on here. Oh, Travis. Let me finish the basketball stuff real quick. Just putting a pin on that. We got the Heat and the Celtics. That's going to be a barn burner. Because you know what I like about those two teams? They are just that. They are teams. They play together with a certain style, and they are intermeshed, interwoven. As opposed to, I think the worst example we've seen of this basketball-wise is the Brooklyn Nets. I mean, they never just gelled, and they were like a couple of superstars and a bunch of dudes just trying to get their footing. Travis, do you want to come in for a second, talk about this for a sec? Like, I really love the Heat and the Celtics, the way they're playing. I mean, Jimmy Butler has given a mindset, along with Pat Riley and the rest of the gang. They have bought in, and they are just like, you know, like they are trying to get down to business together. And they've been doing it since they had that bubble run where they made the finals a couple of years ago.
That's true. Though we must remember that they got absolutely spanked by the Bucks last season in the first round.
Right. And, you know, they were dinged up a little bit. Tyler Hero wasn't having the season that he's having this season, but you can't make excuses. Yeah, they got bounced, but they're bringing it right now. And the Boston Celtics, they made some mid-season adjustments. They got Derek White, who's just a long defender from the San Antonio Spurs, and they have really clicked. And even with Robert Williams being dinged up, who is one of the defensive leaders on that team, they look really good. Heat Celtics is going to be wild, says Andy McLean. Jimmy is on a mission. I love Jimmy Butler, man. He's just a fierce competitor. Also, I love the fact, like, he's a little bit of a particular. He's a particular dude. Like, he loves his specific kind of coffee. And, like, this reminds me of me a little bit. And I know Travis is a coffee drinker as well. But, like, he brought his own coffee to the bubble. And, and then he was making coffee for everybody. Or not everybody, but, like, some players would be like, oh, Jimmy's got the best coffee. He's a coffee connoisseur. And then I just like that he's in these silly Michelob Ultra commercials. As well.
Of all the people, you know, Jimmy Butler seems like a nice guy, but also he doesn't have a reputation of being, at least from a teammate perspective, as being the best hang, depending on who you are. Like, if you don't mix, it doesn't seem like Jimmy's going to be the guy that's like the life of the party, but they're really painting him as that guy. He has taken his bubble coffee obsession and expanded it into an entire company. Big Face Coffee is Jimmy Butler's coffee brand.
Oh, wow. You know what? I'm writing that down. And, you know, Travis.
Yes.
I'm a proud holder of a Starbucks Gold card here.
Oh, that is correct. I'll bring it up with big so you can show off that gold card.
Boom.
Get rewards miles on that.
Yeah. But I'm going to write that down. I would like to get, I'm going to order a pound of Big Face coffee.
As of yet, their coffee releases have been extremely limited. Extremely.
Aha.
And also,
so you can't get it.
You can't. They have some.
Why are you
things
tantalizing me? Why are you tantalizing me?
I'm giving you the updates as I get them. Like, their store has a lot of merch, and it has some coffee, and I gotta say, pretty outrageously expensive. but it seems like they're really going all out.
Well,
in terms
I'm going to
of their
explore. I'm going to
varieties.
explore. Also, if I'm going to flex with my Starbucks card, I also got to show off. I got that DQ. I got that Dairy Queen. I got that Dairy Queen card on deck.
Ace.
All right. So a lot of good basketball still left to be played, and I'm excited for it. Is your favorite Starbucks location unionized? Not yet. But I am all for it. I'm all for protected working conditions and workers' rights. All right. One more. Oh, Travis, let's shout out the world's oldest woman. Let's shout out the world's oldest woman. World's oldest woman celebrates 128. Wow.
Jesus.
Wow. Simon shaming me. If you don't have a Jamba Juice gift card, you ain't got nothing.
Jamba Juice? What year is it?
Yeah, I don't know. Jamba Juice. You know what? I do. Okay, two things about Jamba Juice.
Sure.
A, it's a sugar bomb.
Mm-hmm.
B, I do like their peanut butter banana. Or that might be Robex. Is that Robex or Jamba Juice? No, I think it's Jamba Juice. They got
both
a peanut
have
butter
one.
banana thing.
Yeah. I didn't, Robex is a Southern California thing. They didn't have those in NorCal. I had my first one here in Westchester when I moved down.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
All right, good to know. Good to know. Jamba Juice, sugar bombs. Grass Puddle says, yeah. So but there's a bougie place around here called Creation with a K.
Oh, and every store looks like it's made out of a boat for some reason.
Yeah, a boat or just it's all like stained wood.
Which, cool in theory, but sometimes in the context, the one that I've been to is in El Segundo, which is a nice neighborhood, and, it's a cool design, but in the context of the main street, it sticks out really bad.
Yeah. And listen, they have their own aesthetic. What are you going to do? All right, let's read about my new friend, this 128-year-old woman. A combination of fresh milk and wild spinach has helped Joanna Mazibuko reach the ripe old age of 128. Some might say overripe.
Let's give
She
some context to
celebrated
that. 128 means she was born in 1922, then minus 28, so that's 1894. No.
Whoa.
Wait. Yeah.
Wow.
That's so old.
That's old. She celebrated her birthday this week, and it's thought she could be the oldest person alive. Let's get into it. All right, let's look at this thread. She holds identity papers which said she was born in 1894. Good work, Travis.
I can do math. Great.
Yep. She lived through British colonialism, apartheid, and 2 world wars. Man. Joanna, who lives in Juberton, Klerksdorp. I don't even know what those words are. Could you look that up for me?
Yeah, I would love to, because this sounds fake as heck.
Juberton, Klerksdorp?
This is fake.
Told reporters she was brought up on a maize farm in the town of Ottosdal and was the eldest of 12 children.
South Africa.
Gotcha.
South Africa. We're looking at
okay, Juberton, Klerksdorp.
Wow.
That is, yeah. Klerksdorp.
Dang.
Grasspuddle said it sounds Dutch. She must have some great stories. I mean, yeah, or at least a lot of them. They did once battle a locust infestation. Yeah, she was around during that plague when they sent the locusts to the Pharaoh. She recalled, but the family, she survived a locust infestation. She survived the angel of death taking the firstborn. She survived the floods. She was on Noah's Ark. FYI. She recalled, but the family found a novel way to get rid of the pesky insects. There were ones that we could catch and eat. It was like you're eating meat. We would just fry them and eat them like that, just on their own. You know what? I'm not going to hate on that because I ate grasshoppers a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago. I had grasshopper tacos. So do it. Live it up. Live it up. All right. Is that all? There we go. There we go. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. You know what? God love her. God love her. Keep going. 128. My mom said no. Is it because I was had my finger in my ear? I think my mother just admonished me about having my finger in my ear. Roy is in the house. Roy, thank you for being here. Games in the house. By the way, if you are not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. There are two ways you can help us out if you're hanging out with us today. Hit that subscribe button. Don't be shy. And then go to backchannel.tv and leave a review. Leave a review of the Your Pal Hal show. S. Friedman saying that she's so old that her social security number is 4. Yeah. But she's in South Africa, so she does not have a social security number. But that's a good one anyway. It's a good one. It's a good one. I like it, S. Friedman. Secret to living old, grasshopper tacos, and mustard dip chocolate. Grass puddle. I love those deep cut callbacks. Mild Dairy Lightsaver says, I think she's disappointed with the grasshopper talk. Deborah might have to start feeding this kid again. Maybe. All right, Travis, we're going to move on from the rest of the stories and go to the deep dive. We're going to go to the deep dive. And I got another letter here. Twitter account deep dive. Good day, sir. I saw you exploring the Twitter accounts of various automotive entities. Bentley, Mercedes, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Ferrari, but you've left out the top motor vehicle in the world. And I say, how dare you, sir? Allow me to repeat. How dare you? You have not done a deep dive of the very finest. Yes, of course, I'm speaking of the brand that I represent, Fiat. What? Yes, you heard me right, or read correctly in this circumstance. Fiat. The little car that could. If you do not do a Twitter deep dive on your next show, I will seek you out and intentionally do a fender bender on your car. Sincerely, Fiat. All right, well, I don't want to. And then they sent me a bunch of legal paperwork. Travis, I guess we just have nothing left to do then but to Fiat. There it is. All right, we're going to look at the Twitter account belonging to Fiat. There's a little red Fiat. Oh, let me adjust. Grass Puddle reminded me that Fiat is Italian. Hey, what are you, stupid? How come you explore the Twitter account of Fiat? It's a good car. You do the Rolls Royce, you do the Bentley, you do the Mercedes, not the Fiat. And so on and so forth. Thank you, Grass Bottle. Thank you. Fiat red. Okay. Don't know what the significance is, but great. News, updates, questions, and answers from Fiat official global Twitter channel. There you have it. 185,000 followers. Robust. Okay. Let's look at some of those tweets. Some of those sweet tweets. Oh man, you want to live your life to the fullest, and I mean running and rock climbing and cycling. Listen. Fiat, Panda, and Tipo Garmin, with their new off-road style and adventurous look, are made for those like you. All right, there you go. There you go, folks. If you want to live your life to the fullest, which means getting active, I suppose. The challenge is to bring the best music venues into the new 500, tuning all passengers into the ultimate acoustic experience. There you go. So they really care about the sound of music in the Fiat. See, I will listen to music. Like I mentioned, my wife and I were always like going back and forth about the radio channel. But I am really into. I like a little bit of. I listen to more talk radio. Probably at the end of the day, I like to listen to sports. I like to listen to sports talk, and I like. I'm not always. So that's great though. Travis, that's probably interesting to you. What do you think? Do you want to? Are you excited that Fiat is bringing these music venues into their new 500?
I mean, I don't necessarily does that mean they've upgraded their speaker system? Is that sort of their whole...
all I know, I don't know. You're asking me questions I can't answer, Travis. But let me quote S. Friedman when I say the hills are alive with the sound of Fiat.
Thanks to the subwoofer in the... All right, this is marketing. I don't fall for your tricks, Fiat. I won't fall for it. Saying, "Ooh, we got JBL to tune our sound system, and we put a subwoofer in the back." Okay, I'm not gonna drive a Skittle.
Oh, shots fired! You'd rather drive a box.
I would rather drive a box because you know what I can fit in the box? Everything.
There you go. There you go. Don't underestimate the power of a nice cargo bay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's look at a couple more tweets, and then we're gonna get the heck out of this Fiat. Setting a new tempo is just our choice, but also it's not just our choice, it's the people's choice. We're on track to sell 100,000 full electric 500 this year. Can you hear it?
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. Good for the environment. I don't know, what are all those little freaking things around it?
Solar panels. No.
Lights, electric?
I think that's a display that probably illuminates at night in some fancy courtyard.
There you go. Simon appreciates where you're coming from on this. All right. Okay. They're really getting into the sound system in the car. Like they are leaning hard into that.
Bocelli family. And they're leaning, hey, Italy. They're really leaning into it.
Yep. Oh, Andre Bocelli?
Yeah, they got the whole family there.
Yeah, there you go.
We can all fit in this, kind of.
Hey. I got the shotgun. Can the new 500 transform into an opera theater or a recording studio? Come on board and discover this new musical adventure. All right, you know what? I get it. You know, tiny car with a big sound. Fiat. Hey! All right, thank you, Fiat. I think we've seen enough.
What
do you think?
I agree. I have I appreciate marketing as much as the next guy, but as one does when you know a certain amount about something, when you see like, oh, they have a lot of marketing shtick in terms of how they tune the EQ in the stereo system. I'm like, Then again, I don't know. Maybe they've cracked some new code. Maybe they're working on something truly special, but
maybe. Like my brother, like I got into his car, and he's like, "Oh, I just got the best stereo system put in," and like, because he loves music as much as anybody. My brother Scott, who's a public defender in Brooklyn, and I was listening to it, and I was like, "It's fine." It's fine.
Sounds like music.
Yeah.
It's hard because, you know, with automobiles, you're also fighting the overall noise level of the car from the inside, like road noise, what you hear, and
exactly.
It's a tough environment to perfect.
Yeah, tough environment to perfect. You could say that about a lot of places.
Yeah.
I want to welcome some folks to the chat, by the way. Games in the house. Roy, I appreciate you being here. Rigid Elephant. Thank you for being here, Rigid Elephant. Dino in Pennsylvania. Hey, Dino, welcome to the party, my friend. Workable Sloth. I love a workable sloth as opposed to just a sloth that is just impossible to work with. Receptive Asp. Heck yes. Thank you, everybody, for being here. You are tuned in to Backchannel, the only play on your Echo device that allows you to listen live and talk live with your host. In this case, it's me, Hal Rudnick, the host of the Your Pal Hal Show. We're here Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the West Coast, 2 to 4 on the East Coast, 1 to 3 in Texas and Omaha, Nebraska, the home of the official attorney of the Your Pal Hal Show, Rob Schaefer. And I would love it if you would communicate with us. Yes, talk to us. Let us know what you think about anything. We've had a lot of funny chat today and some spirited discourse as well. And also, we've had some good basketball talk. Travis and Andy McLean are going to bet a high dollar amount or a gentleman's bet on the upcoming Mavs Golden State Warriors series. So here's how you can talk to us if you want to get in on any of our conversation about news, pop culture, and silliness. Talk to your smart device. Say the name of your smart device. It rhymes with T-Rexa. So the name of your smart device, use the magic word say, and then you put in anything after that. So let us know what you're snacking on. Smart device, say, I'm eating cucumbers and hummus, just like my mom was. Smart device, say, I'm crushing a fried chicken sandwich. Oh, that sounds so good right now. Or smart device, say, I am just vaping. Just vaping. Or go to backchannel.tv. Click join the chat. You can chat with us there. Also, peace and love to all my YouTubers. Peace and love. And thank you for being here. Dino, Rigid Elephant, Games. Also, you can do like my new pal, Steven in Alabama, and hit that subscribe button. If you see the subscribe button in the, Travis, where's the subscribe button? Is it in there?
That is in the lower left-hand corner. Lower left-hand corner of their
yes, in the
Echo
lower
show.
left. If you see if you see the subscribe button in the lower left-hand corner of your Echo show, bam, hit it. My mom asking if Scott is hooked up yet. Haven't heard from him lately. I talked to him the other day. Scott's doing all right. I mean, he's not beating me in fantasy baseball, but he's doing all right. Okay, it is time, folks. Little Recs and reviews. This time focusing on the weekend box office. That's right. Let's see. Who performed? How they performed. Did they perform? At the weekend box office. What movies? What movies out? Well, I think you could probably guess. Who took the weekend. But let's see. Coming in at number 5. Number 5 at the weekend box office. We had mentioned this film earlier. We've talked about it before on this show. You know what? If you want to enter the multiverse, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Travis, did Sunlux play anything from the soundtrack last night?
They did. A couple of tracks. Interesting way they developed the soundtrack. Initially, they were going to do some original compositions and use some of their back catalog. Ended up writing a whole bunch of music instead. 2 tracks were played from the soundtrack, one of which was like a solo improvisation where the singer and main composer gave this whole emotional speech. A lot of the crew was there from the movie. It was one of those like, oh, this feels special. It was just a gig on their tour, but it felt a little special.
That's nice. That is very cool because like this movie has really captured the hearts of a lot of people. It's become a little bit of a cultural touchstone.
It's
right now.
If nothing else, opinions aside, it is certainly for cinema at large like a neat story.
It's a neat story. And it's a cool movie because it's doing so much. And I, even though like I didn't love it, I really liked it and I respected what it's doing. Culturally, there's a parent-child story. There's a story about being another culture and adapting to life in a new country. It's about love and relationships. It's an action movie. It's a science fiction movie. There's so much happening here, and it spins all those plates very well, very well. So yeah, absolutely encourage you to see that if you haven't seen it. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Firestarter came in with a fizzle, and it doesn't help that it was available to stream at the same time. But Firestarter, yeah, and it got some like pretty lousy reviews. 3.8 million at the box office. Also, I feel like Firestarter. I mentioned this. I think Grasspuddle responded to this tweet. But Firestarter should How come they don't have the Prodigy song in the movie? I'm the Firestarter. I'm the troublemaker. You know what I mean? Sonic the Hedgehog coming in third at 4.6 million. Sonic 2, by the way, Sonic 2, hanging in there, making some dollars. The Bad Guys holding in the number 2 spot, coming in second. Bad Guys doing okay at the box office, $6.9 million. And no surprise, the number 1 film in the country, second week in a row, robust box office, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. So, Andy McLean asking, how do y'all rank Doctor Strange with Shang-Chi, Eternals, Black Widow, and No Way Home? Okay, so as far as my enjoyment goes, I would go Doctor Strange 2. I liked it. My experience watching it was the most fun. No Way Home 2. Shang-Chi, very close. Very close. I really liked Shang-Chi, but No Way Home was great. I did not watch Black Widow yet. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to put it ahead of Eternals because I just didn't like the Eternals. So, Mild Dairy Lifesaver Simon chiming in. Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, Shang-Chi, and Eternals, who cares? And no Black Widow. So Simon and I are essentially, we see eye to eye on that pretty much. Travis, did you have any thoughts on this? Have you seen all these movies or enough to venture an opinion? I know you're a comic enthusiast.
Yeah, the only one I haven't seen yet is Eternals, but I'm going to put that at the bottom just based off consensus and the time I had with the other movies. No Way Home, number 1 for me. I think it was, for my tastes, pretty perfect in its execution. It was a heck of a time. Doctor Strange 2 right below that. It had more truly fun moments from like a taste perspective. You know, like I keep saying, it feels like a Sam Raimi guitar solo in the back third. Black Widow's a fun movie. You know, it's totally, I liked it. David Arbor kills in that. So does Florence Pugh. and then I'm sure Eternals will be fine ish. Why not?
Gotcha. What about Shang-Chi?
Oh, darn. Yeah, that's the one that's hard to place. I'm gonna put that third. I'm gonna put that third.
Ahead of Black Widow.
Ahead of Black Widow. I had more unique fun with that. Black Widow felt like a completely workable, boilerplate-ish Marvel film in the tradition of like the Phase 2 films.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense. But it fills in a nice part of the timeline and gives that character some not much needed, but much deserved context.
Yeah, well, and it's about damn time for Marvel to have a female-led superhero film. Yeah. Oh, and they already had Captain Marvel. They already had Captain Marvel. But yeah. But Black Widow, it was like, what Black Widow was like, you know, don't treat Black Widow like Hawkeye.
Part of the core team, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Rob Schaefer saying Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Shang-Chi, Eternals, Black Widow. Okay. There you go. Rob Schaefer placing Eternals a little bit higher.
Totally.
S. Friedman saying Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Shang-Chi, Eternals, Black Widow. S. Friedman and Rob Schaefer seeing eye to eye on that. So it's a little bit of a mix here between Doctor Strange and Spider-Man No Way Home. I mean, Spider-Man, you know, I'd have to watch both again, but Doctor Strange was less predictable than Spider-Man No Way Home.
That is true.
That's what, and the pacing of Doctor Strange, I felt like it was bang, 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 bang. I like that ride. I like that ride just a little bit better.
To tie it into the only other thing I care about in this life, the No Way Home felt like maybe the second or third Warriors-Cavs finals where you're like, this is going to be fun, but I know what's going to happen. And Doctor Strange was like this season where it's like, I got no idea what's going on. No clue.
Right.
Which is exciting in its own right.
Simon saying, I want to say the first hour of Shang-Chi was a delight. Proper Kung Fu meets MCU. Once they introduce Ben Kingsley, it takes a little bit of a turn, but it's still really good. You know what? I really liked Before They Left for like on their grand adventure.
When it became a World of Warcraft movie for half an hour?
Yes. Thank you. Well put, Travis. I liked when they were still in, San Francisco? And like with the family, and just like seeing him, like, you know, Shang-Chi, like being, like seeing just who Simu Liu's, like character was before he so I could have had it like stay a little bit more in that world. I really enjoyed that as well. I think Simon and I are kind of on the same page there. Andy McLean says, I know I'm in the minority, but I super dug the Eternals. I appreciate where you're coming from there. Andy McLean's rankings. He's the man that asked the question. Spidey, Strange 2, Eternals, Shang-Chi, Black Widow. Listen, I ain't mad at that. I think I just, I just didn't have the patience for it. I don't know. I don't know what it was. Maybe I just wasn't in the right state of mind. No worries though. That's the fun thing about these movies. There's here's the thing. All of these answers are right. Okay, like it or not. It's a subjective thing. By the way, speaking about superhero movies, my mom, Deborah Rudnick, and I think she's going to come on the show and talk about it. She watched Dark Knight and Joker. And she had a lot of interesting things to say. And also, I'm helping her work on a Joker impression, which maybe I shouldn't. It's weird for someone's mom to do a Joker impression.
Fair enough.
But she enjoyed the Joker, but she thought it was the Joker gets very violent at the end. There's a couple of very violent scenes.
Yeah.
So she was like a little bit like, you know what? It went a little far for me. This is my mom talking. Too scary. Too scary. It went a little too far. You couldn't stop thinking about some of those scenes. Oh, too scary. So, yeah. My mom, her thoughts on Joker and The Dark Knight coming soon.
Thrilling.
Right? S. Friedman says, did you ever watch Big Hero 6? I missed it. I did not. Travis, Big Hero 6?
Yeah, caught that in theaters. Fine. Weird ending, but not as against it as it seems like a lot of people have come to land on it.
Wait, why have people turned on Big Hero 6?
There was like a lot of Big Hero 6. This was about a year ago. There was a lot of like Big Hero 6 is not that good of a film take, which, whatever. I thought it was interesting. Had some cool visions of a future, cool soundtrack. The idea of like a Pixar / Marvel film was neat. Yeah. Did not like it.
Eloise in Idaho hanging out with us. Eloise, thank you for being here. Dino in Pennsylvania, I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Steven, Stacy, good on you. All right, Travis, I think we have time for one of our am I the a-hole questions? Folks, every once in a while, we visit Reddit and we ask the important question. Am I the a-hole? So, I am going to bring this up and let's see. Who's to blame here? Who's the a-hole, folks? Who's the jerk? Who's the jerk face in this situation? So, here is the question. Travis, this first one, we haven't done this yet, right? Or did we?
No, I don't believe so. We haven't done the segment, I think, in longer than that.
Yeah, great. S. Friedman says, this is my favorite segment, LOL.
It was a really good one. Great subreddit. Highly recommend anybody if they're feeling truly bored.
Yeah. All right, here we go. I'm going to read this. Am I the a-hole for returning the shoes I got for my husband after he accused me of stealing from him? Yikes. All right. Hey, what's yours is mine. What's mine is yours. I'm 29. The person who's talking, husband, 36, is the breadwinner of the family. I stay home with the kids who are preschool age. He pays for the mortgage, bills, household needs, food, kids' needs, etc. He has a set monthly budget for each category and handles getting everything done. Recently, he has become overwhelmed and he told me to handle grocery shopping, but before he let me, he asked me to write a list of the stuff we need so he could calculate the total and also so he'd have an idea how much I'll be spending when I take his credit card. I didn't have an issue with that because this is the way we'd watch our spending habits. You got to make a budget nowadays. You got always, it's a household budget, money. Am I right? Oh, don't get me started, folks. That's that's part of you come to an agreement. You see eye to eye. You work together. It's teamwork. It's yeah. So he said I'm never allowed to get something that isn't on the list unless I'm paying for it some other way. Interest. Okay, it seems a little harsh, but okay. Listen, to each their own. On Friday, I was doing some grocery shopping, and as usual, and saw that the store had some nice shoes on sale. The price was insanely low for this brand, so I decided to grab a pair for my husband, thinking he'd be happy with them since he needed new sneakers anyway. I bought them, and when I showed them to him, he flipped out on me saying I made a huge mistake by buying something that was not on the list. I agreed with him, but I thought that since the shoes were for him, then it'd be different. He said I screwed up and shouldn't have bought those sneakers without even telling him. But in my defense, I said that the price was so low, it's not like I spent $100 on shoes. And also, I saw this as a great deal and wanted him to have those nice sneakers. He plainly said that what I did is considered stealing, since he never consented to have those sneakers purchased, and that I'm being irresponsible with money, and that is why I no longer have an income and my spending habits need a grib. If you can help me define what a grib is. I felt hurt by what he said. We argued about it for hours.
Maybe that was gripe.
Gripe.
Maybe that was gripe. Maybe.
I don't know. But here's the thing. I understand like what having an issue, but this seems a little harsh. Travis, you want to come in here for a sec?
Sure.
Doesn't this seem harsh? But on the everyone's budget is their own. But this guy, this woman doesn't have any wiggle room. She tries to do something nice, and this guy loses it. Dude needs to chill.
Yeah, no, she's absolutely in the right, and this is one of those situations where you're married to him.
Yeah. Ma'am, if you're listening,
pray that you are.
Your husband is the a-hole. Your husband is the jerk face. All right. You know what? Let's get our rejected segment out of the way, because then we're gonna hike the ball and hand it off to your friend of mine, Mario Smith. Right?
Heck yeah.
Okay.
No brakes on the train.
No brakes on the train. Today's rejected segment is Hal walks through a glass door. Oh, this looks like it's just space. It's just an opening. It's just an opening between two walls. So I'm just going to keep walking. What? Oh, I'm bleeding. Okay, and that would have been a lot more elaborate if we had time. So it's a rejected segment. That was just a taste. That was just a taste. You know what? Thank you for hanging out with us. This has been a wonderful time. We're here Monday through Friday, 5 days a week, 11 to 1 on the West Coast, 2 to 4 on the East Coast. I want to thank everybody that's been here. Don't go anywhere, because we've got the wonderful Mario Smith and The Drive with Mario Smith. Mario.
History. From your show to my show. This is awesome.
Oh yeah, it's a brave new world, a brave new world.
Oh, to say the least. How you doing, Hal?
I'm real good, Mario. Real good. I mean, there's I say that there's a lot of garbage in the world, a lot of horrible stuff. I mean, my heart breaks for Buffalo.
The funny thing, Hal, it happened in 4 major cities around the United States this weekend. Our world is on fire, man. The world's on fire. It's up to people like me and you to help get the troops organized so we can put the fire out.
You know what? I feel you, man. If we have a little bit of a platform, or just like in our day-to-day lives, doing some good and preaching love, not hate. I mean, not just the gun violence, but the hate motivated crime in Buffalo. It's infuriating. It's frustrating. What can you say about it? But
it's very telling.
To make sense and work through.
It's very telling that that our country, we amplify the problem. It's a global problem. It's been a global problem for a long time. Nothing new, but we're in a great moment, actually, because we have an opportunity to change it. it really depends on who the messenger of that change is, though. Me saying it isn't going to have the same impact, if you follow what I'm saying, because it's very difficult for me to be a white supremacist. I'm going to say impossible. It's going to take the population of a certain segment of our society to say that this is wrong, because we can't keep saying it's wrong and when it's happening to us at the same time. It doesn't work that way. So I think once we get to the part of the program where people get over themselves and really begin to say out loud, it is wrong for an 18-year-old boy, although he's considered an adult, it's wrong for an 18-year-old boy to be able to travel across state lines in full military gear with a GoPro on his helmet and shoot up a grocery store in a black neighborhood in Buffalo. It's equally as wrong for a group of teenagers to get together in Chicago, Illinois, in Millennium Park, the safest of safe spaces in the city, the number one tourist attraction in the Midwest, and have a gun with a laser on it and kill another 16-year-old black boy. They're both wrong. One is wrong, the other is wrong, and they're both based out of the tenets of white supremacy. Until that conversation happens, we will be having these memorials and thoughts and prayers and all of it forever. The idea that we can change it in 2022, though, is real, and it's happening. It's just a matter of who in the segment of our society that has the voice, the power voice, who's going to be the one to say this is wrong and we have to stop doing this. And until that happens, man, we pray for the best.
Strong stuff, Mario. I really appreciate that, and I'm sure you've got I'm sure you've got a lot more to say, and you've got a couple hours to say it with. Mario, I appreciate you, man. Have a great show. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, producer Travis. Mario, I will talk to you later, my friend.
Absolutely, Hal. Always good seeing you, Travis. Hal Wave. I get to do it for real this time. Hal Wave.
Bye, everybody. You're in good hands. You're in good hands with Mario Smith. See you, folks.
Right on. I hope everybody hangs out before we do the show open. Sarah's sick, but she's there. She may show her face at some point. It's time to get in the car and let's go. It's The Drive with Mario Smith. Start the show. Good afternoon, everybody. Live from the third largest city in the United States of America, Chicago, Illinois. 8 days in with COVID. I'm almost out of the COVID protocol, baby. It's The Drive with Mario Smith. I'm Mario Smith. Welcome to Backchannel.tv on a brave new day in our company's history as we are continuously giving you the stuff. What a beautiful day. I am glad that you all are here today, hoping that your Monday, it's Monday, right? Hoping that your Monday is turning out well and that everything is good for you and that your weekend, as interesting a weekend as it has been in our country, was good. She said she can't talk. I don't want her to talk, but at least wave at me or something, Sarah, so I know that you're okay. Sarah Brown, our producer, this week while Gliss is on a boat with some fabulous pictures on that boat. She says hello, everybody. Some fabulous pictures from the boat that I got on my phone earlier. He's sailing around mountains. Gliss is doing good. Thank you all for being here. Absolutely. We really appreciate your patronage today. Thank you, Hal. And thank you, producer Travis. We've got a lot to talk about on the show this afternoon. We're going to do everything we can to deliver some thoughtful commentary based around what has happened this weekend in the United States. It is difficult to have these conversations, but you know what? We have to have them, and we have to be forthright about these things. This isn't stopping, and that's the problem. It's not stopping. It shows no signs of stopping. We'll try to get to some of that today, definitely. Further down in the show, we've got Sportsy Sports, of course. We'll talk about what happened yesterday with the Celtics. Talk about Pat Bev snapping out on on ESPN this morning. You know, you got to back up that talk. Chris Paul's an older man, but there's younger dudes on that team. Everybody saw what he said today. If you watched it, you saw it. But we'll get to all those things in a bit. Grass Puddle, I don't think Sarah is sick enough where something dastardly will happen. I believe that she is okay. And if something terrible happens, we'll just say goodbye and end the show early. And real quick, the COVID monster has been very interesting. I am much better. I'm telling you, I am so much better than I was this week, last week on this day, Monday. And thank you, Mild Dairy Lifesavers. I am going to embarrass the you-know-what out of COVID every chance I get. It has not been without its challenges. Last week was rough. This weekend took the proverbial turn around the corner. I make the little mechanic turn. But right now, everything is going smoothly, and I feel excellent. And I'm hoping to test. Is it negative or positive? I'm hoping to test negative today or tomorrow, as today is day 8. I'm understanding that it takes 10 days to get rid of it, but I feel pretty good. I cannot stress this enough, and I'm not going to beat you guys over the head with it. If you haven't gotten your COVID shot, you should get it. Is that Sarah trying to pop up?
Hey, just coming on to say hello. Real quick.
Hey, you look wonderful. Hey, beautiful. How you doing?
Good. But yes, everyone I don't have COVID, but get your COVID vaccine. If you haven't already, I can't help you. You should get it.
Those, you know what, we should, I hope that's on tape so we can use that for the PSA long after you've gone back to Jam and Renee permanently. That'll be the one I'll play.
Great. Amazing. I'll send it to Gliss.
Please.
Awesome.
Please do. Hey, we could put those fancy pictures of his up at some point today too. It doesn't have to be now, but let's show the people that he is living his absolute best life.
Better life. Great.
Man. Yes. That's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Right on.
Bye, everybody.
Mild Dairy Lifesaver says, I'm about to take COVID. Mario, I'm about to take COVID on a drive to the retirement home. Look, man, I don't know if this is some kind of fast recovery. I just refuse. I'm from Chicago. When I was a little boy, this is all gonna tie up. When I was a little boy, I had the pleasure of watching Walter Payton play football. I think in his entire career, he missed 1 game, maybe 3 games. I think it's more like 1 game. And he didn't want to miss that game. Got dressed and everything, and he missed a game. I have always approached being sick like Walter Payton. I'm not the one. I can't. Being sick just it doesn't work for me. And I won't do it. So it's good to be here, though. I am glad to be here on the drive with everybody. Shout out to the folks who are checking us out on YouTube and who are listening to us on the Echo device. Really appreciate it. You know, you can get with Backchannel.tv beginning at 6 a.m. Eastern time with Haley and Allison's Good Morning at 8 a.m. Eastern, except for Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's Live Every Day with Liv Harrison on what? On Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's Kate and Will at 9 a.m. Eastern time. After that, Sarah produces one of the best shows on our network. Get on up with Jam and Renee at 10 a.m. until noon. And then from noon Eastern, except for Wednesdays, it's the Anthony Davis Show on Wednesdays at noon. It's Word of the Day quiz. And then your pal Hal at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And then it's me at 4 p.m. Eastern time with The Drive. And we appreciate it. And you're here on Backchannel.tv, the only play on your Echo device where you can watch and listen to live shows and chat with the hosts in real time. This is The Drive, as I mentioned earlier. I am Mario Smith. Still, check the time. Yes. You can catch the show here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern time. You want to know how you get involved with the show? It's really easy. All you got to do is send a chat. That's it. You can ask us questions. You can talk about stuff that we're going to talk about today. Some heavy stuff today. Not all of it's heavy, but we got some heavy stuff. and just chime in and get in. You're a passenger on the drive. If you could see me right now, and you're watching on an Echo Show or Fire TV, all you have to do is say the magic word Connexa, as we like to refer to her. Actually, the copy says T-Rexa, but Connexa just sounds, I don't know, closer to what it actually is. And you can say hello and just throw us a line and just click on the chat. You can do that. I'm sorry, if you're listening right now on an Echo speaker, giving you more of a radio feel, you can go to backchannel.tv. That's BACKCHANNEL.tv. And we welcome everybody that's watching us and listening to us this afternoon. Miles in Texas, thank you, my friend. Grass Puddle. Mario versus COVID will not go to 7 games, Grass Puddle. Nope. Well, actually, I guess it did because this is day 8. One more real quick thing about being I don't like being sick, right? We've established that already. I think what's bugging me more and making me really more agitated is that I can't walk out of my house. I just want to get out of here. I've been in the house since last Sunday. I did it for a whole year. I'm not saying I can't do it. I really don't like this. I want to get out. And it's nice in Chicago right now. It was wintertime when all this was going on before, right? So it wasn't as difficult, and mentally I prepared myself for it. I'm looking outside right now. It's a Chamber of Commerce day in Chicago. It's beautiful out. It really is beautiful outside. And I wish that you could see what I'm seeing. It's such a lovely day. You got some clouds in the skies. Like somebody referred to the clouds today. One's like a pizza puff. The other's a baseball stadium. And you got football. You got happy trees. The sky is filled with beautiful things today. I'm glad that you're here, though. I don't want to get on Mr. Rogers on you. Let's take a look at the headlines. The U.S. death toll from COVID-19 hit 1 million today, a once unimaginable figure that only hints at the multitudes of loved ones and friends staggered by grief and frustration. The confirmed number of dead is equivalent to a 9/11 attack every day for 336 days. It is roughly equal to how many Americans died in the Civil War and World War II. It's as if Boston and Pittsburgh were wiped out. A quote from Jennifer Nuzzo: "It is hard to imagine 1 million people plucked from this earth." She leads the New Pandemic Center at Brown University. She said, "It's still happening and we are letting it happen." Some of those left behind say they cannot return to normal. They replay their loved ones' voicemail messages or watch old videos to see them dance. When other people say they are done with the virus, they bristle with anger or ache in silence. The pandemic isn't over just because you're over it. And finally, McDonald's is closing its doors in Russia, ending an era of optimism and increasing the country's isolation over its war in Ukraine. The Chicago Burger Giant confirmed today that it's selling its 850 restaurants in Russia. McDonald's said it will seek a buyer who will employ its 62,000 workers in Russia and will continue to pay those workers until the deal closes. Quote, "Some might argue that providing access to food and continuing to employ tens of thousands of ordinary citizens is surely the right thing to do," McDonald's president and CEO Chris Kempczynski said in a letter to employees. "But it is impossible to ignore the humanitarian crisis caused by the war in Ukraine." McDonald's said it's the first time the company has ever de-arched or exited a major market. It plans to start removing golden arches and other symbols and signs with the company's name. McDonald's said it will also keep its trademarks in Russia and take steps to enforce them if necessary. And that's a look at the headlines at the top of the hour. When we come back after this break, we will have news from around the world, including but not limited to the tragedy from Buffalo, New York that happened this weekend. You're watching The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv, YouTube, and on your Amazon-supported devices. And we will be right back after these words. Welcome back, everybody. It's The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv. You're checking us out on the Echo device. Thank you. However you're getting us, we really appreciate it. Today's drink is pomegranate honey green tea. Because I am tired of being sick, Joe. I'm over it, man. I get it, but I'm tired of being sick. I don't like it. I just don't like it. I hope everybody's doing well today. It's a great day out here. As I said before, Miles is in Texas. Hello, Miles. Welcome to the show. No Name is with us. Thank you, No Name. We've heard from Grass Puddle, and we've also heard from Mild Dairy Lifesavers, including here's Mild Dairy Lifesavers. Now he says that's just classic ignorance. Just because you're done with COVID doesn't mean it's done with you, and because of that attitude, it's not done with all of us. And that's why we're still here, my brother. That's why we're still here. I had a whole thought this morning. If everybody, not even everybody, but if a substantial part of our population would have taken this as a challenge to eliminate it before it got bad, there's no way in the world 1 million people die. Just not possible. Impossible. Yet, cover of the New York Times yesterday, 1 million. It is mind-blowing that we are saying 1 million human beings died in this country. Not to mention all the other countries where millions of people have died. It's unbelievable how a doctor said the blessing was the vaccine and the curse was the vaccine. I believe if everybody would have taken this a little bit more seriously, not that we didn't take it seriously to begin with, but gotten that shot, at the bare minimum, wore a mask. We should not be here having this conversation anymore. we just shouldn't. Let's go on to the news. By the way, it's 15 minutes after the hour. And you'll notice if you've been watching today that we've made some very nice changes. So I need you guys to make sure that I get out of here early. Not that I have anywhere to go. I just can't screw this up and be on all night. I got to get out of here. So don't worry, you'll know. Uncle Mario's going to pull this bad boy over. Everybody out. From Seoul, Korea, North Korea today reported 8 new deaths and 392,920 more people with fevers amid a growing coronavirus outbreak as leader Kim Jong-un blasted officials over delays in medicine deliveries and ordered his military to get involved in the pandemic response in the country's capital of Pyongyang. The North's emergency antivirus headquarters said more than 1.2 million people fell ill amid a rapid spread of fever since last April, and about 564,860 are currently under quarantine. The 8 new deaths reported in the 24 hours through 6 p.m. Sunday brought its death toll to 50. State media didn't specify how many of the fever cases and deaths were confirmed as coronavirus cases. Experts say North Korea most likely lacks testing supplies and equipment to confirm coronavirus infections in large numbers and is mostly relying on isolating people with symptoms at shelters. Experts say the failure to slow the virus could have dire consequences for North Korea, considering its poor healthcare system. Its population of 26 million people is believed to be mostly unvaccinated after the government shunned millions of shots offered by the UN-backed COVAX distribution program, most likely over concerns related to international monitoring requirements. North Korea acknowledged its first coronavirus outbreak last Thursday when it announced that an unspecified number of people in Pyongyang tested positive for the Omicron variant. It had previously held for more than 2 years to a widely doubted claim of a perfect record keeping out the virus that has spread to nearly every place in the world. I have a bad feeling about this because of the isolation of North Korea, and the fact that 26 million people are probably unvaccinated, most of them. This is not going to end well and could prolong this even further all over the world. I guess if there's a bright light for the rest of the world, North Koreans don't really travel like that. They're not allowed. as far as I know. But that just means it's going to be worse there. Is this the moment where North Korea has the light shine on them and someone says, hey, if the West is offering you vaccines, take them? Or is he going to be afraid that the West might be trying to get him through one of these vaccines? I mean, it may sound like a ridiculous question, but is it really ridiculous from his point of view? The fact that they're referring to this as a fever, and I'm not trying to speak for the whole population of people who've had COVID, but coming out of it, that fever is real, man. And I can only imagine what it's like without a vaccination. And the idea that he's enlisting the help of the military to get him out of this mess says more about where they're really at. And I think this story is going to be fast moving. It will be one of the ones that we keep an eye on this week. But I would suggest that everybody keep an eye on it. We're talking about a population of 26 million people who may or may not, most of them, unvaccinated. That's stunning to me. That many that this dude is like, whatever, we're cool. Nobody's got it in North Korea, and that's folly as well. State media had previously said a workforce of more than 1.3 million people, including public health officials, teachers, and medical university students, were mobilized to find people with fevers or other symptoms so they could be quarantined. While North Korea could suffer huge fatalities if it doesn't quickly receive international shipments of medical supplies, it is not immediately clear whether the North's admission of the outbreak communicates a willingness to receive outside help. South Korea has offered to send vaccines and other supplies, but Seoul officials say the North has not made such a request. But some experts say Kim's comments last week during another Politburo meeting, where he praised China's pandemic response and urged his officials to learn from it, suggest that the North could be more willing to accept help from its major ally. So now he's depending on China. As we know, if there's a wild card in the world, it's China. I mean, in the most diplomatic sense that I could possibly mean. This is all very, very interesting to me. And it's coming with him accelerating the missile tests that he's been doing. We've been keeping an eye on those too. We have as a show. And when you take into account the sanctions that the U.S. has against North Korea, it's got to be crippling that country, especially now under a nationwide quarantine. So again, something to keep an eye on in the weeks to come, in the days to come, in the hours to come. And yeah, you couldn't be more right, Military Lifesavers. That is classic ignorance, even in this part of the story. And we will stay monitored to that as we move on. This I can't believe. I hate that Sarah's not feeling well because I really want to hear what she has to say about this. An Indian couple is suing their son and his wife, demanding grandchildren. Yo, look, I'll tell you what you won't be doing. Suing me because I don't want to have children. A retired Indian couple is suing their son and daughter-in-law, demanding that they produce a grandchild within a year or pay them 50 million rupees, which is about $675,000. Sanjeev Ranjan Prasad, a 61-year-old retired government officer, said it was an emotional and sensitive issue for him and his wife, Sadhana Prasad, when they cannot wait any longer. His son, a pilot, was married 6 years ago. Quote, we want a grandson or granddaughter within a year or compensation because I have spent my life's earnings on my son's education. Ooh. Prasad, the father, said he spent 3.5 million rupees, $47,300 for his son's pilot training here in the U.S. The main issue is that at this age, we need a grandchild, but these people my son and daughter-in-law have an attitude that they don't think about us. Wow. He referred to his son as and his wife as these people. But you're suing those people. We got married in the hope that we would have the pleasure of becoming grandparents. It has been 6 years since their marriage, Prasad said. It feels as if despite having everything, we have nothing. The court accepted their petition and scheduled it for a hearing on Monday in Haridwar, a city in northern Uttarakhand, I think that's how you pronounce it, state, media report said. The son and daughter-in-law could not be reached for comment. I wouldn't talk to you guys either. Prasad said he and his wife love children. We are not getting love and affection for where we want it the most, he said. I feel very unlucky. Oh, well, you think you feel unlucky now, sir. Let me take you to our poll. This is the poll question for today. Cold Cricket in New York, what's up? Here's a poll question for everybody, if you're watching or listening. if your parents, this is so goofy. I'm trying to frame this the right way so I don't. Okay, would you have children to solely make your parents happy? Would you have children just to make your parents happy? Yes or no? You can reach us at backchannel.tv. Just go to the chat. If you're listening to us on an Echo device, you can just say the name of your device and jump in on the chat. Yes or no? Would you have children just to make your parents happy? And if you're on YouTube, you can answer that question as well. Cold Cricket's in New York. Hello, Cold Cricket. I'm glad that you're here. That's that. There is absolutely no way on earth that I'm going to be coerced into having a child because you spent money on me. You're my dad. Just sipping my tea, as they do on the internet. He said, I spent all this money on this kid. He better give me a child. Wow. That's wild. Hey, thanks for being with us. By the way, you're here with us on The Drive. I'm Mario Smith, and if you're enjoying the show, there are two ways you can support the show. If you're watching right now and see that subscribe button, please click it. Subscribing will let you know when we're about to go live. And also, I have some special plans coming up in the next few weeks for those of you that are subscribed. Another way that you can really help me out, no matter whether you're watching or listening, is to leave a review. Look, I'm going to today, I think, at some point, try to read some of these reviews because they have been good. They've been interesting, to say the least. I'm going to try to pull some of them up now. I'm on Amazon, and let's see. All you got to do is type in Backchannel. Now, see right there, Backchannel.tv. It comes up in the search thing, and then you click the Prime button because you don't want to get jacked. And then let's see here. Reviews, right? Yeah. You're not going to allow me to do it in TV? Anyway, leave a review. That will be so helpful to us. It will give us an idea of how you feel about the show, things we need to change, things we need to enhance, things like that. So once again, go to backchannel.tv and click leave a review. This might be the roughest part of the show today. And that we are going to try to have this discussion about what happened in Buffalo, New York on over the weekend. As I said on Hal's show, and I can say it a little bit more succinctly on this show, that conversation can't come from people of color anymore about white supremacy and about racism and about people going to a grocery store and getting shot up. That's not our conversation to have anymore. I'm not trying to speak for all Black people by any means, but we're out of this conversation in this regard. For centuries, We have been enduring this. What happened over the weekend is not even the most heinous thing that's happened this year. Isn't that something? This man shot 13 people, killing 10. Of the 13 he shot, 10 of those folks were black. Tops, that grocery store in Buffalo, is in a community that is primarily black and Latino, I believe. I got a good friend of mine from Buffalo. His name's Jeff Kennett. I haven't seen him in many years. First person I thought of was him. I know how much he loves Buffalo. I know how much he loves being from Buffalo, New York. It's not like folly with that kid. He loves being from Buffalo. And I thought about him today, all weekend I've been thinking about it. And I will pose this question to you that it was posed to me. Imagine you, whatever ethnicity you are, get up, leave your house to go to the grocery store, and you don't come home because somebody doesn't like the way you look and they take you out. It is the coldest game in town, man. But again, it's not a conversation that we can breach anymore about, hey, look at what's happening to us. You see it. This is not a segregated incident in that you aren't allowed to see what happened. You can see it. The man went on Twitch and live streamed it. You see it. You see all of it. And when I say it's not a conversation for us to have, because who are we having this conversation with at this point? We need to have a conversation, my community, with each other about how do you respond to that. We haven't had that conversation yet either. I believe Chance the Rapper said that yesterday. Social media has played its part. Media has played its part. People misinformed have played their part. Government has played its part. But it all essentially comes down to, is this something that we can stop? In Chicago over the weekend, in Millennium Park is the #1 tourist attraction in the United States. It contains the bean that everybody likes to talk about. There was a gathering of a bunch of young people, and they were at the bean, and they did not have intentions on having a good time. They had intentions on wilding out, and they did. And a 16-year-old boy was shot in the chest and murdered at the bean. And today, the mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, instituted or redesigned the curfew for young people that allowed them before today to be out until 11 o'clock on the weekends. Now that is 10 o'clock. You're probably like, well, both of those things, neither one of those have anything to do with the other. Yeah, they do. They're all a part and part of this larger conversation that we can't have anymore. So somebody has to be able to be the one to have this conversation with their colleagues and their families and their friends about white supremacy. And it's the most difficult thing to talk about because nobody wants to admit that there's a problem, apparently. You saw it. 13 shot, 10 dead. 10 of those 13 people who were murdered were black people. There's a manifesto that this kid has. He had intentions, if he got away, to continue to shoot up everything he could in sight. And I forget this, and I'm not even going to say it or his name, but there's some theory that he was espousing, that Tucker Carlson was espousing on his television show. So you tell me, who are we supposed to have that conversation with? I'll wait, because I'm very excited to know, but I just don't think it's on us to talk anymore. We are being gunned down, victimized at every turn, and expected to act like, oh, please stop doing that to us. We can't keep doing that. That's not going to work. So when you think about the people in Buffalo, New York, think about that larger conversation. What are we going to do about this? Come on, Sarah, hop on. You're in New York, you're in Brooklyn. I can only imagine what it's like or what it's been like over the weekend in Brooklyn or in New York in general. And I know it's weighing heavy on people there because I can tell. It's the quietest New York has been in a long time. It's very hard to quiet New York City down. But
Yeah.
where are you at? How what is the general tenor of the city at this time?
Well, I don't think it's, I don't think New York as a whole is really like reeling from it. It's honestly like we're all just kind of numb from all of this. But like when you look at programs like Tucker Carlson or like Fox News in general, or when you look at, how we're raising our children, like these white men are, it's, oh, I'm trying to put into words. It's when these things happen, it's like the media likes to use racially motivated.
Mm-hmm.
They'll never say racist, or they won't say white supremacist or Nazi. They'll say racially motivated. And that makes it okay for other people to say it. But we need to start using these terms. This guy was a white supremacist. He was anti-Semitic. He did this because those people were Black.
And he identified as being that. He didn't shout. He said, "I am a white supremacist and I am anti-Semitic." He said it.
Exactly. And what's sad is that he was inspired by what happened on January 6th. And, all these Republicans who are so, but we want unity, or, all lives matter. All lives matter. And, every life matters. Really?
Well, we know they don't believe that.
Does it? Because if every life is precious, we would have the strictest gun laws in the country or in the world.
Hey, just like I know, after Sandy Hook, when they abandoned all those children that got murdered and would not pass a restrictive gun law in this country, it was over then. I'm like, oh, so you let 7 children.
Yeah, and those were kids.
Little
But they're
kids.
so worried about, what, but at the end of the day, it's up to, we talked about this on Minority Corner, which is the podcast James used to do. But, white people, we made this mess. We spilled the food. We spilled the juice. Like, it is not Black people's job to clean up this mess. It is our job. We created racism. We created white supremacy. This is our job to dismantle it completely and destroy it. And you have to think back of like, what are we as white people? What am I as a white person doing every day in my own narrow action to dismantle white supremacy? What are white people doing when they're raising white kids? Like, what are you doing for those kids that they grow up not feeling like this or not having these, like, what are we doing? And, it seems as though when these things happen, it's a lot of times like we look to Black people to say something or to like organize or whatever, but it's not. This is happening to you guys. This is happening to the Black community. And like to be going through this so much, like this is, I mean, this is not the first time.
And it won't be the last time.
And it won't be the last.
It won't be the last time.
And it's like Joe Biden, the disappointment of the century, is calling for unity. No, I am not going to unify with white supremacists. They are not in my lane. They are not but at the same time, they, in a way, it's like I kind of feel responsible for them because I am white and they are white. And I know white people don't have like that linked lineage a lot of times, like how, we talked about this on Get On Up a lot, is that, if something like with the Will Smith slap or like with Kanye or something, like the Black community feels responsible. Well, I think the white community needs to start feeling responsible for these types of things. Like, we need to start taking responsibility for this world that we've created in which these things happen. And, it's up to us. Sorry, my sister's calling me right now.
It sounds like my house.
Yeah, right. But, it's that, I don't have all the answers, but all I can do is do what I can do to help dismantle this.
Yeah.
And it starts by having conversations with your white friends, with your parents, like with your aunts and uncles who are like, oh, but like, we really need to like come, like, no, like, this is how it starts. Like, this is what we have to do. And it's, again, you're right, it's not going to be the last time, unfortunately, but we really need to start taking responsibility for this, because this is not going away, and it's a huge issue, and it's really scary, to be honest.
It's horrifying.
It's horrifying.
It's
and
horrifying.
It should be just as easy to get an abortion as it is a gun. Just
and that's
as
the thing.
easy.
That's the conversation we're having here in Chicago. It's easier for a kid to get a gun than it is for him to get a sandwich in Chicago. Why
Exactly.
Is that? Why
Let's
is
focus on making sure no kid goes hungry. Let's focus on making sure every kid has an education, that they
there's a
won't
lot.
get shot up in school.
Yeah,
Like, let's focus on that. And instead, I'm sure the Republican tweets from the Senate and the GOP are coming saying, shall not infringe, the government shall not infringe. Oh my God. But yeah, I think it's on white people to have this conversation and shut this down. And I hope, I'll believe it when I see it, when we really start like doing that, because
you'll know when it starts. You'll know. That's the thing. It's not like if there can be a beauty in this, the beauty of it is when that conversation starts, everyone will know, because it won't be a face like mine. It won't be a Black ambassador of peace and love. And I am a pro peace cat, man. I'm super hippie.
Yeah,
but it won't be anybody that looks like me that starts this conversation. The world will know, though. Whenever it starts, it will be undeniable, and you will know it, and you'll be able to go, okay, now we're having the conversation, because we've already had this talk. We can't keep having this talk with white folks and telling them, hey, man, you guys have to stop doing it. It's asking your oppressor to stop oppressing you. That's not how that works.
Exactly.
That has to be something that happens from people who look like that person to say, this is not acceptable. And my fear is the same fear I had when Donald Trump got elected, is that small segment of America, which is so loud, is about to get louder. And unless we get loud too, this is just going to keep happening, keep going, and keep going. It's the COVID vaccine in the rural areas all over again. I'm not taking that stupid vaccine. They're trying to infringe on my freedom. And then the next week they're dead.
Natural selection.
That's what I've heard.
Finest.
That's what I've heard. I mean, like, not at its greatest.
At its greatest. Greatest. Like, yeah, I mean, when I look at something like what happened in Buffalo, it's like, you streamed this on Twitch.
Man.
Baseline. Where's the CEO of Twitch? What do they have to say? What does Mark Zuckerberg have to say?
And you know what? They've said nothing. They've been super. They were trying to gear the dialogue up about the abortion rights, and they haven't said anything about that either.
Because the Democrats are doing so bad in the polls that they're using this abortion thing to try and win. Which also, side note, they could have codified abortion many years ago, but they didn't. So they're complicit. Anyways, but yeah, that's all I have to say. That's my piece.
You're the best. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. You're the best.
I'm doing all right. We're going to take a break. When we come back, what did we do? The community report, Skirt's favorite segment. Cold Cricket in New York, JD in Washington, James in Ohio. Hey, you guys, subscribe to the show. No Name, how you doing? Appreciate everybody checking us out today. And I again, don't be afraid to have that conversation. Please, don't be afraid to speak on it. It's time to speak on it. It's The Drive with Mario Smith. We'll be back right after these words. Welcome back, everybody. It's The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv, YouTube, and you're checking us out on your Echo-supported devices or your Fire TV. We really appreciate however you're getting it, man. Just get it and tell people about it. And we are doing work. Sarah is joining us from New York. She's a little bit under the weather. She will chime in if she feels like she needs to. If not, we're not going to force the issue because I've been sick for a week. Don't want to get her sick. Not that she can get sick. She's in Brooklyn. I'm in Chicago. It's going to be hard to get her sick. Yeah. Anyway, enough about me. Thanks to everybody who's checking us out on the chat and on YouTube and all that. It's time for the community report. I talked about it a few minutes ago. A 17-year-old boy has been charged with second-degree murder after a 16-year-old boy was fatally shot near the Bean here in Chicago, in downtown Chicago's Millennium Park. It is the shooting prompted a curfew banning unaccompanied minors in an effort to combat violence. Officials announced Sunday that minors will not be allowed in the park after 6 p.m. Thursday through Sunday without an adult, but they did not comment on how the curfew would be enforced. The 17-year-old who was taken into custody following Saturday evening shooting also faces charges of aggravated unlawful use of a weapon and aggravated battery, police announced Sunday night. He was transferred from a juvenile court to the Cook County Jail today. The 16-year-old was shot in the chest near the giant mirrored structure and was pronounced dead at a hospital, police said. Another teen who was allegedly armed with a ghost gun, a weapon that does not have a serial number and can't be traced, was arrested in connection with the shooting. In total, 26 minors and 5 adults were arrested during the gathering in the park on Saturday night. A total of 8 guns were confiscated and 5 gun arrests were made, police said. Mayor Lori Lightfoot said we must also have zero tolerance for young people carrying firearms or settling petty disputes with acts of violence. We all must condemn this behavior in the strongest terms possible. Pray for my city. Pray for your city, too. We should be doing that. We should be doing more of that. Pray for your city. In a story that brings joy to my heart, after talking about all this heavy stuff, and I know people aren't going to like it. I'm sorry, I'm a hip hop dude. It's for the culture always. There's been a big uptick in graffiti being painted on New York City subway cards, including from tourism vandals who deliberately travel to Gotham to put their marks on the city's trains. The tags and artwork are reminiscent of the, quote, bad old days of the 70s and 80s when spray-painted subway cars were a symbol of crime and urban blight. The Metropolitan Transit Authority which runs New York's subway system, has started publishing figures about the rising graffiti, saying, "We are hopeful that increased transparency about vandalism incidents in our system will keep everyone safer and more vigilant." Since the beginning of 2022, the agency has reported 209 incidents of graffiti on subways in the city, set to beat a total of 300 in 2021, per the art news website Hyperallergic. Gliss, you are on a boat. You cannot possibly find out that I said this and put it in the blooper reel. There were only 208 and 297 in 2020 and 2019, respectively. Current numbers are on track to reach 2018's relative high of 443 incidents. The MTA will spend more than $1 million on graffiti removal and prevention this year, up from $600,000 in 2018. The New York Daily News reports, including in the rising number of hits, are elaborate murals that cover the entire exteriors of trains, adding that for potential vandals, the thrill of posting one's work to social media is heightening the appeal. In April, 2 French graffiti artists were struck and killed by subway trains while trying to ply their craft. Gothamist, a news site dedicated to New York City, quoted their boss, the artist Seat Fouad, saying that the two men's dream was to paint a subway train. It was like winning the winning the World Cup, Fouad said. The New York Police Department said that individuals living overseas are targeting the layup areas where trains turn around. As restrictions on international travel have lifted, we have seen an increase in layup graffiti incidents, Lieutenant Jessica McRory, an NYPD spokeswoman, told the city, a New York news site. Hundreds of millions of dollars were spent targeting graffiti from 1972 to 1989, when the MTA took what it said was the last train covered by graffiti out of service to be scrubbed clean, the city said. The general public doesn't see trains with graffiti as they did in the 70s and 80s because the MTA has a policy of generally not allowing vandalized trains to go into service until they've been repaired. I'm going to say it. I've already probably gotten myself in trouble today, so screw it. I love it. You know why? Because it is expression, especially if it's not ugly and ridiculous looking. It is the most beautiful form of urban expression that we have. I love it. I'm on an island, I'm sure of it, but I love it. I love it. I'm not mad at graffiti at all. It's a funny thing, since we're talking about New York and Chicago, that doesn't happen. No. You managed to tag a Chicago Transit Authority train, you are a legend. Now, I live near where the freight trains pass. Those get hit hard. And you see some beautiful artwork on these trains, man. But you get a CTA train, you become you are the man. It is that hard. I don't know how Chicago has made it so that it's impossible to hit one of those trains. But if you do, you're the man. You're the man now, dog. You're that kind of guy. I was never a writer, so I could not, no, there'll be no drawing anything. You don't want that. We've been talking a lot about traveling. Sarah, you don't have to respond, but just so you know, I am begging our back channel folks to fly us all out. Did I say fly us out? To fly us all out to California, so we can have a big meetup. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but that would be dope if it did. And speaking of traveling, Sarah has some photos from our friend Gliss, who is in nearing Alaska. What is, wait a minute, where'd it go? Here we go. He is in Skagway, wherever Skagway is. Let's take a look at these fine photos real quick here from Mr. Jay Gliss. Look at that. Oh, that's perfect. It blocked my face just beautifully. Don't move it. Look at that, man. So he's on a cruise ship, I believe he said. And let's see the other one. They both look the same. Kind of. Yeah, look at that, man. That's what Gliss is doing. while the world is on fire, he's somewhere just living. Those mountains look awesome. Right on. Congratulations to him. Not sure when I'll be able to do something like that. But we were talking about traveling. And as we get ready to wrap this up, there's a severe pilot shortage. Lucky for him, he doesn't have to go that far because he's in Oregon. And you know, he can do that. But the United States is facing its worst pilot shortage in recent memory, forcing airlines to cut flights just as travelers are returning after more than 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. The crisis has the industry scrambling for solutions. At least one lawmaker is said to be considering legislation that could raise the federally mandated retirement age for airline pilots from 65 to 67 or higher to extend aviators' time in the skies. A regional airline proposed reducing flight hour requirements before joining a U.S. carrier, and airlines are rethinking training programs to lower the barrier to entry. Earlier this year, Delta Airlines joined other big carriers in dropping a 4-year degree from its pilot hiring requirements. Hold on, I need you to get that 4-year degree, sir. Also, and it's going to sound ageist. Please, no. You don't need to be. You are over 65 years old. You should be relaxing every opportunity you get. I don't need you to fly a plane. You proved it already. You 60-something years old. You've done it. Time for you to enjoy the remaining 30 years of your life chilling. Cool it out. You don't have to go run off and do anything. You know what I'm saying? No, man, no. Let's take it easy. Enjoy life as it's coming at you. You dig? I don't think anybody at Backchannel is over 25 years old. So that's their start there. And two, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm saying, you know, if I'm ageist about that and driving. Why is a 90-something-year-old person driving a car? I should have the pleasure and honor of driving you. You should not have to do anything. That just weirds me out, man. I don't understand that. I should be like, yo, you don't feel like driving today? Guess what? Driving you. Where do you want to go? Want to play bingo? Want to go play the horses? Come on, let's go. You're 97? Why are you driving? It's not that I'm afraid of something going to happen to you. You've earned the right to not have to drive. Fix the pot. You know what? Pay pilots more money. You don't have a pilot shortage. These rants are coming to you interruption free today. So hold on to them. I am on a roll. I mean it. But yeah, man. No. Here we go. Type friend Sarah. I mean, for real. Call me ageist if you want. I should have specified not yet. In a couple of seconds, like and at the top of the hour. Then my bad. As I was saying, call me ageist if you want. It's okay. Oh. No. Oh. Call me ageist if you want. But hey, we have to start honoring our elder folk and make them feel like they've earned the right to not have to do anything once they've reached a certain age. Not that they can't do it, but if anything, let's show them how to kick it, right? Let's show them how to relax. They worked and put us in a great spot for the most part. You don't have to, hey, man, I know you retired, and I know you're also like 103, but this plane ain't gonna fly itself. Can you? That's crazy. Why would we do that? Don't do that. Good Alpaca is watching us today along with No Name. Hello, Good Alpaca. Nice to see you. Yeah, Good Alpaca. It's gone as quick as they came. Oh, that could be it. Okay. But yes, come on. Let's work together to keep our older people happy instead of making them come out of retirement to do stuff. Joe Biden, perfect example. He shouldn't be president of anything. He's just chilling. We couldn't come up with a choice. It had to rely on a man that has already served this country twice and was a senator forever. We couldn't just let him throw his scarf around and say real cool stuff to his grandkids. We had to, because we were so screwed up. Okay, when we come back, we will begin the show again. It'll be hour number 2, and we're going to take a break. We'll be back with The Drive with Mario Smith right after these words. Hour 2 on the way. Thank you. Hey, everybody, welcome to The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv. I'm your host. We appreciate you being here. This is the only place on your, the only play rather on your Echo device where you can watch and listen to live shows and chat with hosts in real time. We are here every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday from 4 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Please make sure you send us a chat. You can ask questions, chime in on what we're talking about, or anything else you want to send my way. That's fine. If you can see me right now and you're watching on an Echo show or Fire TV, the magic word is say Smamexa. That almost turned into something else. Jump in the chat with us that way. Now, if you're just listening to us on an Echo speaker, which is awesome, don't think it isn't. You can always go to backchannel.tv, backchannel.tv, and join the chat that way. There's a button there for you to do. Just click on that button. Once again, that's backchannel.tv, backchannel.tv. And we welcome everybody that's checking us out on The Drive. My name is Mario, as I said earlier. Boney has joined the stream. No Name is with us. Boney's in California. We would normally say hello to our producer. Gliss is on a boat near Alaska, if he hasn't gotten there already. And I'm sorry, I'm just looking at something on my phone. And our producer, Sarah, is a little under the weather. So she's here. She's joining us in Brooklyn, but she's going to take it easy and because she's not feeling well. And I know, having been through this, take your time. I got it. I got you, Sarah. Don't worry about it. There is a bit of breaking news. Abbott says that it has reached an agreement to reopen its baby formula plant. Infant formula maker Abbott says it's reached an agreement with U.S. health officials to restart production at its largest domestic factory, a key step toward easing a nationwide shortage tied to the plant shutdown earlier this year. Abbott did not immediately detail the terms of the agreement reached with the Food and Drug Administration, which has been investigating safety problems at the Sturgis, Michigan facility. The consent decree is a binding legal agreement between the company and the federal government. After production resumes, Abbott has said it will take at least 8 weeks to begin shipping new product to stores. The Biden administration has come under intense pressure over the last week to do more to ease the shortage of formula that has forced parents of infants to go to significant lengths to feed their children. And this is going to sound like it sounds too. In the midst of this war with Ukraine and Russia, mass violence in our country, there's a shortage of food for babies. Man, if you had that on your bingo card, you won. Just saying. There's so much work we got to do. So much work we have to do. When we come back, we will, and that's a look at the headlines. That is big news. Abbott, just to recap, is going to reopen its baby formula plant. And it will take at least 8 weeks for the product to reach shelves and for things to get caught up again. And that's the headline right now at the top of the hour. It's 4 minutes after the hour. When we come back, we're going to talk about the Billboard Music Awards. What else is it we're talking about, Sarah? The Billboard Music Awards. This new Kendrick Lamar album, yo, it's real, Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. Get with it. See what happened during the weekend in the movie theaters. And Bette Midler, who I love, has got to stop talking. Just got to stop talking. Sorry. We'll be back in a bit with Have No Fear. The camera's here. This is The Drive on Backchannel.tv. I'm your host, Mario Smith, and we'll be back right after these words. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to The Drive. It's 5 minutes after the hour. And I don't know if you know or not, but the Billboard Music Awards actually happened last night. I think they showed them live. I'm not an awards show dude anymore. It's too much. It's difficult for me to say that because I have a show where I have to keep an eye on the pop culture. It's, and I'm just being honest, man. Award shows, just oof. Yikes. Anyway, Travis Scott and Morgan Wallen made controversial returns on the Billboard Music Awards stage on Sunday, while Mary J. Blige was honored for her musical excellence, and Janet Jackson killed it in her outfit. I did see that. Yeah, I did. Wallen performed in his first major awards show after he was caught on camera more than a year ago using a racial slur. After not receiving a verbal introduction, the country star sat alongside his four-piece band and performed Don't Think Jesus, then his chart-topping Wasted on You, a single from his popular project Dangerous, the double album. Shortly after his performance, rapper Pusha T presented Wallen with the Top Country Artist Award. Quote, I want to say thank God and thank my fans. I got the best damn fans, said Wallen, who acknowledged his mother for accompanying him as his date to the show. He also thanked Billboard for inviting him. He did not mention last year's incident, which once found the disgraced singer rebuked by the music industry. Thank you to my little boy, he continued. You inspire me every single day. Scott made his first, Travis Scott that is, made his first televised performance since a massive crowd surge killed 10 people and injured thousands at his Astroworld Festival in Houston in November last year. The rapper performed his single Mafia in an icy polar-themed set with heavily censored lyrics. Mary J. Blige received the Icon Award for being an influential music maker, the singer known as the Queen of Hip Hop Soul. was presented the award by Janet Jackson and escorted on stage by Sean Puffy Diddy Puffy Puff Daddy Combs, who emceed the show, which was broadcasted live on NBC. It was live from the MGM Grand in Vegas. Blige said she was in a dream right now after she received the honor. She spoke about the journey of becoming an icon not being an easy feat during her stellar career. Quote, I've been on this journey for a long time, one that didn't always look the way you see me now, one that is filled with a lot of heartache and pain, she said. But God helped me to channel those experiences and emotions in my music, which is where I started in music. Blige was honored through a video montage with appearances from Queen Latifah, Gabrielle Union, and Taraji P. Henson. Previous award recipients include Prince, Stevie Wonder, Mariah Carey, Neil Diamond, Jennifer Lopez, Garth Brooks, Pink, Celine Dion, Janet Jackson, Gliss, Sarah Brown, producer Travis Howell, Robert Malazzo, Riyadh, and Mario. We all won that award. Thank you. I was ghetto fabulous, and I still am, said Blige, whose Dr. Dre produced single Family Affair topped the Billboard Hot 100 in 2001 and had 4 #1 albums on the Billboard 200. So ghetto and so fabulous, and people were threatened by that. Now everybody wants to be ghetto fabulous. Maxwell paid homage to Michael Jackson's Thriller in a performance that celebrated the 40th anniversary, oh my God, of the King of Pop's 1982 album. The singer took the stage with sparkling black gloves and a jacket before he performed the heartfelt jam, The Lady in My Life. Combs honored activist Tamika Mallory with the Revolt Black Excellence Award. He applauded Mallory's efforts as an organizer of the Women's March in 2017, being an advocate for gun control and support of the Black Lives Matter movement. Combs said, you fight for us on the front lines, and we just have to pay so much respect for you, Queen, before calling her fearless. After hearing Combs' gracious remarks, Mallory was almost moved to tears. She then took the opportunity to bring up the deadly mass shooting Saturday that left 10 dead in Buffalo, New York. Earlier in the evening, Drake was named top artist, male artist, rap male artist, and rap album for Certified Lover Boy. The rapper extended his record as the most decorated winner in the history of the award show with 34 wins. Olivia Rodrigo and Kanye West, known as Ye, won 6 awards during a non-televised ceremony. Rodrigo was awarded Best New Artist. Ye made his mark in the faith-based categories. Again, the rapper won Top Christian Artist for the first time, but he claimed Top Gospel Artist and Gospel Song for a 3rd year in a row. He also received Top Gospel Album for the 2nd time. The Kid Leroy became a first-time winner, taking home awards for his song Stay with Justin Bieber. I'm getting dizzy. Do you care about any of these people? Oh, God. You know how your eyes gloss over? That was happening. That was just happening to me. There's a new album that has come out. Actually, I don't have it with me. Oh, yes, I do. Hold on. So, yes, Kendrick Lamar's new album came out. It is brilliant. Pardon me. It is extra good. Super good. My buddy Daniel Villarreal came out with a new album, too, on the International Anthem label. It's called Panama 77. There you go. This album is dope. It's really good. Jeff Parker from Tortoise is on it. It's a bunch of folks from around the West Coast that are on this. It's so good, man. I'm not even playing. It's good. But this album is also good. Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. Kendrick Lamar, if we can have the conversation about him, is really and I guess he's a poet. And I know it. He's a poet, and I know that that's what he is more than he is rapper, because of the way he constructs these songs. They are poems with music behind them. I think, in as much as we want to call him rapper Kendrick Lamar, poet is more appropriate for this virtuoso. This dude is a bad man. He makes me want to write. That dude is a bad man. Oh, boy, he is exciting to me. I love listening to his work. Very rarely lately am I moved to listen to someone who is in the rap category to whatever they're saying, because they're not saying anything. This album has if you're an empath, you may not want to do this one. It's you, or prepare yourself for it. This is something else. This album came out Friday on Stevie Wonder's birthday, no less. It's his first studio album in 5 years since Damn. He's earned 14 Grammys. Damn was the first non-classical and non-jazz album to win a Pulitzer Prize in 2018. It's a double album. It's two discs. That's for you kids that don't know. That's a double album. One album is Big Steppers, and the other is Mr. Morale. 18 tracks, about an hour and 15 minutes. Appearances from Summer Walker, Ghostface, Kodak Black, Sampa, Baby Keem, his brother, Beth Gibbons, and Taylor Page. There is a song on here where he talks about one of his relatives. I'm sorry, I'm looking at stuff and I'm at a loss right here real quick. I apologize. One of his relatives, the lyric is Demetrius is Marianne now. I mean, he's really Marianne, even took things further, changed his gender before Bruce Jenner was certain, living his truth, even if it meant see a surgeon. Bars. Him talking, he is taking the whole transphobia thing and flipping it. It's amazing. Just really good. And then of course you've seen the Heart Part 5 where he is doing the deep fake with OJ and Kobe and Nipsey Russell and Jussie Smollett and others. Also brilliant, man. Just brilliant video. So if you get a chance, check it out. Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. It's wouldn't be surprised if we got a Pulitzer again. And think poetry. Don't think rapper. Think poem with music behind it. He's, to me, dope. Just crazy. A little while ago, we were talking about the breastfeeding situation, and Bette Midler has made I'm sorry, we were talking about the baby formula situation. Bette Midler is getting heat for telling people to try breastfeeding, a comment that many view as insensitive to parents struggling to feed their babies amid the nationwide formula shortage. Stephanie Rule, MSNBC host Stephanie Rule on Thursday, tweeted about the shortage, calling the system an amazing secret oligopoly. 3% of American companies control over 90% of the market, she said, and restrictive regulations backed by lobbying prohibit the sale of foreign formulas. Name another industry sector product like this, Rule said. Bette Midler responded, try breastfeeding, all caps. It's free and available on demand. Wow. One Twitter user responded, pretty heartless and horrible thing to say to women who are unable to breastfeed, Bette. It's far more common than you realize. Delete this. That came from Ultra Foo. Author and former NARAL pro-choice America President Elise Hogue replied that when she didn't produce enough milk to adequately feed her twins, without formula, I would have chosen which one got to eat, she said, to say nothing of kids that get separated from the birth mothers very young. Wow. Bette Midler, once again, put her foot in it. And I don't think Bette Midler responded to the backlash to her tweet. People are piling on because of former tweet. No shame if you can't breastfeed, but if you can and are somehow convinced that your own milk isn't as good as a scientifically researched product, that's something else again. The monopoly news is news to me, though. No lie. Hashtag wet nurses. And her follow-up received similar criticism. Are you reading the stories of people piling on? Almost everyone is a testimony about why breastfeeding didn't work for them, and not a single one I've read says the reason was because they didn't think their milk was good enough, a Twitter user replied. Formula saved many of our babies' lives. Hi, Uncle Mario here. This is from my friend Bette Midler. Shh. Don't keep talking back. Just quiet down. Shelly's joined the stream along with Glistening Penguin. Boney is here in California. Shelly is in California as well. Don't forget to click the subscribe button, Shelly and Boney and No Name and Penguin, and get in on the fun. And sad news. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Before I give you the sad news, the movies this weekend. Sarah, I know you're not talking, but did you see Doctor Strange yet? Or is that something you're even interested in? We will wait for Sarah's reply in our private chat. This is like golf. Not yet, she says. All right. I haven't either, because, of course, I've been in the house for 8 days. I want to see it. I don't want to old school it and see it in some grimy, crappy whatever. I want to see it on a big, fat IMAX screen. The movie is again number one at the domestic box office in its second weekend of release. The latest installment of Disney's Marvel Cinematic Universe has collected $61 million from 534 North American theaters. Ticket sales plunged 67% from its opening weekend, marking a steeper drop-off compared to recent Marvel movies like Eternals, which declined 61% in its second weekend, and Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, which declined 52% in its second weekend. However, its sizable decline is not surprising since Doctor Strange 2 is coming off the 11th biggest opening weekend in history with $187 million. After 10 days on the big screen, the superhero adventure starring Benedict Cumberbatch as the Supreme Sorcerer has grossed a strong $291 million in North America. As at the international box office, the Strange sequel added $83.5 million from 49 markets in total. The film has grossed $688.1 million. That is crazy. It took less than 2 weeks for Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness to outpace its predecessor at the box office. The original Doctor Strange ended its theatrical run in 2016 with $232 million domestically and $677 million globally. It has already passed what it made in the first movie. Over the weekend, 2 movies opened nationwide to disappointing results. Universal's disturbing remake, of Stephen, this is from Variety, by the way, of Stephen King's Firestarter fizzled with $3.8 million from 2,412 screens while landing simultaneously on Peacock. And the roadside attractions, faith-based comedy Family Camp, I didn't even know that movie was out, generated a paltry $1.4 million from 854 locations. Oh, wow. Terrible. So terrible. The animated heist comedy The Bad Guys remained in second place with $6.9 million from 3,788 screens. Paramount's Sonic the Hedgehog snagged the number 3 spot, collecting $4.5 million from 3,116 screens. In fifth place, Everything Everywhere All at Once continues to dazzle in its 8th weekend of release. Buoyed by stellar word of mouth, the movie amassed $3.3 million from 1,726 theaters between Friday and Sunday, a scant 6% decline from last weekend. Everything Everywhere All at Once, a multiversal adventure starring Michelle Yeoh, has earned $47.1 million in its theatrical run. At this rate, it's close to dethroning Adam Sandler's Uncut Gems as A24's highest grossing movie in North America. Wow. It's a lot of movie stuff. I have not been to half of it. Hello, back. Oh, hello. I have not been to most of it. I need to get to all of it, and I will get to some of it. And I just really want to see Doctor Strange. And then because I don't need to, screw up. Hello, No Name, and hi, No Name. You guys know you can always go back and change your name in the excuse me, in the wherever you put your name in. You can always go back there and change your name. That's what I was trying to say. Sad news out of Hollywood. Fred Ward, star of Tremors and The Right Stuff, died at the age of 79. Veteran actor Fred Ward, who parlayed rugged everyman looks into a lengthy career playing everything from historic American heroes to a monster fighting repairman, has died, his representative said Friday. Ward was 79 when he passed on Sunday. Huh? That doesn't make sense. The cause of his death was not immediately revealed. The San Diego native and Air Force veteran had stints as a short order cook, boxer, and Alaskan lumberjack before finding his true calling as an actor in the 70s. Ward's manager, Ron Huffman, said in a statement. His first major role was in Clint Eastwood's 1979 jailbreak classic, Escape from Alcatraz, but Ward's career took off thanks to his work in the 1983 space race epic, The Right Stuff, bringing Tom Wolfe's nonfiction bestseller to the big screen. Ward played Gus Grissom, one of the 7 pioneering astronauts who launched America into the space age. The versatile actor is perhaps equally well known for the 1990 science fiction comedy Tremors, where he and Kevin Bacon played... hold on a second, y'all, my fault. Where he played... what happened? What did you do, Mario? The versatile actor is perhaps equally well known for the 1990 science fiction comedy Tremors, where he and Kevin Bacon played down on their luck repairmen who stumbled upon a flesh-eating worm monster. The cult classic would spawn a franchise that included 6 sequels and a television series. But Ward was also no stranger to more daring art house fare, starring in 1990's Henry and June as American novelist Henry Miller. Due to his racy sex scenes, the film was the first to be tagged with an NC-17 rating. Wow. Now, I did not know that was the first one, Henry and June. I thought it was... Why did I think it was Al Pacino's Cruising that got this? Lots of movies, lots of television stuff, too. Fred Ward passed away at the age of 79. An amazing actor, no doubt. Absolutely no doubt. I have my COVID test waiting on me. I'm so happy. And I think that's it for the entertainment report today. We're going to have the sports in a moment. I just want to do this real quick. On this day in 1866, reproduction of the 5 cent began, the nickel, I suppose. And in 1975, Tabe Junko of Japan, accompanied by Aung Tsering of Nepal, became the first woman to reach the summit of Mount Everest. Also, today is Janet Jackson's birthday. I knew it. James Bond actor Pierce Brosnan turns 69. Jennifer's Body and Transformers actor Megan Fox turns 36. It says Janet Jackson's 66. That's impossible. She would be 56, because she's a year older than me. Yeah, if she was 66 looking like that, I wouldn't be doing this. No way. Mary Wells started a 2-week run at #1 of My Guy, written and produced by Smokey Robinson in 1964. In 1966, the Beach Boys released the album Pet Sounds. I need to get that for my collection. And in 1970, Crosby, Stills, Nash, Young, Malazzo, Smith, Gliss, Brown, Riyadh, and Rudnick went to #1 on the U.S. album charts with Deja Vu. We'll do Did You Know and stuff with Sarah in a bit. Nobody's going to get that but me, that I just added everybody's name here. Nobody. No one's going to get it. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll do sports. Sarah, can we get a 90-second break here? I have to get up and do something real quick. And it's just go to that door that's right back there. And because how come I can't see my hand? Oh, my God. That door. There it is. When we come back, we will have the Dylan T. Pickles Sports Report, because that's the best ever. It's The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv. We'll be back right after these words. Hey, everybody, welcome back. I just got my COVID test. I will take one after the show is done. Oh, I hope I'm done with this, man, because, oh, goodness gracious. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, like being stuck in the house. What was I going to say? I'm just thanking the person that real things are happening while we're doing the show, because, of course, as you can tell, I'm at home. See? I believe that box has been on my ottoman too since like February. I have no intention on moving it anytime soon. Joe, I don't know what you mean. Kashish, welcome. Isabella, welcome. Pushy Owl, welcome. And Abject Cuckoo, welcome. And Clammy Sheep, welcome. I did not launch any trivia, actually. There would not be me doing that, Joe. So no, I did not wait because I didn't do it. Sorry. I just did a bunch of birthdays and music history stuff. And then we do Did You Know in a little bit. Yeah. And by the way, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. All of you guys who are here on the drive, hanging out with us. Wrong page. Sorry. If you're enjoying the show, there are 2 ways to support the show that would really help me out. If you're watching right now and see that subscribe button, please click it. Subscribing will let you know when we're going live. And also, I have some special plans, as I mentioned earlier, coming up in the next few weeks for those of you that are subscribers. Another way that you can really help me out, no matter whether you're watching or listening on an Echo speaker device, is to leave a review. Your positive reviews help keep this show going, and we appreciate that. And we read them, and we will read them on the air too. So once again, please go to backchannel.tv and click leave a review. Okay, it's time for Sportsy Sports Talk. And I will try not to bore you to death. And again, I got to get out of here. That's right. Where am I? Here we go. The Milwaukee Bucks lost last night to the Boston Celtics. This is not going to mean anything to you. As a Chicago Bulls fan, though, I'm glad. I am super happy. They got their one. That's all they get. Congratulations. Giannis, you can come to Chicago if you want. You can play center here. Sorry. That's my sports report for that. I don't care that they lost. No. They lost arguably their best player in the playoff series against the Bulls, Chris Middleton. It was hard to imagine them going any farther than they went without him there and expecting Giannis to do what he did for an extended period of time. He played his you-know-what off. He really did. It was a yeoman's effort. But Chris Middleton is too important, and you're not going to I reject anybody that thought that they were going to beat Boston. Even though it was a game 7, I didn't think that they were going to be able to do that. And even if they did, how do you get past them to get to if you do beat Boston, you're going to beat Miami too? Kind of doubt it. But Giannis Antetokounmpo is at his peak. When the Celtics arrive in Miami on Monday to start the Eastern Conference Finals, they might as well have bumper stickers on their luggage that say, "We survived Giannis." Arguably the best player in the world, Giannis Antetokounmpo, will not be participating in the playoffs anymore. Yielding Pheasant has joined the stream. Bipu is with us as well. Hello, everybody. Excuse me. Here we go. I'm not trying to cough anymore. I'm over that, player. Over it. And Dallas, the Mavericks, took care of the Phoenix Suns. Did you know that in the 5 years that Chris Paul, I almost said Chris Rock, that Chris Paul has been in the playoffs, when he has a 2-0 lead, his team loses. Lost in the finals last year, lost this year in the playoffs, and the last 3 times that his teams were in the playoffs with a 2-0 lead, they lose. And if you guys didn't see Pat Beverly on First Take this morning on ESPN. Man, he said so much. You folks out in LA know it. If you follow the Clippers, you follow basketball. Pat Bev talks a lot. From Chicago, from the West Side. He talks. I know this, having played basketball. You can say all that stuff, and it's cute and all, but those dudes don't forget. Basketball players are very much creatures of habit, and they love social media. This NBA era we're in is the I listen and follow everything era. And those dudes listened to him this morning. They got woke up out of their sleep to hear what he was saying. They are all going to be. He put on his back an unnecessary target, I think. Sometimes, man, you have to not say such things and just let that be locker room stuff. But he intimated that no one's afraid of Chris Paul. Come on now. You might not, that's bold. To me, that's bold. But again, talking about Pat Bev. So keep an eye on for the next NBA season, which won't be that far away, believe it or not. Draft coming up soon, too. And what's quickly become a lost season for the Cincinnati Reds, this is just horrible. Okay. Prize rookie Hunter Green and reliever Art Warren combined to allow 0 hits in a complete game, but it didn't count as a no-hitter or even a win. Instead, the Pittsburgh Pirates eked out a run in the bottom of the 8th inning on 3 walks and a ground out for a 1-0 victory yesterday. The Pirates become the 6th team in big league history since 1901 to win despite not getting any hits. It last happened in 2008 when Jared Weaver and Jose Arredondo of the Angels lost while holding the Dodgers hitless. Green took the loss, becoming the first pitcher to throw 7 hitless innings and take the loss since Matt Young of the Red Sox lost against Cleveland in 1992. It would have been great to have a different result, but it is what it is, Green said. By Major League Baseball record-keeping rules, Cincinnati's accomplishment isn't an official no-hitter because its pitchers didn't go at least 9 innings. Sometimes you win games in weird ways, and today we won one in a weird way. And if it's part of history, that's fine because it's still a win, Derek Shelton, Pirates manager, said. In a year in which most everything has gone wrong for the Reds, this surely had to be the topper as they fell to 9-26, the worst record in the majors. Unbelievable. God, they're bad. Woo! Mercy. I loved the Cincinnati Reds when I was a little kid, man, but that was a million years ago. If you've been seeing stories about Drew Brees being told that he was not going to be part of NBC's football coverage next year, wait. New Orleans Saints legend Drew Brees hung up his cleats last March and accepted a job as an analyst at NBC. This weekend, the New York Post reported Brees would not be working for NBC in 2022, leading the former quarterback to head to Twitter and address his future. Though he said the reports were not accurate, he added that returning to the field was a possibility. Quote, despite speculation from media about my future this fall, I'm currently undecided, Brees tweeted. I may work for NBC. I may play football again. I may focus on business and philanthropy. I may train for the pickleball tour, senior golf tour, coach my kids, or all of the above. I'll let you know. Monday morning, New Saints head coach Dennis Allen was asked about Brees' tweet, and he said he believes the comment was made in jest. Quote, my wife's the one that told me about it because I don't follow social media, Allen said via WDSU. Quote, so I thought, well, that's interesting. That'll bring up some questions tomorrow at the golf tournament. Yeah, but certainly. I think it was a comment made in jest, and we certainly haven't had any conversations in that regard. If we're going to take Brees' comments to returning to football seriously, then we'll have to do the same for his thoughts on joining the pickleball tour. The 43-year-old surely misses playing football, but where would he play if he were to return? The Saints signed Jameis Winston to a multi-year extension this offseason, signed Andy Dalton to serve as his backup, and still have Taysom Hill and Ian Book on roster as well. Could Breeze's comeback, or rather, I'm sorry, could Breeze come back wearing a different uniform? Look, if you saw how he played toward the end, I'm going to give you the answer, and no, that's pretty much over with. He can't come back to do what? You know what I'm saying? Come back to do what? Play football again? No, that's no, he won't be playing football. And him not being at NBC might be happening, but he won't be playing football again. That is absolutely, positively, unequivocally over with for him. It was fun. Congratulations, sir. You did it, but no. I'm trying to fish out one more sports report for you while I can. Where are we here? My beloved Arsenal lost today, if it means anything to anybody, to Newcastle, pretty much putting them out of any chance of getting to the Champions League because, you know, that's the way the world works, I guess. And that's it for Sportsy Sports. All the Sportsy Sports we could do today, we've done it. Before we do front of mind, I'm going to see, yes, I do. Excuse me. The UK tribunal rules calling a man bald is sexual harassment. Well, the tribunal, whose members alluded to their own experience with hair loss, also compared calling a man bald to commenting on the size of a woman's. A cop born in Poland helps former Polish President Lech Wałęsa with flat tire. Trooper Lukas Lippert also spoke with Wałęsa in Polish about their homeland and the anti-communist movement Wałęsa helped lead. An unidentified woman from Bateau Bay, Australia, has won $1.3 million from a lottery ticket she bought after stopping to get a birthday card for a friend. The woman had one of the 4 Division I winning entries in Saturday's lotto draw. Each winning entry is worth $1.3 million. Friday marks your opportunity to shirk some responsibility or indulge in an apple pie, fruit cocktail, or crouton-filled salad. National Blame Someone Else Day is recognized and celebrated. You missed it. It was on Friday the 13th. And that is sports and everything else. When we come back, we'll have our front of mind story. Polite Orca, hello. Morgan, hello. Rihanna, what's up? It's her first time. Morgan's in Jersey. Rihanna's in Georgia. No Name is asking me, what is my name? It's Mario Smith. You're watching The Drive here on Backchannel.tv. When we come back, front of mind, some Did You Knows, and then we're out. We'll be right back right after this. Hello. Welcome back. That was fast. I think I am in the midst of, I'm not claiming it, but this seems like there's a migraine trying to blossom. We can't have that. And we won't at all. This is a really cool story. Really, really cool story about an anonymous donor that paid off student debt for the class of 2022 in Texas. Students at a Texas college graduated last week, not only with their diplomas, but with their balances suddenly by honor. More than 100 students assembled for the 133rd graduation ceremony at Wiley College and were shocked to hear President and CEO Dr. Herman J. Felton Jr. announce that their balances have been paid off. The recent pandemic exacerbated some students' ability to pay their debts. So some graduates and parents in the audience in Marshall, Texas, were especially thrilled to hear the news. Our commitment to our students goes beyond their time while they are enrolled, said Felton. We are grateful for this anonymous donor who will assist the students in paying off their balances. The estimated total owed by the class of 2022 in the historically Black college was $300,000. As Wiley College closes the academic semester and prepares for its sesquicentennial celebrations beginning in July, this is a great way to start the celebration of 150 years of the college's contributions to the world. As Wiley College, with its focus on social good and leadership, has reduced its tuition in the past years to $1,500 cover fees, room, and board. Now the motto is even more appropriate. Go forth inspired. Nice. Congratulations to Wiley College. Texas. Good stuff. Okay. Where are we here? Karimus, welcome. Orca, Morgan, everybody, welcome to you all. It's time to do some Did You Knows. I know Sarah's not feeling well, so I'm not going to bother her. So I'll ask you guys, did you know 11% of people are left-handed? Did you know August has the highest percentage of births? Did you know unless food is mixed with saliva, you can't taste it? Did you know the average person falls asleep in 7 minutes? Did you know a bear has 42 teeth? Did you know an ostrich's eye is bigger than its brain? Wow, I did not know that. Did you know lemons contain more sugar than strawberries? Did you know 8% of people have an extra rib? Did you know 85% of plant life is found in the ocean? Now, I knew this one. Ralph Lauren's original name is Ralph Lifshitz. We're going to have to bring that one up every week. That needs to be a regular part of Did You Know, that we will say Ralph Lauren's birth name, because I just think that that's cool that I can kind of get away with doing that. Yeah. Not bad. Did you know rabbits like licorice? I didn't know that. Were you aware? No, it's did you know the Hawaiian alphabet has 13 letters? Did you know Topolino is the name for Mickey Mouse in Italy? I didn't know that. Did you know a lobster's blood is colorless, but when exposed to oxygen, it turns blue? Am I wrong? Is there such a thing as blue lobsters? I think so. Did you know armadillos have 4 babies at a time and are all the same sex? Wow, I did not know that. Did you know reindeer like bananas? I didn't know that. Did you know the longest recorded flight of a chicken was 13 seconds, but chickens don't fly? Did you know birds need gravity to swallow? Now that's interesting. Did you know the most commonly used letter in the alphabet is E? I didn't know that. Did you know the 3 most common languages in the world are Mandarin, Chinese, Spanish, and English? Wow, did not know any of that this week, except for Ralph Lauren's name. I knew that. And I'll leave you with this story. This is good. Depends on your perspective. A woman was rescued after falling in a toilet while trying to retrieve her phone at the top of Mount Walker in Washington State. I think we did this one before. The woman was left feeling flushed after she was strongly encouraged to seek medical attention due to being exposed to human waste. The woman, who was not named, was at the top of Mount Walker in the Olympic National Forest, northwest of Seattle, Washington, when the incident occurred near a car park. She had been using her phone when it suddenly fell into a vault toilet, according to the Kitsap Sun. A vault toilet is a non-flush toilet which is constructed with a vault or sealed container that is buried deep down in the ground. Brittany Fire Department Chief Tim Manley, yeah, we have done this before. That's how we found out about Tim Manley, said the woman, aged in her 40s, managed to take the toilet seat off and used dog leads to try to get the phone. When this didn't work, she used the leads to tie herself to the toilet as she reached for it, but this resulted in her falling in head first. Not funny. I don't understand why I laughed. That wasn't funny. I won't do that. Sorry for laughing. And I think that's it for today, yo. Hey, Sarah, I hope you feel better. We get to see you tomorrow, maybe. That would be fun. I hope your throat and stuff is good. And thanks for chiming in today. That was really important. What you said earlier, I truly appreciate you, and thank you very much for being a part of the show and for sitting in for Gliss this week. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you a million times. And Sarah says thanks. Everybody that's on the chat with us right now, let's see who's here. Profuse Wombat, Last Falcon, all of you guys, thank you so much for being here today. Really appreciate everybody's contribution to the show. And thank you a million times. Thank you. If you enjoyed the drive today, there are 2 ways to support the show that really help. If you're watching right now and you see that subscribe button down on the left side of your screen, please click it. Subscribing will let you know when I'm going live. And also, as I mentioned, I have some special plans coming up in the next few weeks for those of you that are subscribed. Another way that you can really help me out, no matter where you're watching or listening, is leaving a review. Please go to backchannel.tv and click leave a review. Your positive reviews help keep this show going. Once again, please go to backchannel.tv and click leave a review. That's BACKCHANNEL.TV. Again, we're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll be back tomorrow around that same time. Thank you to everybody who watched backchannel.tv today. This is going to end our broadcast day on behalf of everyone at Backchannel.tv from the 3rd largest city in the United States as the sun begins to settle in for a beautiful evening here in Chicago. My name is Mario Smith. Thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. Really appreciate it. Join us at 6 a.m. Eastern time for Haley and Allison's Good Morning. Until then, have a great night, everybody. Peace.